Chapter 301, 51, Frenzy Immunity 3. The old man took the bag, opened it, and glanced inside. It was filled with demon cores from frenzied beasts, and there was even a flowing color demon core, which surprised him even more. Did you go down the mountain to hunt frenzied beasts? The old man looked at Li Shu and asked. Killed a few, Li Shu nodded. What quality level is your symbiotic contract? The old man asked again. Radiance E level, Li Shu replied. Rare indeed, the old man nodded, glanced towards Chu Jun speaking with Qin Shi on the other side, and asked again, how about him? Radiance D level, Li Shu answered truthfully. The old man was somewhat surprised, as Radiant symbiotic contracts were indeed rare, but that wasn't what surprised him. Those two Gate Guardian beasts had at least Radiant C level strength, coupled with the ability to summon a Blood Moon. An ordinary Radiant C level might not survive there. For a Radiance E level and a Radiance D level to come out alive, and even hunt frenzied beasts within half a day, was indeed unexpected. Do you have high-quality, high-level demon spirits? The old man scrutinized Li Shu's ring. Our highest level demon spirit is B level, Li Shu replied. That's still quite rare, the old man sighed softly. I would have liked to continue guarding the gate for you, but alas, I don't have the time. Without waiting for Li Shu to speak, the old man continued, Which commander's disciples are you two? Are you referring to the commander of the Longevity Association? We're not members of the Longevity Association, Li Shu said. You're not members of the Longevity Association? The old man was slightly taken aback and scrutinized Li Shu up and down, evidently doubtful. My friend Chu Jun is a young master of the Chu family in White Knight City. I am the city lord of the City of Light. Li Shu saw through the old man's thoughts and introduced their identities. The Chu family of White Knight City, no wonder he hasn't joined the Longevity Association. However, it's quite curious that someone from the Chu family became a trial taker. The old man nodded and asked Li Shu, I've never heard of the City of Light. The City of Light used to be Zhongshan City. Li Shu explained the origin of the City of Light. The old man was surprised. That's even stranger. I've heard of Red Sand City Lord before. It's quite surprising he could accommodate you. I find it quite surprising too. I didn't expect Red Sand City Lord to be so accommodating, Li Shu said with a smile, though he felt a bit confused inside. This old man seemed to be from Longevity Sky, yet he didn't know Red Sand City Lord was also from Longevity Sky. Longevity Sky truly is a mysterious organization, with members not recognizing each other internally. But since the old man asked which commander's disciple he was, he should know those commanders. How could he not recognize Red Sand City Lord? Are you really looking to buy the Golden Gate? The old man suddenly asked. Yes, Li Shu nodded. In that case, I have a favor to ask of you, a task that, if accomplished, will benefit you as well, the old man pondered as he spoke. If it's within our capabilities, we certainly won't disappoint you, Li Shu said. You've been very cautious, the old man chuckled. You haven't opened the door to the main hall in the temple, have you? No, Li Shu wasn't surprised at all, knowing the old man knew about the White Dog Jade Lamp. It wasn't surprising he knew there was an S-class demon spirit within the main hall. Probably the old man wanted to say, had they opened the door to the main hall, they likely wouldn't return. Inside the main hall, there's a very terrifying demon spirit. Even if you don't open the main hall's door, if the time is right, it will charge out, and you know very well what the consequences could be. The old man paused and then continued. If you truly want to buy the Golden Gate, you must eliminate that demon spirit first. What I ask of you is to help me remove it, and it'll benefit you too. That's a good thing, but what can we offer with our limited strength? Li Shu pondered. In the temple, you might not be of much help, but outside is different. Your friend is an S-class magic armor master, and she can help quite a bit. You two can perform some auxiliary tasks. The old man glanced at Qin Shi wearing the demon armor in the distance. That demon spirit can come out? Li Shu was shocked. If it couldn't, where did those demon spirits on Earth come from? That demon spirit is a bit different, not so easily charging out, but the old man seemed to recall something and didn't continue. Anyway, I have a way to lure it out, but I need you to help me with some tasks. Are you willing? Happy to oblige. If it was to go into the temple and kill that demon spirit, Li Shu would not agree so easily with the old man. But it was different outside, even if it was an S-class demon spirit. With magic armor in hand, Li Shu feared no demon spirit. All right, rest assured, it involves only auxiliary tasks. You'll just follow my plan without actually fighting the demon spirit, the old man reassured Li Shu. May I ask for your name? Li Shu still didn't know what the old man was called. Just call me Old Dao, the old man laughed. Li Shu initially wondered what the old man wanted them to do, only to find the old man took out a list instructing them to prepare everything on it for use when eliminating the demon spirit. Old Dao, are you asking us to run errands and buy stuff? Li Shu looked at the list and asked, Do you expect to fight the demon spirit? That wouldn't be helping. That'd be sending you to your deaths. Old Dao laughed. Just prepare everything on the list and have your magic armor master friend transported over. That's already a great help. An S-class magic armor master being used by Old Dao as a delivery person was a bit unexpected for Li Shu. He thought old Dao needed the S-class magic armor master to help encircle and kill the demon spirit. What kind of demon spirit is he planning to kill that makes old Dao not even regard an S-class magic armor master? Li Shu pondered internally. A 32. Chapter 302, 52, 52, The Anxiety of Gain and Loss? These things must be prepared within 10 days, the old man said to Li Shu. Let me calculate how much money all these things will cost, Li Shu said as he looked over the list. Li Shu looked at the lengthy list, which included many gemstones, with green tourmaline being the most required. Additionally, there were rubies and sapphires, making this quite an expense. Li Shu himself was currently extremely poor, so he certainly couldn't pay for these things himself. As for that demon spirit, whether to kill it now or not actually had little impact on Li Shu. Since the demon spirit would eventually emerge, once it did, it would be easy for Li Shu to kill it. He wouldn't need these things at all, so he definitely wouldn't spend money to buy them. One of you is from the Chu family, and the other is the city lord. You're still short on money? If I, the old man, pay out of pocket, then what's the point of you helping? Old Dao stared at Li Shu with wide eyes. Ahem, old Dao, you know the troubles of managing a household. I'm the city lord, but I'm already heavily indebted. I really can't fork out the money, Li Shu said sincerely, spreading his hands. I don't have money, old Dao said. Then there's no way out. We can stay here to help you, but we definitely can't afford to buy these things, Li Shu said, spreading his hands. Old Dao looked at Li Shu with mixed feelings. He had never seen someone like Li Shu who prioritized money over their own life. Without these things, what's the use of staying here? Old Dao couldn't help but swear, then shook his head helplessly and sighed. Fine, here's the deal. I have a demon spirit ring here. Let's treat it as compensating for these things. As he said this, old Dao took out a demon spirit ring from his pocket, fondly holding it between his fingers. After some time, old Dao handed the demon spirit ring to Li Shu and said, This is the relic of an old friend of mine. It's a B-grade radiant demon spirit. You must cultivate it carefully. Don't feed it carefully. You must feed it sapphires. Perhaps at the S-grade level, it might have a high chance of comprehending another talent skill, making it a dual talent skill demon spirit. May I ask if, besides this demon spirit ring, you have anything else? Li Shu asked, not particularly interested in the demon spirit ring. He already had so many demon spirits to feed, yet this one required sapphires. With that money, wouldn't it be better to level up the Love God Shooter and the White Knight female demon instead? Or wouldn't the demigod Shayna and Jedi Knight be more powerful if leveled up? Young people shouldn't be too greedy. This is a rare, top-grade demon spirit. If it weren't, forget it. Do you not want it? Old Dao was tired of exchanging pleasantries with Li Shu. Demon spirit rings differ from contracts. Once you understand the Trial Gate's rules and the pattern of contracts, getting a radiant contract is fairly manageable. Chongsheng Tian has a distinct advantage in this aspect, so when Li Shu mentioned he and Chu Jun had radiant contracts, old Dao wasn't overly surprised. However, demon spirit rings are different. Acquiring one could be life-threatening and isn't guaranteed, depending heavily on luck. Li Shu, a mere E-grade trial taker, was already extremely lucky to get a B-grade radiant demon spirit, yet he was still dissatisfied, wanting more, causing old Dao to question Li Shu's character. Li Shu saw old Dao's expression and realized he truly couldn't offer anything else. So he accepted the demon spirit ring and said with a grin, I didn't mean it like that. The demon spirit ring is great, but you need the right buyer to sell it for a good price, get the money, and then buy the things we need. Isn't that somewhat troublesome? Sell? You're thinking of selling the demon spirit ring? Old Dao looked at Li Shu as if he were crazy. Within Chongsheng Tian, countless members yearned for such a demon spirit, and if ordinary members could possess one, they would probably wake up laughing. If not for knowing his time was limited and that keeping it wouldn't be useful, perhaps even following him to his grave, he wouldn't have given the demon spirit ring to Li Shu. Li Shu saying he wanted to sell it made old Dao's mouth twitch, feeling like murdering someone, with his impression of Li Shu worsening. Ahem, I was just saying that. I accept the demon spirit ring, and I'll guarantee to get the items without a hitch within 10 days. Li Shu felt old Dao's odd gaze, quickly turned around, and left, calling Chu Jun and Qin Shi to leave together. Is old Dao reliable? After leaving the Golden Gate, Li Shu explained the situation to the two, and Chu Jun furrowed his eyebrows. Reliable or not, the demon spirit ring is already in my hands. Li Shu tossed the demon spirit ring that old Dao had given him to Chu Jun. Do you want to give it a try and see if this demon spirit ring is real? If it is, it can offset some of the money you lent me. My demon spirits haven't even reached their level caps yet. What's the use of having it? It's not a radiant demon spirit. Chu Jun tossed the demon spirit ring back to Li Shu. People from Chongsheng Tian are tough to deal with. Be cautious, Qin Shi said worriedly. I know. Li Shu actually found Chongsheng Tian not as intimidating as others imagined. He had someone from Chongsheng Tian working diligently for him at the moment. A 303, chapter 303, 52 gaining and losing 2. What are you planning? Chu Jun asked Li Shu. First, let's get the things ready and send them over to him. Let's see what he really intends to do. Just as he said, if he can summon the demon spirit and eliminate it, it would be a good thing for us. After all, once we buy the Golden Gate, the S-class demon spirit within the main hall will also be a problem, Li Shu said. Whatever you say, will do. Chu Jun didn't have any objections. He was quite curious about the demon spirit that old Dao mentioned and wanted to see it for himself. The three people originally set to go to Guye City had to return to the City of Light, allowing Shachu to prepare those materials. Since the City Lord's mansion was really out of money, Chu Jun had to cover part of the funds for buying the Golden Gate. Old Guan, how is my set of demon armor coming along? Li Shu went to the laboratory and found the busy Ichimen Guan. Why rush? We're working day and night on it. All other work has stopped just to make your demon armor. It will take another 20 days, Jimen Guan said. Can it be finished in 10 days? I need the demon armor for something. Li Shu planned to take a set of demon armor to old Dao. If this set couldn't be finished, he would have to take the ghost-faced magic armor instead, though Li Shu preferred not to show the ghost-faced magic armor to the people of Changsheng Heaven. At least 20 days. Old Guan said without looking up. This could be a problem, Li Shu pondered silently. What is so urgent? Old Guan lifted his head, curious about why Li Shu needed the demon armor so hastily. I might have to kill a demon spirit. Li Shu explained the situation with old Dao and the Golden Gate. Old Dao? You mean Elder Dao? Old Guan asked in surprise. You know him? Li Shu realized he had overlooked old Guan, who used to mingle a lot in Changsheng Heaven. Of course I know him. I can't believe he's still alive. Back when I was in Changsheng Heaven, he was already an elder. I interacted with him quite a bit. He was a decent guy. Unlike the other elders and commanders who were all high and mighty, Elder Dao did everything slowly and was easy to talk to, with a good temperament. Simen Guan thought for a moment and continued. I remember his symbiotic contract was a knife, and he was nicknamed Demon Blade. Legends say that no one has ever seen him draw his blade, not because everyone who saw it died, but because his blade was too fast. Even those who saw him draw it couldn't see its form, hence the name Demon Blade. At this point, Zimen Guan's expression turned serious. You said he's guarding the Golden Gate, so it must be right. It surely means there's a remarkable demon spirit inside that Golden Gate ready to break out. Otherwise, they wouldn't send these elders to guard it. Changsheng Heaven would do such a thing. Li Shu was shocked. In his impression, Changsheng Heaven wasn't anything good, yet they sent people to guard the trial gate to prevent the demon spirits from escaping, which could be considered a public good. Zimen Guan smirked and said, once the demon spirit breaks out, it'll look for gemstones to swallow. Do you think Changsheng Heaven would let the demon spirit devour gemstones? That's their foundation. I see. The motive may be impure, but it's indeed a good deed. Li Shu nodded. Having Elder Dao personally guard it means the demon spirit about to burst from the trial gate is no ordinary one. Zimen Guan mused, here's the plan. I'll assemble the demon armor within 10 days so you can use it temporarily, and once you're back, we can add some other main components. Missing main components? Li Shu was hearing for the first time about such a thing. Since it's usable, the demon armor should be completed. How are their main components not yet installed? The primary parts of this demon armor are almost done. With some haste, 10 days should suffice. However, its weapon system isn't complete. You can use it first without the weapon system. Zimen Guan explained. How am I supposed to kill a demon spirit without a weapon system? Li Shu felt Zimen Guan was joking. Without a weapon system, would he have to fight the demon spirit barehanded? The weapon system I'm referring to isn't what you understand. Conventional demon light weapons are part of the demon armor's energy system, which is nearly ready. The demonic light skills you usually employ would work fine. Zimen Guan chuckled. Li Shu suddenly became interested and quickly asked, what weapon system are you talking about? Hehe, it's a special weapon system I designed for your demon armor, using that monster horn and weapon you brought as materials to develop a unique weapon system. Once I install it, you'll see the benefits. Alright, don't disturb us anymore. We need to rush the work, otherwise it won't be finished in 10 days. Zimen Guan shooed Li Shu away. Li Shu became even more excited about the demon armor Zimen Guan was constructing, especially the weapon system. He was already aware of the situation at the Golden Gate, so he decided not to go to Guye City and had Sha Chu send someone directly to meet with that boss Chu to see if the Golden Gate could be purchased. You make me do all the work while you spend your days with that beautiful magic armor master, traveling, being lovey-dovey, inseparable. Is this fair? Sha Chu scoffed at Li Shu. Serial 4, Chapter 304, 15-2, Worrying About Gains and Losses 3. Why don't you come with me to travel around, have some fun, never leave each other's side, and let Qin Shi take care of those things? Li Shu smiled. Forget it, don't gross me out. Sha Chu rolled her eyes at Li Shu, swung her long legs, and walked away with a twist. Her figure is really impeccable, it's just her personality that's a bit lacking. Watching Sha Chu's departing figure, Li Shu stroked his chin and thought. Qin Shi finally saw the large and soft bed Li Shu had mentioned. Despite her repeated refusals, Li Shu still let her have the room that used to belong to the Zhongshan City Lord. Pervert. What man decorates a room like this? Looking at the big bed with pink sheets and a lace-pink princess canopy, Qin Shi's pretty face blushed as she couldn't help but curse softly. Apart from the pink bed, there were some paintings on the wall. The women in these paintings were very beautiful, yet their clothing was quite revealing, and their eyes seemed to be alluring, making Qin Shi blush even more. Is he hinting something to me? Will he suddenly barge in at night? Should I lock the door? But if I lock the door, will he think I don't trust him? Qin Shi was very conflicted inside. Qin Shi somewhat misunderstood Li Shu. This room was left by the previous Zhongshan city lord, and the arrangement hadn't changed. Primarily, Li Shu didn't care about these things at all and had no money to spend on them. As for those paintings, Li Shu found them quite beautiful. Sha Chu mentioned that they seemed to be works of a particularly famous painter and were worth some money. The first night, Qin Shi didn't sleep well at all. Every little sound outside would make her open her eyes immediately. Unfortunately, after a restless night, no one came to open her door. Early the next morning, it was still a Fei who came to call her to breakfast, and Qin Shi felt a bit miffed inside. After breakfast, Li Shu stopped Qin Shi. I've noticed you seem in pretty good shape these days. Interested in doing some activities? What do you mean? The word activities made Qin Shi think of something inappropriate, and her cheeks turned slightly red. I have a rookie magic armor master here. How about you give some pointers? Li Shu figured since Qin Shi was staying for a while anyway, she might as well help Ye Shi Yuan with practice. Although Ye Shi Yuan's talent was excellent, she lacked combat experience. Qin Shi had abundant combat experience, and her abilities were stronger than Qing Shan's, better able to unleash Ye Shi Yuan's potential. Okay. Qin Shi agreed with delight. Previously, she couldn't be of any help when out with Li Shu and didn't understand the trial taker stuff, making her feel like a useless housewife. Now Li Shu asked her to instruct the magic armor master, which was her field of expertise, and she thought she'd better perform well to avoid Li Shu looking down on her later. When Qin Shi saw Ye Shi Yuan, she unexpectedly felt a bit of hostility. Ye Shi Yuan was just too beautiful. Qin Shi was a great beauty herself, but seeing Ye Shi Yuan made her feel somewhat insecure about her looks. Both of them could be said to be equally beautiful, but Ye Shi Yuan had an indescribable femininity, or rather charm, which attracted men and was something Qin Shi lacked. This girl, could she be Li Shu's kept lover? All men are the same, none of them are good? Qin Shi examined Ye Shi Yuan and felt that in terms of appearance, age, or attractiveness to men, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. So what if she's young and beautiful, she's just a pretty face? Qin Shi thought a girl like Ye Shi Yuan probably just dabbled for fun and wouldn't actually aim to become a magic armor master to fight on the battlefield. Qin Shi didn't even realize she unconsciously saw Ye Shi Yuan as a rival. When Qin Shi discovered that Ye Shi Yuan's armor was the ghost-faced magic armor, she was taken aback. She can use the S-rank ghost-faced magic armor. Qin Shi found it hard to believe. When Ye Shi Yuan donned the ghost-faced magic armor to spar with Qin Shi felt a deep sense of failure. Though it was apparent that Ye Shi Yuan's combat experience was lacking, probably due to not experiencing much actual combat, her talent and abilities were at least on par with Qin Shi's, if not superior. Qin Shi's prideful advantages seemed insignificant in front of Ye Shi Yuan. With such an outstanding girl by his side, is Li Shu really destined to be my man? Qin Shi felt somewhat insecure. The second night in the City of Light, Qin Shi again didn't sleep well, but this time it wasn't because she was worried about Li Shu barging in at night. She was pondering whether Li Shu had any feelings for her and why he hadn't shown any signs. If he wasn't interested, why was he so nice to her? If he was interested, why hadn't he made a move? Could it be that she was too cold and scared him off, making Li Shu afraid to express his feelings? But if she were too enthusiastic, would Li Shu think she's a frivolous girl? For so many days, nothing unfortunate happened around her. He should be her true love, and she shouldn't be so guarded against her. Could he have misunderstood something? That night, Qin Shi was anxious and didn't sleep much at all. She suddenly hoped her door would be pushed open, and if Li Shu really came in forcefully, she might as well go along with it. After all, she was just a weak woman, and it was normal to be powerless against a trial taker. Unfortunately, there was no movement at the door. If Li Shu knew Qin Shi was actually waiting for him to push her over, he might have really gone in, but he knew none of this. Currently, Li Shu was focused on recent news. Something had happened in Red Sand City. Near a small town under Red Sand City's jurisdiction, several terrifying demons had appeared, nearly razing the small town to the ground, thousands perishing, and the town completely destroyed. Li Shu looked at the address the Red Sand City Lord had given him before, and it was precisely near the small town mentioned in the news. 305. Chapter 305, 53, Lightspeed 1. It seems the Red Sand City Lord didn't deceive me, and there's really something going on. Seeing the news, Li Shu showed some interest in the super spirit gemstone mentioned by the Red Sand City Lord. However, if such a gemstone were to appear, the people from the City of Light would definitely not let it slide. If there was a fight for it, not only would they have to face those demon spirits, but also compete with the City of Light people. Even if they snatched it away, the City of Light might come knocking later. It's just a lot of trouble. The key issue is, Li Shu doesn't even know what the super spirit gemstone looks like. Even if he saw it, he might not recognize it. With so many stones in the gemstone mine, who knows which one is the super spirit gemstone? Let's wait until the old guy finishes my demon armor first. To avoid causing trouble for the City of Light, creating a set of unseen demon armor to snatch it might be a plan. Li Shu was waiting for news from Sha Chu while frantically entering the trial ground with A Fei, Chu Jun, and Ye Yuzhen. When he finally improved the primordial embryo quality to 1-4, news came from Sha Chu that old boss Chu agreed to transfer the Golden Gate at a reasonable price, but he had one condition. He wants to invest in the Demon Spirit Tournament. That's interesting. I'll consider it, Li Shu said thoughtfully after hearing the condition from Sha Chu. Old boss Chu's terms are excellent. He might even waive the Golden Gate fee, directly exchanging for shares, and also pay us 30 million space credits. In total, it equals 30% of the Demon Spirit Tournament shares. Where else can you find such favorable conditions? What's there to consider? Sha Chu always thought the Demon Spirit Tournament was a losing venture, potentially causing major trouble. Having someone willing to take over was the best outcome. Our initial investment is roughly 30 million space credits, exchanging 30% of shares for break-even. It's a rare opportunity even with a lantern. Furthermore, the money Chu Jun invested is approximately 30 million space credits. And didn't you also give him 30% of the shares? Chu Sha said. How much to buy the Golden Gate without selling shares? Li Shu pondered aloud. You wouldn't really consider rejecting old boss Chu, would you? Chu Sha looked at Li Shu in shock, unable to think of any reason not to sell. A full investment only gets back 30% returns. It's hard to imagine what went through old boss Chu's mind for him to make such a move. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's asking for 30% of the Demon Spirit Tournament shares, not just profits from this tournament, which means he could take 30% of the profits for every future tournament. 30 million and a Golden Gate aren't worth that price. Tell old boss Chu that investment is possible, but only for 5% of the shares, Li Shu said. Have you gone mad, or have I? For a tournament with only 10 participants so far, you don't know if there'll even be a next one. They're offering 30 million plus a trial gate, and you only give them 5% of shares? Sha Chu said, wide-eyed. I've already given a lot. If it weren't for recognizing old boss Chu's good judgment as our first investor, even this 5% wouldn't be given. Li Shu calmly replied, just relay what I said to old boss Chu, and if he disagrees, no further discussions are needed. We'll forego the Golden Gate. Sha Chu reluctantly conveyed Li Shu's terms to old boss Chu's team. Upon proposing the 5% offer, their team shared the same incredulous expression as Sha Chu had upon hearing the terms from Li Shu. During the video conference, the team looked at Sha Chu like she was insane. Sha Chu had no choice but to feign confidence, stubbornly refusing to budge on the 5% and even directly stating that if they couldn't accept it, there would be no need to continue negotiating. The opposing team urgently requested to pause the video conference, needing to hold a meeting for further discussion. They said it was for research, but they were likely consulting with old boss Chu. Sha Chu thought the deal was definitely off. No fool would invest 30 million in a tournament with only a dozen participants and exchange for only 5% of shares. After all, it's 30 million space credits, not cheap ancient Yuet currency. To everyone's surprise, after requesting another video conference, they agreed to the terms outright and smoothly concluded the negotiations, leaving only the final agreement signing. Sha Chu felt like she was dreaming. It was surreal. In the following 2 days, the team came to the City of Light to sign the agreement and delivered the first batch of funds worth millions. According to the contract, the 30 million would be divided into 3 installments in the City of Light's account, with the first batch being 1 million. Looking at so many zeros in the account, Sha Chu suddenly wondered if she had misunderstood something about the world or money before. Money is blown by the wind? Sha Chu could only marvel at how wealthy people don't seem to consider money as money. Seeing that the agreed meeting time with old Dao was fast approaching, Li Shu assumed he couldn't count on Zimen Guan. But just then, Zimen Guan finally called, "Your demon armor is assembled. You can pick it up and use it now." Li Shu hurried to the laboratory, where Zimen Guan was waiting behind his desk. "Where's the demon armor?" Li Shu frowned as he didn't see it and asked. 36. Chapter 36153 Lightspeed 12. Isn't it right here? Zimen Guan chuckled. Right here, you couldn't mean this, could you? Li Shu's gaze turned to the object on the desk. He had spotted it when entering the room but never imagined it was his demon armor. The object on the desk looked exactly like a laptop with a black case. Although slightly thicker, it was no bigger than a gaming laptop, even smaller than the ghost-faced magic armor. The key was that its appearance was so similar to a laptop that even a magic armor master, if not informed in advance, would definitely mistake it for one. Old Guan, your skills are getting more impressive. Li Shu had to give Old Guan a thumbs up. This level of craftsmanship and skill surpassed that of Space City's first laboratory. The remarkable part was that Old Guan's equipment was much simpler than the first lab, making it indisputable that he's indeed the father of demon armor. Read more books when you have time, learn how others compliment people, you keep repeating the same old words. Aren't you tired of saying them? I'm tired of hearing them. Zimen Guan crossed his arms, looking nonchalant, but his boastful little eyes had already given him away. All right, I'll read more poetry when I have time, learn those praiseworthy verses, and make you feel cultured next time. Li Shu studied the armor for a long time and couldn't find the activation switch. Old Guan, where's the activation switch, he wondered. What era do you think we're in? I've added fingerprint recognition for you. Only your fingerprint can open it, and the real activation device is revealed once the lock is unlocked. Old Guan pouted as he explained. Following Zimin Guan's instructions, Li Shu input his fingerprint on the side and using fingerprint activation revealed the real device. Li Shu thought these flashy things were useless. Space City had designed fingerprint locks before, even iris recognition at one point. But they were of little use, too easy to tamper with, and magic armor masters activated armor via spiritual sense. Even powerful masters could activate armor through the outer shell. Moreover, such features affected the rapid equipping of the armor. It was embarrassing to hear, "Fingerprint error, please re-enter," while demons were right in front of you. Eventually, such gimmicks were abandoned. Most armors were unlocked, and only the boxes containing armors might be locked. Zimin Guan seemed to read Li Shu's thoughts and smirked. Try activating it without fingerprint unlocking. With Zimin Guan's prompting, Li Shu gave it a try. His spiritual sense was so strong that even without crossing certain boundaries, it was of world-class standard. Since he knew the location of the activation device, not just through a thin panel, but even through a metal block, Li Shu could activate it. Yet when he tried, the armor didn't respond at all, making him suspect it was faulty and simply couldn't be activated. Ordinary fingerprint locks don't work because the materials aren't right. This armor has materials refined from demon spirit wood. Without unlocking, no matter how strong your spiritual sense is, you can't activate it. Zimin Guan chuckled. Interesting. A white light flashed in Li Shu's eyes as he tried again to activate the armor without unlocking it. Even if you try 10,000 times, it won't. Zimin Guan's voice abruptly stopped before the word work was out, as his eyes nearly popped out watching Li Shu. The laptop-like armor began to glow with streams of blue light. As the light progressed, the entire armor transformed, spreading from Li Shu's hand over his body, covering him entirely in an instant. The black lacquered shell had each component in the perfect streamline, with blue light patterns flowing across its surface. The faceplate resembled a black mirror with occasional flashes of blue light, exuding a sense of technology and futurism. Wearing this armor, Li Shu looked like a future warrior traveling back through time, completely unlike a product of contemporary technology. Simply too sci-fi, too cool, too dreamy. Li Shu's mind moved, and the blue light on the shell flowed, lifting his body off the ground as if he were an alien in super armor. Impossible. How was it activated? Could it be malfunctioning? Zimin Guan was still puzzled about how the armor had been activated. Li Shu moved around the office as if floating in water before settling back in front of the desk. Although he hadn't tested the magic light strength of this armor, just the speed of magic light transmission, its efficiency, and its sensitivity to spiritual sense, Li Shu knew this armor's performance far exceeded that of the ghost-faced magic armor. Old Guan, what do you call this armor? Li Shu was very satisfied with it, noting its performance was far superior to his previous user, the red hibiscus shield. I'm not in the mood to name armors like this. Except for my personal armor, none of the others deserve a name. If you want a name, think of one yourself, Zimin Guan replied proudly. 307, Chapter 307, 53 Speed of Light, 1-3. Let's call it Light Speed number 1. Li Shu thought for a moment and said, why that name? Zimin Guan didn't understand Li Shu's logic. To him, this set of demon armor ought to have some godlike name. After all, he, Zimin Guan, made this armor, and even though he himself thinks it's junk, to others it's a godlike piece. Because I like it. Li Shu laughed. That's a very good reason, as long as you like it. Zimin Guan continued, why don't you take the armor off first and I'll take a look. It seems to be malfunctioning. Li Shu removed Lightspeed number 1 and handed it over to Zimin Guan for inspection. But after using all sorts of instruments to test it, they couldn't find any issues. Lightspeed number 1 was as good as new. The fingerprint lock was completely normal, without any damage, and it couldn't be activated through the lock. How exactly did you activate it earlier? Zimin Guan couldn't help but ask Li Shu, with strong spiritual sense, naturally. Li Shu laughed. Zimin Guan didn't know if Li Shu was serious or joking. At least to Zimin Guan, this seemed implausible. Lightspeed number 1 had undergone rigorous tests, and even an S-class magic armor master's spiritual sense shouldn't activate it through the lock. Li Shu didn't explain further. It was only after his spiritual sense crossed that line that he could activate Lightspeed number 1, proving that Zimin Guan's design was indeed effective. A regular S-class magic armor master couldn't bypass the fingerprint lock to activate Lightspeed number 1. The defense mechanism was sufficient. Putting Lightspeed number 1 into his backpack, Li Shu left the lab and called upon Chu Jun, Qin Shi, and the Yi siblings to head to the Golden Gate together. Li Shu had taught Shi Wan all the necessary skills, and it was about time for her to participate in a real battle. Shi Wan and Qin Shi used their magic armors to carry the goods packed in containers, while Ye Yuzhen and Chu Jun cleared branches and vines ahead to make a path. The group soon arrived at the Golden Gate and saw Old Dao sitting there, sipping tea. They placed the 2 containers on a nearby open space. Li Shu sat down next to Old Dao without hesitation, pouring himself a cup of tea and gulping it down. Wiping his mouth, he said, Old Dao, I've gathered everything you wanted. What's next? You're quite something, having 2 S-class magic armor masters under your command. Old Dao, instead of answering Li Shu's question, glanced at Qin Shi and Shi Wan and said with a smile, "Just two S-class magic armor masters, nothing special." Li Shu laughed. Old Dao shook his head, thinking that Li Shu was good-natured but overly boastful. Other city lords in the Southern Cross Federation would rather keep their S-class magic armor masters hidden as deeply as possible to avoid detection by others. But here's Li Shu, seemingly afraid that people wouldn't know he has S-class magic armor masters. "The tallest tree in the forest is sure to be toppled. Take care of yourself," Old Dao said as he stood and walked toward the containers, unceremoniously organizing Chu Jun, Qin Shi, and the others. Li Shu sat leisurely at the tea table, sipping tea and watching Chu Jun and the others work happily under Old Dao's direction. "Kid, why aren't you helping?" Old Dao, after distributing the tasks, returned to find Li Shu relaxing with tea and peanuts and said, not too pleased, "Have you ever seen a city lord doing such dirty and tiring work personally?" Li Shu chuckled. Old Dao was a bit taken aback, then laughed. "I forgot you're a city lord. Do I not seem like a city lord?" Li Shu asked. "Not at all. It's just that you're too young," Old Dao mused for a moment before suddenly asking, "What's your symbiotic contract?" "It's this." Li Shu summoned the forbidden spear and placed it on the table for Old Dao to see. Old Dao glanced at it but didn't reach out to touch it. Slightly disappointed, he said, "What a pity." "Pity about what?" Li Shu asked. "Pity that your symbiotic contract isn't a blade. Now that I find you quite pleasing, I could teach you a thing or two, since I'm idle anyway." Old Dao said with a sly smile, "I don't have a blade, but I do have a sword." Li Shu reached out, drawing the Fire Lotus sword from his waist. "But that's not your symbiotic contract. Teaching you would be pointless." Old Dao shook his head. "Why does it have to be a symbiotic contract? Does blade technique really differ between symbiotic contract and parasitic contract?" Li Shu said, pursing his lips. "If you don't want to teach, just say so. No need for so many excuses." Old Dao wasn't angered, still smiling. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. If you understood, you wouldn't know, and even if you knew, it would be useless. So even if you learned, it would just be for nothing. You said you're idle anyway. Consider it a way to pass time," Li Shu said lazily. He was quite interested in the magic blade Zeman Guan mentioned, curious to see how extraordinary Old Dao's blade technique was, not really aiming to learn anything. "True, I'm idle anyway, so I'll teach you a couple of tricks," Old Dao said, extending a finger from each hand, dipping them into the teacup, and then began drawing on the table. One hand drew a circle while the other a square, both hands moving simultaneously, completely independent of each other. "Want to try?" After finishing, Old Dao withdrew his fingers and looked at Li Shu, smiling. "Isn't this just multitasking, a fundamental skill of a magic armor master? What's there to try?" Li Shu said. "You said it yourself. It's a fundamental skill for magic armor masters, not for you. Do you think you can do it?" Old Dao said. "Is this all you're going to teach me?" Li Shu wasn't interested in this sort of thing. Talk of multitasking was nothing to him. Not even 3 or 4 tasks at once were difficult for him. "Don't be in a rush. Haste makes waste. Some things you have to take slowly. Before teaching you, I'll share a principle with you first." Saying this, Old Dao took out a photo, held it up for Li Shu to see. 38. Chapter 308, 54 Problematic Black Card. The photo showed a sensual, cold, and beautiful woman in a deep V nightgown sitting behind a desk, fully proving what cute is worthless in front of sexy means. Almost all the men's eyes were immediately attracted to that half-revealed, nearly perfect great mountain, unable to look away. Old Knife suddenly took back the photo and then said, "There's a cute figurine on the office desk. Can you tell me what it is?" Old Knife secretly chuckled to himself. "Kid, if I don't teach you a bit of how the world works, you won't understand that I've lived so many more years than you, not for nothing." "Is it the figurine of the girl in the school uniform?" Li Shu asked in return. Old Knife was taken aback, quietly thinking, impossible. How could any man in front of such a superb beauty notice anything else? Does this kid not like women? Or has he seen this photo so many times before that he's become immune? Old Knife didn't want to ask Li Shu if he didn't like women, so he looked at the picture and asked, "What's on the bookshelf behind the woman besides books?" "A pot of green plant." "What's the color of the books on the first shelf?" "All are black covers with gold lettering." "What's the color of the 4th book from the right on the 3rd shelf?" "Red cover with black letters." "What's the name of the book next to it?" "To the left is the Classic of Mountains and Seas. To the right is the 3 Musketeers." Old Knife's eyes gradually widened. This wasn't about liking women. Even if he had seen the photo before, it was impossible to remember so much detail. "Old Knife, what exactly are you trying to teach me?" Li Shu asked Old Knife with a smile. The lesson is to tell you not to look aimlessly. There's such a beauty in front of you, and you're looking at all that random stuff. It's because of young people like you that the world's population is decreasing," Old Knife forced himself to say. "Isn't the world's population decreasing due to high life pressure?" Li Shu said. "What do you know? No matter how great the pressure of life, could it be greater than during times of war? Back then, one couldn't even eat but still had children." Old Knife pouted. "Forget it. Enough of this. Didn't I say I'd teach you a couple of moves? Let's start now." "You've said so much nonsense, I almost forgot about it." "What do you really want to teach me?" Li Shu asked like Chu Chu Xing. "Of course, I'm going to teach you sword techniques. It's all I'm good at." Old Knife picked up a bamboo chopstick, held it in his hand, and suddenly flicked his wrist. Before Li Shu could see what happened, the chopstick flicked against his neck and then was pulled back. The whole process was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to see anything clearly. This move is called sword swinging. How about it? Old Knife put down the chopstick, somewhat smugly. Isn't it just using the power of wrist flicking to achieve acceleration? Doesn't seem that impressive to learn, Li Shu said, somewhat disappointed. Old Knife couldn't stand Li Shu's attitude and snorted coldly. It looks easy, but it's not that easy to master. And even if you master it, using it in real combat is even harder. Of course, everything seems easy when you just talk about it. After hearing Old Knife's words, Li Shu picked up the chopstick on the table, flicked his wrist, and the chopstick shot towards Old Knife's neck with an afterimage. Although Old Knife leaned his upper body back and dodged the chopstick, he looked at Li Shu as if he'd seen a ghost. Have you practiced sword swinging? In Old Knife's view, without 2 or 3 years of practice and exceptional talent, it would be impossible to execute it as smoothly as Li Shu. Li Shu's use of the sword swinging technique and his familiarity with it were not beneath Old Knife's level at all. Besides this, is there anything else you can teach me? Li Shu didn't answer, just looked at Old Knife and asked, Since you've already mastered this simple trick, I'll teach you something real. Old Knife reached inside his clothes and fiddled around. After fiddling for quite a while without pulling his hand out, Li Shu wondered if Old Knife was just rubbing dirt inside there. Fortunately, Old Knife finally pulled his hand out, holding a crumpled sheet of paper. My sword technique insights come from this. Take a look at it yourself. If you ever become an S-level trial taker, it might be of some help to you. After Old Knife finished speaking, he lazily lay back on the rocking chair. Li Shu unfolded the paper, discovering that rather than paper, it was more like cloth. It looked neither like hemp nor silk, more like some kind of leather, but not like a parchment scroll. It was much finer and thinner, indistinguishable from ordinary paper. The paper depicted an illustration of a knife, a seemingly unremarkable ghost head knife. Ghost head knives are known as ruffians of the blade. In ancient times, few craftsmen made them specifically, nor had official specifications for them. Most ghost head knives were homemade, with poor craftsmanship. Both soldiers and heroes were unlikely to use such knives as weapons. Historically, the ones who used ghost head knives the most were executioners. The knife in the painting was entirely pitch black, seemingly unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it emitted an indescribable aura of evil. Clearly just an illustration, it somehow sent chills down the viewer's spine, as if worried that the ghost head knife, with its overwhelming aura, would leap out from the drawing and decapitate them. C309, Chapter 309, 54, Problematic Black Card 2. The ghostly sword in this painting seems a bit eerie, Li Shu remarked, looking at the sword in the painting. This painting was ripped from the execution platform in front of the Heavenly Gate, Old Dao chuckled. Heavenly Gate? What's that place? Li Shu thought for a moment, as if he had never heard of such a name. The Heavenly Gate is a trial gate, where mysterious things abound. If you encounter a demonic spirit there in your lifetime, it means your ancestors must have wronged people for 8 generations, and you're destined to have bad luck in this life. What sort of demonic spirits are that sinister? Li Shu asked curiously. You still have a long way to go, knowing won't help you anyway. It's the kind of demonic spirit that makes you wish you were dead the moment you see it. In that place of the Heavenly Gate, any demonic spirit is of that caliber. No one can stop them. Old Dao's eyes seemed to glaze over, as if trapped in a memory. Aren't they just some demonic spirits? They only hide in the land of trial. If they come out, they would have been finished off by magic armor masters by now, Li Shu said. You're still too young, Old Dao sneered coldly. Magic armor masters? They're nothing compared to those demonic spirits. The high status of magic armor masters now is just because the truly fearsome demonic spirits haven't stormed out of the trial gate. Those that have come out are just trash that doesn't even count as small fry. Let's put it this way. Things were better in the past. If it weren't for the longevity sect holding the front line these years, guarding the trial gate, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Kid, you got decent talent. If you get the chance, you can join the longevity sect and take a look. With your talent, you should have the opportunity to come in contact with those things. With these words, Old Dao sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's get back to the Heavenly Gate. The land of trial of that gate is incredibly bizarre. Once inside, there's another door, as massive as a mountain, practically endless. The door is tightly shut, and in front of it stands an execution platform with a stone tablet, and this painting hangs on that tablet. Sounds like this painting has quite a history. Are you really going to give it to me? Li Shu asked in surprise. The two had only met recently and didn't have any life and death bond. Why was Old Dao suddenly giving him something so precious? This made Li Shu a bit suspicious of Old Dao's intentions. Don't overthink it. The painting is real, but it's just a replica. The original is not with me, Old Dao said with a grin. So, it's a replica. Where's the original painting then? Li Shu asked curiously. Still hanging on the execution platform in front of the Heavenly Gate. Back then, when we took the painting down, it nearly caused a catastrophe. We were fortunate to hang it back in time to avoid any major trouble. But ever since then, things have been unstable near the Heavenly Gate. Old Dao sighed again. At the time, we had several replicas made, and this is one of them. My swordsmanship was deduced from this painting. However, having seen the original myself, just looking at this replica without having seen the original is much less effective. Better than nothing. I'll gratefully accept it then, thanks. Li Shu appreciated the painting for a moment before folding the paper and tucking it into his backpack. The paper was very special. It had almost been squeezed into a paper ball in old Dao's arms, yet it appeared unwrinkled when opened, so there was no worry about it being damaged. While the two were talking, Chu Jun and the other three had just about finished all the tasks old Dao had assigned. After all, with 2 trial takers and 2 magic armor masters working, they were not to be compared with ordinary people. Your people are quite good. 2 S-class magic armor masters are impressive, and those 2 trial takers aren't bad either, old Dao commented, glancing at Chu Jun and the others. They're all right, Li Shu replied offhandedly. If you continue developing like this, sooner or later, those commanders will set their sights on you. If you plan to join the longevity sect in the future, I have some advice for you. Old Dao pondered for a moment before continuing. Join the red, not the black, and don't entangle with any vice presidents. What do you mean by join the red, not the black? Li Shu had a vague feeling something was amiss. When the longevity sect invites you to join, there are 2 types of invitation cards. A red card means inviting you to be a regular member, while a black card means inviting you to be a super member, old Dao explained. Isn't being a super member better? Sounds like better treatment and more power. Why join the red, not the black? Li Shu, who received a black card from the Red Sand City Lord, asked, Regular members don't get great treatment and have little power within the sect, but there's a perk to being a regular member. You don't have to be on duty while super members do, old Dao chuckled. What does being on duty entail? Li Shu knew it probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. Being on duty means when it's your turn, you have to guard the trial gate. If any demonic spirits rush out from within, you're the first line of defense, old Dao said, taking a sip of tea, moistening his throat before continuing. As for why not to get involved with those vice presidents, it's not something I can say. You'll have to figure it out yourself once you join the sect. What if I've already received a black invitation card? Although Li Shu wasn't afraid to guard the trial gate, he still wanted to be clear about the situation. 31, Chapter 310, 54 Problematic Black Card 3. Have you received a black invitation card? Show it to me. I should have guessed that someone like you would not go unnoticed by Long Life Hall, the old knife sighed. Li Shu took out the black invitation card given to him by the Red Sand City Lord and handed it to the old knife. The old knife took a careful look and his expression suddenly changed. There's a problem with this black invitation card. What problem? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Only the 6 commanders of Long Life Hall have the authority to recruit new members externally. Even the deputy chairman don't have the power to recruit new members. This is a rule set by the chairman, which has never been changed, and no one dares to violate it, the old knife said as he flipped the black card over to show Li Shu. All invitation cards look the same, no difference, but on the card itself, there are actually hidden messages. Different messages represent different commanders, and just by this invitation card, you can know which commander invited you to join. How come I didn't see any messages on the card? Li Shu scrutinized the card, confused. Of course, you can't see them. The messages on the card aren't meant to be seen with the eyes, but to be felt with the hands, like Braille. Only those who know can sense these messages and understand what they mean, the old knife said with an odd expression. But your invitation card doesn't have these hidden messages. What do you mean? Is my invitation card fake? Li Shu was taken aback by what he heard. The material and craftsmanship should be genuine, but it lacks the hidden messages. This black invitation card is half genuine and half fake, truly perplexing. Who knows what the person who made this card is trying to do, the old knife said with a cold glint in his eyes. Li Shu had no doubt that if the person who made this card were in front of him, he might have already cut them down with one sweep. Who gave you this card? The old knife asked, staring at Li Shu. The Red Sand City Lord, Li Shu said, curious about what was going on, so he didn't hide it and mentioned the Red Sand City Lord. The Red Sand City Lord? The old knife was taken aback by the answer. What's wrong? Seeing the old knife's reaction, Li Shu sensed something was off. Didn't I mention earlier that only the 6 commanders have the right to invite new members? I don't know if the Red Sand City Lord is one of Long Life Hall's people, but he's definitely not one of the 6 commanders. How could he have such a problematic super member invitation card and even give it to you? He can't possibly have the authority to issue this invitation card, the old knife said with a frown. If you don't know, then I have even less idea about what's going on, Li Shu said, spreading his hands. I've always thought that the Red Sand City Lord must be a member of the Hall. Such a figure, Long Life Hall cannot ignore. After all, the Southern Cross Federation is rich in gemstones, an area Long Life Hall must control. It's not surprising if the Red Sand City Lord is one of their people. What's strange is why he gave you such a problematic invitation card. Be careful if you run into him. The Red Sand City Lord is likely not a simple figure, the old knife advised. Can I use this card to join Long Life Hall? Li Shu hadn't expected such an issue to arise. He had originally been considering when to sneak into Long Life Hall, but now it seemed like getting in would be a problem. Without a recommendation from a commander, just having this card won't work, the old knife chuckled. I suggest you wait for a commander to notice you and give you a new card. Make sure it's a red card, not a black one. Thank you, old knife. Li Shu didn't expect the old knife to tell him so much about Long Life Hall. Nothing to thank for, just casual talk, the old knife laughed. Li Shu didn't ask the old knife about his identity within Long Life Hall. If he wanted to tell, he would have already done so. Old knife, everything's ready. What do we do next? Chujun ran over, pointing toward the Golden Gate. Wait until it's dark, then light the piles of wood arranged there. After that, there's nothing more for you to do, just rest nearby. Once I deal with the magic spirit, there shouldn't be any problems here for some time, and you'll be able to enter the land of trial safely, the old knife said, glancing at the sky. Li Shu and the others also looked at the sky. It was already evening, with about an hour left before sunset. Soon, the sun fully set, and following the old knife's command, Li Shu, along with Chujun and Ye Yuzhen, lit the piles of wood in front of the Golden Gate. The wood was brought by Li Shu and his group. It was not ordinary wood, but natural deadwood. Deadwood is wood that has fallen naturally. It's much rarer for wood to die naturally than for people. People have a lifespan of several decades, but a tree, if healthy, could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. The Southern Cross Federation has abundant trees, with ancient trees hundreds of years old everywhere in the deep mountains. Finding a few dead giant trees isn't difficult. Each pile of wood had a large iron pot placed on it filled with strange items that Shachu had bought. Many of them Li Shu didn't even recognize. Under the intense burning of the firewood, the water in the pots quickly began to boil, releasing a stench. But strangely, although it smelled foul, once smelled, it made you want to sniff it again. It's addictive to smell. Move away from here, don't wander around, or you might end up hurt, the old knife said, approaching the iron pots and removing the flask from his waist. He opened the cap and poured some of the liquid into the pots. As soon as the liquid touched the water, the foul odor was replaced by a fragrant aroma, causing everyone to unconsciously take deeper breaths, immediately feeling an indescribable sense of comfort, as if injected with a stimulant. 31.1, Chapter 31.1, 55, The Demon Spirit That Rushed Out of the Door. Old Dao dropped some liquid into each pot, and suddenly, the area around the Golden Gate was filled with an enchanting aroma. Then, Old Dao shouted to Li Shu and the others, "All of you, get inside my house. No matter what happens outside, do not come out until I return, and then open the door." Li Shu and the others quickly hurried into Old Dao's wooden house, bolting the door from inside. Fortunately, the wooden house had gaps everywhere, allowing them to peek through and see the situation around the Golden Gate. They saw Old Dao taking the golden-green tourmaline bought by Li Shu and embedding it one by one onto the Golden Gate. Before long, the Golden Gate slowly opened and golden light began to radiate from inside. Old Dao stood at the entrance, seemingly unhurried, neither intending to go inside nor leave. After a while, as the Golden Gate slowly closed, Old Dao re-embedded the golden-green tourmaline. The not yet fully closed Golden Gate once again gradually opened. After repeating this 5 or 6 times, the golden light inside the Golden Gate suddenly experienced some subtle fluctuations. Seeing the fluctuations, Old Dao reached into his pocket, pulled out several rubies, and scattered them on the platform outside the Golden Gate. He continued to scatter rubies while retreating, stepping back towards the river before stopping. Can these things really lure out the demon spirit? Ye Yuzhen questioned in disbelief, as he had never mentioned being able to lure the demon spirit out from the trial gate. "Don't speak," Li Shu whispered, then made a gesture to signal silence. The Golden Gate was slowly closing, and this time Old Dao did not go over to embed the gemstone again, just watching the Golden Gate close. Although the light shining from within had some fluctuations, nothing had emerged, and as the doors nearly shut entirely, Li Shu and the others thought Old Dao's plan was about to fail. Suddenly, 3 fingers appeared in the crack of the closing Golden Gate, grabbing onto it. Another 3 fingers emerged on the other side of the Golden Gate. These fingers somewhat resembled human fingers, yet with only 3 fingers on each hand, they seemed more like bird claws. They were entirely golden, about twice the size of a human hand, looking extremely bizarre. The almost closing Golden Gate was forcibly pried open by these 3-fingered golden hands, and a silhouette walked out. Li Shu and the others peered through the gap and were slightly shocked to see the figure's appearance. The entire silhouette emitted a golden glow, with scales as dazzling as neon lights, and eyes resembling 2 golden searchlights, casting golden rays upon everything it looked at, as if painting them with gold. Li Shu had seen depictions of 5-clawed gold dragons. The head of this demon spirit looked just like a dragon, though without any dragon horns. Its body, however, somewhat resembled a human, walking upright, with 3-toed hands and feet and covered in golden scales. With every step it took, its scales flickered, nearly blinding anyone who dared to look. More bizarrely, the demon spirit had a pair of golden crystal structures on its back, resembling ancient mace weapons. After walking out, its eyes fixed on the rubies on the ground, and a golden light shot from its palms toward the rubies, shattering them thoroughly. Li Shu and the others were astonished, originally thinking Old Dao meant to lure the demon spirit to consume the rubies. Yet it seemed the demon spirit had no intention of eating them, only to smash them to pieces. It walked step by step toward Old Dao, shattering one ruby after another along the way. However, it did not harm the piles of wood or the bubbling liquids in the pots. Bang! The golden gate closed completely. The demon spirit glanced back but appeared indifferent, turning and smashing the last few rubies with its hand. You finally dared to come out? Old Dao squinted, staring at the demon spirit. The demon spirit, hearing Old Dao's words, suddenly widened its eyes. The golden light from its eyes crossed and shone onto Old Dao. Old Dao's body was suddenly enveloped in mysterious purple light, which upon contact with the golden light created a stream of something akin to lightning crackling incessantly. The security uniform Old Dao wore was reduced to ashes in an instant, revealing a purple robe underneath. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the purple light wasn't emanating from Old Dao himself, but was emitted from the purple robe. Still the same old tricks, show something new, Old Dao chuckled. The demon spirit seemed to understand, but paid no attention to him, instead reached its hands behind, grasping the pair of golden crystal maces. With a swing of the arms, the maces collided, instantly producing a dazzling golden burst, like thunderous lightning, painfully shaking the eardrums. Just when Li Shu and the others were puzzled about what the demon spirit was up to, they suddenly widened their eyes. Amidst the golden lightning and thunder, the golden gate unexpectedly burst open once more. Seeing this, Old Dao softly frowned. Old trickster, did you think your tricks could fool me? I've come out just to take your life. The demon spirit spoke human language, revealing itself as a super-intelligent demon spirit. 31T, Chapter 31T, 55, The Demon Spirit Emerging from the Gate 2. As the voice of the demon spirit fell, strange cries came from the golden gate, and one by one, demon spirits radiating golden light rushed out from within the gate. Li Shu and Chu Jun both noticed that the demon spirits rushing out from the golden gate were the frenzied beasts they had seen before. However, these frenzied beasts were somewhat different from what they had seen before. In addition to the red light of frenzy inherent to the frenzied beasts, there was also a golden lightning halo beneath their feet, intertwined with their own red light of frenzy, making them look even more terrifying and bizarre. One by one, frenzied beasts dashed out, and within moments, hundreds of frenzied beasts had charged out. More terrifying still, there came a kind of frenzied beast with wings on its back and resembling a monkey, flying out in swarms from the sky, carrying the same golden lightning-like halo. In just a few moments, hundreds of frenzied beasts had charged out, and they continued to pour out endlessly, each roaring and rushing towards Old Dao standing by the river. Old Dao's slim figure seemed even more fragile against the backdrop of those demon spirits, 100 times more terrifying than tigers and wolves. Can Old Dao really manage? Should we go out and help? Chu Jun couldn't help but worry for Old Dao. Swarms of frenzied beasts had reached Old Dao, and the winged frenzied beasts from the sky were about to swoop down. Suddenly, violet light erupted with lightning speed from where Old Dao was standing, flashing across the sky. The frenzied beasts on the ground and in the air suddenly paused, and in the next second, only blood bursts and countless frenzied beasts were decapitated. The frenzied beasts in the air fell like raindrops, while those on the ground fell scattered. In an instant, all the frenzied beasts were decapitated, and only Old Dao's slim figure remained standing by the river, with a sword shimmering with violet light in his hand. Yes, it was a broken sword, its handle over a foot long, but the blade barely reached a foot, a palm wide, and you could clearly see the break at the tip of the blade. The black blade and handle were like wrought iron, but faintly revealed violet light, and the blade exuded violet glow that was captivating. The renowned magic sword turned out to be a broken sword. Old Dao's slim figure seemed taller and grander. The golden demon spirit simply ignored the demon spirit corpses on the ground, fixating fiercely on Old Dao as more frenzied beasts poured out of the golden gate, continuing to rush toward Old Dao. Let out all your brats. My magic sword hasn't decapitated heads in a long time. Today I'll slice to my heart's content. In Old Dao's dim eyes, an eerie violet light shone, and the magic sword in his hand trembled with violet glimmer. He grinned, showing his teeth, which were pointed like those of a demon. The blade flashed, blood splattered, and swaths of frenzied beasts were decapitated like weeds by one man and his broken sword. No matter how many demon spirits rushed out from the Golden Gate, none could withstand the power of that blade. Chu Jun and a few others were already watching, entranced. Ye Yuzhen and Ye Shiwan were even more stunned beyond measure, unexpectedly witnessing such a powerful trial-taker in the world. Countless frenzied beasts were decapitated. Their corpses blocked both sides of the river, causing the water flowing from the sides around the Golden Gate to stall. The golden demon spirit paid no heed, only watching as groups of frenzied beasts poured out from the Golden Gate, heading for death one after another, without blinking. This can't go on, no matter how strong Old Dao is. With such consumption, how long can he last? Why doesn't he go and slay that golden demon spirit first? He should take it out. Xu Jun broke into a cold sweat for Old Dao. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't, Li Shu sighed. Can't you see that Old Dao was originally planning to lure the golden demon spirit out, to keep it from returning to the Golden Gate? But now there's a bit of trouble, as the golden demon spirit can open the Golden Gate on its own. If Old Dao rushes up now, it might immediately turn and flee back into the Golden Gate. The golden demon spirit is wary of Old Dao, using those frenzied beasts to deplete Old Dao's light energy. Old Dao knows what the golden demon spirit intends, but he has no choice but to use his own light energy, fearing to scare off that demon spirit. What cunning beasts! This means Old Dao's plan is bound to fail. But that's not so bad. With this many frenzied beast kills, they've surely made a massive profit just with those demon cores, Chujun said. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Li Shu shook his head. The number of frenzied beasts beheaded by Old Dao grew larger and larger. The corpses blocked the river entirely, piling up like a small mountain. Fortunately, when those frenzied beasts died, their bodies rotted quickly and after a short period turned into heaps of blood sludge, otherwise there wouldn't be space even to stand there. Among the frenzied beasts charging behind gradually appeared those of A-class and B-class, and quite a number of frenzied beasts began to show light patterns, which were flowing-color demon spirits. Not long after, a frenzied beast over 10 meters tall stepped through the golden gate, its radiant fur burning with dazzling red light, extraordinarily an S-class, radiant frenzied beast. Chujun and others who were previously considering going out to help abandoned the idea upon seeing the S-class frenzied beast, staying in the wooden house to watch the battle. Old Dao observed the S-class radiant frenzied beast. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and he gripped the sword handle with both hands, suddenly chopping the blade towards the ground. 3113, Chapter 3113, 55, The Demon Spirit Emerging from the Gate 3. The violet light flashed and disappeared, but the S-level dazzling frenzied beast continued to charge forward. Though Old Knife held onto a broken blade, he showed no reaction at all. "Watch out!" Ye Shiwan couldn't help but shout out loud. Yet still, Old Knife did not react. However, as the S-level frenzied beast approached him, its pace gradually slowed down. When it was less than 2 meters away from Old Knife, the frenzied beast halted completely. Suddenly, its massive body split from head to tail into two, collapsing to the sides with a crash. Blood gushed out, flowing everywhere like a river of blood. Old Knife stood within the river of blood, slowly straightening his back. He held the broken blade in one hand, coldly staring at the golden demon spirit, and said, "Have you had enough fun yet?" Enough." The golden demon spirit let out a piercing, bizarre laugh. Suddenly, blood-red light spots began rising from the corpses of the frenzied beasts, densely covering everywhere, as if this forest was submerged in a sea of blood. The golden demon spirit raised its head, took a deep breath, and the countless blood-red light spots converged towards its body. Within its golden body, blood-colored radiance appeared, becoming increasingly intense, merging with the original golden glow to form a strange gold-red color. The blood-red in its eyes intensified, resembling two blood-red lanterns. The frenzied golden demon spirit gripped the pair of golden crystal maces, seemingly dripping with blood, letting out an ear-piercing, high-pitched scream towards the sky. With its scream, the golden gate fully opened, and a swarm of frenzied beasts poured out like a deluge, roaring as they rushed towards Old Knife, many of which were large advanced frenzied beasts. Old Knife, who had been standing still, finally moved. He leapt into the air, his whole body enveloped in rising violet light, with 10 finger seals glimmering. Gripping the broken blade with both hands, he descended from the sky, slashing towards the golden demon spirit amidst the wave of frenzied beasts. A huge violet light blade surprisingly condensed at the front of the broken blade. Like a sea, the blood-red light points were all sliced open by this blade, surging to the sides like waves. The golden demon spirit crossed its double maces to block the violet light blade of the broken blade. Boom! Violet light exploded. Golden light burst chaotically. Streams of light shot erratically, instantly tearing apart the surrounding demon spirits. Even the ground beneath shattered apart. The body of the golden demon spirit sank, and the shattered stones around it rose upwards, shooting towards the sky. Under the terrifying pressure of Old Knife's force, even the golden demon spirit's legs began to slowly bend, and the dual maces were gradually being pressed down. As the violet blade was about to slice the golden demon spirit's face, a phantasmal blood-colored figure suddenly rushed out of the golden gate from behind, its eerie blood-colored wings menacingly engulfing Old Knife's head. It was a massive winged frenzied beast, its dazzling blood glow and terrifying presence indicating it was as formidable as the previous S-level dazzling frenzied beast. Ah! Ye Shiwan couldn't help but scream out. However, in the very next second, a blue light shot out from Old Knife's body, transforming into a blue beam that erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion, piercing through the frenzied beast's body in an instant. The blue light hovered in the air, revealing its true form, which turned out to be a big bird demon spirit with an entire body burning with a majestic divine light like a blue gemstone. The big bird demon spirit's wings spread wide, and numerous blue light arrows rained down like a meteor shower, pinning the tide of frenzied beasts to the ground, preventing any from approaching Old Knife. Just as Chujun and Ye Shiwan thought Old Knife had victory in sight, a loud boom was suddenly heard. Before understanding what had happened, Old Knife was blown back, crashing into the blood-stained river, his broken blade stabbed into the ground as he knelt on one knee. The purple robe on his upper body hung down as if sliced by a sharp blade, revealing his lean yet muscular torso, every inch of muscle emitting a faint violet glow like tempered steel. Yet across his chest lay a blood streak spanning across, seeping fresh blood. Everyone was shocked, their gazes falling on the golden demon spirit, only to find that beside it there was now another identical golden demon spirit. Only this newly appeared golden demon spirit held not golden crystal double maces, but a pair of peculiar golden crystal curved blades. Twin demon spirits. Old Knife's gaze landed on the two golden demon spirits, speaking with a trace of bitterness. Foolish human, did you really think you could harm me? Last time was merely a taste, to lull you into a false sense of security, while waiting for my other half to break through the temple's seal. Now, you can die. The two golden demon spirits spoke in unison as if it were one voice, perfectly overlapped, without missing a single word. Almost simultaneously, the two golden demon spirits rushed in, left and right, enveloped in terrifying demonic light, swirling towards Old Knife. Old Knife gritted his teeth, wrapped the torn purple robe around his waist, stood up, and swung his blade to meet the attack head-on. With the broken blade enveloped in violet light, he continuously clashed with the blades and maces, explosions of light bursting forth as he stood his ground, fighting 2 against 1, blocking the fierce and violent attacks of both golden demon spirits. The blue big bird swooped down from the sky to assist Old Knife, but was blocked by the winged frenzied beasts flooding out from the golden gate like a tide. Though those winged frenzied beasts were no match for it, their reckless suicide attacks temporarily prevented the blue big bird from breaking through. Isn't your blade fast? Make it even faster. The golden demon spirit cut Old Knife's back while continuing its assault, laughing coldly. How could a single blade, no matter how fast, defend against the integrated attacks of 4 weapons? The golden demon spirit's speed was not inferior to his. Moreover, Old Knife had already been injured in the prior surprise attack, the wound crossing his chest continually seeping blood, staining the purple robe beneath. The wound tore progressively worse with the intense movements, and the white bone beneath the flesh was already visible. You little brats, what are you looking at? Run, I'm going all out, don't get in the way, get as far away as possible. Old Knife roared, waving the broken blade. 31-4, Chapter 31-4-15-56, The Stance of Beheading All the Heroes in the World. Ye Shiyuan, are you ready? It's time for combat training, Li Shu asked Ye Shiyuan. Ye Shiyuan took a deep breath. Although somewhat nervous, she firmly said, City Lord, I am ready. Qin Shi, what about you? Li Shu turned to Qin Shi. Let's give it a try. I've never seen such a demon spirit before. Qin Shi took a deep breath. On this day, she was fighting against Ye Shiyuan, and her skills greatly improved. Initially, Qin Shi had some hostility towards Ye Shiyuan. However, as time went on, she realized Ye Shiyuan was a rather simple girl. Both were former devotees of God, researching the manipulation technique of God's magic armor. They eventually got along well and often exchanged magic armor control techniques. Ye Shiyuan gained combat experience from her, while she learned more techniques from Ye Shiyuan. Then go ahead, don't be nervous, just treat it as a training session, Li Shu smiled. The two women exchanged a glance, simultaneously manipulating their magic armor, and charged out, their demonic light blasting into the group of demon spirits. Where are you going? Li Shu shouted to Ye Yuzhen, who was about to rush out. To help, Ye Yuzhen replied. Help? With what? This is the battleground for a magic armor master. If you want to help, wait until you can defeat an S-class demon spirit, Li Shu said as he walked out of the cabin. Follow me. Old Knife was about to fight desperately, but suddenly saw a red and a black-purple beam of demonic light sweep across above him, striking the two golden demon spirits opposite him. The golden demon spirit raised its weapon to block the demonic light, as the two magic armor masters rushed forward, each targeting one golden demon spirit, distracting the spirits like butterflies attacking around them. What are you doing? Looking to die? Old Knife shouted angrily. Old Knife, don't be hasty. Inside the trial ground belongs to the trial taker, but outside, it's up to the magic armor masters. Li Shu, riding the pink nightmare, charged behind Old Knife and motioned him to mount. I think you're an idiot. Regular S-class magic armor masters coming here are just asking to die, Old Knife cursed, slaying a nearby frenzied beast with a single strike. But when he saw the two magic armor masters battling the golden demon spirits competently rather than being easily defeated, he was slightly surprised. Where did you find these magic armor masters? At this level, they should rank within the top 100 among magic armor masters, right? Not only that, you can rest assured. They won't die easily. I have medical supplies over there. Go and heal your wounds first. They'll buy you some time, Li Shu said. Old Knife gritted his teeth, grabbing Li Shu's hand, mounting the pink nightmare, and Li Shu turned the horse around, charging out of the frenzied beast swarm with Old Knife. Old Knife swung his broken blade, beheading nearby frenzied beasts, quickly charging out. On the perimeter, Ye Yuzhen and Chujun used their demon spirits to block the pursuing frenzied beasts. Chujun directly summoned the White Lotus, placing it on Old Knife's chest. The White Lotus emitted a strange glow, shining on Old Knife's chest wound, which soon stopped bleeding. Old Knife was slightly surprised, not expecting Li Shu to have healing contracts, which are rare. Old Knife received treatment while paying attention to the battle over there. Ye Shiwan and Qin Shi's combat capability far exceeded Old Knife's expectations. Although they could only use the flight and long-range firepower of the magic armor to tangle with the golden demon spirits, making it difficult to compete directly, it was enough to surprise Old Knife. Where did you find those two magic armor masters in your little city of light? Their level should rank within the world's top 20. Old Knife slightly relaxed, feeling that with these two magic armor masters delaying time, even if they couldn't kill the two golden demon spirits, as long as he got his wounds treated and recovered some light energy, he wouldn't fear those twin demon spirits. Aren't they pretty good? Both were picked up, Li Shu laughed. Picked up? How do you pick up? Teach an old man like me and I'll go pick up too, Old Knife said grumpily. Such magic armor masters could make a name even within the celestial realm, and outside they'd be snatched by various forces. Old Knife naturally didn't believe Li Shu's words. Ye Yuzhen, manipulating demon spirits against the frenzied beasts, was overjoyed to hear Old Knife say his sister's level could rank in the world's top 20. Like being injected with adrenaline, he howled, commanding his demon spirits. Originally, Old Knife wanted to get a slight treatment and then charge back to the fight, but after watching for a while, he found the twin demon spirits couldn't harm the two magic armor masters at all, so he wasn't in such a hurry. The more he watched, the more amazed he was, involuntarily saying, the techniques they use should be God's angel's wings, right? Yes, you know angel's wings too. Ye Yuzhen couldn't help but respond. No wonder, Old Knife sighed. How could I not know? Among magic armor masters, God is an anomaly, single-handedly raising the combat capability of the entire magic armor master profession by a notch. 31.5, Chapter 315, 56, The Stance of Beheading, All the Heroes in the World Too. Even many magic armor masters of eternal heaven study the technical skills of God's magic armor manipulation. Many innovations by God have become compulsory courses. However, because of the high difficulty level, only a few have truly mastered them. Angel's Wings is one such technique. Within eternal heaven, those who can master it can be counted on one hand. I didn't expect you to have the luck to have two magic armor masters who have mastered Angel's Wings by your side, Old Blade said while tossing the blue gemstones Li Shu purchased into the air. The blue bird in the sky opened its mouth and inhaled the blue gemstones into its belly. The blue light on its body surged once more, and with the flapping of its wings, a rain of arrows shot forth, killing a large number of frenzied beasts. Among the magic armor masters of eternal heaven, is there anyone capable of using the hand of God? Li Shu asked. He recalled the Space City magic armor master who had previously impersonated God's nickname. That person could use the hand of God. Old Blade said, God is just a pervert. Techniques like the hand of God are simply unimaginable. Many magic armor masters once ranked number 1 in the world have studied the hand of God with great effort, but most have basically failed. Only one magic armor master managed to successfully replicate the hand of God. What's the name of that magic armor master? Li Shu hurriedly asked, as he always suspected that Space City had a connection with eternal heaven. Old Blade rolled his eyes. You think I'd tell you the name of a magic armor master? I'm asking for his code name. Li Shu knew the names of magic armor masters were often taboo. Generally, only the armor code names were mentioned, not the masters' names. Codename Bloodcrow, the strongest magic armor master in eternal heaven, and a monster. Only a magic armor master like him could replicate the hand of God. However, Bloodcrow himself has said that he could replicate the hand of God because his armor is different than the usual armor. If he changed to another set of armor, he couldn't use the hand of God, Old Blade said. Besides Bloodcrow, is there no other magic armor master who can use the hand of God? Li Shu listened and realized Bloodcrow was not the person who impersonates God. The Red Star Ranger itself does not have a direct relationship with the use of the hand of God. Its functions also don't enhance the hand of God. Bloodcrow requires special armor to use the hand of God, surely not the person controlling Red Star Ranger. Qin Shi and Ye Shiwan can only hold back the twin demon spirits using Angel's Wings. They simply can't face them head-on. The intensity of the demonic light of twin demon spirits is much stronger than that of ghost-faced magic armor in Phoenix, and confronting them head-on would have already led to destruction. Due to limited time, Li Shu could only teach Ye Shiwan Angel's Wings. He hadn't had the chance to teach the hand of God. Even Angel's Wings, Ye Shiwan was just beginning to learn, and this was her first time using it in a real battle. Fortunately, she has strong talent and had practiced extensively before. At this time, she wasn't nervous at all and performed even better than usual, which made Zhou Wen nod in approval repeatedly. Qin Shi's Angel's Wings were also taught by Li Shu under the guise of exchanging experiences with Ye Shiwan. However, Qin Shi had studied the butterfly propulsion technique for a long time, and the foundation of Angel's Wings is the butterfly propulsion technique. Coupled with her talent, practical experience, and knowledge reserve, she quickly mastered it. In the end, both of them were just beginners, and being able to maneuver with the Golden Demon Spirit to such an extent was already remarkable. Under the effect of White Lotus, the wounds on Old Blade had stopped bleeding and begun to scab. The twin demon spirits were driven into a frenzy by Ye Shiwan and Qin Shi, although the demonic light from ghost-faced magic armor and Phoenix caused them only minimal harm. Yet like two pesky flies that couldn't be driven away or slapped dead, they tormented the spirits unbearably. Suddenly, the golden demon spirit with dual maces opened its mouth wide, revealing gear-like teeth, and bit onto the changing demon spirit, swallowing its entire head. With a twitch of its throat, it forcibly swallowed the entire body of the blade demon spirit, which was the same size as itself, leaving only a pair of scimitars falling to the ground. The operation stunned everyone, bewildering them about what was going on. Damn, this demon spirit is too brutal. Unable to kill the enemy, it took out its anger on its own brother and swallowed it, Shujun said in shock. Bad news, you better run as far as you can. Old Blade's face changed dramatically as he grabbed the broken blade and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Qin Shi Yuan, retreat. Li Shu also realized things were going wrong and urgently shouted for Qin Shi and Ye Shiyuan to pull back. Upon hearing Li Shu's command, Qin Shi and Ye Shiyuan launched a round of demonic light attacks before retreating. After swallowing its twin demon spirit, the dual-masked demon spirit underwent a strange transformation. The golden red light on its body grew increasingly bright, entangled internally and externally like lightning. The back of its head split open, revealing another identical face. Its arms split, and it grew a pair of new arms behind. Scales on its body stood erect. New scales grew underneath like overlapping petals, resembling petal-shaped barbs. Blood-red light dots surged more crazily toward its body, and the originally gold-red demonic light became increasingly blood-red. 0316, Chapter 316, 56, The Stance of Beheading, All the Heroes in the World 3. The demonic spirits that burst forth from the Golden Gate exploded one by one, their bodies transforming into more blood-colored light dots, surging towards the mutated demonic spirit. Even the demon cores that fell to the ground overflowed with demonic light, pouring towards the demonic spirit. The twin blades were absorbed into the pair of hands behind its back, with streams of demonic light swirling around, and the two dragon-like faces simultaneously let out painful, ear-piercing screams. Boom! Red light erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the demonic spirit's body. Get lost, all of you. Get far away. That beast is about to become a super spirit. I'm risking my life here. Get as far as you can. Lao Dao, who was originally charging at the demonic spirit, stopped, his eyes fixed on the light pillar, shouting, Go, you guys return to the City of Light first. Li Shu said in a deep voice, staring at the light pillar. Chu Jun wanted to say something but stopped after seeing Li Shu's expression, immediately retreating with Qin Shi and the Yi family siblings. Lao Dao was bare-chested, with gray hair draped down, holding the blade with both hands. The broken blade and his body simultaneously emitted purple light, which swirled like black lightning, becoming so intense that Lao Dao's figure became nearly indistinguishable. Kid, you get lost too. This is not a battle you can handle. Under the intense stimulation of demonic light, Lao Dao's body seemed to swell significantly. His once lean yet slightly shriveled muscles were now bulging. The hunched back also straightened, making him look like a humanoid beast. Li Shu didn't speak, he merely took out Lightspeed 1 from his backpack. In an instant, as he activated it, his body was enveloped by the demon armor. You kid are actually a magic armor master too? Heh, interesting. A cowardly magic armor master dared to enter the land of trial and become a trial taker. You're something else, kid. Lao Dao sneered wickedly. Since you're not afraid of death, watch closely. This might be the last time I become a super spirit in my life, so keep your eyes wide open and memorize this feeling. If you ever reach this step in the future, it will be your greatest asset. Boom. The moment Lao Dao finished his last word, the broken blade in his hand seemed to ignite, erupting with blazing purple light, instantly engulfing all of Lao Dao. Under the demonic light radiating from both the demonic spirit and Lao Dao, trees within a few miles quickly withered and rotted, with all sorts of venomous snakes and fierce beasts bleeding from their orifices, desperately fleeing. Nearby rocks shattered, and the wooden house collapsed into a pile of debris. Splinters and stone fragments flew chaotically, yet as soon as they neared the two terrifying demonic lights, they turned to ashes instantly. The light pillar on the demonic spirit's body gradually declined, and the red light became clearer. Through the red light, the demonic spirit had transformed into a creature entirely resembling Blood Jade, with 2 faces and 4 arms, its entire body covered with scale armor like backward spikes. Every inch of its body seemed to pulsate with bloodlight, which bloomed externally like lotus flowers, layer upon layer, blooming and dissolving, only for new bloodlight to bloom again, cyclically. Li Shu had never seen such terrifying demonic light from a demonic spirit, and on the other side, Lao Dao's body emitted demonic light of comparable intensity to the demonic spirit. In the gradually clear purple demonic light swirl, Lao Dao and his broken blade looked completely different. The broken blade had regenerated, transforming into a ghost head blade encircled by purple lightning. Where his upper body was once bare, mysterious purple light patterns appeared on Lao Dao's muscles. These light patterns, like demonic tattoos, covered Lao Dao's whole body, emitting eerie demonic light, making Lao Dao seem possessed by an evil spirit. If you looked closely, you would see that the purple light emitted by Lao Dao had transformed into a ghostly phantom encasing him, resembling an executioner's spirit ready to decapitate at any moment. Is this what it means to become a super spirit? Li Shu felt the abundant light energy emanating from Lao Dao and was somewhat in awe. Human bodies could become so powerful, leaving Li Shu a bit surprised. Even though it was accomplished by leveraging pact powers to reach such an extent, it was enough to shock him. Even when Li Shu controlled Honghualang in the past, amplifying the power of demonic light to maximum, or even extreme overload, it could not reach this level. This was no longer a matter of quantity, but a qualitative change. Feeling the explosive demonic light fluctuations, Li Shu thought silently, "Come on, let me see how strong super spirit power truly is." Lao Dao slowly raised the ghost head blade in his hand, with purple demonic light gathering on the blade like demon flame, as if countless vengeful spirits were entangled around it. The demonic spirit raised its maces and swords, confronting Lao Dao from a distance. Its two faces were as grim as demons, yet its expression was equally grave. It lifted 4 weapons, with blood light coalescing on them. Li Shu felt the ground tremor, and his demon armor emitted creaking sounds under the radiation of demonic light, not because it was damaged, but due to the interaction between demonic light and the surface light energy of the armor. Such light energy is indeed too strong. Just the radiation alone activated the armor's defense mechanism. Li Shu marveled inwardly, looking up at Lao Dao and his raised ghost head blade, anticipating a world-shaking strike. From Lao Dao's posture, Li Shu saw the momentum of the depicted ghost head blade image, a stance poised to decapitate all dominant heads, an unstoppable force for ages. Splash! Just as Li Shu was preparing to undergo a spiritual cleansing and soul elevation, Lao Dao suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. The demonic light and aura dissipated instantly, as if emptied. The light patterns and the executioner-like apparition on his body vanished without a trace, and his bulging muscles deflated like a pricked balloon. The ghost head blade in his hand turned into purple smoke, scattering, leaving only a half-broken blade in moments. Cough, 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 cough. Lao Dao clutched his chest, bent over, coughing incessantly, with blood occasionally sprayed out, looking like a tuberculosis ghost near death, with none of the momentum of decapitating the world's champions earlier. Li Shu was dumbfounded, his open mouth remaining agape for a while. Even the demonic spirit opposite him froze, unable to react for a moment, forgetting to attack. Li 317, Chapter 317, 57 Super Spirit Gemstone. This old knife is really a piece of work. Li Shu could tell that old knife was injured, likely an old injury, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to enter the super spirit state only now. When he talked about risking his life, it probably wasn't just fighting with the demon spirit, but truly risking his life to enter the super spirit state. He gambled with his life, but just as he entered the super spirit state, his body couldn't hold up. The battle hadn't even started, and he was already finished, retreating from the super spirit state. The demon spirit was stunned by Old Knife's actions, and after a while, both its hideous faces showed mocking smiles. Laughable carbon-based creature, you can't even withstand the power of the super spirit state, truly, pitifully weak. The demon spirit slowly raised its weapon, pointing at Old Knife, who was still coughing blood. Such a weak creature has no right to exist in this world, let alone occupy this world's gemstone resources. You should have been wiped out long ago. Saying this, the weapon enveloped in demonic light in the demon spirit's hand was about to slash down at Old Knife. "Who are you talking about?" a voice interrupted the demon spirit's rhythm. Li Shu walked over and stood in front of Old Knife. "Kid, get lost as far as you can. This is my fight, and it has nothing to do with you," Old Knife yelled as he coughed up blood. Unfortunately, he coughed so hard that he could barely speak, bending over as he coughed up more blood. "I've already said, matters inside the trial ground belong to the trial taker. Matters outside belong to the magic armor master. This demon spirit's demon core, I've decided to take it." Li Shu didn't even turn his head, looking at the demon spirit as he spoke. The demon spirit laughed as if it had heard the most ridiculous joke, letting out a piercing cackle, laughing almost to the point of choking. Then its face suddenly turned cold, pointing its sword and mace at Li Shu. "Are all carbon-based creatures this ridiculous? Fine, dead sooner or later. It's all the same. Let me send you on your way first." Saying this, the demonic light on the demon spirit's body flickered like lightning. Its twin maces clashed violently, and the blood-red lightning exploded between the maces. With the sound of thunder and lightning, the blood-red streak of lightning seemed to tear through the sky, crossing the distance between them in an instant, striking Li Shu. Old Knife sighed deeply in his heart. He knew Li Shu was doomed. Magic armor masters had no idea how terrifying demon spirits in the super spirit state could be. Most demon spirits that could burst out from the trial gate were of low grade. They were the weakest among demon spirits of the same level. Even an S-class demon spirit is the weakest of the S-class. Magic armor masters who have killed several S-class demon spirits think they are invincible, disregarding demon spirits, assuming they're nothing special, which is a huge mistake. In fact, the average S-class magic armor master might not even be able to win against an S-class flowing color demon spirit. Confronting an S-class radiant demon spirit, Only a magic armor master with enough strength to be in the world's rankings might stand a chance. Against an S-class Radiant Demon Spirit, even the top 10 ranked magic armor masters would find it difficult to win, only managing to escape. The S-class Radiant Demon Spirits can only be challenged by a scarce few magic armor masters possessing special armor in the heavenly domain. As for demon spirits in the super spirit state, they have already surpassed the S-class level. Fighting them as a magic armor master is suicidal. Even an S-class magic armor master means nothing in front of them. Only a large team of top magic armor masters working together stands a chance to repel them. This can be seen from the previous battles between Ye Shiwan, Qin Shi, and the demon spirits. Their magic armors were already of top standard, yet they couldn't even destroy the golden demon spirits that hadn't entered the super spirit state, let alone this super spirit one. Watching the blood-red lightning strike down, Old Knife desperately tried to stand straight and swing his sword, but he couldn't even stand straight, let alone hold the sword steadily. How could he unleash the super spirit power to swing his sword? Fine, this kid may be foolish, greedy, stingy, speaks unpleasantly, and often wears a dead fish face that angers people, but at least he's decent in character. Having someone like him as a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs won't be lonely. Old Knife straightened up, resolved to stand upright even in death. He watched Li Shu, who stood in front of him, and that shocking streak of blood red, waiting for the arrival of death. But the expected death did not come. Instead, Li Shu in front of him, the magic armor on him was shining with blue light patterns. The black armor looked like a biological combat suit from the future, with blue light patterns emitting terrifying light energy, as if a nuclear reactor was undergoing a fission reaction and releasing energy. Boom! The red demonic light exploded before that magic armor, blooming like brilliant fireworks, streaks of light scattering everywhere, but not a single one could cross where that magic armor stood. Old Knife's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at that magic armor like a biochemical monster, forgetting to cough for a moment. The power of the super spirit, indeed quite something. Li Shu's forehead faintly gleamed with white light, and the blue light on the Lightspeed 1 became stronger, with white smoke rising from the demon armor shell. That was caused by the excessive stimulation of light energy on the magic armor, as the materials couldn't bear the terrifying light energy, causing components to burn and melt from being overloaded. Continuous overloading would damage the magic armor components, even leading to melting or rendering the entire set of armor obsolete. In past training, Li Shu had often overloaded and blown up many S-class magic armors. 318 Chapter 318 15-7 Super Spirit Gemstone 2. Li Shu didn't want it to be this way either, but ordinary S-class magic armor simply couldn't sustain his spiritual sense for an extended period of activation and would severely damage shortly thereafter. Moreover, once the spiritual sense crossed that line, no previous set of magic armor had been able to withstand even a second, basically exploding due to excessive overload the moment the spiritual sense crossed the line. This Lightspeed number 1 could withstand Li Shu's spiritual sense crossing the line, and only emitted smoke without immediately exploding, indicating that those refined materials of Demon Spirit Wood added were indeed extraordinary. The Demon Spirit hadn't expected that this peculiar armor-clad human would survive the blow, feeling mildly surprised. He wanted to raise his weapon to attack again, but had no opportunity to do so. Before the sword and mace in his hands could be raised, a blue light-burning fist, blazing like the sun, had already struck before him. Boom! The demon spirit's front face and back face were punched through by that fist, and its body immediately slumped down, hanging on Li Shu's arm like salted fish. Clang, clang. Both the mace and sword fell to the ground, waking old Dao from what seemed like a dream. Li Shu pulled his arm out, and the demon spirit's body fell to the ground, with cracks appearing on the demon armor shell enveloping his arm. Crack. The cracks shattered, pieces scattered all over, exposing Li Shu's arm, still holding a demon core the size of an egg, shining like golden crystal with blood mist swirling inside. I seem to have forgotten to use the forbidden spear. Li Shu only then remembered that he hadn't used the forbidden spear, wasting such a great opportunity for nothing. However, the forbidden spear's level was too low. Even if used, the bullet speed with the forbidden spear's power probably wouldn't hit this demon spirit. From the demon spirit's body, gold and blood-colored demonic light drifted out like strands, merging in the air, and shortly after, transforming into a brilliant gemstone interwoven with gold and red. Li Shu reached out and grabbed the ring directly into his palm, feeling that the gemstone harbored peculiar energy, seeming as if some kind of life pulsated within. "Kid, your magic armor is mighty," old Dao managed to stammer after a while. If Sima Guan were here, he would certainly disdain old Dao for being uncultured. Li Shu quickly grasped both the gemstone and demon core in his palm, expressionless, said, "The demon spirit was killed by me. The stuff is mine. It won't be shared." "Who the hell wants to share your stuff?" Old Dao immediately became annoyed, wondering how such a greedy guy could be so favored by the heavens, giving him such a powerful talent and magic armor, simply blind. The ability to kill a super spirit with one punch with magic armor, not even Chengsheng Heaven has created it. Being able to activate such magic armor, the magic armor master's talent is undoubtedly world-class. Old Dao thought that Li Shu could kill the super spirit with one punch purely because the magic armor was too strong, never considering Li Shu using magic armor having different effects compared to other magic armor masters using it. Li Shu had feared poverty. He didn't care about money before, but now it's different. With too many foodies to raise, he couldn't let go of anything valuable. Just don't share my stuff. Li Shu removed the magic armor from his body, which was still emitting wisps of smoke, indicating the overload had caused quite some damage to it. Seems like the materials for this magic armor aren't strong enough. Wonder if old Guan can create stronger magic armor. Li Shu sighed inwardly. If it weren't for this magic armor being unable to withstand prolonged overload, he wouldn't want to kill that super spirit so quickly, could have learned more about the super spirit's abilities in battle. Unfortunately, even with the added material from Demon Spirit Wood, the magic armor could only sustain a few seconds of overload, forcing him to resolve the battle swiftly. Because the super spirit's energy condensed into a skill ring, its body's materials turned into scrap after losing energy, basically worthless. Watching the demon spirit's body turning into black ash and decomposing, Li Shu shook his head, turning around to help the injured old Dao, supporting him up onto the hillside to rest. Rest here for a while. I'll go fetch Chu Jun back to help heal your wounds. Li Shu summoned the pink nightmare, ready to chase after Chu Jun. No need, finding him won't help. My wound can't be healed by him, not even by S-Class Radiant Contract. It can't heal my wound. This is from the land of trial, hurt by a terrifying super spirit. Regular healing contract is totally useless. Old Dao coughed and said, Relax, since I am not dead, this wound won't kill me now. After resting for a period, it'll gradually get better, but can't be eliminated at the root. Each time the super spirit will continuously worsen it. Who knows when it'll take my life? Are there many super spirits in the land of trial? Li Shu asked. Maybe quite a few, although there are not many demon spirits within Heaven Gate, none are not super spirits. Old Dao's condition seemed to improve, coughing less severely as he watched Li Shu's backpack said, What a pity, magic armor can't be brought into the land of trial, otherwise you could try your luck within Heaven Gate. Li Shu frowned at the thought. A single super spirit was already so terrifying. If indeed a large number of super spirits rushed out from the trial gate, humanity might come to an end. Su 319, Chapter 319, 57 Super Spirit Gemstone 3. It seems I must increase investment in the old officer to hasten the progress of the demon spirit research. Li Shu mused privately. You don't need to worry. Those super spirits are not that easy to rush out. The trial gate also restricts demon spirits. The higher the level of the demon spirit, the harder it is to come out, and the greater the damage. So the demon spirits you see on Earth are basically ordinary ones without much quality, because they're the easiest to rush out from the trial gate, Old Dao explained. Then why was this super spirit able to rush out? Li Shu asked. It itself is not a super spirit, but twin demon spirits that merged upon coming out to become super spirit. That's a sort of bug. Even so, it paid a huge price to rush out, otherwise the super spirit's ability would be more than this. Of course, this is my fault. If I hadn't tried to lure it out, actively open the trial gate and use those things as guidance, it wouldn't have come out so easily. I better go get Chu Jun back and heal your external injuries first. Li Shu saw the wound on Old Dao's body had torn again, still bleeding, so he stood up, preparing to leave. Who crafted your set of demon armor? Old Dao asked again. Is that important? Li Shu stared at Old Dao and asked. Very important. If I were you, I better not use that demon armor again. If the people from Longevity Heaven find out, it won't remain yours. Old Dao pondered aloud. Don't tell anyone about killing that super spirit. Better pretend as if you knew nothing. Just act like I killed it. Got it. Li Shu mounted the pink nightmare and dashed away. Chu Jun and the others hadn't gone far, and Li Shu swiftly caught up with them. What's the situation over there? Did Old Dao win? Chu Jun hurriedly asked. Well, he didn't die. Let's go back and heal his wounds. Li Shu took Chu Jun to go back and treat Old Dao's injuries. Although Old Dao's injuries were severe, they weren't fatal, and under the effect of White Lotus, the external injuries were healing well. However, the old injuries caused by the super spirit, just as Old Dao mentioned, the White Lotus had no effect, and Old Dao's body seemed worse than before. Old Dao, is there really no way to heal your old injuries? Li Shu asked while the two were drinking tea. If anyone can heal these injuries on me, I'll call them Grandpa. Old Dao didn't explain much, just said this. Hearing this, Li Shu understood these injuries probably couldn't be healed. Can you tell me about the matters inside the Celestial Gate and the demon spirit that injured you? Li Shu put down his teacup and said. Old Dao grinned. Knowing about the matters inside the Celestial Gate is easy. Once you enter Longevity Heaven, come find me at the Celestial Gate, then you'll naturally know everything. With your body condition now, do you still have to go to the Celestial Gate? Li Shu frowned and asked. Someone wants me to guard the Celestial Gate, so I must go, at most drag on for a month or so. Old Dao chuckled. But it doesn't matter. There's not much time left anyway. Visiting the Celestial Gate is good. I have old friends there. Because of the Blood Seal Stone? Li Shu asked. At my age, in such physical condition, why fear the Blood Seal Stone? It's just I owe favors that must be repaid. Old Dao looked at Li Shu and said, But you, with that demon armor on you, there's no need to take risks inside the trial gate. Why continue being a trial taker? Before, when you asked me this question, I really didn't know how to answer you. Now, I'm still not quite sure. I need more time to think. Li Shu laughed. All right, you think slowly. Remember to find me at the Celestial Gate when you go to Longevity Heaven headquarters. There'll be benefits for you then. Old Dao glanced at Li Shu's pocket. Keep that super spirit gemstone hidden, use the golden container to store it, or else its aura will leak out and attract demon spirits. If you're short on money, wrapping it with multiple layers of gold foil is also fine. You really have good luck. With it, after S rank, achieving super spirit becomes much simpler. So this is a super spirit gemstone? Li Shu was a bit surprised, not expecting it was indeed a super spirit gemstone. However, if I were you, I wouldn't use it to achieve super spirit. Old Dao shifted the conversation and chuckled. Why? Li Shu couldn't endure Old Dao's style. It was like a roller coaster. Super spirit gemstones also have quality differences. Your gemstone is the lowest grade. Old Dao said. Which kind of super spirit gemstone is the best? Li Shu showed interest. Super spirit gemstones are divided into flowing color, shining, splendid, and radiant grades. Which one do you think is the best? Old Dao curled his lips and said, How can you distinguish the quality of super spirit gemstones? Li Shu asked again. Similar to demon cores, flowing color gemstones have colorful lights flowing inside. Shining gemstones have shining light spots like stars inside. Splendid gemstones are pure bright without a speck of flaw. Radiant gemstones need no distinction. You'll know it's a radiant gemstone the moment you see it, as its radiance is like the eternal divine light. Li Shu thought this classification was quite similar to demon spirits, like the radiant demon spirit of demigod Shana, recognizable at a glance. Li Shu took out the recently acquired super spirit gemstone to look closely. Inside, the gold and red light seemed to flow like smoke. It should indeed be as Old Dao described, a flowing color gemstone. While considering how to obtain high-quality super spirit gemstones, Old Dao added, However, being able to acquire a super spirit gemstone is already an extremely fortunate thing. Within Longevity Heaven, unknown numbers of trial takers never get the chance to obtain a super spirit gemstone in their lifetime, remaining hopeless for super spirit. You're one lucky guy. Li Shu was already tired of hearing him go on, interrupted. Now I just want to know if super spirit gemstones can be used to feed demon spirits, or can it be used to enhance contract levels? You want to feed it to demon spirits? Your demon spirit reached S rank? Old Dao asked. No, the highest is only B rank, Li Shu answered truthfully. Feeding a super spirit gemstone to a B rank demon spirit is asking for a thunderstrike. Do you understand? Old Dao reprimanded. If it's an S rank demon spirit, feeding it a super spirit gemstone might allow it to achieve super spirit. You feed it to lower rank demon spirits. At most, it speeds up leveling. Achieving super spirit is hopeless. How fast? Can it boost a D rank demon spirit directly to S rank? Li Shu was genuinely tempted. Since he didn't favor the flowing color gemstone, if it could upgrade demigod Shana straight to S rank, it would make challenges in the land of trial much easier and efficient. You ask me, then who should I ask? I haven't gone mad. How could I possibly feed a super spirit gemstone to low-rank demon spirits? Try it yourself if you want to know. Old Dao thought Li Shu was joking. 3020. Chapter 320, 58 Cave. Can you tell me what this pile of junk is? Ximen Guan pointed at the damaged Speedlight 1 on the table. It got a little damaged during the battle, Li Shu said, spreading his hands. A little damaged? Ximen Guan's eye twitched as he angrily said, You call this a little damaged? It's completely scrapped, all right? I worked so hard to create that demon armor for you, and what did you do? You didn't cherish it at all. You wore it out once, and now it's scrapped. Really impressive. Ximen Guan took a deep breath and continued, I can understand the demon armor being damaged. Maybe the demon spirit was too strong and broke your demon armor, which isn't your fault. But can you tell me how you managed to clog all the light energy transmission in the demon armor? I've never seen such a thing in my life. If the materials of the demon armor can't transmit demonic light, then it's just a pile of useless trash. I'm really impressed. Getting the demon armor into such a state must have been hard work for you, not easy at all. I ask you, did you plan this in advance with Speedlight 1? Speedlight 1? The scrapping speed is truly like the speed of light. No wonder you named it that. Ximen Guan was so angry he was about to explode. The demon armor was rushed out overnight and wasn't even complete yet. Strictly speaking, it was still a semi-finished product, and Li Shu had managed to scrap it. It was definitely an accident. Li Shu was somewhat at fault and couldn't really argue with Ximen Guan. If it wasn't for his desire to know the extent of the super spirit's power by forcibly overloading and clashing with it, Speedlight 1 wouldn't have been damaged. If he hadn't overloaded it, with the performance of Speedlight 1, he could have used skill to defeat that super spirit, although it would have been a bit more troublesome. It's really difficult for you to turn an accident into something like this. Ximen Guan sighed. Forget it, it's just trash anyway. A scrapped one is a scrapped one. It's just a pity for the materials with demon spirit wood. Old Ximen, look, my demon armor is broken. Could you help me make another set? Li Shu said gently. Make? With what? The materials are destroyed, the demon core is cracked. What can I use to make another set for you? Zeman Guan rolled his eyes. There's still a lot of demon spirit wood left, and as for the demon core, don't worry, I have that, Li Shu said. How can such precious materials as demon spirit wood be wasted like this? Although you're the city lord and everything belongs to you, you can't be so tyrannical, wasting such good materials on trash. This is a crime. I, Zeman Guan, have professional ethics. I absolutely cannot agree to do such a wasteful thing. It would bring down lightning on me. Zeman Guan immediately refused. Old Zeman, don't rush. Just look at this. Li Shu took out the Super Spirit Gemstone and Demon Core, placing them in front of Zeman Guan. What's there to look at? Even if you talk until the sky breaks today, I don't have the time, Zeman Guan said. But as his eyes fell on the Demon Core in Li Shu's hand, he immediately forgot what he was going to say. What's with this Demon Core? It seems a bit off. And what is this crystal? It feels like it contains a very strong light energy. Zeman Guan snatched the gemstone from Li Shu's hand and then pushed the door open and rushed out of the office, heading to the lab to use the instruments for testing. It wasn't long before Zeman Guan rushed back, his expression completely different from the gloomy face he had earlier, now filled with a smile. Ahem, City Lord, may I ask where you got this demon core and that gemstone? Are you going to make my demon armor or not? Li Shu sat in Zeman Guan's office chair, leisurely sipping tea, speaking calmly. Make it, of course, how could we not? You are the City Lord, everything here belongs to you. Who else would I make it for if not you? Zeman Guan said with a face full of smiles. But you can't say that. Although I'm the City Lord, I'm not a tyrant, and I can't have you do something that violates professional ethics, Li Shu said, taking a sip of tea. How could it be? City Lord, you're such a selfless person, I haven't seen another like you in my life. If anyone dares say you're a tyrant, I'd be the first to shut them up. My professional ethics are to prioritize the needs of the City Lord above all. Zeman Guan said earnestly with righteous conviction. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to use such good materials like demon spirit wood to make trashy demon armor? Maybe we should forget about it. Li Shu pretended to get up. It's not wasteful at all. Not wasteful, how could it be? You are the ruler of the city. No material is too much for you. Zeman Guan quickly pressed Li Shu's shoulder, urging him to sit down again. Wouldn't it be too difficult for you? Not at all. Not difficult at all. How long will it take to make my demon armor? 2 months. Zeman Guan saw Li Shu remain silent, grit his teeth, and said, a month and a half, a month, no less than that, even working day and night. It would take a month, otherwise there's not enough time. Then let's go with a month. Li Shu recounted the occurrence at the Golden Gate. Damn, I finally understand why Longevity Heaven wasn't concerned with demon armor and treated me that way. There's actually something like the Super Spirit. They must have already mastered the Super Spirit technology back then. According to you, ordinary S-Class magic armor is nothing in front of the Super Spirit, no wonder. Zeman Guan said through clenched teeth after listening. No wonder Speedlight 1 is damaged like that. It's a pity I didn't get to see that Super Spirit in person. If I could capture one for experiments, that'd be great. 321, Chapter 321, 58, the Burrow 2 Zeman Guan was getting more and more infuriated, cursing, those bastards of the Eternal Heaven are so short-sighted. If the Trial Taker can reach Super Spirit levels, then the technology of demon armor can also be innovated. Sooner or later, we can create demon armor that can easily kill Super Spirits. Damn it, I must create that kind of demon armor and make them regret it too late. Old Guani, rest assured, I will fully support your research on demon armor. As soon as the city's situation gets better, I'll immediately increase your budget to purchase the best equipment. Li Shu paused and then added, but before that, first, get my demon armor made. Don't worry, since we know super spirits exist, I certainly can't let you be in danger. If those guys from the Eternal Heaven, who can reach super spirit levels, come knocking, we must have the ability to respond. This set of demon armor must be made, and it must be constructed to the highest standards, capable of dealing with super spirit level demon spirits and trial takers, Zeman Guan said with a serious face. 1 month is not enough. You have to give me more time. All right, you can go all out. Let me know if you lack anything, and I'll try to find a way. Li Shu was overjoyed when he heard Zeman Guan say he would construct to the highest standards. This demon core is just right as the core of the new demon armor, and I'll keep the super spirit gemstone for research first. Zeman Guan immediately asked for the super spirit gemstone. Li Shu didn't have any objections, leaving the Super Spirit Gemstone and the Demon Core to Zeman Guan. After leaving the lab, he had a good sleep. It wasn't until just before noon the next day that Li Shu woke up, stretched lazily, and was about to get something to eat when he heard Chu Jun's voice outside the door. Li Shu, we're in trouble. Chu Jun pushed the door open and hurried inside, looking anxious after hearing Li Shu's voice. What's wrong? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. Something happened at the construction site. Let's go take a look, Chu Jun said urgently. Construction site? What construction site? What happened? Li Shu didn't immediately understand what Chu Jun was talking about. It's the Demon Spirit Arena. Something happened at the construction site over there. Sha Chu said a hole collapsed and workers fell in. They sent people down to rescue them, but they still couldn't get out, Chu Jun clarified the situation. Let's go take a look. Li Shu quickly followed Chu Jun out the door. Arriving at the construction site of the Demon Spirit Arena, the place was surrounded by tall iron sheets, making it impossible to see inside. Entering through the main gate, they saw that the foundation had already been laid, and some buildings were starting to go up. But now the site was cleared, with not a single person apart from Shachu present. The foundation is already finished, so how could there still be a collapse? Li Shu immediately asked upon seeing Shachu approaching. The City of Light was originally built by pushing the mountains, so it's all solid rock underneath. There wasn't a need to lay a foundation. After processing the rock, we added some seismic and waterproof layers and other works on top. Who knew that during last night's construction, that side suddenly collapsed into a hole? Shachu explained while leading Li Shu to the collapsed hole. The hole wasn't very large, with a diameter of just over a meter, but looking down into the blackness, it was impossible to tell how deep it was. Even a strong light couldn't reach the bottom. Did anyone go down? Li Shu frowned and asked. One hole wasn't a big deal, but if there were larger cavities below, the City of Light would be like building on an eggshell, with the risk of collapse at any moment. If the entire city collapsed, all their efforts and investments would be for nothing. We sent someone down, but after not long, they suddenly lost contact. Pulling up the rope, we found the steel safety cable snapped. I dared not send anyone else down. Shachu showed the broken end of the steel cable to Li Shu. Li Shu examined the break. It looked very smooth, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, causing him to frown slightly. Didn't they do a detailed survey before? Li Shu asked again. They did, and there were no cavities found below, Shachu thought and added, could there be a demon spirit below? Li Shu had his suspicions as well. The steel cable did not seem worn through, and in such a place, humans were unlikely, making a demon spirit the most probable cause. Shi Yuan, come over and bring the demon armor. Li Shu made a phone call to Ye Shi Yuan. Before long, Ye Shi Yuan arrived with the ghost-faced magic armor. Upon learning what had happened, Ye Shi Yuan immediately said, City Lord, the situation down there is unclear. Let me go down first to investigate. Can you handle it? Li Shu looked at Ye Shi Yuan and asked, I can, Ye Shi Yuan replied firmly, showing she genuinely wanted to go down and clear the way for Li Shu. Next time, there will be more opportunities. I might have a guess about what's down there, but I need to go down myself to verify my thoughts. Li Shu patted Ye Shi Yuan's shoulder, took the ghost-faced magic armor, and jumped down. He didn't really know what was down there, just had some doubts. He had wondered before why the Red Sand City Lord would spend such a huge cost to build a city in this place. It couldn't be just for the trial gate. 322, Chapter 322, 58, The Whole 3. But there are no minerals here, so Li Shu has always been puzzled about the purpose of the Red Sand City Lord building the City of Light here. Now, suddenly discovering such a cave, he was somewhat suspicious, wondering if it was related to the Red Sand City Lord's decision to build the city here. The light pattern on the demon armor lit up, allowing Li Shu to levitate and slowly descend, the fluorescence on his body illuminating the surroundings. The cave walls were smooth stone, resembling a vertical tunnel. He descended 200 or 300 meters, and the diameter of the cave did not widen or narrow. This made Li Shu very suspicious. Perhaps this cave was not naturally formed, but was pierced by some kind of force. Could it really be a hole drilled by the Red Sand City Lord? Why did he bore such a deep hole here? Could there be a gemstone mine below? Li Shu continued to descend, having exceeded 500 meters without seeing the bottom. The opening above had shrunk to the size of a cup, and the dark, narrow environment felt very oppressive. Only the light from the demon armor brightened the surroundings. Even with the dark mirror, one couldn't see what lay below. It's not because of the darkness, but because it was still very deep below. Li Shu estimated that the depth had exceeded 1,000 meters, yet there was still no end. Something's not right. Earlier workers only descended 100 meters and suddenly lost contact. I've descended past 1,000 meters. Why haven't I discovered anything? Why isn't there a lack of oxygen? Li Shu was puzzled, even more eager to explore the truth. When the depth exceeded 2,000 meters, the cylindrical cave suddenly widened, revealing a vast underground space. Li Shu gazed at the subterranean space, instantly shocked by the scene before him. The underground space was as large as a city, with a stone roof resembling the sky, a hemispherical dome hanging down. In this enormous underground space lay a demon spirit, its body occupying nearly half of the space, unimaginably gigantic, rendering Li Shu as insignificant as an ant before it. Its body looked like crystal jade, and each scale on its body emitted fluorescence, yet the demon spirit was covered by a thick layer of crystal, seemingly sealing it within. Is this a Qilin? Li Shu observed that the demon spirit's appearance closely resembled the Qilin from myth and legend. A dragon's head, lion's body, horse's tail, its entire body clad in scales like crystal jade, with dragon-like crystal horns atop its head, its paws shimmering like jade. A terrifying, mysterious presence with an indescribable, alluring charm. On the demon spirit's body, Li Shu noticed 2 workers' corpses, fallen upon the crystal encasing the demon spirit. Strangely enough, their corpses were also encased under the crystal. What kind of demon spirit is this? Why is it here? Li Shu examined the 4 corners of the underground space. Besides the demon spirit and workers' corpses, there was also a pool in one corner of the space. Li Shu thoroughly inspected the pool, discovering its depths unfathomable, emitting a chilling aura. To Li Shu's surprise, a plant was growing in the center of the pool. Even as Li Shu stood at the pool's edge, though the water appeared as clear as pure liquid, he still couldn't see the bottom, nor estimate its depth. With Li Shu's vision and the water's clarity, seeing a dozen meters should be effortless. This indicates the pool is at least more than a dozen meters deep. The plant growing from below must be at least a dozen meters long. The part of the plant protruding from the water looked coral-like, snow-white and crystal clear, emitting minute microlights. Li Shu thought it wasn't coral but a plant because atop the coral-like structure bloomed 5 snow-white flowers. The translucent petals resembled finely carved jade, yet they emitted a faint fragrance. The visible part underwater showed coral-like tendrils extending until they disappeared from view. Li Shu didn't know what this was, naturally trembling at the idea of disturbing it. Who knows if the crystal encasing the demon spirit was somehow related to the pool or the plant? After observing for a while without understanding what it was, Li Shu circled the subterranean space, but found nothing else. Li Shu examined the demon spirit again, suddenly narrowing his gaze. He discovered an arrow embedded at the forehead of the Qilin-like demon spirit. Half the arrow's shaft was inserted, and the exposed shaft and fletching resembled ruby carvings. This ruby arrow had no luster itself, appearing more like an artwork than a functional weapon. But since it was capable of penetrating the demon spirit's scale armor, it certainly wasn't ordinary. Did the Red Sand City Lord choose to build his city here for the demon spirit, or perhaps for the plant in the pool? Li Shu pondered, unable to understand. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shu flew toward the entrance he came from, resolving not to rashly act upon the demon spirit. With such an enormous size, even if it were an ordinary S-class demon spirit, the power it wielded would undoubtedly be horrifying. If it went berserk and collapsed the underground space, who knows if it might affect the City of Light above. Though separated by over 2,000 meters of rock layer, it shouldn't have too significant an impact, yet no one can be certain. Furthermore, Li Shu didn't believe it was an ordinary S-class demon spirit. Though its fluorescence was dim, Li Shu felt there was something extraordinary about it. If it happened to be a super spirit, fighting it would surely lead to great trouble. Li Shu planned to return and grab a phone or something to capture images of the demon spirit and the plant in the pool. He intended to get Simen Guan or Lao Dao to examine it and hopefully identify what it was. Human. Just as Li Shu was about to fly out of the underground space, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. C323, Chapter 323, 59, Unparalleled King Li Shu turned to look at the demon spirit within the crystal. It remained sprawled there, trapped inside the crystal, without even opening its eyes. Human, do not doubt it. It is I, the Unparalleled King, communicating with you. It's normal for a low-level carbon-based creature like you to not understand such an advanced form of communication, so don't feel inferior. The voice echoed in Li Shu's mind once more. Li Shu was amused and puzzled. Where did this guy get the idea that he was feeling inferior, and where did this superior attitude come from? Human, your luck has arrived. I happen to need a subordinate. By becoming my subordinate, you will receive unparalleled glory. The voice continued. Li Shu stared blankly at the demon spirit in the crystal, thinking to himself, is deception this straightforward now? Not even a bit of technique. Who had this guy encountered before that they could be deceived into becoming a subordinate by someone like this? What gave it such confidence? This approach is too direct. It's like kicking the ball right into my arms. At least make a detour, even a small detour. Even if you can't exhibit divine-like abilities, at least pretend to be grand and noble. What's with all this subordinate talk? Is this fooling people or insulting my intelligence? Even if you had a high-end title like Divine Spirit Representative or Demon Representative, I might consider falling for it. The way you're doing it, if I fell for it, wouldn't that make me seem very foolish? Seeing Li Shu remaining silent, the demon spirit seemed to misunderstand something and continued, Human, you don't need to doubt it. You are indeed this fortunate, having received the favor of the unparalleled king. But don't rejoice too soon, this is only temporary. Whether you can truly become my subordinate depends on your performance during the probation period. Is this demon spirit crazy, trying to con me into becoming a subordinate, and there's even a probation period? I've never encountered anything like this in my life, Li Shu thought as he looked at the demon spirit within the crystal, feeling that nothing in his life had been as absurd as this. So, how should I address you? Li Shu felt that this demon spirit seemed to have some mental issues, possibly not very bright, and perhaps he could have a proper conversation with it. Remember, I will only say this once. My revered title is the Supreme, Unmatched, Invincible, Peerless, Unparalleled King of the Universe. Although the demon spirit remained motionless, its voice made it seem like it was looking up to the heavens. Supreme, Unmatched, Invincible, Peerless, Unparalleled King of the Universe, may I ask what rank of demon spirit you are? Li Shu found this demon spirit quite amusing. Not bad, not bad. You, this subordinate, are quite decent, unlike those previous humans who were so foolish they couldn't even remember my revered title, yet still wanted to be my subordinate. How could I possibly give them such a chance? You're quite good, being able to remember my revered title. The unparalleled king seemed very pleased that Li Shu could remember its revered title and repeatedly praised him. However, you don't need to know about my matters. You just need to wholeheartedly complete the tasks I assign, and you'll naturally receive unparalleled glory, the unparalleled king said. I wonder what you would like me to do, Li Shu asked. First, bring me 10 radiant demon cores, the unparalleled king said offhandedly without thinking. Who knows how long this guy has been trapped underground, just dreaming of good things every day, like 10 radiant demon cores? Who knows how many years it's been fantasizing about this, Li Shu mused and said. Supreme, unmatched, invincible, peerless, unparalleled king of the universe, your request is very reasonable. However, as a mere weak carbon-based creature, I probably don't have the ability to kill a radiant demon spirit. How can I obtain 10 radiant demon cores? What you've said makes sense. Human beings, such weak creatures, indeed lack the ability to obtain the radiant demon cores I need. The unparalleled king seemed somewhat troubled. After pondering for a while, as if struck by inspiration, it said excitedly to Li Shu, I've remembered. When I emerged from the trial gate, I saw a ruby mine nearby. You can mine the ruby mine and trade the rubies in Black Death City to purchase the radiant demon cores. The entire ruby mine should be enough to exchange for 10 radiant demon cores. Are you the king of Black Death City? Li Shu wondered internally. If this creature truly came from within Black Death City, it meant that very close to the City of Light there should be a ruby mine. That would be incredibly good news. The king of Black Death City is nothing. I am far stronger than him, the unparalleled king retorted before adding, I'll now tell you the location of the ruby mine. Quickly excavate all the rubies there and take them to Black Death City to exchange for radiant demon cores. Li Shu was puzzled, wondering how the unparalleled king would reveal the location of the ruby mine to him when he suddenly sensed a map appearing in his mind. The map resembled a 3D image, like a miniature sand table showing mountains, water, and forests. The central location showed a mountain, which should be the stone mountain before the construction of the City of Light. At a certain distance from the stone mountain, a red dot was blinking, which should indicate the location of the ruby mine marked by the unparalleled king. 32.4, Chapter 32.4, 59, Unparalleled King 2, Li Shu roughly judged that the flashing red dot should be around 10 miles northwest of City of Light. I recall that area is supposed to be a rocky valley. However, I've never heard of anyone discovering rubies there. When the Red Sand City Lord built the city here, he must have investigated the surroundings. How could a ruby mine exist so close without being discovered? Li Shu remained skeptical. As my temporary underling, if you can handle this matter well, I might consider promoting you to my official underling. The voice of the unparalleled king echoed again in Li Shu's mind. Don't worry, I'll go check it out immediately. I hope that gemstone mine hasn't been discovered by anyone else. Li Shu said, but did not move. Why aren't you going yet? Asked the unparalleled king, confused by Li Shu's lack of action. I have a question. Could you possibly answer it for me? Li Shu mused aloud. Speak. The unparalleled king replied briskly. For someone weak like me, digging up a gemstone mine would undoubtedly take a long time. Why don't you accompany me? With your immense power, it could save a lot of time. Li Shu asked, puzzled. Fool, if I could leave, why would I need you? The unparalleled king seemed to realize they might have misspoken, and the voice in Li Shu's mind abruptly stopped. So, you can't get out. I suppose I'll have to dig on my own. Even though it might be slow, with enough time, I should be able to unearth all the rubies, Li Shu said. Seeing that Li Shu didn't notice the slip-up in its words, the unparalleled king said arrogantly again, It's all right if it takes time. Just do your best. I absolutely will not treat you unfairly. Once it's done, you'll be my official underling, and I'll bestow upon you supreme glory. I'll go handle it. Li Shu turned, ready to leave. Since this entity can't get out itself, there's no need to worry about it. Anyway, being buried 2,000 meters underground, it hardly influences the City of Light, and it probably knows nothing about it. If it were aware of the City of Light, the map transmitted into Li Shu's mind wouldn't remain just a stony mountain. Moreover, when looking at other landscapes on the map, there are slight differences from the vicinity of the City of Light now, which means it's been trapped here for who knows how long, completely unaware of the outside changes. Hold on. Before Li Shu left the underground space, he was called back again by the unparalleled king. Is there anything else? Li Shu turned to look at the unparalleled king and asked while secretly thinking, could this guy be afraid I won't return, trying to pull some trick? You, a weak human, if you encounter trouble outside, it wouldn't matter if you die, but it would be bad if you delayed my important tasks. The unparalleled king pondered before speaking. Li Shu realized he had overestimated the intelligence of the unparalleled king, understanding this creature wasn't ordinary and shouldn't be measured by human standards. Go check under that pool. There should be several scales. Retrieve them and keep them with you. When you face an unbeatable enemy, just throw the scales at them and it'll have miraculous effects. The unparalleled king muttered hesitantly after a long pause. Li Shu, hearing its tone, already guessed something. It's likely those scales belong to it, and it's too embarrassed to admit that they were plucked off by someone, such a disgraceful matter indeed. Li Shu approached the pool, looked at the coral-like plant, and asked, what is this plant? Never mind what that is. Don't touch it, take the scales, and quickly handle your business. The unparalleled king hastily said. Li Shu immediately realized that this plant was certainly something valuable, otherwise the unparalleled king wouldn't be so anxious. The water within the pool was cold and icy, but Li Shu, with his demon armor for protection and his ice heart talent alongside the ice ashes skill, naturally was unafraid of the cold. He directly leapt into the pool, causing a splash. Be careful not to damage the gem species, the unparalleled king shouted anxiously. Li Shu instantly knew what that thing was called, gem species. He had deliberately caused that commotion and didn't expect the unparalleled king to fall into the trap so easily. He moved away from the gem species, trying his best to stick to the edge of the pool and dive towards the depths. The pool was not as deep as imagined, probably just 20 or 30 meters, with coral-like gem species attached to the rocky bottom. The rocks at the bottom of the pool were all gray-white. Initially, Li Shu thought the scales from the unparalleled king would be so huge they'd be immediately visible, but after a careful search at the lakebed he found 3 palm-sized jade-white scales, leaving him highly doubtful of how the unparalleled king, being so large, could have such small scales. Could I have been mistaken, and these scales aren't from the unparalleled king? Then whose scales could they truly be? Li Shu searched once more, finding only these 3 scales and nothing else before slowly surfacing from the pool. Are these the 3 scales? Li Shu held them up and asked the unparalleled king. Correct, they are. Later, if you encounter danger, just throw them at your enemy. The unparalleled king said. 325 Chapter 325, 59 Unparalleled King 3. Do we need to hit the enemy with it? Will it explode? Li Shu asked carefully about the scale's function. No need, and it won't explode. Just follow what this king says and stop the nonsense. Hurry and dig the ruby. The unparalleled king urged repeatedly. Li Shu had no choice but to leave the underground space with 3 jade scales. When he came out, Shachu and the others were still guarding the entrance of the cave. What's the situation down there? Chujun asked hurriedly. Those 2 workers are already dead. There's no need to go down and look. There's a very dangerous demon spirit below. Without my order, no one is allowed to go down. After finishing, Li Shu looked at Shachu and continued, For the unfortunate workers, give their families double compensation. Build a gate over this hole for me, the sturdier the better, and then revise the design plan, marking this small area separately. Construct it to vault standards, and without my order, no one is allowed near here. You must personally follow up on this and ensure that no one goes down into the cave, lest the demon spirit inside is released by them. Shachu currently has money at her disposal, so she didn't engage in unnecessary chatter with Li Shu, just responded with acknowledgement and made calls to get things done. What kind of demon spirit is down there? Is it really that terrifying that even you can't handle it? Will such a demon spirit below affect our City of Light? Chujun asked with some surprise. I really can't handle it. I've never seen such a demon spirit in my whole life. Li Shu spoke honestly, as he truly had not seen such a bizarre demon spirit before. As for the impact on the City of Light, there shouldn't be any immediate effect. I will think of ways to deal with it. Li Shu did not want to kill the unparalleled king yet. First, because he wasn't sure what level the unparalleled king was. If it was a super spirit, it would be difficult to resolve. Before Jimin Guan finished making his new demon armor, he didn't want to act rashly. Secondly, the unparalleled king currently didn't seem to pose any threat, and might even be beneficial, so there was no rush to act against it. Li Shu brought the 3 jade scales to find Zimen Guan, hoping Zimen Guan would help him discern what kind of demon spirit the scales belonged to. Zimen Guan researched the scales for a long time and couldn't come to a conclusion, only knowing they were demon spirit scales, but was unable to determine which kind. He only told Li Shu that, according to instrument detection, these 3 jade scales contained very strong energy. However, the energy was peculiar, fluctuating between strong and weak intermittently, making it extremely unstable. This kind of unstable material was unsuitable for demon armor crafting, and Zimen Guan lost interest, returning them to Li Shu directly. Li Shu then described the demon spirit's appearance and the gem species appearance, but Zimen Guan hadn't heard of them either, so he decided to drop the matter. If possible, ask Lao Dao about it. Li Shu put the scales away, called Chujun and a Fei, and set out. This time he didn't bring Qin Shi, nor did he call the Yi family siblings, because this matter involved only the ones he trusted most. He was heading out to find the ruby mine that the unparalleled king spoke of. If there was indeed a ruby mine, all future money issues would be resolved. Even if it's not a major mine, it should be enough to support several demon spirits. If the ruby stock is substantial and of good quality, he could use the excess to buy some equipment from Zimen Guan, helping him create even stronger demon armor. Why bring us here? Chu Jun examined the sparsely vegetated valley, somewhat puzzled. Dig for gemstones. Li Shu scanned the valley and said, Didn't you deal with gemstone business before? You should be somewhat familiar with gemstone veins. Do you think there might be a ruby mine here in this valley? I dealt with finished gemstones, rarely dealt with raw stones. Exploration is entirely different. How would I know if there's a ruby mine here? Chujun also surveyed the valley and asked, Who told you there's a ruby mine here? The demon spirit below the cave mentioned it. Since there were no outsiders present, Li Shu recounted his encounter with the unparalleled king underground, leaving the two bewildered, as they hadn't seen such a demon spirit either. Not only hadn't they seen it, but they hadn't even heard of it. Such a peculiar demon spirit, Shujun said with a strange expression. Forget about peculiarities. How can we find out if there's actually a ruby mine beneath this valley? Li Shu said. If there's truly a ruby mine, not a word must leak, as this area is between Guye City and Red Sand City. If they find out, they'll definitely come to seize it, Shujun mused. How about this? Since it's been confirmed the gemstone mine is within the valley, let's dig in a few places. We'll dig more holes, and if there truly is a gemstone vein, we should hit raw stones eventually. Worst case scenario, we just waste some time. Li Shu had no other options. They didn't have a prospector around them, nor a trustworthy gem hunter. Hiring outsiders seemed too risky. None of them could commit such acts as murder to silence, so they had to dig themselves. Luckily, they all had demon spirits to act as free labor, sparing them the hard work. So those demon spirits became laborers for digging holes. If other trial takers saw them using radiant demon spirits as miners, they would surely curse at them for wasting rare treasures. Good thing demon spirits had much more strength than ordinary people, with hands more effective than shovels, digging holes quite swiftly. The valley was filled with rocks, with a dense mix of stones in the soil which was honestly hard for regular folks to dig through. But several demon spirits separated, dug numerous deep pits, and piled up the dugout stones nearly into a mound. Yet they didn't find any raw stones. Li Shu, could it be that we've been deceived by the demon spirit? If there's truly a ruby mine here, we should have found some raw stones after digging for so long. Chujun said while sifting through the stones. Is the unparalleled king pretending to be foolish? If so, that acting is Oster-worthy. Li Shu was also beginning to suspect they fell for the unparalleled king's trickery. It's strange, come take a look at this. Just as the two were feeling suspicious, a fae, who was directing demon spirits to dig far away, suddenly beckoned them over. Both thought a fae had found raw stones and hurried over. 3226, Chapter 3226, 160 Stonebreaker. The two of them were greatly disappointed, as a fae hadn't unearthed the original stone. Instead, her black death demon had only dug up a strange object. What is this thing? Chujun examined the object in the pit, his eyes filled with confusion. Li Shu also studied the object but couldn't figure out what it was. The black death demon had just dug a pit more than 3 meters deep, and within it was a red sphere about the size of a large yoga ball that women use for yoga practice. The sphere wasn't made of artificial materials. Its surface was covered with scale-like things, which appeared more like metallic. Had it been a demonic spirit, none of them could sense any demonic presence from it. Chujun had the inspiration skill. If it really was a demonic spirit, he would have detected it early on. If it wasn't a demonic spirit, then what was this thing? An undiscovered species on Earth, or something human-made? A fae commanded the Black Death Demon to take out the object. The three of them studied it for quite a while, but couldn't make sense of it. There were no seams on the sphere, ruling out the possibility that it was something curled into a ball. Nobody had heard of any creature's egg having scales. And for such a huge egg to be laid, how big would the creature have to be? Even if dinosaurs came back to life, it's uncertain if they could lay an egg this large. Could it be something man-made? Who would make such a thing, and what's the purpose of burying it here? Chujun touched the scales on the object. It felt like normal metal. Do you think there's a chance it could be a fruit? A fae mused. Fruit? What kind of fruit could grow so deep underground? Chujun thought a fae was just being whimsical. Perhaps I expressed it wrong. I meant to say, could it be some kind of plant, like a lotus root buried in mud, or something like a potato or sweet potato? A fae clarified. We'd have to cut it open to find out. Chujun thought it unlikely, since no fruit would have a metallic shell with scales growing on it. After studying it for half a day without figuring out what it was, they decided to cut it open for a look. The three of them ran far away, hiding behind a large rock, while Chujun controlled the deep blue knight to slash at the metal sphere that lay on the ground. With a resounding clang, the metal sphere rolled away from the strike of the deep blue knight's blade, but it wasn't damaged. So hard, it definitely doesn't seem like a fruit. Chujun was speaking when suddenly the thing started moving on its own. The scales on the surface of the metal sphere folded downwards, quickly revealing what was inside. Inside, it was still the same kind of scales. As the outermost scales folded down to the sphere's bottom, the second layer of scales began to fold down as well. Layer after layer, this object was like an onion, with scales continuously peeling away, yet inside it remained the same scaly structure. It's been over 10 layers. How can this thing have more layers than an onion? What on earth is it? Chujun stared at the now nearly blue ball-sized metal sphere, his expression odd. If I knew what it was, I wouldn't be hiding here, Li Shu said, staring at the object. More layers of metal scales peeled away, folding at the bottom into a column resembling a pineapple, while the top continued to peel away scales. Finally, after the last layer folded down, the three were astonished to find, amidst the layers of scales, a fist-sized, translucent white sphere that resembled jelly. A face suddenly seemed to recall something, pointing at the object and saying, I just realized. Earlier I thought this thing looked like a fruit. Doesn't this thing look like a giant lychee, only with a thicker outer skin, and inside is its flesh? As Afei said that, Li Shu and Chujun felt it did resemble a lychee, but with thicker skin and less flesh. After peeling layers from such a large item, only a fist-sized amount of flesh remained. Could this thing really be a fruit? Chujun swallowed. Why don't you taste it? Li Shu joked. How to taste it? Who knows if it's actually a fruit? Even if it is a fruit, what if it's poisonous? Chujun wasn't foolish enough to try it. The three of them exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to taste the forbidden fruit. After waiting for a while and not encountering any danger, the trio emerged from behind the rock, approaching the item for a closer look. Wow, it even has a fruity scent. Could it really be a fruit? Chujun said as he leaned closer to smell it. Li Shu also smelled it, nodding. It indeed has a bit of a lychee's sweet aroma, mixed with a fragrance reminiscent of pears and bananas. It might actually be a yet undiscovered fruit species. Want to give it a try? Forget it, too risky. Let's continue mining. Is that demonic spirit reliable? If there were a ruby mine in this valley, we should have found it by now, Chujun muttered. No one dared try the item. Li Shu controlled the spirit to move it to a corner, while he and Afei continued digging to find rubies. We 327, Chapter 327, 160 Stonebreaker 2. Who would have thought they didn't dig up any rubies, but after a while, they dug up those red balls again. Without finding any rubies, they ended up digging up 7 or 8 of these red balls, which left the 3 of them feeling somewhat depressed. The shells of these red balls were indeed quite hard, so Li Shu planned to take them back for Shimen Guan to examine, thinking they might be useful as materials for demon armor. Looks like we were more likely than not deceived by that so-called unparalleled king. There's simply no ruby mine in this damn place, Chujun said, exhausted just from looking at the rocks they had unearthed, slumping to the ground. But that doesn't add up. If unparalleled king is really that cunning, there must be some reason it tricked me into coming here. There should be some benefit for it. How does us digging here benefit it? It can't be that it just wanted to eat some fruit and tricked me into digging up these fruits to take back. Li Shu somewhat doubted this conclusion. Then what do you think we should do? Keep digging? Chujun inquired. Let's do this. Gather the demon spirits and dig a deep pit here. If there's still no result, let's head back, Li Shu conceded, fearing the chances of finding rubies were slim. The group got the demon spirits into a pit, digging down, hauling up the earth and stones, picking out rocks, and discarding the debris. These demon spirits worked tirelessly, even more diligently than sweatshop workers. Bang. When the pit was dug over 20 meters deep, one Black Death demon suddenly lost footing, like stepping into air, and disappeared as a hole appeared at that spot. No way. Could there be an underground tunnel spirit here too? Li Shu was shocked, quickly ensuring the surrounding ground was stable before rushing to the edge of the hole. Looking downward, he saw a tunnel-like passage about 2 meters deep extending in both directions. Li Shu jumped in to inspect both ends of the passage and was startled. At one end of the passage, a giant creature was writhing. The thing resembled a massive earthworm but was clad in red scales, currently drilling its way through the ground. What's going on down there? Chujun called from the opening above. Li Shu quickly made a hushing gesture and signaled for Chujun and Afei to join him quietly. After Chujun and Afei carefully descended, they too saw the huge worm-consuming soil to excavate the tunnel, and their expressions changed slightly. The creature operated like a tunneling machine, its lotus flower-like mouth constantly ingesting soil and excreting it from a hole at the back end, moving at a remarkable digging speed. The creature didn't seem to notice Li Shu and the others. It continued drilling away. Chujun quickly used his inspiration skill and whispered to Li Shu, "This thing's a demon spirit called the Stonebreaker, an A-level demon spirit. I suspect there might indeed be a gemstone mine here, but any rubies in it have probably been filtered through and devoured by this thing, which is why we can't find any rubies." Li Shu had a similar thought and was just about to summon the Jedi Knight to take it down when the Stonebreaker suddenly stopped. The three thought the Stonebreaker had detected them, but then it convulsed, ejecting a red spherical object from another slightly smaller hole at the back before resuming its tunneling. Li Shu and the others glanced at each other, feeling thoroughly disgusted. No matter how you looked at it, that red ball seemed like the Stonebreaker's waste after overeating, and recalling how close they had been sniffing it earlier, commenting on its supposed fragrance, made them nauseous. Li Shu immediately summoned the Jedi Knight to charge forward. The Jedi Knight pursued the Stonebreaker, executing a bloodlight slash that tore a gaping wound in the Stonebreaker's body, nearly severing it into two, yet it still struggled to move, attempting to escape. This demon spirit was odd indeed. Its body, though large, wasn't suited for combat, and the Jedi Knight sliced it into pieces after only a few strikes, leaving it motionless. During its desperate escape, the Stonebreaker partially collapsed the newly excavated tunnel. As the trio cleared the debris, they discovered a demon core within its remains. The demon core was ordinary, just a standard A-level demon core, not even remotely special. However, aside from the demon core, they also found a ruby within the Stonebreaker's body. "Is this really a ruby?" Chujun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the massive crystal ball before him. In fact, this large, transparent, impurity-free sphere, resembling a ruby, was only about the size of a basketball. But if it truly was a ruby, describing it as gigantic would be no exaggeration. A ruby this size, weighing dozens of pounds, was a behemoth compared to rubies measured in carats. It does look somewhat like it, but I've never seen or heard of rubies this large and pure, Li Shu marveled, closely examining the ruby ball, so pristine it was hard to believe it was a ruby. Let's take it back first and see. Who knows if there are more stonebreakers down there? If there are a few more of these things, this ruby mine might be doomed, and finding rubies would be impossible, Li Shu conceded with resignation. 32.8, Chapter 328, 60, Stonebreaker 3. I thought I was finally going to be rich, but it turned out to be all for nothing. Now he could only hope that there were no other stonebreakers below, and that the gemstone mine hadn't been exhausted. Li Shu himself didn't plan to dig any further, but asked Sha Chu to find a few professional prospectors or gem hunters to take a look. Hesitating for a moment, Li Shu still decided to transport those red spheres back, letting Shimin Guan test them to see exactly what they were. Though he suspected that these red spheres were the excrement of stonebreakers, their scaly outer shell seemed more like metal, which might be useful. When Li Shu placed a ruby ball, slightly larger than a basketball, in front of Shimin Guan took one look and frowned, saying, "Why did you bring a glass ball here?" "What glass ball? This is a ruby," Li Shu replied. "A ruby, are you sure?" Shimin Guan looked at the ruby ball skeptically. Even synthetic rubies of such size and purity would be difficult to produce. You just need to test it to know. In his heart, Li Shu wasn't sure either. Who knew if this ball from the stonebreaker's body was actually a ruby? If it really was a ruby, Li Shu felt that this trip wouldn't have been in vain, as such a large ruby ball could be sold for an astronomical price. Shimin Guan didn't believe this thing could be a ruby at all, but after testing, it was indeed a ruby, and no signs of synthesis were found. All metrics matched those of a natural ruby. Shimin Guan thought the test was faulty and personally adjusted the instruments, using several different types of equipment to test it again. The results were the same. This was a natural ruby, remarkably pure, with almost no visible impurities. How could such a large ruby exist? Even though Shimin still couldn't quite believe it, the test results were undeniable. Where did you get such a natural ruby? This thing is incredibly valuable. Why not sell it and get some equipment in return? Shimin Guan wasn't particularly interested in gems. He only thought of trading them for equipment. I still need it. Li Shu immediately took the ruby ball back. Kidding, how could he casually sell such a thing? To appease the somewhat disgruntled Shimin Guan, Li Shu had Sha Chu and Fei, who were waiting outside, bring in a large box filled with those red metal balls. "Old Guan, I found some good stuff for you. See if you can use it," Li Shu said, pointing to the red spheres in the box. "What are these things?" Clearly, Shimin Guan didn't recognize them either. Good stuff. Shu Jun, operating the Black Death Demon, placed a metal sphere on the table in front of Shimin Guan, then smashed it forcefully. The next moment, the scaly shell peeled away layer by layer, revealing a fist-sized, likey-like substance inside. Is this an artificial device? Doesn't look like it. Could it be a plant? That doesn't seem right. Shimin Guan leaned in close to sniff the fruity substance, seemingly thinking of something, then suddenly extended a finger and scraped it on the substance. Some transparent liquid stuck to his finger, which he then casually put into his mouth. This action disgusted the three of them, almost making them vomit on the spot. After tasting it, Shimin Guan looked excited. "Where did you find this?" "It's a natural catalyst that can be used in refining demon spirit materials. I've seen some in Chongqing Heaven before. This is the taste, so the catalyst was extracted from this stuff." "Where did you get it?" "With this, I can save a lot of time refining demon spirit wood." Li Shu and the others exchanged glances, none of them speaking up. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and tell me. This is good stuff. Is there more? Can you get more in the future?" Shimin Guan asked urgently. "There is more." Seeing Chu Jun and Fei remain silent, completely ignoring his cues, Li Shu reluctantly cleared his throat and recounted the origin of the stuff. Originally, they thought Shimin Guan would have some uncomfortable psychological or physiological reaction after hearing the full story. Who knew, after listening, Shimin Guan chuckled. "For a tech worker, we only see the constituent elements of substances. Nothing else matters, let alone mere excrement. For research, I've tasted everything you can imagine. You're making a fuss over nothing. Such good stuff can't be let out of our hands. Organize a team and dig up every last piece as soon as possible." "See, that's professionalism. You all should learn from this. Stop being so jumpy," Li Shu said. Indeed, in the past, Shimin Guan had been imprisoned for decades and had done everything in a tank, even drinking and relieving himself there. This was nothing, so he said to Chu Jun and Fei. Chu Jun and Fei looked at Li Shu with contempt. Earlier, his reaction was the most exaggerated. "Old Guan truly has a broad perspective. I was shallow." Chu Jun admitted his mistake to Shimin Guan. "You're still young. It's normal not to have a broad perspective. Just learn it with time." "Enough talking. Go organize a team to dig." Shimin Guan urged them to hurry and excavate the red metal spheres. After the three left, Old Guan closed the door and dashed to the bathroom, vomiting so violently that the noise was scary enough to seem he might puke his very stomach out. Back in the day, he had survived by drinking and relieving himself in a tank, but it was live water. He drank from upstream and relieved downstream, plus it was his own waste, so he could psychologically bear it. Moreover, he had gotten used to a better life now, and couldn't bear such hardship anymore. Li Shu had Chu Jun and a Fei dig the metal spheres while he went to the construction site, wearing the ghost mask armor, and ventured back into the tunnel. 2329, Chapter 329, 61, Certain Death in 7 Days. Your efficiency is quite impressive. My king is very satisfied. The unparalleled king saw Li Shu return, thinking he had already exchanged for the Radiant Demon Core, and was full of joy. Sorry, I haven't obtained the Radiant Demon Core yet, Li Shu said. How come you haven't obtained it? Why did you come back if you haven't? The unparalleled king frowned. I went to the ruby mine you mentioned, but unfortunately I didn't find any rubies. I only discovered some red metal balls. When those metal balls are opened layer by layer, inside is a white soft body, Li Shu explained. Damn it, how could there be trash bugs there? Did it eat the entire ruby mine? The unparalleled king became furious upon hearing the name Stonebreaker. I dug for a long time and didn't find even a single raw ruby, only those red spheres. I don't know what trash bug that is, Li Shu said honestly. He only knew about the Stonebreaker, not any trash bug. Damn it, humans are truly incompetent. How could they allow trash bugs to get here? Don't they know that letting those things into a gemstone mine is a disaster? The unparalleled king seemed irritated. What exactly is a trash bug? Li Shu asked. It's also a kind of demon spirit without any other skills, just eating gemstones, hence called a trash bug. Those red spheres you encountered are called garbage balls. The trash bug eats raw stones but can only digest parts of the elements within them. The remaining undigested components in the raw stone condense into garbage balls and are expelled. Garbage balls are aggregates of various trace elements, mainly metallic because they contain many other elements. It's a somewhat special metal material. As for the soft body inside, it's a substance secreted by trash bugs, allowing them to separate needed elements from gemstones. After the unparalleled king's explanation, Li Shu roughly understood what a garbage ball was. To put it nicely, it's an aggregate of elements that the trash bug doesn't need. To put it bluntly, it's excreted waste. It's a pity you didn't find that trash bug, otherwise after killing it, you might find rubies not yet completely digested inside it. The rubies it swallowed naturally fused together, and because impurities have already been separated out, the gemstones would be especially pure. The unparalleled king assumed Li Shu hadn't seen the trash bug. Can a single trash bug eat up an entire ruby mine? Could there still be uneaten rubies in the ruby mine? Should I go back and dig again? Li Shu said intentionally. How many do you think there would be? Just one trash bug, let alone that small mine. Even if it were a large mine, given enough time, the trash bug could eat it all up. The unparalleled king sighed. Since you've dug up so many garbage balls, that mine is probably almost eaten up and is as good as wasted. Looks like we'll have to think of another plan. Li Shu stood by, waiting for the unparalleled king to come up with a solution. The unparalleled king, being stuck here, couldn't think of anything. After pondering for a long time, he still didn't come up with an idea. If you don't have a plan, I have an idea, though I don't know if it will work, Li Shu said as the unparalleled king remained silent. What idea do you have? The unparalleled king asked, somewhat surprised. First, you must tell me how to trade for the Radiant Demon Core inside Black Death City? Li Shu was always curious about this matter, but never found the right opportunity to ask, especially how to bring gemstones into Black Death City. If gemstones could be brought inside, does it mean demon armor can be brought in too? In that case, he could wear the demon armor into the land of trial. Of course, you exchange for the Radiant Demon Core with the Demon Spirit Merchant in Black Death City. Don't you even know how to conduct a trade? The unparalleled king said. I have also been to Black Death City, but saw no Demon Spirit Merchants there, only some Black Death demons. Li Shu immediately realized that the unparalleled king's knowledge of Black Death City seemed outdated compared to its current situation. How is that possible? Tell me in detail what Black Death City is like now. The unparalleled king seemed shocked and hurriedly asked. Li Shu described what he had seen in Black Death City. The unparalleled king, after listening, did not make a sound. After a long time, the unparalleled king sighed. I didn't expect even Black Death City to have fallen. Who knows how many places in the Demon Kingdom haven't fallen yet? What do you mean by fallen? Li Shu hurriedly asked. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The unparalleled king had no mood to explain further to Li Shu and urgently asked, what plan do you have? Honorable Supreme Unparalleled King, although someone like me is weak, the demon armor I wear can unleash decent light energy. If it can be brought into Black Death City, I can use it to kill demon spirits and obtain demon cores from them, thus helping you collect radiant demon cores. But as a human, besides myself, nothing else can be brought into the trial gate. Do you have any way? Li Shu went on and on, trying to find out whether the unparalleled king had any means to bring demon armor into the land of trial. I-330, Chapter 330-61, Dead in 7 Days 2. Hump, the things created by you humans, no matter how strong, are just trash. Even if you could bring them in, they'd be useless. Not to mention it's completely impossible to bring them in, the unparalleled king said disdainfully. Why is it impossible to bring them in? Li Shu pressed. If he could understand the reason, maybe Shimen Guan's research could succeed sooner. What kind of place do you think the Demon Kingdom is? It's not somewhere just any trash can be brought into. The things made by humans are just spiritless junk, and spiritless things can't enter the Demon Kingdom. The unparalleled king's tone was extremely contemptuous, holding no regard for the creations of humans. When you say spirituality, do you mean it must have autonomous consciousness? Li Shu asked with a frown. Something like that, the unparalleled king said impatiently. Do you have any other methods? The path you're suggesting is not feasible at all. Upon hearing this from the unparalleled king, Li Shu felt his heart sink. It seemed that Shimen Guan's attempt to develop a demon armor capable of entering the trial gate was exceedingly difficult. To give the demon armor autonomous consciousness was akin to giving a robot a soul. That difficulty is no less than God creating humans. Though artificial intelligence has existed for a long time, it relies on algorithms and doesn't really have autonomous consciousness. Besides this, I don't have any good methods, Li Shu asked, puzzled. Since things without spirituality can't be taken in, even if I got a ruby, the ruby wouldn't have spirituality. How would I bring it in? Humans are really foolish. Can't you swallow the gemstone into your stomach? The energy contained within the gemstone is what the Demon Kingdom needs. You can bring it in this way, the unparalleled king mocked. Having gotten answers to most of the questions he wanted to ask, Li Shu was already planning in his mind how to find an excuse to leave here. He wasn't planning on tearing his face off with the unparalleled king, because if he encountered any questions he didn't understand in the future, he could come back to ask it. I've always known you humans are unreliable. The unparalleled king seemed to have already made up his mind and continued, in the end, I'll have to personally resolve the problem. Otherwise, how could you be the supreme, unparalleled king? Li Shu laughed. Makes sense. The unparalleled king greatly agreed with Li Shu's words and said proudly, Then let this king show you the right path. Go to Black Death City again. Find the smallest stone house inside. There will definitely be a stone coffin in that stone house. You should place a pile of gemstones in front of the stone coffin. The more the better, the purer the better, the bigger the better. Do not bring those junk gemstones. Then kneel in front of the stone coffin and pray. If the stone coffin opens on its own, respectfully take out the shrine inside and bring it back to me. The unparalleled king mentioned the smallest stone house, and it seems the stone house from which I took the Godslayer shrine was indeed very small. I don't know if it's the smallest stone house in Black Death City, but from what he said, it seems like he's referring to that stone coffin and the Godslayer shrine. Yet, from his tone, he seems to be quite apprehensive about the Godslayer shrine. What on earth is the origin of the Godslayer shrine? What is that shrine? Li Shu quickly asked. A thing? If it heard you say that, you'd be doomed. It's very fond of holding grudges, the unparalleled king thought for a moment and then said, Don't worry about it. Just do as this king says. Once you bring it here, no matter where you are or whether it's with you, you absolutely must not say such things again, understand? Sigh. Where can a poor and weak human like me find so many exquisite gemstones? What if I just smash the stone coffin and bring the shrine back for you? Li Shu tentatively asked. The unparalleled king was immediately startled. Don't do that under any circumstances. If you want to die, don't drag this king down with you. You absolutely cannot offend it. You must summon it to me with the most humble attitude, understand? By the end of his speech, the unparalleled king was extremely stern, not even referring to himself as this king's anymore, showing how much he feared the shrine. Such an arrogant fellow, yet he's so scared of that shrine. It seems he isn't talking about the Godslayer shrine, Li Shu thought, not believing that the Godslayer shrine was formidable enough to frighten the unparalleled king to such an extreme. Next time I go into Black Death City, I must carefully search for that smallest stone house. Li Shu thought he was overthinking it before. With the Godslayer Shrine's capabilities, even he, a trial taker, couldn't handle it. The unparalleled king, at least in S level, could not possibly fear it. I do want to summon it out, but what can I do without gemstones? Li Shu tossed the problem back to the unparalleled king. Why would I accept such a useless lackey, always letting this king solve your problems? What do I need you for? Find a way to get the gemstones yourself, the unparalleled king said angrily. All right, I'll go out and try every possible means to get gemstones, but my capabilities are limited, so it might take some time. Please wait patiently, Li Shu said as he flew towards the exit. This lackey, though a bit lacking in ability and not very bright, is quite loyal. When this king escapes, I can give him some benefits, so he understands what an honor it is to follow this king, the unparalleled king thought happily, waiting for Li Shu to get gemstones and summon the shrine. 1331, Chapter 331, 61, Dead in 7 Days 3. After Li Shu came out, he didn't go to Shimen Guan to tell him about spirituality. In case Shimen Guan found out about this and got obsessed with making his demon armor, there would be no time for Li Shu's demon armor here. Li Shu planned to wait until his Lightspeed number 2 was finished before telling Shimen Guan about this. Back in his room, he glanced at the Godslayer shrine lying askew on the bed. This thing that always demanded hugs didn't seem terrifying as the unparalleled king had said. Li Shu felt it couldn't be what the unparalleled king was talking about. This guy hasn't made a peep recently and doesn't follow me around much anymore. Could it be secretly plotting something again? Li Shu thought as he stared at the Godslayer shrine. The Godslayer shrine seemed to sense Li Shu watching it, slowly rising, its back facing Li Shu, and, shockingly, a line of small text appeared on it, something that hadn't happened for a long time. Kid, you have only 7 days left to live. If you have any last words, you better hurry up and sort them out. What, trying to drag me into Blood Moon Black Death City again? You don't have to wait 7 days, just drag me in now, Li Shu mocked. Don't be arrogant. At the end of 7 days, you'll be crying, and even if you kneel and call me Grandpa, it won't help. More words appeared on the Godslayer shrine. Since you're so confident, can you reveal how I'll die after 7 days? Li Shu said with a smile. No harm in telling you, 7 days later is the time of the Blood Moon, the Godslayer shrine wrote. Blood Moon again, how boring. Li Shu kicked the Godslayer shrine aside, lay down on the bed, stopped looking at it, rested his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling in thought. The Godslayer shrine flew up in rage, hovering above Li Shu's face, continuing to write, I wasn't finished yet. Don't think this is the end. Next time during the Blood Moon, a terrifying demon spirit will enter Black Death City. You, such a small fry, can't even block a single finger of that demon spirit, and by then you'll be dead for sure. Want to know what kind of demon spirit it is? Beg me, if you make me happy, I might reveal a bit of information so you can live a little longer. Oh, I'm so scared. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. I need to rest. Li Shu slapped the Godslayer shrine onto the ground, turned sideways, and prepared to sleep. Fortunately, the Godslayer shrine was just a shrine, or it would have been infuriated to death. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Are you a pig? The Godslayer shrine jumped onto Li Shu's body, bouncing up and down. Didn't you say I'd die in 7 days? I'm already a dying man. Can't you let me have a good sleep? Li Shu sat up, grabbed the Godslayer shrine, and said irritably, You still want to sleep? To tell you the truth, the demon spirit entering Black Death City is an extremely terrifying super spirit, killing you as easily as squashing an ant. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life and not send you over, the Godslayer shrine said. How about this? You acknowledge me as your master, and I'll let you send me over twice more. Li Shu casually put the Godslayer shrine on the bedside table and closed his eyes to sleep. You deserve to die without a complete corpse. The Godslayer shrine was so angry it almost erupted in flames. But Li Shu ignored it, and it had no choice but to grit its teeth and wait to settle accounts with Li Shu 7 days later. It's not that Li Shu wasn't afraid of encountering a super spirit in the City of Trial, but because he had already seen through the nature of the Godslayer shrine. The Godslayer shrine harbored grudges fiercely, which was quite similar to what the unparalleled king had described. They already had such a big enmity. Even if Li Shu begged the Godslayer shrine now, this thing definitely wouldn't help him and would even humiliate him. Rather than that, it's better to ignore it, at least not getting humiliated by the Godslayer shrine. Li Shu spent a few consecutive days in trials, unfortunately not coming across an entrance ticket, but his primordial embryo quality increased to 150 happened again in the City of Light, and all work was progressing smoothly. These days, Li Shu had been paying attention to the situation over in Red Sand City, heard that more people saw demon spirits rushing into the old mine, and it wasn't just 1 or 2. Li Shu was somewhat tempted. With what he currently knew, at least 5 or 6 S-class demon spirits had entered that old mine. Even if they weren't of high quality, things on S-class demon spirits were quite valuable. Li Shu thought that, if by the time his Lightspeed number 2 was finished, the demon spirits in the old mine hadn't left, he would go hunting there. Even if he couldn't find a super spirit gemstone, getting a few S-class demon cores would be good. Counting the time, in a day or two, it'll be the day the Godslayer shrine mentioned, yet Li Shu still hadn't managed to randomly get an entrance ticket. After much contemplation, Li Shu picked up the basketball-sized ruby and once again entered the underground space. The Godslayer shrine's words couldn't be fully believed, but no preparation at all wasn't wise either. He planned to start with the unparalleled king, to see if he could extract some useful information. When the unparalleled king saw the ruby Li Shu was holding, it was instantly overjoyed. Kid, did you find that garbage bug? I have to thank you. I dug for several days at the place you mentioned, and I actually found that garbage bug you talked about. After trying everything to kill it, I found this ruby, Li Shu said. Not bad, well done, as expected from someone favored by this king. Not only capable, but also lucky. I thought that garbage bug had eaten the gemstone and left, didn't expect it to still be there. The unparalleled king was overjoyed. This far exceeded its expectations of Li Shu, and hurriedly said, With such a gemstone, it's enough to invite the shrine, no need to look for other gemstones. Immediately take this ruby to Black Death City and invite the shrine back. How am I supposed to take it into Black Death City? Li Shu asked. Didn't I tell you, swallow it down there? The unparalleled king's voice grew fainter, evidently realizing a problem. Li Shu wasn't a demon spirit, much less its kind of size, absolutely couldn't swallow such a huge ruby. A 332. Chapter 332, 62 Black Death Demon King. Humans are really troublesome. muttered the unparalleled king, not speaking for a long while, apparently pondering how to bring such a large ruby into the Black Death City, which was obviously impossible. Li Shu was waiting for the unparalleled king to give him an idea, so he remained silent. After a long wait, he finally heard the unparalleled king suddenly say, "If you want to take this ruby into the Black Death City, you can only use that spirit planting technique." "What is the spirit planting technique?" Li Shu asked hurriedly. "It has to be something with spirituality to bring it in. This ruby lacks spirituality, so you must plant a spirit in it to take it in." The unparalleled king explained. When the unparalleled king mentioned it, Li Shu understood it more clearly. "Isn't this similar to those gemstones with demon spirits? Ordinary gemstones do not produce demon spirits. Those storied demon spirits might have been infused with external spirits under certain conditions, combining to form the demon spirit gemstone. How do you plant a spirit?" Li Shu realized that the unparalleled king actually knew the spirit planting technique. If he could learn it, wouldn't he be able to avoid risks in the land of trial and simply bring back gemstones and plant spirits on them to harvest demon spirit gemstones? Thinking of the joy of harvesting demon spirit gemstones everywhere, Li Shu felt being a grower was quite nice. Spirit planting is somewhat troublesome, and you don't have the ability to plant spirits. We can only use the most foolish method. After pondering for a moment, the unparalleled king said, "You need to find a newborn baby. Remember, it must be at the moment of birth. Take a little blood from it and drip it onto the ruby. Then every day you must take one drop of that baby's blood and drip it onto the ruby, and on the 99th day. Remember, don't let the baby reach 100 days old. Seize the moment before that, kill the baby, and pour all its blood onto the ruby. This way, you can let the ruby gain a faint and weak spirituality. This spirituality is almost useless, but it allows you to complete a contract with it and bring the ruby into the Black Death City." Li Shu's brows furrowed as he listened. The thought of murder surged in his heart. Such a cruel method must not be known by anyone, not even Jimin Guan. Upon hearing this spirit technique, Li Shu's first reaction was to kill the unparalleled king, making it disappear forever. Only Li Shu didn't know if there were other demon spirits who knew the spirit planting technique. Another problem. Li Shu looked at the unparalleled king and said, "Why do you have so many problems? You can't handle even a small matter, always various problems." The unparalleled king responded angrily, "Sai, it's not that I have many problems, it's just that I'm too weak. If I were as strong as you, there wouldn't be any problems." Li Shu sighed. "Mere humans, how could you possibly be as strong as this king? Just stop dreaming. Serve this king well. And in the future, this king may let you bask in a little glory, then you can be stronger than other humans by countless times." The unparalleled king was easy to coax. With just 2 sentences, he was proud again. "What other problems do you have?" "I heard that an extremely terrifying demon spirit has appeared in the Black Death City, killing anyone it sees, seems to be called Super Spirit. I'm just afraid that after bringing the ruby in, I'll be killed by that demon spirit. It's okay if I die, but not being able to return with a token would betray your trust in me," Li Shu said. "What's the name of that demon spirit? What does it look like?" The unparalleled king pondered and asked, "I don't know either. Most humans who have seen that demon spirit have been killed. The few who escaped can't clearly describe it either." Li Shu didn't know what kind of demon spirit the token referred to, naturally couldn't tell the unparalleled king. "Though it's a bit troublesome, it's not a big deal. This king will teach you a way to preserve your life." The unparalleled king mentioned a method. Li Shu was overjoyed. He initially was just trying it out, not expecting the unparalleled king actually had a way to keep him safe in the Black Death City, eagerly listened intently. The unparalleled king instructed him, "At the small square behind the crossroads in the Black Death City, there's a stone house with a pair of stone lions at the entrance. Li Shu only needs to flee to the stone house and simultaneously pat the heads of the stone lions 3 times. The doors of the stone house will open automatically. Hide inside to avoid death. Once inside the stone house, you must remember 3 things." The unparalleled king's voice was somewhat stern. "First, do not touch anything inside the stone house. Second, absolutely don't speak, even if someone inside asks you something. Do not open your mouth. Third, after you leave, curse the door thrice. If you fail in any of these, don't blame this king for losing your life." "I can understand the first 2 things, but why curse after leaving?" Li Shu queried, suspecting the unparalleled king might be tricking him. "You don't need to understand so much, just do it." The unparalleled king evidently didn't want to explain, urging Li Shu to quickly leave and find a baby to plant a spirit for the ruby. Li Shu walked out of the underground cave with the ruby. Of course, he wouldn't go looking for a baby. Instead, he placed the ruby in the vault to keep it secured. See 333 Chapter 333, 62 Black Death Demon King. 2. In the next 2 days, Li Shu continued to enter the trial ground as usual to work on his attributes. The hero trial ground had been cleared by him countless times, and he could almost walk through it with his eyes closed. "Your time has come. Swear loyalty to me and become my slave, and you might have a chance to live." The Godslayer shrine suddenly appeared before Li Shu as he was resting, with a somewhat smug feeling. Scram. Li Shu unceremoniously slapped it to the ground. After the Godslayer shrine stood up from the ground, it shook with anger, and Li Shu's name appeared directly on its back. Li Shu instantly felt his vision go black. Fortunately, he was prepared, and with a handsome single-handed ground pose, he successfully avoided being slammed to the ground. Looking up, he indeed found himself in Black Death City once again, with a blood moon appearing in the sky as expected. The moon was a terrifying blood red, as if it was about to drip blood. Li Shu glanced around, but did not notice any terrifying magic spirits appearing. He dared not be negligent and ran to the small square to find the stone house mentioned by the unparalleled king. The stone house was actually easy to find, just behind the small square. It was a two-story building and looked quite unique. Despite being made of stone, it had an artistic vibe. The tops of the doors and windows were all arched, and although the walls were dilapidated, traces of paint could be vaguely seen, suggesting that the walls were once a different color. There were 3 stone steps in front of the door. On the top tier of the steps, on either side of the door, were 2 stone lion sculptures over a foot tall, looking like gate guardian beasts, one squatting on each side. The stone lions' materials matched those of the stone bricks used to build Black Death City, likely made of the same material. Li Shu stood guard at the door and did not enter immediately. He planned to survey the situation first, intending to enter the house only after the terrifying magic spirits appeared. If the Godslayer shrine was bluffing, he wouldn't need to risk entering the house. According to the unparalleled king, the inside of this house was certainly not peaceful and probably just as fraught with danger. Clang, clang. Soon enough, Black Death demons appeared, just like last time, appearing as flowing colors quality right from the start, without any ordinary quality Black Death demons. Li Shu did not rush forward, instead summoning his magic spirit and standing guard at the door of this stone house, prepared to kill the Black Death demons when they rushed over. Wave after wave of Black Death demons charged, precisely like the last time in Blood Moon Black Death City. An astonishing number of high-quality Black Death demons came one by one to die, and Li Shu was picking up demon cores until his hands were sore. This time, the lineup of Li Shu's magic spirits was vastly stronger than the last, and these E-level Black Death demons posed no threat to him, purely coming as easy prey. It's a pity there are only E-level Black Death demons in Black Death City. It would be better to get some higher-grade demon cores. Li Shu did not use the non-lethal bombs yet. He planned to save them for the final Radiant Black Death demon, and then select a few other Radiant Black Death demons to hit with the non-lethal bombs to see if he could get some good loot. Wave after wave of Black Death demons came adorably to die, and by the end, the pile of demon cores and rings beside Li Shu was like a small hill, dazzling and eye-catching. After killing waves of Black Death demons, Li Shu remained vigilant, not daring to relax in the slightest, yet he still didn't find the terrifying magic spirit spoken of by the Godslayer shrine. Without the terrifying magic spirit appearing, Li Shu dared not wander, clinging to the stone house entrance without leaving, and naturally unable to find the smallest stone house. Up until the last wave of Black Death demons appeared, there was still no sign of that terrifying magic spirit. Could it be that the Godslayer shrine was bluffing? Is there really no such terrifying magic spirit? Li Shu had some doubts in his heart. However, on further thought, it didn't seem right. If there was no terrifying magic spirit, why would the Godslayer shrine send him into Blood Moon Black Death City? It wouldn't give him benefits for nothing. The Godslayer shrine surely wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing the Radiant Black Death demon appear, and with a long roar, a wave of Radiant Black Death demons like a tide surged from 4 directions on the long street, converging after the small square and charging fiercely. A Jedi Knight's bloodlight slash cleaved a swath of Radiant Black Death demons in half, demon cores scattering to the ground. Demigod Shauna shot continuously, each bullet taking out a Black Death demon, practically collecting souls according to a Death God's list. Once on the Death God's list, there was no way not to die. This time, Li Shu did not choose to let Demigod Shauna duel the Radiant Black Death demon, simply guarding the stonehouse door and killing as many Black Death demons as charged up. He aimed to gather as many demon cores, skill rings, and talent gemstones as possible to take back, as these would be worth money in the future. After absorbing a large amount of black smoke, Li Shu suddenly felt warmth inside his body. His undead talent had advanced to A level, providing 100% immunity to Black Death Light. An A-level undead talent already grants 100% immunity to Black Death Light. What about S level? 120% immunity? Is there any difference from being 100% immune? Li Shu was quite curious about how a growth-type talent would evolve upon reaching S level. He stood at the door inhaling the black smoke. Even if he didn't want to, there was no other option. So much black smoke from the Black Death demons had permeated all of Black Death City, leaving not a single clean place. A 33-4, Chapter 33-4, 62 Black Death Demon King, 30. No one knows exactly how many Radiant Black Death demons were slain, but the Radiant Black Death demon watching the battle from behind finally couldn't stand it anymore. With a scream, it rushed forward, transforming the shackles in its hands into a black light whip, aiming it at the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight swung his blade down, astonishingly severing the Radiant Black Death demon's light whip. After all, the Jedi Knight is already at level B, while the Radiant Black Death demon is only at level E. The disparity is too large, making any comparison impossible. Li Shu feared that the Jedi Knight would annihilate the radiant Black Death Demon too quickly, so he hastily pulled out the forbidden spear, found an opportunity, and secretly fired a shot. The non-lethal bullet hit the radiant Black Death Demon's chest, lodging itself in the seam of the chest armor's edge. Only then did Li Shu feel relieved, ordering the Jedi Knight and demigod Shauna to unleash their full firepower, focusing on solving the radiant Black Death Demon first. Bang! The Jedi Knight hadn't even charged forth when a crisp cracker sounded, and the head of the radiant Black Demon was blasted by a bullet. Wow, the level disparity is too obvious. Before demigod Shauna advanced to level D, the radiant Black Death Demon could hold on for a while. But advancing just one level, it can't withstand even a bullet. That's such a huge gap, Li Shu remarked, acknowledging demigod Shauna's prowess. With the radiant Black Death Demon's death, a swarm of radiant Black Death Demons immediately retreated like a tide. Li Shu did not bother to chase them, knowing that no matter how many he kills, the number of demon cores he can carry back is quite limited. Now he only laments not having enough hands, both his own and the demon spirits, to collect more demon cores, talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings. The radiant blackness in the dead. Radiant Black Death Demon surged towards the location of the non-lethal bullet, causing the light on the bullet to become increasingly strong, nearly as bright as a high-luminance bulb. All that could be seen was a ball of light obscuring the situation within. A long while later, the bulb's light gradually dimmed, and Li Shu saw a demon spirit ring falling from the sky. His heart was instantly overjoyed, and he quickly reached out to grab it. This was his second radiant demon spirit, and with so many Black Death Demon cores to feed it, its growth wouldn't be so troublesome. But now isn't the time. Based on Li Shu's experience, the Godslayer Shrine would probably take him back at this moment. After grabbing the Demon Spirit Ring, Li Shu quickly scooped up the Demon Core, rings, and other items from the ground, summoning all his demon spirits, each holding a good amount of items. The Pink Nightmare had several demon cores in its mouth, while the Masked Emperor had every place that could hold demon cores filled by Li Shu, yet the anticipated event didn't occur. Ready to leave, Li Shu stood there for quite a while, and nothing happened. Turns out going back won't be so easy. Li Shu roughly guessed that it must be because the horrifying demon spirit hadn't appeared yet, and the Godslayer Shrine hadn't planned to take him back. But Li Shu didn't know when that demon spirit would appear either. Simply waiting around wasn't ideal. Having no choice, Li Shu placed all the demon cores back down and wore the newly acquired Radiant Demon Spirit Ring. A drop of blood fell onto the ring, and it instantly glowed with eerie black light, flickering like a candle flame for quite a while before gradually settling. Li Shu sensed information about the Radiant Black Death Demon in his mind. Black Death Demon King, Evolvable Demon Spirit. Quality, Radiant. Level, E Talent Skill, Black Death Legion. Black Death Legion, able to summon a legion of Black Death Demons, currently capable of summoning 10 Black Death Demons, effective for 24 hours. Li Shu stared, mouth agape. This guy, at level E, already possesses a talent skill. Demigod Shayna only acquired a talent skill after leveling up, but this guy has one at level E. It must be due to the non-lethal bullet. Li Shu summoned the Black Death Demon King, which appeared no different from what he had seen before. After commanding it to use the Black Death Legion talent skill, black light erupted from its body, and black halos appeared on the ground, resembling black wells. From within these halos, Black Death Demons crawled out, exactly 10. Upon a closer look, Li Shu couldn't help but laugh. The 10 summoned Black Death Demons were all non-quality level E Black Death Demons. What's the use of such Black Death Demons? They should be called Cannon Fodder Legion instead. They were so fierce before becoming my demon spirit, appearing with countless radiant Black Death Demons, yet now you've summoned 10 of these things for me. The disparity is too great, Li Shu complained in his heart, thinking the Black Death Demon King's summoned Black Death Legion should be radiant grade. Still, having such a skill is better than having none. At least it can be used as cannon fodder to scout, saving his demon spirits from dying, which would be quite distressing. Besides, talent skills should become stronger as demon spirits level up. Maybe in the future, he'll be able to summon a powerful Black Death Demon Legion. Li Shu directly let the Black Death Demon King feed on the demon cores lying on the ground. These cores are absolutely compatible, perfect for feeding the Black Death Demon King. The Black Death Demon King knew what to eat, consuming only radiant demon cores, and soon flames of black erupted from its body, beginning a level advancement. Judging by the black flames on its body, it seemed the skill enlightenment during this level up was completed. Shortly afterward, the Black Death Demon King finished its advancement, its body becoming increasingly dark and translucent, appearing like a ghost in the night, emanating smoke-like blackness. Black Death Demon King, Evolvable Demon Spirit. Quality, Radiant. Level, D, Talent Skills, Black Death Legion, Death Aura. Just as Li Shu wanted to study the Black Death Legion and Death Aura skills in detail, he suddenly heard the sound of door pounding. The sound seemed to come from the direction of the Black Sea's city gate, becoming increasingly loud, as if the door was about to be slammed open. 3035, Chapter 3035, 63 Blood Rose Li Shu now somewhat reminisced about Chu Jun. If Chu Jun were here, he could easily find out what kind of spirit was outside. Unfortunately, Chujun wasn't here, and Li Shu could only stand at the crossroads, watching as the city gate shook incessantly, as if it might crack open at any moment. It's unknown what material the city gate of Black Death City is made of, for even though it looks like it might explode open at any moment, it still hasn't been damaged despite being hit for so long. Could it be that the spirit can't get in? If so, the Godslayer Shrine miscalculated this time. Just as Li Shu was speculating, the sound of the gate being rammed suddenly stopped. Li Shu felt something was amiss, and then saw the city gate slowly lifting itself. The originally fixed winch also began to turn. Soon, Li Shu discovered it wasn't the gate lifting itself, but a hand in black metal mesh gloves raising it. Gradually, the gate was lifted above the person's head, revealing someone who looked more like a human than a spirit outside. The person wore black metal gloves on both hands, with their body wrapped tightly in a black cloak and robe and a black metal mask obscuring their face, making it impossible to discern their appearance or even whether they were human or spirit. However, Li Shu felt they should be a spirit. After all, how could a human be in such a place, and how could a human possess such overwhelming strength? Unfortunately, the distance was too far to catch their scent and determine if they were indeed a spirit. With one hand, they lifted the gate above their head and walked in. As soon as they released their supporting hand, the gate fell with a bang, shaking the entire ground of Black Death City. Such overwhelming strength. Li Shu knew the gate wasn't easily lifted, else the powerful spirits outside would have barged in long ago. The ability to easily open the gate inside was due to the specialized mechanism of the winch, far simpler than opening the gate from the outside. Li Shu had previously tried to open the gate from outside, but even with all his spirits helping, it barely budged. The spirit could single-handedly lift the gate, undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful spirit, one Li Shu couldn't contend with even if he summoned all his spirits to assist. Unless he had demon armor. But where could he find that in a place like this? The spirit glanced up, meeting Li Shu's gaze, and the only part of them Li Shu could see was their eyes. Those were violet eyes, beautiful yet otherworldly. Li Shu immediately turned and left. With the Godslayer Shrine's claim of a super spirit appearing, and without demon armor, he had no capacity to fight and could only retreat to the stone house to possibly save his life. Li Shu swiftly rushed to the door of the stone house, retrieving all his spirits and only taking essential demon cores, demon spirit rings, skill rings, and talent gemstones, leaving the rest behind. He tapped the stone lion's head 3 times on each side, and with a creaking sound, the door opened. Li Shu carried his belongings inside, and before he could turn to shut the door, it closed on its own. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" A slightly husky woman's voice reached Li Shu's ears. The voice differed from the usual softness of a woman, more like a smoker's throat but still pleasant, carrying a unique charm. Though he still hadn't seen the woman's figure, just her voice painted a picture in Li Shu's mind. A sensual yet dangerously alluring woman sits at a bar counter, one hand holding a cigarette, the other playing with a glass, casting an eye-melting gaze at him. Without even seeing the person, Li Shu almost responded aloud. Fortunately, he remembered the 3 things the unparalleled king told him, forcefully holding back his impulse to answer, and took in everything inside the room. Unlike the stone house where the Godslayer Shrine was found, this one was filled with ancient artistic furniture, many decorations, and even some paintings hanging on the walls. The ancient fireplace crackled with firewood, warming the whole room without overheating it. Not far from the fireplace was a simple yet comfortable-looking sofa, with a metal frame and cushions and pillows wrapped in genuine leather, inviting one to sit and sink into a comfortable posture. But Li Shu resisted the urge, remembering the unparalleled king's warning not to touch anything in the room. On the left was a bar counter, with a wine cabinet behind it filled with variously styled bottles, some transparent ones visibly containing liquid, not just empty bottles. On the right was a wooden staircase leading to the 2nd floor, with the space below crafted into a bookcase, filled with books, none of whose titles Li Shu recognized as they weren't in any script he knew. 33-6, Chapter 336, First Scene 3, Blood Rose 2, Stranger, why did you break in here? The woman's voice came again. Li Shu could already determine that the woman's voice was coming from the 2nd floor, and he hadn't seen her figure on the 1st floor. Li Shu still stood silently at the door, did not advance further, and after glancing around, he put his ear to the door, listening to the sounds outside. "Sorry, I know it's impolite to talk to you like this, but I'm taking a bath and can't go down to entertain you yet. Guests are guests. There's wine and glasses in the wine cabinet on the 1st floor, along with a sofa and fireplace. You can have some wine, sit on the sofa to warm up, and I'll come down when I'm done bathing." Li Shu seemed to hear the sound of water faintly coming from the 2nd floor, and could not help but imagine some blood-boiling scenes in his mind. Luckily, although Li Shu had some fantasies, it didn't prevent him from staying sane, as he still stood motionless at the door without speaking. What is this place, and who is the woman upstairs? That deceitful guy of an unparalleled king didn't clarify anything. Li Shu found it difficult to endure, as even though there was wine and a sofa to enjoy, he could only stand beside the door, not daring to move. The woman spoke no more, seemingly really bathing, occasionally humming little tunes accompanied by the sound of water, making the images in one's mind even clearer. Li Shu multitasked with both mind and ears, dwelling on what kind of beautiful scene the 2nd floor might be, while listening to the movements outside. But soon, Li Shu no longer had the mood to fantasize because he heard the sound of boots stepping on stone slabs. The demonic spirit that lifted the city gate single-handedly seemed to be headed this way. The sound of boots became louder and more rhythmic. Li Shu could already hear clearly that it was almost at the outside of the stone house. It seems that guy is determined to kill me. Thankfully, I extracted some information from the unparalleled king earlier, or else I'd be in grave danger this time. I need to find a way to level up quickly when I return or boost the levels of Jedi Knight and Demigod Shauna, lest it's too perilous in the land of trial. As Li Shu was thinking, he suddenly felt the door move slightly. Li Shu was taken aback, quickly stepping back a few paces, and then watched wide-eyed as the stone house's door was pushed open by a hand clad in black metal gloves. I'm screwed. That unparalleled king is really a deceitful jerk. Didn't he say that once in this house, the demonic spirit outside couldn't possibly come in? How come it pushes open easily? Li Shu watched the demonic spirit walk in, his face turning a bit green. He wasn't afraid, just aggravated by that unparalleled king. It wasn't at all like what he had said. After the demonic spirit entered the room, it merely glanced at Li Shu, ignored him, and walked directly to the bar, taking a bottle of wine down from the wine cabinet, then casually picked up the corkscrew from the bar and opened the wine, grabbing a wine glass. He acted as if he was very familiar with the place, walked directly to the sofa, sat down, put his boot-clad feet on the coffee table, and comfortably leaned on the sofa, drinking by himself. Li Shu was so frustrated that he even wanted to kill the unparalleled king. Seeing how familiar the demonic spirit was with the house, it was likely this was his lair. That moronic, unparalleled king had guided him to take refuge in someone else's home. Care for a drink? After 2 glasses, the demonic spirit suddenly looked towards Li Shu, raised the wine bottle, and said. At this stage, Li Shu felt that if he continued following the way taught by that moronic, unparalleled king, there might be no way out. So he didn't care anymore, walked directly to the bar, took a glass, went to the sofa to sit down, raised the glass to the mysterious demonic spirit and said, "Thank you." The demonic spirit chuckled, his pair of beautiful eyes squinting into a crescent shape, lifted the wine bottle and poured the blood-like liquid into Li Shu's glass, then said, "Though this wine is not strong, it's quite wild." Li Shu didn't understand what wild meant, but at this stage, sticking one's neck out was the same as pulling it back. He couldn't even beat one of the guy's hands, might as well do what he wanted. Li Shu was not in a hurry, raised his glass, took a taste, couldn't tell the flavor, not like any common earth wine. Earlier, Li Shu thought it was red wine, only to find it wasn't after tasting it. The wine was indeed not strong, smoothly mellow, with a floral fragrance, effortlessly swallowed down. After the wine went down, Li Shu couldn't help but shiver. His stomach seemed to have an electric current coursing through his entire body, stimulating his whole blood flow to accelerate, his heart pounding hard, his face immediately flushed. Li Shu gulped down the remaining wine in his glass, immediately feeling his blood surge, his body indescribably comfortable, the accelerated heartbeat indeed quite thrilling. This wine is interesting. What's its name? Blood Rose. The demonic spirit toyed with the glass in his hand, watching Li Shu with great interest. "Another glass, please." Li Shu raised his glass to the demonic spirit again. "Are you sure? This wine is not meant for humans to drink? Drinking too much will lead to death?" The demonic spirit smiled, squinting at Li Shu as he spoke. Li Shu 37, Chapter 337, 63 Blood Rose 3. If death is so pleasant, I wouldn't mind dying like this to avoid more suffering. "Another glass, please," Li Shu insisted. The demon spirit said nothing, and poured another glass for Li Shu. Watching Li Shu drink almost half the glass in one gulp, the demon spirit smiled and said, "The reason this wine is called Blood Rose is because it's brewed from the blood roses of Black Death City. There are only so many blood roses in Black Death City, and only this one bottle of wine was made. To be able to drink it is a kind of blessing. In that case, I must have another glass." Li Shu finished it in one gulp and placed the glass before the demon spirit. The demon spirit looked at Li Shu with a bit of surprise. His eyes were somewhat strange, as if confused, yet somewhat appreciative. Pouring another glass for Li Shu, the demon spirit continued, "Blood roses of Black Death City are different from blood roses elsewhere. How are they different?" Li Shu's face was a bit flushed from the drink, his heart pounding and his brain beginning to feel excited. Countless demon spirits once died within Black Death City, practically turning rivers of blood. The demon spirit blood soaked the entire city, and the plants here absorbed it to grow, making them different from ordinary plants. Blood rose is one of them. Ordinary roses absorbed demon spirit blood and became blood roses. The wine made from them is essentially the epitome of demon spirit's resentment and essence. It can promote growth and evolution in demon spirits, but if humans drink it, the demon spirit paused, looking at Li Shu without continuing. "What happens if humans drink it?" Li Shu asked coolly. "Probably die," the demon spirit said, looking at Li Shu uncertainly. Theoretically, upon drinking the second glass, Li Shu should have died, but he seemed to have no problems apart from feeling a bit tipsy, which puzzled the demon spirit and piqued his interest. "Since death is inevitable, I might as well drink a few more glasses." Li Shu emptied his glass and held it before the demon spirit again. The blood rose was indeed potent, as Li Shu's spiritual force was unlike others. Ordinary wine wouldn't make him feel tipsy. Yet this wine made him feel slightly elevated, his spirit somewhat excited, while his body felt floating inexplicably. It's gone. The demon spirit turned the bottle upside down and shook it, indeed finding no wine left, not even a drop. Aren't there plenty over there? Li Shu pointed at the wine cabinet. Those cannot be drunk today. The demon spirit shook his head. Why can't they be drunk today? Li Shu asked the demon spirit with some confusion. Because if you drink any more, she'll die, said a woman's voice from the second floor. You want to kill her? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. This was not what he had expected. He originally thought this demon spirit was one of the stone hut's owners, but it turned out not to be the case. Moreover, the demon spirit was not here to hunt him, but rather to kill the owner of the stone hut. This discovery left Li Shu speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have joined this mess. He should have stayed outside obediently. If these two demon spirits end up defeating each other, perhaps he could take advantage of their loss, all because of that unreliable, unparalleled king. It's all because of that foolish, unparalleled king that I'm in this mess. I've been foolish enough to trust it, Li Shu sighed inwardly. Fortunately, despite drinking so much blood rose, Li Shu did not feel any signs of dying. Instead, he felt his physical condition seemed a bit stronger, his primordial embryo quality even rising to 1 to 6 and still showing signs of increase. Li Shu secretly guessed it might have something to do with the demon spirit larva parasitizing within him. Though the woman spoke from the second floor, she still did not come down. The demon spirit did not answer Li Shu's question, but placed the bottle on the coffee table and headed up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Li Shu glanced at the wine bottles on the wine cabinet, giving up on the thought of taking them all, and slowly headed towards the door. Of the 3 rules said by the unparalleled king, Li Shu had already broken 2. If he doesn't leave now, should this demon spirit die, the next to face disaster would probably be him. Should the demon spirit win and kill the demon spirit upstairs, it's quite possible it'd spare him no mercy either. Better to slip away early. But upon reaching the door, no matter how hard Li Shu tried to pull, the door wouldn't budge, sweat even brimming on his forehead in haste. Turning his head towards the wooden stairs, the demon spirit that had been drinking with him was already nowhere to be seen. It should have already stepped onto the second floor. Yet the second floor was dead silent, without even the slightest sound. Earlier, the sound of bathing could be heard, but now there's no sound, leaving one to wonder whether the 2 demon spirits have begun their battle. Li Shu studied the door for a while, but still couldn't get it open. The door wasn't locked, nor was there a bolt, yet no matter how hard Li Shu tried, it just wouldn't open. Li Shu suspected it was because he violated 2 of the taboos mentioned by the unparalleled king that he couldn't open the door to leave. This really is a calamity out of nowhere. Li Shu felt helpless. No one would expect such a misfortune to occur. While Li Shu pondered how to escape, he suddenly heard the woman's voice again coming from the second floor. Weren't you enjoying your drinks just now? Why so urgent to leave now? Leaving without meeting the owner, that's not how guests should behave, is it? Hearing her voice, Li Shu knew the demon spirit was likely finished, and he was even more surprised. A demon spirit able to lift the city gate single-handedly wields terrifying power, but upon ascending to the second floor, he vanished silently. Thinking about it sent chills down Li Shu's spine. You're right, those are yours as my payment for the wine. Li Shu placed the demon cores, talent gemstones, and other items on the nearby table. How can those trash be worth my bottle of blood rose? The woman snorted coldly. What do you want then? Li Shu knew escaping was unlikely. He might leave his life here today. You like drinking, don't you? On the 3rd row of the wine cabinet, 5th bottle from the right, drink it all. Then you can leave or stay as you wish. The woman's hoarse, magnetic voice came, causing Li Shu to look toward the wine cabinet. 3038, Chapter 3038, 64, Netherhouse. Li Shu saw the bottle the woman mentioned, a black bottle with a label on it. The label had a white background with black drawings depicting a black skull. As for the words, Li Shu recognized none, but seeing the black skull emblem, he knew this was likely no good thing. What if I don't drink it? Li Shu asked. You don't have to drink it, of course, but then you'll have to stay here as the bartender until someone else is willing to replace you, the woman said leisurely. Li Shu knew he couldn't possibly stay as a bartender. Who knew when someone else might come to this place? Perhaps 10 or 8 years later. He couldn't wait that long, could he? He summoned his strongest current force, the Jedi Knight, and directed a blood-light slash at the door. The crimson crescent blade light struck the door, but with a clang, the blade shattered, leaving not even a scratch on the door. He summoned several other companion creatures and tried all methods, but still couldn't get the door open. The woman let Li Shu do as he pleased, neither coming down from the second floor nor making any attempt to stop him. Li Shu highly suspected that the woman might be trapped on the second floor, unable to come down. But even if the woman couldn't come down, he couldn't get out either, and sooner or later he would be trapped here to death. Li Shu gave up on trying to open the door, approached the wine cabinet, and took down the bottle the woman had mentioned. What's the name of this wine? Li Shu asked. Black Death God, the woman replied calmly. Black Death God, judging by the name, drinking this will likely have death ready to claim my life, Li Shu said. You barged in and drank my blood rose. Isn't it reasonable to expect some payment? The woman said. You have a point. It's indeed my fault, Li Shu nodded. You seem to be a reasonable person, so why not just drink it? The woman remarked with a smile. Li Shu, however, placed the bottle back on the shelf and picked up another bottle, saying, "If I were to break all these bottles, wouldn't that be a pity?" The woman laughed, her laughter slightly hoarse, yet with an indescribable allure. "Are you trying to threaten me with those bottles? If you could smash them all, I'd actually thank you." Bang! Li Shu smashed the bottle against the opposite wall. The bottle shattered, and the liquid sprayed out. But in the next second, the shattered bottle and the wine magically coalesced and returned to their original state on the shelf. Li Shu was somewhat surprised and tried throwing several more bottles, but each time they would instantaneously return to their original positions on the shelf. "This stone house is truly eerie," Li Shu said helplessly, halting his attempts. "Why did you stop?" the woman asked mockingly. "Can we negotiate? Besides drinking, is there another way I can express my apologies for intruding into your home?" Li Shu asked. "There's no need for apologies, and this isn't my home," the woman said. "Not your home?" Li Shu was stunned. "Don't be too happy yet. Since this isn't my home, I don't have the authority to let you leave. Once you enter here, you must drink a bottle of wine to leave. It's the same for everyone," the woman said flatly. "So I have no choice but to drink this bottle." Li Shu sighed. "You could choose not to drink, stay here as the bartender, and keep me company. That would be wonderfully fine too," the woman said with a smile. "Then I'll go with the drink. Can I choose a bottle other than Black Death God?" Li Shu remembered the demon spirit earlier had picked a bottle. "Sure," the woman replied readily. Li Shu surveyed the wines on the rack, which covered the entire wall with 6 shelves. Each shelf held hundreds of bottles, totaling over 1,000. These 1,000 bottles seemed to all be unique. The words on them were unrecognizable to Li Shu, so he couldn't discern which one might safely be drunk. Li Shu recalled the demon spirit picking the blood rose from the 4th shelf. His gaze shifted there, but next to where the blood rose had been, the labels on those bottles appeared completely different. Theoretically, picking a bottle near the blood rose might reduce the risks somewhat. However, Li Shu didn't select one immediately. He pondered and decided to start from the first bottle on the first shelf, examining each one carefully. He wanted to see if he could find any pattern, so he wouldn't need to rely solely on luck. Though he couldn't understand the characters, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to identify them. As he examined them, he noted down the symbols and icons on each label to compare and filter based on repeated ones. The woman had told him the previous bottle was Black Death God, and the words corresponding with the black skull likely meant Black Death God. Nevertheless, this script was very bizarre. The 4 characters of Black Death God only used 2 symbols. One symbol directly represented black, and the other represented Death God. 339, Chapter 339, 64 Netherhouse 2 on the other wine bottles. Li Shu also saw these 2 symbols several times. By comparing them with the icons on the labels, many things could be deduced. For instance, if the icon on the bottle was a red flower, there was a high probability that the name of this wine was related to flowers. By finding other wine bottles with flower icons, some textual information could be inferred. Through Li Shu's research, the 2 symbols representing the Black Death God were not in the normal left-to-right reading mode. The symbol on the left represented Death God, and the one on the right represented black. Li Shu kept comparing and deducing. He could roughly deduce the names of some wines, although it's not possible to be completely correct, it's not too far off. It's much like recognizing words from pictures, which is not a complex matter. Unfortunately, the bottles only had names with a limited base of words. Most of the wine names were still incomprehensible to Li Shu. Only symbols that appeared frequently could be deciphered to determine the wine's name. Tender Lover, the name sounds gentle, it shouldn't be too poisonous, right? Li Shu, after having looked at all the wines, which totaled 1,034 bottles, picked one from the 4th layer. It was a transparent crystal bottle filled with pink liquid, which looked more like sparkling water than wine. "If I were you, I wouldn't choose that Tender Lover bottle." The woman's voice came through again. "Why?" Li Shu asked. "Tender like a knife, lover like a sword. Can you still walk out after drinking such wine?" the woman said with a laugh. "That's true," Li Shu conceded and put the Tender Lover back. "You're quite obedient. Aren't you afraid I'm lying?" The woman was somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Shu to follow her suggestion so straightforwardly. "There's an old saying in my hometown, listen to advice and you'll be full." Li Shu continued picking wines from the wine cabinet, taking down another bottle with a black clergyman icon. "What do you think about this one? Black Bishop, if you want to meet God sooner, choosing him wouldn't be wrong." The woman enjoyed the game, taking pleasure in rebuffing Li Shu. "Better not, I think the old man doesn't want to see me." Li Shu put the bottle back. Li Shu selected many bottles of wine, all were negated by the woman, but from the names the woman mentioned, Li Shu acquired much textual information, enabling him to infer more wine names. The reason Li Shu was so willing to take advice was actually to acquire more information, not because he genuinely listened to the woman's suggestions. The wines he chose all had a purpose, providing him with many keywords. The woman thought she was discouraging Li Shu, but Li Shu already had a general framework of the text. Illiteracy is really distressing. Li Shu sighed in his heart. He had gotten the information he wanted. Li Shu basically understood what the words on the wine bottles meant. Then he put down the wine bottle, went to the bookshelf, and began looking at the book titles. Utilizing the current textual base, Li Shu found some books whose names he could understand, took one off the shelf, and began to study it carefully. Although there were many unknown symbols, by starting from some recognizable words and then linking the preceding and following text, more information could be gathered. "What are you pretending to look at? Can you even read demon text?" the woman mocked. "If you really could read demon text, you wouldn't have walked in here." "Why?" Li Shu asked in confusion. "You don't even recognize the words strangers keep out carved at the entrance and are pretending to read a book here. Better to just drink the wine honestly," the woman ridiculed. Recollecting, Li Shu remembered seeing two symbols etched by the door, realizing their meaning. His knowledge increased yet again. "How do you know I don't recognize them?" "I simply didn't pay attention when I came in." Li Shu closed the book in his hand, saying, "This book's name is Black Rose. I understand that much." The woman giggled. "Adorable little illiterate. You think just because there's a black rose painted on the cover, the book is called Black Rose? This isn't picture reading. You're so naive and cute. That book's name is Withered Understanding Flower." "Oh, sorry, didn't look closely." Li Shu put the book back on the shelf, casually picked up another one, and this time he sat on the sofa, leafing through the pages. Li Shu slowly flipped through the pages without speaking. After a while, the woman couldn't hold back anymore and spoke again. "Since you like drinking and reading, why not stay here as a bartender? Drink and read at your leisure." "I'm just a person. If I stay here without food and drink, I'd probably starve in a few days," Li Shu casually replied while continuing to flip through the book in his hand. "Once you become a bartender, you won't need those things," the woman said. "So you're saying that after I become a bartender, I won't be human anymore, right?" Li Shu replied without looking up. "Pretty much," the woman continued. "What's so good about being human, weak and fragile, with such a short lifespan? Once you're a bartender, you'll have immortality, much better than being human." 340, Chapter 340, 64 Nether House. 3. That sounds pretty nice, but the book doesn't say that. Li Shu said with a serious face. "Cutie, are you trying to make me die of laughter? That book is called Vanishing Sunday, and it's a sad love story. If you're reading into it things about bartenders, you must be a genius." The woman laughed as if she was about to keel over. "So, I got it wrong." Li Shu got up, returned the book to the shelf, and picked another one, sitting back on the sofa to continue flipping through it. He flipped through the book quickly, basically skimming through 10 lines at a glance, yet he retained all the written symbols in his memory. "Cutie, stop pretending. That book is Innocent Song, a children's fairy tale," the woman teased. "Then recommend me some books for adults," Li Shu said while flipping through the book. On the bottom row of the shelf, the far right section, there's a children's book that suits your innocent cuteness. The woman laughed joyously. Li Shu didn't get angry. He actually went to the bookshelf and pulled out the book the woman mentioned. Upon opening it, it was filled with illustrations and only a few written symbols. Li Shu returned to the sofa, engrossed in the book. The woman had inadvertently done him a great favor. Though the book contained few words, paired with pictures, it made Li Shu's framework of the demon text more complete. Li Shu had already developed a general understanding of the books on the shelf, primarily storybooks, essentially novels. He didn't know whether the contents were fictitious, but it didn't matter to Li Shu. He was still very absorbed in reading. The woman couldn't imagine that a human could, without recognizing a single word, analyze and deduce just from the bits of information and illustrations she shared, gradually learning a language. This was beyond her comprehension. Although Li Shu didn't know the pronunciation of these demon text characters, he was gradually able to understand some simple sentences, half guessing, half assuming he could just about grasp some content. Li Shu kept reading while intermittently chatting with the woman, quickly expanding his knowledge base. The woman evidently didn't realize the severity of this situation until Li Shu pulled a book from the bottom of the shelf. "That book isn't suitable for you. Stick to the books you can understand," the woman said. "I think this book is quite good." Li Shu opened the black book with gold-edged cover. It only had a few characters on the cover, no illustrations. The name of this book, Li Shu could now understand, was Nether Chronicles. Li Shu had been intrigued by this book earlier because it looked unlike a storybook. He just hadn't taken it until now. After spending several hours here, skimming through many books, and acquiring basic reading skills, he finally decided to take out Nether Chronicles. Opening Nether Chronicles, Li Shu scrutinized its contents and was instantly overjoyed. It turned out this wasn't an ordinary storybook. It had something to do with this stone tower. Li Shu finally discovered that this stone tower was called Nether House, and the things written about the Nether House in the book were quite unbelievable. Doesn't the Demon Kingdom have a saying about knowledge being power? These demon spirits are clueless about the importance of knowledge. The more Li Shu read, the more delighted he became. Having been trapped for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for getting out alive. This demon spirit wine was not meant for humans, but for the demon spirits. There was no record of what happened if humans drank it. Indeed, the Nether House and what the woman said were the same. Any living being entering must drink a bottle of wine, or they'll never leave the Nether House. The only way to leave without drinking, according to the unparalleled king's 2 rules, was, after entering, do not speak and do not touch anything. Only then can you push open the door of the nether house when leaving. Li Shu broke both these rules, so naturally he couldn't get out. However, the book didn't mention the rule about shouting bastard 3 times at the door of the nether house after going out. The unparalleled king surely had another motive for adding this rule. Li Shu guessed that the unparalleled king might have a vendetta with the woman in the nether house and wanted to vent using Li Shu's mouth without intending to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't wait for him to go out before cursing. "What's so good about those books? Why not come to the second floor, and I'll show you something fun," the woman said. Li Shu smiled slightly and ignored her. He knew the woman was afraid he'd understand this book, but unfortunately it was too late. According to the records in the Nether Chronicles, Li Shu now knew what was up with this woman. Previously, the woman indeed didn't lie. The nether house wasn't her home, for she was also trapped within this nether house. But, unlike Li Shu was still a passerby to the nether house, while the woman could be regarded as its soul. She was trapped here, eternally bound with the nether house, unable to find release until all the demon spirit wine on the wine rack was consumed. As for how the woman became trapped in the soul of the nether house, the book did not record. When the person who wrote this book came to the nether house, the woman was already trapped there, and even her identity, whether human or demon spirit, was unknown. As for what the woman said about the bartender, the book also recorded it, basically similar to the woman's situation. Once becoming a bartender, one would be trapped, immobile, with the nether house until all demon spirit wine was consumed, then released. In the Nether Chronicles, Li Shu learned an important piece of information. Each living being could only consume one type of demon spirit wine. Drinking a second type would result in certain death. Even demon spirits weren't exempt. Earlier, the blood rose was opened by a demon spirit who originally needed to finish it. He intentionally let Li Shu drink some with no good intentions. He surely knew that demon spirit wine couldn't be mixed. His aim was to kill Li Shu. Since he had murderous intent, even if Li Shu didn't drink it himself, the demon spirit likely wouldn't have spared him. Li Shu carefully read the Nether Chronicles, hoping to find a way to break the trap. Despite knowing Li Shu couldn't understand, the woman was overly concerned with this book. Perhaps it contained a solution. Li Shu read patiently, and when he reached the last few pages, his eyes suddenly lit up. 3041, Chapter 3041, 65, Mixing Drinks. The last few pages of Nether Chronicles actually describe the art of bartending. The Nether House only stipulates that any being entering must choose a bottle of wine to drink, but doesn't say you can only drink one bottle. The reason for the saying that drinking 2 kinds of wine leads to certain death is because the demon spirit wines contain different attributes of demon spirit essence, and drinking 2 wines will inevitably cause a conflict in attributes, causing great harm to the body. However, if several demon spirit wines with different attributes are mixed together to achieve balance or mutual restraint, then drinking several or more wines wouldn't be an issue. Of course, drinking too much is not advisable because some demon spirit wines contain demon spirit essence that is simply too powerful, and a single drop could be lethal. Not to mention a human body, even the body of a demon cannot withstand it. The demon spirit that chose Blood Rose earlier considered it to be one of the milder demon spirit wines here, as Blood Rose only absorbed demon spirit blood, and the demon spirit blood it absorbed was rather mixed, so the wine brewed from Blood Rose doesn't contain very concentrated demon spirit essence and doesn't affect the body much. Unfortunately, the bartending skills recorded above only explain the general principles and some recipes, but do not document the characteristics and strengths of the demon spirit essence in each wine. However, for Li Shu, these things are already sufficient. Blended wine only requires drinking a cup to fulfill the agreement, not the whole bottle, which is also an advantage. He memorized these contents and then returned the book to its original place. "What's your name?" Li Shu, already confident in leaving the Nether House, asked relaxedly. "You can call me Boss Lady." The woman upstairs clearly didn't want to reveal her true identity. "How long have you been trapped here?" Li Shu leaned back on the sofa, asking comfortably. He now knew that this woman who claimed to be the Boss Lady couldn't harm him as long as he didn't act recklessly or go upstairs, and the woman had no way to deal with him. Nether Chronicles introduces that a demon spirit becoming the spirit of the Nether House can only stay upstairs to guard it until the wines in the cabinet are drunk dry, allowing her to be liberated. But the true guardianship of the Nether House spirit is not these demon spirit wines downstairs, but an object upstairs, though what this object is, Nether Chronicles does not record. It's estimated that the author of this book also doesn't know what the object upstairs is. It's very likely that the woman upstairs was trapped there, becoming the spirit of the Nether House, all in pursuit of obtaining that object. The demon spirit that just came went upstairs, probably aiming to seize that object too. Does that have anything to do with you? The Boss Lady's voice turned cold, showing she disliked this topic. "Boss Lady, why don't we make a deal?" Li Shu said with a smile. "I help you leave the Nether House, and you help me with a little task. You better think about how to get out of here yourself." As the Boss Lady spoke, she suddenly felt something was wrong and asked in shock, "How do you know this place is called the Nether House?" "It's written quite clearly in Nether Chronicles," Li Shu said. "Can you really understand the demon text?" The Boss Lady asked in surprise. "Though it's much more complex than human language, Ultimately, it's just another language to learn, not difficult to master. I must thank you for choosing that picture-based book, making it much easier to learn, Li Shu honestly replied. Do you mean you previously didn't know demon text and only learned it by looking at that picture book? The boss lady couldn't believe Li Shu. How could such a thing exist? Merely by looking through simple picture books, one learns a language, especially one as complicated as demon text. Every symbol in demon text sometimes has multiple meanings, and its grammar is extremely complex, more complicated than many secret code texts. She didn't believe anyone could understand demon text within just a few hours based solely on this. Although I haven't completely learned it, knowing some common symbols and grammar is already enough. I didn't plan on becoming a demon text expert. There's no need to delve so deeply, Li Shu said. The boss lady was silent. She didn't believe Li Shu learned it in such a short time. But regardless of whether he learned it now or earlier, it makes no difference. Since Li Shu can understand demon text, he naturally knows what the Nether House is. It's pointless for her to say more. Even if you've seen the bartending skills, they are equally useless. Those wines mixed from the bartending might be bearable for a demon body. For a human like you, even blended demon spirit wine could kill you. After a long pause, the boss lady's voice came down again. That's my own affair. If I manage to get out alive, would you be willing to cooperate with me? Li Shu casually replied. He wasn't merely human, he had a demon spirit larva within himself. Even without the larva, he possessed light energy, almost similar to a demon body. Otherwise, when he drank nearly half a bottle of blood rose, a normal human trial taker would have died long ago. What kind of cooperation are you proposing? The boss lady pondered and asked. I find people or demon spirits to come to the Nether House to drink, letting you potentially free yourself earlier. In exchange, if I encounter a formidable enemy in Black Death City, I hope you'd lend me a hand, Li Shu said. 34-2, Chapter 342, 65 Bartending 2. This time, the Godslayer Shrine almost got him killed. Who knows what tricks it might pull in the future. Li Shu is preparing in advance. No matter what else the Godslayer Shrine tries, it can only bring him into Black Death City. With the protection of the Nether House's proprietress, Li Shu is essentially standing undefeated. Since you can understand the Nether Chronicles, you should know that I can't leave the second floor. The proprietress chuckled, but if you dare come up to the second floor, I might agree to it. I'm afraid you don't have the guts. I certainly don't dare go upstairs, but as the spirit of Nether House, as long as I enter, even if just on the first floor, you should be able to keep me alive, shouldn't you? Like the identity of the bartender. Li Shu said coolly. You want to be a bartender? I can certainly grant you that wish, the proprietress said. It seems you have no sincerity at all. In that case, there's no need for us to continue talking. Li Shu stood up as he spoke, heading to the bar and taking a few bottles from the shelf. The first bottle Li Shu took down was Tender Lover, the bottle intended for himself. This is a relatively mild drink, but when mixed with blood rose, Li Shu wasn't sure if he'd be able to handle it. However, by blending it with several other drinks, it can harmonize and balance attributes, reducing the impact of demon spirit essence on his body. He took the mixing tools from the cabinet under the bar, measured a certain amount of Tender Lover into a shaker, and then opened a bottle of Black-Robed Bishop. Upon opening, the bottle emitted a black glow. The demon spirit essence within was extremely potent, and light energy had already begun seeping out. Li Shu used a spoon to scoop half a spoonful, adding it to the shaker, then capped the black-robed bishop and returned it to the shelf. Next was a bottle of Purgatory Angel. As the cap was opened, the room was bathed in a blood-red light. This time, Li Shu only took a drop. According to the Nether Chronicles, even a top-tier demon spirit would die instantly from just a sip of Purgatory Angel. Li Shu picked a few more bottles, some glowing faintly, some brilliantly radiant, some almost devoid of light. Once all the drinks were poured into the shaker, Li Shu closed the lid, grabbed the shaker, and began to shake, mixing the drinks thoroughly. Li Shu didn't understand any special techniques, and the Nether Chronicles didn't provide any guidance. He simply aimed to mix them thoroughly. The shaker was not made of ordinary metal, but a kind of black crystal, appearing somewhat transparent but indistinct. As he shook it, the various colors collided and sparkled inside, outshining fireworks like a cosmic collision. Li Shu was somewhat stunned because he sensed terrifying energy waves inside the shaker. Luckily, the shaker could shield these energy waves, otherwise they might obliterate him. This energy is so strong, is it really okay to drink it? Li Shu wondered, but he had no other choice. As the dazzling lights inside the shaker gradually harmonized into a faint red hue, Li Shu knew it was ready. He poured the drink into a glass, a pale red liquid exuding an extremely rich aroma. Its name was Redemption, one of the blending formulas recorded in the Nether Chronicles. You actually blended Redemption. Congratulations. The proprietress's tone was full of mockery. Too bad you don't know who this redemption is meant for. Oh, does who drinks it matter? Li Shu asked, staring at the pale red liquid in the glass. Did you really think mixed drinks are harmless? Without special constitution, even mixed drinks can be deadly. This redemption was specifically blended by the previous bartender for the radiant demon spirit Dark Knight King. The Dark Knight King drank this redemption, used its energy to refine his body and soul, breaking free and achieving super spirit. You're a mere E-grade trial taker. I'm curious how you will die drinking redemption. I hope to satisfy your curiosity. Li Shu raised the glass of redemption and drank it all in one gulp. Having chosen the drink, he couldn't change his mind, nor was there any need. Other blended formulas might not be better than redemption. The pale red fluorescent liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, and the intense aroma filled Li Shu's mouth and nose. The next second, Li Shu felt a force spreading from his stomach throughout his body, as if he was being consumed by flames. In fact, his entire body began to glow like fire, as if bathing in flames. Naive little darling, not everyone can be redeemed. The strong are redeemed because they're worthy. For the weak, redemption is often a more terrifying disaster. The proprietress's voice was filled with disdain, but soon the disdain in her voice turned to surprise, and then to disbelief. The fiery glow on Li Shu's body gradually faded, revealing his true self, his skin shining with a lustrous sheen, as if blessed by holy light. C343, Chapter 343, CC5 Bartending, 3. Each strand of hair was as crystalline and translucent as a gemstone, the whole person exuding an incredible holy light. When the radiance completely faded, Li Shu was already like an angel bathed in holy light, becoming immaculate and so clean as if he didn't belong to this world. The landlady was too shocked to speak. An E-level trial taker could actually drink a cup of redemption without any trouble. It was simply unbelievable. Not to mention an E-level trial taker, even an E-level radiant demon spirit would probably not be able to drink a cup of redemption without harm. Really good wine, Li Shu sincerely praised, because his primordial embryo quality directly reached 2 Docro from that one cup, though he didn't know why he hadn't advanced to D-level. He felt this cup of redemption was not as powerful as the landlady claimed. The energy shouldn't be capable of directly making a demon spirit become a super spirit. Probably that Dark Knight King was already on the verge of becoming a super spirit, just lacking an opportunity, which is why a cup of redemption pushed him over the edge. The remaining wine was put back in the liquor cabinet. Only 1 cup of blended wine was needed. No need to drink the whole bottle. He was already able to leave. Li Shu didn't intend to leave. He took down the gentle lever again, wanting to blend a second cup. Such good wine, how could he only drink just 1 cup? If he could drink another cup, he could advance to D level. If he could drink a few more cups, perhaps today he could rocket from E level straight to S level, maybe even have a chance to become a super spirit. Li Shu blended another cup of redemption using the previous method. But when he lifted the cup to drink again, the wine flowed out of the cup but disappeared at the brim, not entering his mouth. He summoned a demon spirit to drink it, but the result was the same. Can't have a refill? Li Shu was greatly disappointed. The dream of becoming a super spirit shattered in an instant. You really are quite greedy, but I like it, the landlady said with a smile. If one could drink a second cup, this demon spirit wine would have long been consumed by those terrifyingly powerful beings. It wouldn't have been your turn. What a pity. Li Shu calculated silently in his heart. Although he couldn't drink a second cup, he could scrounge for wine, just like that demon spirit before, who allowed Li Shu to drink the wine it opened. In the future, if other demon spirits come to drink, he could totally scrounge some. The premise was that he could save his life in front of those demon spirits. Otherwise, if he couldn't drink the wine and lost his life, that would be bad. Goodbye, landlady. Li Shu packed his belongings and turned to leave the room. Wait a moment, the landlady called out to Li Shu. I agree to the cooperation you mentioned earlier. If I don't go to the second floor, can you save my life? Li Shu stopped and asked. If you don't go to the second floor, I can't help you kill enemies, but keeping you alive won't be an issue. After all, I'm the landlady of the Nether House. If I don't want you to die here, no one can take your life. The landlady paused before asking, when will you bring people to drink? When I find people, I'll bring them, Li Shu said, then pushed the door open without any fuss with the landlady. Just outside the door, Li Shu was about to pick up the demon core on the ground when suddenly everything went dark, and he found himself back in his room. Why did I come out so quickly? Li Shu muttered as he got up from the floor. The Godslayer shrine lying on the bed suddenly jumped up, seemingly incredulous, circling Li Shu again and again. How could you possibly come out alive? The Godslayer shrine couldn't help but write this question. This time, Li Shu rudely grabbed the Godslayer shrine, placed it on the table, and patted its top like a child's head, saying, Kid, next time there's something good like this, remember to send me over immediately. After saying this, leaving the Godslayer shrine in a confused state, he went to pick up the scattered items on the floor. Although only part of the items were brought back, they were top-quality goods among them. The Talent Gemstone, Skill Ring, and Demon Spirit Ring were all brought back, and so was part of the Radiant Demon Core. Li Shu didn't bother picking up the Radiant Demon Core himself. He directly summoned the Black Death Demon King to consume it. Li Shu only picked up the Talent Gemstone, Skill Ring, and Demon Spirit Ring, then placed them into his small vault. There was quite a lot left from last time, and this time he managed to acquire so much more that Li Shu began scheming about how to make these things shine in the Magic Spirit competition and sell them at a high price. After tidying up, Li Shu went out to look for Chujun. He wanted to ask Chujun how he advanced to D level and why he hadn't advanced despite already having a 2-0 primordial embryo quality. You're damn right I'm the kid. Your whole family are kids. After Li Shu left, the Godslayer shrine finally snapped out of it and fiercely began its rant. The words on the plaque flowed rapidly like advertising text. Someone's actually organizing a magic spirit competition? Who is this Lord of Light City, and how dare he do such a thing? Said a tall girl, who was already an imposing presence despite her young age, her face filled with astonishment when she saw the news online. Probably some fool who doesn't know his limits, scoffed a cute girl with a slightly shorter stature beside her. Don't say that, he's doing what I wanted but couldn't do. I think this Lord of Light City is a very respectable person, the long-legged and buxom girl said. Hearing this, the cute girl Bai Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Qing Yi, why don't we join the magic spirit competition? Isn't that inappropriate? If we enter the magic spirit competition, wouldn't it be bullying? Li Qingyi hesitated. Bai Ying giggled, her big eyes twinkling as she said, This is what you've always wanted to do, right? Only if you join can this magic spirit competition actually take place. Otherwise, with that fool Lord of Light City, the event venue might just get trashed by others. You do have a point. If someone is willing to take such a large risk to push demon spirits and trial takers to the forefront, we should indeed do something, Li Qingyi thought for a moment and then said to Bai Ying, Quick, go sign us up for the magic spirit competition. Already signed us up, Bai Ying said with a smug face, opening the registration form. I signed you up under the name King Yi and me as Bai Yi. Together we'll be the combined green and white swords, taking the top 2 places in the magic spirit competition. It'll definitely be fun. 34.4, Chapter 344, 66. The perverted Black Death Demon King Li Shu learned from Chu Jun that the level advancement of a trial taker actually mainly depends on the symbiotic contract. When the energy accumulation of the symbiotic contract reaches a level sufficient for advancement, the level will naturally advance, unlike the parasitic contract, which requires a certain opportunity to elevate the level. The process of energy accumulation in the symbiotic contract is actually the process of humans enhancing their primordial embryo quality. Because it is a symbiotic relationship, as the host enhances their primordial embryo quality, the symbiotic contract also siphons off a portion of the energy and enhances along with it. Li Shu looked at the primordial embryo qualities of the evil spirit token and the forbidden spear and found it indeed to be the case. Both of their primordial embryo qualities had reached the same level as Li Shu, at 200. No wonder Li Shu always felt his primordial embryo quality was improving so slowly. It turned out these two entities were always leeching from him. Li Shu's primordial embryo quality could align with the symbiotic contract because both had full base primordial embryo qualities, allowing for uniform values. Actually, many trial takers may not be able to reach uniformity. For instance, if a trial taker's primordial embryo quality is 0.9 and their symbiotic contract's primordial embryo quality is only 0.7, then, when the trial taker's primordial embryo quality reaches 0.7, the symbiotic contract can already advance its level. At this time, if the symbiotic contract is allowed to advance, the trial taker's own primordial embryo quality would suffer a loss. If the primordial embryo quality of the symbiotic contract is 0.9 and the trial taker's primordial embryo quality is 0.7, then once the trial taker's primordial embryo quality reaches 0.7, it cannot continue to grow. However, enhancements obtained after the trial can still be provided to the symbiotic contract for continued growth, so theoretically, only the trial taker can suppress the symbiotic contract to prevent it from advancing levels too early. But in the case of Li Shu, where both the host and symbiotic contract have fully maxed primordial embryo qualities, yet the symbiotic contract hasn't reacted, Chu Jun hasn't heard of such a scenario and is unclear about what's going on. Li Shu pondered repeatedly, estimating the issue might lie in his aurora quality and the parasitic magic spirit embryo within him. Although he is human, having the aurora and ultimate light, from certain perspectives, he also possesses characteristics of the magic spirit. Coupled with the reason for the magic spirit embryo, it may have prevented him from advancing levels as typical trial takers do. Li Shu was unable to figure out the specific reason for the moment, so he could only continue attempting to enter the trial ground to enhance his primordial embryo quality. Yet there was no reaction from enhancement, which was rather frustrating for Li Shu. The only good news was that after the Masked Emperor burned a large amount of topaz, it finally advanced by another level, reaching B level, surprisingly awakening a talent skill, super acceleration. The Masked Emperor, once super acceleration is activated, moves faster than a plane. The only downside is that it requires good road conditions. In unfavorable terrain, Li Shu dares not let it run too fast, otherwise it would surely crash. You're a B-level magic spirit, and yet you have requirements concerning the road conditions, which is quite ridiculous, Li Shu remarked helplessly, only hoping the Masked Emperor can rid itself of this predicament by advancing to a higher level. The Black Death Demon King, after consuming the demon cores of the Radiant Black Death Demons, also advanced by 1 level, reaching C level, surprisingly awakening another skill, King's Roar. King's Roar and Death Aura, these two talent skills, are not offensive skills but types of enhancement skills. Death Aura endows the Black Death Demon army with self-healing abilities, allowing general injuries to automatically recover. King's Roar triggers the potential of the Black Death Demon army, granting them temporary increases in strength and speed. Black Death Legion, able to summon the Black Death Demon army, currently able to summon 30 Black Death Demons, effective for 24 hours. Sea-level Black Death Demon King can summon 30 Black Death Demons, with their quality becoming radiant. Calculating based on such growth speed, B-level can summon 40 Radiant Black Death Demons, A-level can summon 50 Radiant Demon Spirits, so how would S-level improve? Could it possibly summon 60 Aurora Black Death Demons? Li Shu feels this is basically impossible, otherwise the Black Death Legion talent skill would truly defy the heavens. Currently, Li Shu is very much looking forward to the growth of the Black Death Demon King, but unfortunately he no longer has resources to further its growth. Even now, the combat power of the Black Death Demon King is incredibly strong. A Sea-level Radiant Demon Spirit, accompanied by 30 Sea-level Radiant Magic Spirits, instantly elevates Li Shu's overall combat power. With the Black Death Demon King, Li Shu doesn't need to nurture so many cannon fodder demon spirits. Focusing on cultivating a few elites is sufficient. The Black Death Demon King must be nurtured carefully. Eventually, it will become a prominent emblem in my City of Light and must shine conspicuously in the Magic Tournament. Only then can my Black Death Demon rings be sold more effectively. Li Shu initially intended to fully elevate the level of the Jedi Knight, but he now has to pause on that plan. Li Shu plans to invest all his funds into the Black Death Demon King, aiming to elevate its level to B or A before the Magic Tournament. Speaking of assets, Li Shu's property basically consists of the one ruby ball. Those skill rings, demon spirit rings, talent gemstones, so forth, for now, cannot fetch high prices and are not easy to sell. Should I sell the ruby ball? Li Shu considered targeting the ruby ball, but such a large piece of ruby must fetch a premium price. Who could afford it and be willing to buy it? 345, Chapter 345, 66, The Perverted Black Death Demon King, 2. Although larger gemstones are generally more valuable, it's hardly worth using them to open the trial gate for most people. They're usually just used to feed the demon spirits. When used to feed demon spirits, buying smaller rubies is clearly more cost-effective. Therefore, Li Shu's ruby ball, despite appearing priceless, is quite the challenge to sell. If sold cheaply, Li Shu wouldn't be willing. If sold expensively, no one would want to buy it unless they encountered a wealthy buyer. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to sell this thing. Where can I find a big-time wealthy buyer willing to pay the price? Li Shu thought over and over. Most of the people around him were similar to him, nearly all poor, except for Chu Jun, who was super rich. So, Li Shu planned to hand over the task of selling the ruby ball to Chu Jun, hoping he could find an appropriate buyer. After assigning the task to Chu Jun, Li Shu then asked Sha Chu to help him purchase black spinels. Black spinels are quite inexpensive themselves, much cheaper than red appetites. Although a large number of black spinels have been used recently for the opening of the hero trial ground, this is just a drop in the bucket for the entire market. Only here in the City of Light have black spinels slightly increased in price, but their cost-effectiveness is still high. Li Shu asked Sha Chu to collect a large quantity of black spinels, to try to buy as many back as possible, predicting that after the demon spirit competition, black spinels will surely experience a significant rise. Fortunately, Sha Chu had the investment from Boss Chu, otherwise he wouldn't have had money to help Li Shu purchase black spinels. Of course, Li Shu called it an advance payment, promising to cover the deficit once he sold the ruby ball. By now, Sha Chu was somewhat numb, too lazy to advise Li Shu, who he saw as a spendthrift. In phrases like, after the demon spirit competition, black spinels must soar, Sha Chu scoffed at such nonsense. Nevertheless, since the City of Light belonged to Li Shu, if he wanted to squander, let him squander. Attempts to persuade him were futile, instead leaving Sha Chu feeling exasperated. Sha Chu felt he had aged noticeably recently. Wrinkles seemed ready to emerge at his eye corners. That's not right, I need a milk bath. Though the city belongs to someone else, my body and beauty are my own, and I won't ruin my precious youth and looks for others' belongings, Sha Chu thought to himself. But before she could buy milk, various matters arose again, keeping her too busy managing the city's affairs to enjoy herself. She had to visit the construction site, oversee the market, and attend to the city lord's mansion's matters. Her schedule left no time for enjoyment. Sha Chu now somewhat doubted if her initial decision was wrong, wondering why life was more challenging than before. Li Shu, on the other hand, took things easy. Each day he reported to the trial ground, then fed the Black Death Demon King and Masked Emperor with the black spinels and topaz Sha Chu had collected. Day by day passed as they watched the Demon Spirit Arena gradually being built. Although it's merely a small part of the planned structure, it already looked quite impressive. It's estimated that it should be ready for formal use before the Demon Spirit competition begins. Finally, after countless trials at the trial ground, Li Shu randomly received a ticket, granting him entry once again into the Black Death City. Inside the Black Death City, there was no blood moon. After easily eliminating the ordinary Black Death demons, Li Shu began to wander around the city. He needed to locate the smallest stone house mentioned by the unparalleled king, which might come in handy later. After circling one more time, Li Shu discovered an astonishing fact. The smallest stone house in Black Death City was indeed the one where he found the Godslayer Shrine. Could the shrine mentioned by the unparalleled king be the Godslayer Shrine? Li Shu unwillingly took another look several times, but the result remained the same. No stone house was smaller than the one with the Godslayer Shrine. No way could the shrine mentioned by the unparalleled king truly be the Godslayer Shrine. But except for being able to pull people into the Blood Moon Black Death City, it seems to have no other powers. Does it warrant such reverence from the unparalleled king? Li Shu pondered extensively. Upon leaving, he battled another round of mechanical skeletons, obtaining nothing remarkable besides demon cores. The only A-class flowing color demon core he acquired, Li Shu then gave to the Jedi Knight as a slow nurturing investment. Returning to the city, Li Shu visited the Nether House. The lady boss thought he brought company, but resulted in seeing only him, greatly disappointing her. "Take it easy, lady boss, I'm selecting people for you," Li Shu laughed as he said this. This liquor wasn't just for anyone to drink. If after drinking someone just dies, the liquor would be essentially consumed in vain, eventually returning itself inside the bottle. Humph! The lady boss just let out a cold snort without saying anything. As Li Shu left, he thought to himself, looks like the Blood Moon Black Death City and the ordinary Black Death City should indeed be the same place. If they were two cities in different spacetimes, the lady boss wouldn't recognize me. Li Shu, a buyer has been found for the ruby ball, but they don't have enough cash and want to barter with other items. What's your opinion? As Li Shu just exited the Black Death City, Chu Jun approached him. What do they want to trade with? Li Shu asked. A demon spirit ring, an S-class demon spirit ring. Chu Jun spoke, his eyes gleaming. What S-class demon spirit ring? Li Shu frowned as he inquired. The data sent by the opposite party is here for you to review. I think it's quite suitable, although the ruby ball itself is priceless. An S-class demon spirit is indeed remarkable, especially with a shining quality. Chu Jun opened up a laptop, showing Li Shu the data sent by the other party. 34-6, Chapter 34-6, 166, The Perverse Black Death Demon King. Third, they actually have a photo of the demon spirit, showing a silver lion. While not exactly huge, it's at least twice the size of a typical lion, with its silver mane complementing its hefty build. Coupled with the silver light patterns and gemstone glow on its body, it looked incredibly captivating. This has already been contracted and summoned. How is he going to sell it? Li Shu frowned after reading the information. This photo was taken earlier, and the previous owner is already dead. Now this demon spirit ring is contract-free and can be contracted with anyone, Chu Jun explained. I don't think it's suitable. Li Shu didn't fancy this S-class Silverlight Lion, which only had a shining quality and 2 talent skills. Such a demon spirit, aside from having a higher level, was considered by Li Shu to be quite worthless. Why? An S-class demon spirit, how many resources would it take to bring it up to this level? Even if that ruby ball were exchanged for resources, it's questionable whether we could raise an S-class demon spirit. This one is readily available, and it has a shining quality with dual skills. I think it's quite suitable. Chu Jun paused to catch his breath before continuing. Besides, at the magic competition, having this S-class Silverlight Lion to intimidate the crowd will surely shock the world. Only a shining quality, and it's awakened merely 2 talent skills. Such an S-class demon spirit will eventually be phased out. We only have that one ruby ball, and it will be hard to find another one in the future. This matter isn't urgent. Li Shu smiled and added, as for the magic competition, don't worry. I've already prepared to use it as the ace up my sleeve. With that, Li Shu summoned the Black Death Demon King. Radiant Black Death Demon. Chu Jun was astonished upon seeing the Black Death Demon King, his eyes almost bulging out. How did you get so lucky? I've been to Black Death City so many times and never saw a Radiant level Black Death Demon. Having good luck makes all the difference, Li Shu chuckled. I'm planning to have it as our main force in the magic competition. After all, the Black Death Demon is the hallmark of our City of Light. It should attract people here. Other demon spirits aren't quite suitable. What level is it now? Chu Jun considered that Li Shu had a point. Indeed, only the Black Death Demon could truly represent the City of Light. Once the Black Death Demon's reputation is established, attracting visitors to the City of Light won't be a concern. More visitors mean the City of Light can really grow. C-Class, Li Shu replied. C-Class seems a bit low. If someone comes to cause trouble, it might not be able to suppress them, Chu Jun pondered aloud. That's why I need a large amount of gems to nurture it now. The ruby ball must be exchanged for gemstones, not demon spirits, Li Shu explained. There isn't much time until the magic competition. Even if we convert it to gem resources now, is it enough? Chu Jun expressed some concern. Not all demon spirits can incessantly consume like the Jedi Knight. Ordinary demon spirits require time to convert gemstone energy. Just like the Masked Emperor, it isn't that joining Topa allows immediate advancement. Only the Jedi Knight infected by evil Parasite and demigod Shana can keep consuming resources non-stop, rapidly growing as long as they have resources. Before the competition, advancing to A-Class should be feasible, but B-Class might be a bit tight, Li Shu thought out loud. What if an S-class demon spirit appears, like the Silverlight Lion, Chujun suggested? If the Black Death Demon King advances to A-class, defeating a Silverlight Lion is just child's play. For B-class, some maneuvering is required, but it's manageable, Li Shu smiled. How many talent skills has the Black Death Demon King awakened? Look at you bragging, Chujun teased. Li Shu stretched out 3 fingers, waving them in front of Chujun. Are you serious? Isn't your Black Death Demon King only C-class? Even if it awakens a talent skill each time it levels up, 1 from E to D, 1 from D to C, that's only 2, so where's the third? You've lost your mind, Chujun retorted with a sneer. I'm serious, it's 3. The Black Death Demon Light came with 1 talent skill at E-class, Li Shu grinned. Wow, there's such a thing. I've never heard of it. Chujun's eyes widened. Check out the skills of my Black Death Demon King. Li Shu had the Black Death Demon King unleash its Black Death Legion skill. As a series of radiant Black Death demons appeared, Chujun was dumbfounded. Now, Chujun finally understood why Li Shu dismissed the Silverlight Lion. Who would buy a Silverlight Lion with such an incredible demon spirit available? Naturally, one would devote resources to upgrading the Black Death Demon instead. Li Shu explained the detailed information about the Black Death Legion skill to Chujun, and then shared his own predictions. After listening, Chujun resolutely declared, even if we have to sell everything, we must elevate the level of the Black Death Demon King. For this magic competition, it will be the ace demon spirit of our City of Light. Chujun contacted the buyers, firmly informing them that they only accepted money or gemstones, not demon spirits. Li Qingyi frowned slightly upon receiving the reply. She hadn't expected the other party to reject such a deal. An S-class shining demon spirit with dual talent skills, if released, countless trial takers would spend fortunes to claim it. The other party actually turned down the Silverlight Lion, indicating they only accepted money and gemstones, which was beyond Li Qingyi's expectations. If Li Qingyi herself hadn't known the origins of that ruby ball and urgently needed it, she wouldn't have brought out the Silverlight Lion. By offering the Silverlight Lion, she aimed to secure it, preventing the ruby ball from being snatched by others. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a peculiar one, preferring money over demon spirits, leaving her at a loss. A347, Chapter 347, 67, The 4 Forbidden Zones of the Demon Kingdom, that Lord of Light City really doesn't know what's good for him. He doesn't want the Silverlight Lion, just money and gemstones. Is there something wrong with his head? Doesn't he know how precious an S-level dual talent skill magic spirit is? Bai Ying pouted. Li Qingyi chuckled and said, in terms of rarity, the ruby ball might be even rarer than the Silverlight Lion. It's a pure conglomerate of rubies left after the Stonebreaker devours a ruby mine and separates the impurities. Such a thing is exceedingly rare. The Stonebreaker must consume a ruby mine, which is already hard to come by. You can't kill it too early. If you do, it won't have consumed enough raw stones, and the gathered ruby inside will be too little. Nor can you kill it too late. If you do, it would have digested all the rubies, and you'd get nothing from killing it. Think about it. Who would feed a Stonebreaker with an entire ruby mine and kill it at just the right time? Given the weight of this ruby ball, the Stonebreaker probably consumed a considerable ruby mine and was killed at the perfect moment to obtain such a large ruby ball. Its rarity is certainly not less than, if not greater than, the Silverlight Lion. My red-armored evil spirit needs such a ruby ball as a catalyst to advance to S level. This way, the chances of awakening talent skills are much higher. If possible, I'd still like to buy the ruby ball. That's simple. He wants gemstones, so we'll give him gemstones. I'll pay for them, Bai Ying said. No need, I'll pay for the gemstones myself, Li Qingyi shook his head. Bai Ying blinked and said, I'm not paying for the gemstones for nothing. You give me the Silverlight Lion. What are you up to? Li Qingyi knew Bai Ying too well, sensing she was planning something. Since he doesn't want the Silverlight Lion, I'll use it to win the championship in his Magic Spirit contest. Let's see if he'll regret it later. Bai Ying stuck out her tongue. You can use the Silverlight Lion to compete, but don't go overboard. The Lord of Light City probably has his reasons for wanting gemstones instead of the Silverlight Lion. Besides, it's a good thing he's hosting the Magic Spirit contest. Don't ruin it, Li Qingyi said earnestly. I know this is something you've always wanted to do. How can I mess it up? I'll just participate with the Silverlight Lion according to the rules. Is it wrong to win first place with strong abilities? Bai Ying stuck out her tongue. That's fine, but during the Magic Spirit contest, don't harm the other contestants' magic spirits, Li Qingyi stated. I know, don't worry. With his so-called Magic Spirit contest, there are hardly any participants. With the Silverlight Lion's strength, getting first place will be easy. Let his envy and regret consume him, Bai Ying laughed. Li Qingyi said nothing more and handed the ring of the Silverlight Lion to Bai Ying. Li Qingyi thought Bai Ying had a point. The City of Light barely has any fame or prestige in the Southern Cross Federation. You could even say it's unknown. With so few participants in such a contest, no truly powerful trial takers have signed up. The chances of winning the championship with the Silverlight Lion are still very high. Li Shu was naturally unaware of Bai Ying's plan. He was currently immersed in the joy of selling the ruby ball for a high price. No matter how precious the ruby ball was, it was of no use to him. Exchanging it for a large number of gemstones was tangible, especially since the other party also paid with a significant amount of high-quality black apatite. The high-quality black apatite is very beneficial for the Black Death Demon's evolution. Though average black apatite can also help the Black Death Demon evolve, lower-quality black apatite isn't conducive to awakening its talent skill. And same weight of black apatite, the higher quality ones contain more energy. The same amount eaten allows the Black Death Demon to evolve faster. After all, the Black Death Demon's digestion speed is limited, so the higher the quality of black apatite it consumes, the faster it evolves in a short time. Li Shu planned to use the Black Death Demon as his main ace. Before the competition starts, evolving to a higher level is certainly better. Apart from this batch of black apatite, the other party also agreed to pay with some high-quality rubies, sapphires, and red apatite. The red apatite offered by the other party would reach the Jedi Knight color level, just right for the Jedi Knight to make use of. Originally, Li Shu didn't want rubies and sapphires, he wanted some blue diamonds. However, the Southern Cross Federation doesn't produce blue diamonds. Although the other party could pay with some blue diamonds, the cost-effectiveness wasn't high, so Li Shu gave up in the end. Finally, I'm rich, Li Shu thought as he received the boxes of gemstones. Since becoming a trial taker, it was the first time he felt he didn't have to worry about money. Come, eat as much as you can, don't save money for me, Li Shu said as he directly placed a box of high-quality black apatite in front of the Black Death Demon, letting him eat freely. The Black Death Demon ate frantically but could only finish half a box before he couldn't eat anymore. He could only wait to convert the consumed gemstones into energy before continuing to eat. In the other small boxes, there were Jedi Knight apatite, rubies, and sapphires. The quality of the rubies and sapphires was also very high, with the smallest being over 3 carats. Any one of them could cover an ordinary person's living expenses for years. 3048, Chapter 348, 37 Demon Kingdom 4, Restricted Areas 2. The box of Jedi crystals. Although not the best Nemaya Jedi Knight crystals, the ones from the Mangson mine are not too bad either. The crystals from the Nemaya mine have a slight pink hue, with the strongest fluorescence. In comparison, the crystals from the Mangson mine have a reddish hue, and their fluorescence is equally impressive. Looking at the intensely fluorescent red crystals inside the small box, Li Shu generously handed them to the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight devoured them like a whirlwind, consuming the entire small box of Mangson Jedi Knight crystals in no time, leaving not a single one behind. Look at him, then look at you. How come you eat so little? When will you ever grow up? Li Shu glanced at the Black Death Demon King, who was busy digesting, and couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, red light flames erupted from the Jedi Knight's body. After consuming so many Jedi Knight crystals, along with previous high-quality, high-level demon cores, he ascended in level once again. Without a doubt, the Jedi Knight was once again promoted with the awakening of a talent skill. It's still faster to promote with matching gemstones, Li Shu praised in his heart. Unfortunately, this small box of Jedi crystals is invaluable, and without that ruby ball, Li Shu doesn't know how long it would take to gather such a box. In the strong fluorescence, the Jedi Knight's body became more crystalline. His armor turned semi-transparent with intense fluorescence, and the samurai sword in his hand was flooding with pink fluorescence, resembling more and more a lightsaber. Of course, there were still some differences in shape compared to a lightsaber. It still looked like a samurai sword. Jedi Knight, Evolving Magic Spirit. Quality, none. Level A talent skills, Bloodlight Slash, Desperate Realm, Martial Spirit, Unrivaled National Hero. The Jedi Knight's 4 skills, with Bloodlight Slash being the only actual attack skill, seemed a bit simplistic. However, the Desperate Realm skill allows it to explode with terrifying combat power when in danger. Li Shu studied the Martial Spirit talent skill for a long time, as it didn't seem like an active skill but more of a passive talent. Without Martial Spirit, the Jedi Knight would rely on brute strength to fight, but with it, it started using technique. It can absorb combat experience during battles, allowing it to use different techniques against various enemies, a talent that makes it stronger as it fights. As for the newly awakened Unrivaled National Hero talent skill, Li Shu was pleasantly surprised after testing it. Upon activating the Unrivaled National Hero talent skill, the Jedi Knight could control his own light energy, unleashing all of it at once, creating destructive power far beyond his normal level, making it an unbeatable skill for slaying enemies above his rank. It seems like there's only the Bloodlight Slash skill, but in reality, the Jedi Knight's combat power is already off the charts. I really don't know how much stronger he will become once he levels up to S rank. Li Shu initially planned to ensure the Black Death Demon King's victory, but with the Jedi Knight as a backup, that's even better. Li Shu intended for the Jedi Knight, the Black Death Demon King, and the Masked Emperor to participate in the Magic Spirit Tournament. Of course, the Masked Emperor wasn't intended for the Magic Spirit duel. Li Shu had Shachu add a speed contest to the tournament specifically for Mount-type magic spirits. Initially, he planned for the Pink Nightmare to enter, but eventually decided to have the Masked Emperor compete instead. After all, the first Magic Spirit Tournament had to have something to draw attention, and the Masked Emperor undoubtedly had more appeal. Of course, the speed contest wasn't the main event, it was more of an exhibition match, beginning before the magic spirit duel held as part of the opening ceremony to warm up the event. In the following period, Li Shu continued entering the trial ground every day for enhancement, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't ascend to D rank, with his primordial embryo quality stuck at 2 without any improvement. This made Li Shu realize that conventional enhancement might not allow him to level up, and he would need to find a different path. Li Shu thought long and hard, considering that the unparalleled king and Old Saber might be able to help him. But when he went to the Golden Gate, he found that Old Saber was no longer there. It seemed it had been taken to the Heavenly Gate by the Eternal Heaven, leaving this path unexplored. It looks like I'll have to approach that unreliable, unparalleled king again. If there were any other choice, Li Shu wouldn't want to seek out the unparalleled king. That guy was not reliable at all, and who knows how much of what it said could be trusted. Why are you here again? What do you want? The unparalleled king glanced at Li Shu, feeling a bit impatient. Although a little scatterbrained, the unparalleled king wasn't stupid. It had only been a few days, and the ruby ball definitely hadn't been brought into Black Death City by Li Shu yet, so he must have another issue. O supreme, unparalleled king, under your guidance, my primordial embryo quality has made tremendous progress and is now at its limit, but for some reason I can't ascend to D rank, Li Shu flattered a bit, making the unparalleled king feel a bit complacent. Without even recalling whether it ever advised Li Shu on this, the unparalleled king proudly stated, I thought it was something important, and you can't even solve such a small matter. If it weren't for your commendable loyalty, you wouldn't be fit to be my lieutenant. Cease 349, Chapter 349, 67, 4 Major Forbidden Zones of the Demon Kingdom 3. Please, Your Majesty, enlighten me. Li Shu earnestly sought guidance. In this matter, the unparalleled king indeed had the qualifications to instruct him. Li Shu saw no shame in asking for advice from a stronger being. Summon your symbiotic contract and let me have a look. I estimate the problem lies with your symbiotic contract, said the unparalleled king. Li Shu summoned the forbidden spear, holding it in his hand. Even while wearing the demon armor, it didn't hinder the summoning of the symbiotic contract. This is the forbidden artifact of the Celestial Sea. The unparalleled king seemed startled. What is the Celestial Sea? Hearing this name, Li Shu guessed that it should correspond to the land of trial associated with the Sea Heaven trial ground. However, the fact that the unparalleled king could recognize it at a glance and seemed so surprised was quite intriguing. It seems you haven't entered the Celestial Sea. Indeed, for a weak human like you, entering the Celestial Sea would mean certain death, the unparalleled king snorted coldly. What kind of place is the Celestial Sea exactly? Li Shu asked quickly, taking the opportunity to gather some intelligence. The Demon Kingdom's 4 major forbidden zones, Tianmen, Longevity Island, Bottomless Pit, and Celestial Sea. Each is an extremely terrifying place. Not to mention mere humans, even the top demon spirits of the Demon Kingdom would likely face death upon entering the 4 major forbidden zones. Among them, Tianmen is the most terrifying, Longevity Island the most mysterious, Bottomless Pit has yet to see anyone come out alive, and Celestial Sea is the restricted zone for living beings. Only spirits of the dead can enter. Spirits of the dead can enter. Does that mean only deceased beings can enter the Celestial Sea? Li Shu pondered. You're not dumb. For the unparalleled king, saying this was already a compliment. How does one enter after death? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Don't worry about that. Just make sure you don't go there unless you've had enough of life. The unparalleled king didn't elaborate further, just continued. It's quite lucky for you to acquire the forbidden artifact of the Celestial Sea as your symbiotic contract. You indeed have potential for the future. Is it because of the forbidden spear that I can't advance to D level? Li Shu asked. I don't know much about the forbidden artifacts of the Celestial Sea, but they shouldn't affect your level advancement. This is quite strange. The unparalleled king pondered for a while before suddenly saying, could it be that something on you is affecting the forbidden spear, preventing it from advancing in level? Things on me that could affect it, there are quite a few. Li Shu chuckled bitterly to himself. Aside from possessing light energy and the evil spirit token, he also had the demon spirit parasitically inside him. However, after the unparalleled king's words, Li Shu recalled something. He had previously ingested that peculiar demon spirit ruby, but the ruby hadn't been expelled, nor had it turned into a demon spirit ring. It's still inside his body, and he doesn't know if it will have any effects on him. He was reluctant to let others know about his possession of light energy, so he couldn't easily tell the unparalleled king. However, he had no qualms about the peculiar ruby incident, and thought it might be a good chance to let the unparalleled king help analyze what was going on. After explaining the incident of swallowing the demon spirit ruby in detail, the unparalleled king exclaimed in surprise, "Are you insane? You swallowed the demon spirit gemstone. Aren't you afraid that the demon spirit within the gemstone will take over your body and replace you as the owner of that body?" Li Shu had considered this possibility before, but he wasn't too concerned about it. His spiritual sense was strong enough that if the demon spirit tried to compete for control of his body, it would be akin to seeking death. Moreover, since he could feel hunger, it indicated that the demon spirit larva inside should be confident in handling the demon spirit in the gemstone. Otherwise, it wouldn't want Li Shu to swallow the demon spirit gemstone. The demon spirit within the gemstone can also occupy a human body? Li Shu asked as if unaware. Heh, the so-called demon spirit gemstone operates on the same principle as the spirit technique. A human soul is planted into the gemstone, and upon merging with it, it becomes a gem demon spirit. Of course, ordinary human souls are too weak. Once the body dies, the soul dissipates and cannot be planted into the gemstone. Only some extremely special humans, after death, can have their souls planted into the gemstone. Originally being human, they can indeed occupy human bodies. The unparalleled king couldn't resist lecturing Li Shu again. You're incredibly foolish to swallow a demon spirit gemstone. It's like presenting yourself as easy prey. Only ignorant carbon-based life forms would do such a thing. Is there any way to deal with it? Although Li Shu wasn't too worried about being possessed by the demon spirit gemstone, knowing how to resolve it would certainly be advantageous. Simple. The unparalleled king said, "You've had that demon spirit gemstone inside you for a while now. Since it hasn't taken over your body, this indicates the demon spirit within is not strong, or more accurately, very weak, and getting rid of it shouldn't be hard." The unparalleled king seemed to think of something and suddenly exclaimed, "I see, I know now. No wonder you can't advance in level. It must be the fault of that demon spirit gemstone. The demon spirit within the gemstone has absorbed your energy, preventing you from reaching the energy required for advancement. So even though your primordial embryo quality is adequate, you can't advance in level." Although Li Shu didn't fully agree with the unparalleled king, he thought it was probably quite close to the truth. The unparalleled king was unaware that aside from the demon spirit gemstone, there was also a demon spirit larva and the evil spirit token parasitically inside him, both potentially greedier than the demon spirit gemstone. The evil spirit token's primordial embryo quality had reached max value, so it shouldn't need to absorb more of Li Shu's energy, leaving the demon spirit larva and demon spirit gemstone. They must be the reasons he couldn't advance to D-level. I-350, Chapter 350, 68, Seed Spirit Technique. If you don't get rid of the gem demon spirit inside your body, your energy will only nourish it, allowing it to grow stronger while you find it difficult to advance in level. Even if you luckily advance to D rank now, it will become increasingly difficult in the future, and you might even be countered by the gem demon spirit when it matures, the unparalleled king pondered aloud. "Do you have a solution, your majesty?" Li Shu asked. "You are my brother. How could I stand by while a mere gem demon spirit takes over you?" "I have a secret technique that can help you get rid of it," the unparalleled king's voice echoed in Li Shu's mind. "Remember, this secret technique must not be shared or dire consequences will ensue. Even if others don't kill you, I will. Do not let a word of it escape." After listening to the unparalleled king's secret technique, Li Shu left the underworld with a strange expression. Although the unparalleled king did not explicitly tell him what the secret technique was, Li Shu vaguely guessed that it might be the seed spirit technique or a branch of it. First, Li Shu needed to find a clean gemstone, one that didn't contain a spirit or even a trace of spiritual qi. Then, using the method taught by the unparalleled king, he would perform the seed spirit technique, simultaneously nurturing the implanted spirit in a manner akin to prenatal education. Once the demon spirit inside the gemstone successfully matures, even without a contract, it will be in sync with its master and will not harm them. He would then nurture it continuously until it became stronger than the gem demon spirit Li Shu had consumed before. Then swallow the gemstone to let the gem demon spirit defeat the gem demon spirit. The unparalleled king told Li Shu that when using this method, one must not contract the spirit beforehand. Only after it kills the gem demon spirit in his stomach can he form a contract with it. Otherwise, all efforts will be wasted. Though Li Shu remembered the method, he did not really intend to do it because the seed spirit technique was too cruel. He wouldn't possibly do such a thing. However, the unparalleled king's seed spirit technique gave Li Shu some conjectures. Not everyone can be used for the seed spirit technique. According to the unparalleled king's descriptions, those capable of seed spirit technique have very strong spiritual sense. Doesn't that refer to magic armor masters? The unparalleled king, trapped for unknown years, seemed unaware of the existence of human magic armor masters, yet his descriptions pointed unmistakably to them. So, those gem demon spirits were people with the magic armor master talent who, due to some fortuitous chance, naturally completed the seed spirit technique and became demon spirits. Li Shu felt a chill down his spine at the thought. If he were to die in the future, he'd prefer to die completely rather than become a gem demon spirit. While the problem wasn't solved, the unparalleled king did give Li Shu some new ideas. "The demon spirit embryo and the ruby demon spirit within me have reached a deadlock. All I need is bait. Perhaps I can reap the benefits without effort," Li Shu realized, inspired by the seed spirit technique, though he needed to consider it more thoroughly. The demon spirit arena was being constructed day by day, already entering the final stages, with not many days left until the magic tournament. Some contestants registered for the competition had already arrived in the City of Light, along with some spectators who had come early. Although there weren't many humans and they were all from nearby cities, it was gratifying. Originally, Li Shu thought there might not be many spectators for this first magic tournament. The Black Death Demon King had advanced another level, reaching B rank, and astonishingly awakened a new talent skill, the King's Pardon. After using the King's Pardon, the shackles on the Black Death Demon King and its Black Death Army's hands and feet would automatically open and fall off. Freed, the combat power of the Black Death Demon King and its demons would reach a higher level. As Li Shu had speculated, the B-rank Black Death Army skill could summon 40 B-rank Radiant Black Death demons. The demon spirits created by some rogue are truly formidable. Just how powerful could it be at S rank? Li Shu was increasingly expectant, continuously feeding it daily, hoping the Black Death Demon King could advance to A rank before the magic tournament. God has appeared again, Afei said, bringing his phone to show Li Shu a news report. The report covered God, clad in the Red Flower magic armor, slaying an S-class demon spirit at the Space City and Southern Cross Federation borders, and it included video footage. After watching, Li Shu frowned, convinced that the person impersonating God earlier was already dead. Yet in the video, the person controlling the Red Flower magic armor could also use the Hand of God and Angel's Wings. How strange, Li Shu muttered, not thinking the Hand of God and Angel's Wings were extraordinary techniques, but he had indeed not seen other magic armor masters casually mastering them before. Especially the Hand of God. Aside from Bai Chuyi, who learned it with his help, Li Shu hadn't seen a second instance. Even someone as talented as Ye Shuan, with Li Shu's guidance, hadn't fully mastered the Hand of God yet. Just where did Guan Jinghao find these magic armor masters? Li Shu couldn't help but frown privately. Is this God the one you're looking for? Li Shu looked up to ask Afei. Chapter 351, 68 Seed Spirit Technique. 2. I'm not sure, just from appearances it looks quite similar, but that previous fake god also looked very similar to me. It's only by close contact that you can tell it's not them. Although their demeanor and some habitual movements are quite alike, I can be sure that they are not the same person. Ah Fei said. Let's level up first, since there's such a person around, sooner or later we'll root them out. What's your primordial embryo quality now? Li Shu asked. It's 1-7 now. A few more A-level or higher attribute rewards, and I should be able to advance to D-level. Afei replied. Afei's advancement speed was clearly much faster than Li Shu's, as she was almost D-level without having drunk any demon spirit wine. Li Shu was a bit helpless. He had too many vampires on him, and he needed to deal with them quickly. The City of Light is quite well put together. Bai Ying and Li Qingyi were walking side by side on the streets of the City of Light. Bai Ying looked around and said, blinking. The two walking together attracted a lot of attention. One tall and sexy, the other pure and cute. Even the old man selling goods by the roadside couldn't help but take several more glances. There's more than a week until the competition starts. Why did you come over so early? Li Qingyi asked in confusion. I'd just be bored at home anyway. Might as well come and explore. I heard the hero trial ground in the City of Light is quite fun, so we can change our environment a bit, enjoying training and leisure at the same time. Bai Ying said with a smile. That works too. Li Qingyi nodded. If Bai Ying hadn't dragged her out, she might have preferred to stay home and continue in the trial ground. Let's go visit some gemstone shops first. Bai Ying had already checked out the location of Gemstone Street and pulled Li Qingyi along. The two took a lap around Gemstone Street but were greatly disappointed as there wasn't a single gemstone that caught their eyes. This is the level of the City of Light and they're hosting a demon spirit competition? Seems like not much of a future, Bai Ying said, pursing her lips. Although the environment and strength of the City of Light aren't great, it's clear that the Lord of Light City has great ambitions, Li Qingyi said. How can you tell? I didn't see it, Bai Ying asked, puzzled. The location of Gemstone Street is right next to the Demon Spirit Arena. There are also new streets being built over there, and judging by the structures, they're probably shops, hotels, and entertainment venues. This Lord of Light City isn't just planning a single demon spirit competition, but likely has long-term plans. Li Qingyi explained, sounds nice, but whether it'll succeed is another matter. It's possible this demon spirit competition might not make any big waves. Bai Ying laughed. There's nothing to see here. Let's go to the trial ground instead. Li Qingyi nodded, and the two headed towards the direction of the trial gate. They had learned before arriving that anyone could enter the hero trial ground of the City of Light, as long as they paid a relatively small ticket fee to get in and out freely. Of course, they still had to supply the gemstone to open the trial gate themselves. Arriving at the trial gate, they found it quite lively, with a fairly formal market outside, although there weren't many vendors. What's with this scene, letting people set up stalls in front of the trial gate? Bai Ying frowned. Li Qingyi, however, was quite interested as she browsed around, happily saying to Bai Ying, I'm getting more and more curious about this Lord of Light City. This kind of trial gate is exactly what I hope to see. It should be a place accessible to ordinary people, not just a privilege for some. Bai Ying was a bit speechless. Don't you think it's a bit like a market? Trial takers already have a lower social standing than magic armor masters, and with this, trial takers will be even more commonplace. Li Qingyi just smiled without making further comment. After buying tickets and entering, they saw people outside the trial gate forming teams. To open the trial gate once, you need at least a dozen black appetites, which is indispensable. Going in alone or with just 1 or 2 people is a bit wasteful for ordinary people, so generally groups of 10 will enter together, splitting the entry cost evenly. People in the City of Light had probably never seen such beauties before, and when Li Qingyi and Bai Ying appeared, many trial takers were amazed. Some even approached to invite them to join for free. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying politely declined and opened the trial gate by themselves. One's sexy, one's cute, it's really hard to choose. Of course, go for the sexy one, cute doesn't hold a candle next to sexy. I think the cute one is quite nice too, small and demure is also great. Studies show that men who like petite women usually aren't very healthy, the trial takers murmured among themselves. Everyone appreciates beauty. What man doesn't enjoy looking at pretty girls? Li Qingyi and Bai Ying were randomly placed in a Bai level difficulty, dark maze. They seemed to see in the dark without any tension, chatting as they walked. They encountered a tiger in the maze, only for it to be struck by Li Qingyi's palm, shattering its bones throughout its body and killing it instantly. The tiger lay limply on the ground as if its skin wrapped around soft stuffing. 352, Chapter 35-2, 68, Seed Spirit Technique 3. If those trial takers had seen this palm earlier, they would probably have had to weigh their options. If they truly married her, they would question if their lives were resilient enough during conflicts. Good luck, I actually got a random entrance ticket, Bai Ying said with a smile, seeing the entrance ticket among her rewards. Let's go in and take a look. Li Qingyi took out a trial badge and entered together with Bai Ying. On that stone table, there lay a black umbrella. Bai Ying casually picked it up with one hand, effortlessly, as if it were an ordinary umbrella. Just an ordinary umbrella, just an ordinary shimmering contract. Bai Ying indifferently placed it behind her, and then followed Li Qingyi into Black Death City alongside the longevity lamp. Someone's already here. As the two appeared at the crossroads in Black Death City, they found the ground littered with decomposing Black Death demon corpses, causing them to furrow their brows slightly. They surveyed the surroundings but didn't spot any shadows. Seeing that a gate in one direction was open, Bai Ying suggested, "We're not familiar with the circumstances in this land of trial. Should we check over there first?" "All right." Li Qingyi nodded, and the two headed toward the open city gate. Outside the gate stretched a boundless desert, where a man in a tight white suit, with a red belt around his waist and sunglasses on his face, lay on the distant sand as if listening intently. Next to him on the sand was a dark green gentleman's hat, casting a long shadow in the fiery red glow of the sunset. The scene appeared peculiar, and Li Qingyi and Bai Ying's expressions were odd, unable to figure out what the trial taker was doing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Bai Ying asked curiously as she walked over. The man did not speak, just placed his index finger on his lips, gesturing for silence. Though young, Li Qingyi and Bai Ying had experienced many lands of trial far from naive. Upon seeing the man's gesture, they fell silent and even softened their footsteps. While remaining vigilant, they carefully approached the man. Though skilled in reconnaissance, they could detect nothing amiss nearby nor sensed anything beneath the sand. Arriving beside the man, they still found nothing unusual but refrained from speaking, imitating the man's position, lying on the sand to listen. They had encountered spirits hiding underground before, but despite listening for a good while, heard nothing. The man remained silent, so they could only watch him and silently ponder what he might have heard. Finally, after a long moment, the man lifted his ear from the ground, dusted off the sand clinging to his face and body, and looked at Li Qingyi and Bai Ying. The man, naturally, was Li Chu, and his gaze was immediately drawn to Li Qingyi. He had to admit that the cute often fades in comparison to the sexy, especially given Li Qingyi's face, which also held great allure for men. Besides their figures and appearances, Li Shu was attracted by their clothing. The two girls wore matching outfits, complete with shoes. One wore a green suit, the other a white suit, with unusual designs that didn't resemble modern clothing. Additionally, they carried sheathed swords on their backs, presenting the aura of female sword immortals. But the rings on their fingers, shimmering with gemstones, added a touch of opulence to the ethereal vibe. In fact, being able to wear such a complete outfit, these two girls were undoubtedly no ordinary trial takers, considered wealthy among them. Li Shu, clad as he was, seemed barely better than a destitute beggar before them, except his rings could barely rival their grandeur in the affluent department. "What were you listening to just now?" Bai Ying finally asked. "I wasn't listening to anything," Li Shu replied, shaking his head. "Then what were you doing lying down?" Bai Ying asked, puzzled. "I just wanted to see Black Death City from that angle," Li Shu chuckled. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying couldn't help but feel speechless. Turned out he was just a guy idle and bored. "Unexpectedly, I saw two fairies walk over. For a moment, I thought I was seeing things," Li Shu continued with a smile. "Though you seem a bit idle, you're an honest person," Bai Ying laughed. "Are you from the City of Light, familiar with Black Death City? Give us a tour, and there will be something in it for you." "I can't, I have things to do," Li Shu shook his head. "What things?" "Lying here watching Black Death City?" Bai Ying paused, surprised at his refusal. Yes, Li Shu nodded. Then continue watching, we won't disturb you. Bai Ying relented since he refused, deciding it made no difference whether someone guided them. If you're going to explore, check out the city gates opposite or to the left, avoid the right gate, Li Shu advised. Why? Li Qingyi asked. The right gate hasn't been opened yet. Unknown what's beyond, only ghostly cries can be heard. Likely dangerous, Li Shu explained. Thanks. Li Qingyi expressed her gratitude, then began to retrace her steps with Bai Ying. Having been through many lands of trial, they knew it was dangerous to wander aimlessly in a desert, risking losing their way, and they intended to participate in the magic tournament without wasting time here. What a strange man, Bai Ying muttered to herself as they walked. Li Qingyi gave a thoughtful glance at the city gate of Black Death City. Watching the two girls walk back into the city, Li Shu lay back down, looking toward Black Death City. This time, he was lucky to randomly get an entrance ticket, cleaned out the killable spirits, and unwillingly return. He opened the desert side gate to seek what he might find. It turned out he indeed made a new discovery. Viewing Black Death City from this vantage unveiled something different. 353, Chapter 353, 69. The problematic shadow. This city actually has a shadow. For such a large city, having a shadow is quite normal. However, the city gate facing the sunset and casting a shadow on the ground in front of the city makes it rather fantastical. If the sun were coming from the other side of the city, Li Shu could understand this kind of shadow. But facing the sunset and having such a shadow, Li Shu really couldn't understand it. When he came out just now, he had already noticed this problem, but after looking left and right, he couldn't find where the problem was. Until he put his face on the ground and looked at that shadow again, he saw something incredible. This shadow actually had thickness. How could a shadow have thickness? Li Shu couldn't comprehend it. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully observing for a long time, he finally confirmed that his eyes were not deceiving him, nor was it a trick of the light or the terrain. That shadow really had thickness, even if only the thickness of a piece of paper, but still an unbelievable thing. The entire shadow seemed like a piece of paper stuck to the sandy ground, but when Li Shu stood up and looked again, the shadow was no different from any ordinary shadow. Because here, although the sun was the sunset and looked as if it might set at any moment, in reality, it would never set and hang there indefinitely. So Li Shu couldn't determine whether the shadow would change with the light or always remain in this state. What's the deal with this shadow? Surely not a magic spirit. If it were a magic spirit, Chu Jun would have noticed. Also, Li Shu has come out many times, and this shadow hasn't attacked him. But if it's not a magic spirit, why is this shadow so strange? Li Shu was somewhat puzzled. He watched for quite a while, then rose and walked into the shadow, drawing the Fire Lotus sword and slashed at the shadow with one sword after another. Yellow sand was sliced into deep marks by the sword power, yet the shadow showed no reaction, as if it were a normal shadow. The sand scattered and flew, but the shadow still showed no change. Really bizarre. Li Shu then ran outside the shadow, pressed his face to the ground, and saw that the shadow still had a paper-thin thickness. I just don't believe it. Li Shu ran back to the city gate and then summoned his magic spirit, attacking the shadow one by one. The results, whether demigod Shanna or Jedi Knight, were that their attacks merely scattered sand, proving useless against the shadow. Li Shu, refusing to believe in such evil, continued to try. Black Death Demon King's attacks were ineffective. Love God Shooter's attacks were ineffective. Even summoning Pink Nightmare and Masked Emperor still proved ineffective. After summoning the White Knight female demon, Li Shu saw her form and slightly paused. During the day, the White Knight female demon was in a blue dress, yet at night she transformed into a purple dress. However now, even though the sun had not set, the White Knight female demon was in a purple dress. Li Shu, with a shift of thoughts, prompted the White Knight female demon to walk outside the shadow, and then a miraculous thing happened. The vibrant blue dress on the White Knight female demon transformed into a mysterious purple, and even the expression and demeanor of the White Knight female demon began to turn bewitching. This transformation from White Demon to Night Demon, but merely due to a shadow, was impossible to induce such a change in the White Knight female demon. This shadow indeed has issues. Li Shu returned to the city gate, standing inside the gate himself, letting the White Knight female demon stand at the gate, and sent out a purple lip print flying kiss towards that shadow. When the White Knight female demon is in a blue dress, her flying kiss can trigger potential and increase combat power. But in a purple dress, it can cause negative effects, reducing the strength and speed of the opponent. Unfortunately, the flying kiss itself has no attack power, so it cannot inflict damage. However, when the purple lip print flying kiss landed on the shadow, Li Shu was surprised to see the shadow tremble. But it merely trembled once, so quickly Li Shu almost wondered if he had been mistaken. Again prompting the White Knight female demon to give a flying kiss, this time Li Shu watched the shadow closely and indeed noticed the shadow tremble again. It wasn't an illusion. Enduring 2 purple lip print flying kisses, the shadow merely trembled each time and nothing else happened. Having the White Knight female demon try a few more times, the result was the same, with the shadow merely trembling before ceasing to respond. Perhaps the White Knight female demon's power is too weak, causing only a stir without a true effect. But knowing there is power able to reach it, the situation is manageable. Li Shu summoned the Forbidden Spear and fired at the shadow. Results aligned with Li Shu's expectations. The Forbidden Spear couldn't fire bullets, proving the shadow wasn't a magic spirit. Prior Chujun detection was correct. Since the Forbidden Spear proved ineffective, Li Shu employed the power of the Evil Spirit token, glowing blue light energy across himself, then threw a punch towards the ground. Crack! Below Li Shu's fist, the sound of glass shattering emerged, and beneath his fist, shadow displayed cracks. There's hope. Li Shu noticed and delivered punch after punch upon the shadow, causing the fissure within the shadow beneath him to grow larger. Out of the cracks emerged black light, not sand. E3 54, Chapter 354, 69, The Problematic Shadow 2. Li Shu backed up a few steps, standing where the shadow was intact, and delivered another punch at the cracked area. Bam! The punch completely shattered the shadow, and Li Shu felt a void underfoot, finding himself falling as the surrounding black shadows fractured like ice cracking on a lake, with fissures spreading everywhere, leaving him no chance to react as his footing disappeared. Although there was clearly sand below the shadows, Li Shu reached out to grab something but caught nothing, crashing onto something with a thud. Li Shu did not feel pain from the fall, as there seemed to be some sort of cushion beneath him, soft to the touch. Looking down, Li Shu's face suddenly changed. Beneath him was a massive white demon spirit resembling a worm. The demon spirit's body was as thick as the tank of a tanker truck, and when Li Shu dropped down, he landed straight onto it. At that moment, the demon spirit lifted its head, twisting its body, with a single white eye on its head staring intently at him. Looking overhead, it appeared to be a dark night sky, even though he felt like he hadn't dropped far, at most 2 to 3 meters. But now, above him lay endless night, with no shadow in sight. All around was an unending desert, with only the demon spirit beneath him emitting a crystal-clear white halo, with light patterns forming rings that stretched from head to toe like white night lights. The single eye shone with brilliance, exuding a chilling cold glow. Li Shu flipped over and jumped off the demon spirit, simultaneously summoning Demigod Shana, Black Death Demon King, and Jedi Knight. A cold white light shot directly out from the demon spirit's eye towards Li Shu, who had not yet landed. Boom! The blood-red crescent blade light slashed by Jedi Knight collided with the cold white light, red and white hues bursting in a display like a pyrotechnic show. Black Death Demon King roared skyward, with dozens of minions stepping on light rings, their shackles falling off as their eyes glowed red, fiercely charging at the gigantic white demon spirit. The white demon spirit's body was incredibly supple, feeling like a cushion, yet was remarkably resilient. Bullets from Demigod Shana hit its surface, depressing its skin inward, but the next second the bullets were repelled, and the dented skin returned to its original form. Black Death Demon King's minions swarmed over, clawing and biting at the white demon spirit, but could not penetrate its skin, several being swept away with its tail, with more flung into the air with another strike. Only the bloodlight slash from Jedi Knight managed to carve a wound into the white demon spirit's skin, yet the wound healed instantaneously. An S-class radiant demon spirit with immense power, resilient skin, and extraordinary self-healing abilities, Li Shu immediately surmised, decisively tossing the gentleman's hat to Jedi Knight while quickly retreating. With the gentleman's hat donned, the Jedi Knight's combat power soared instantly, engaging the S-class radiant demon spirit head-on without losing ground. With each blade light clashing against the white light from the demon spirit's eye, it shattered the white light, while the blade light remained intact, continuing to slice towards the demon spirit's massive body, tearing apart its resilient skin and leaving long scars. Li Shu knew it wasn't solely the gentleman's hat responsible. The true reason was Jedi Knight's inherent strength. Though he lacked qualities, Li Shu sensed that his primordial embryo quality was estimated not to be less than radiant demon spirit. Jedi Knight fought solo against the S-class demon spirit, dramatically wounding the demon spirit repeatedly. Unfortunately, such injuries had little effect on the demon spirit, with wounds healing almost instantly, regardless of how many strikes Jedi Knight delivered. Seemingly aware of the ineffectiveness of its attacks, the desperate skill activated. With Jedi Knight ablaze with blood flames, like an Asura warrior emerging from purgatory, unleashing frenzy of blade lights, ravaging the S-class demon spirit with wounds throughout its body. Worth it, truly worth it, damn it, so fierce, such an S-class demon spirit, in front of my little Jedi darling, they're just trash. Li Shu felt the effort of feeding it so many gemstones and demon cores was paying off at this moment. Previously, he felt some heartache when feeding it treasures and demon cores, but now Li Shu only regretted his limited finances that prevented him from pushing the Jedi Knight to S-class. With such combat power, even against the top 100 magic armor masters on the leaderboard, it could command respect among peers. The only flaw with Jedi Knight now was its inability to fly. If magic armor masters or flying demon spirits chose long-range attacks, Jedi Knight would have no way to counter, as the Bloodlight Slash's range was limited, rendering it ineffective beyond a certain distance. Even without the Gentleman's Hat, it was already immensely powerful. It should easily handle typical S-class opponents. This S-class demon spirit, despite its radiant quality, was still formidable, enduring Jedi Knight's frenzied slashes with countless wounds, yet it remained combative, continuously regenerating its wounds, unfazed by Jedi Knight's attacks. As Li Shu furrowed his brow, he suddenly saw Jedi Knight leap high into the air, wielding the Jedi saber like a glowing stick above its head, fiercely hacking down toward the demon spirit's forehead. 355, Chapter 355, 169, A Problematic Shadow 3. The red light flames on the Jedi Knight flowed into the Jedi saber in an instant, causing the flames on the saber to surge, resembling a massive red light blade. With a single slash, 100-meter-long blood-red moon blade light detached from the blade, striking the head of the S-class radiant demon spirit. The enormous blood-red moon blade light was unstoppable, slicing the demon spirit's head in two from the middle. The blade light continued downward, splitting its massive body in half, each part falling to the ground. From now on, there shouldn't be a need to bring the demon armor in. Li Shu looked at the two pieces of the corpse on the ground, secretly delighted. However, after this strike, the fluorescent light on the Jedi Knight vanished, and even the Jedi saber, which was like a fluorescent stick, became much dimmer. Li Shu immediately summoned the Jedi Knight back. After using the unrivaled National Hero Strike, the Jedi Knight's light energy was entirely depleted, leaving it with virtually no combat power. Fortunately, he had already dealt with this demon spirit, temporarily escaping danger. The only pity was that there was no chance to use a non-lethal shot on this demon spirit. It was impossible to penetrate it in any case, so it naturally had no effect. Li Shu dared not be careless and ordered the Black Death Demon King to attack the bisected demon spirit. A group of Black Death Demon underlings pounced on the wound, biting, but the demon spirit showed no signs of movement, suggesting it was truly dead. No matter how strong its self-healing ability was, it shouldn't be able to reattach a body split in two. It wasn't until he saw the light energy from the demon spirit's body drift out and congeal into a milky white talent gemstone in the air that Li Shu finally felt relieved. Reaching out to retrieve the talent gemstone, this was an S-class talent gemstone, which didn't even require upgrading, directly granting an S-class talent. Moreover, such skills could never be gained in the trial ground. It's considered a rare talent. Li Shu immediately activated the talent gemstone, which transformed into a white stream of light, pouring into his body. Invincible body? As long as one is alive, they never admit defeat. Physical strength increases by 102% and can shed part of the force exerted on the body. This talent is excellent for taking hits. Although Li Shu didn't like getting hit, he was quite fond of having such a talent. In case he had to take hits, at least he would suffer less damage. Having the Black Death Demon King dig out the demon core from the demon spirit, its body began to rapidly decay and dissolve after losing its light energy, so the materials were worthless. Another S-class demon core. I might as well feed it to the Jedi Knight later. Who knows how many S-class demon cores he needs to advance to S-class. Li Shu was excitedly scheming when he suddenly heard a scream. Turning his head, he saw a Black Death Demon underling being swallowed by a creature with a circular mouth full of sharp teeth. Another one. Li Shu was shocked, as the Jedi Knight's light energy had been completely exhausted and had no combat capability. Other demon spirits lacked the ability to slay S-class demon spirits. If it were an average S-class demon spirit, there might still be a chance. But against such a radiant demon spirit with a strong self-healing ability, even with the Gentleman Hat enhancement, it's useless. If it really comes to it, I'll have to let the Black Death Demon King wear the Gentleman Hat and take the brunt of it. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope. Li Shu was contemplating, but then he suddenly noticed the surrounding sandy ground undulating continuously, and his face changed dramatically. No way! Li Shu came to a very bad judgment, and events were unfolding in the worst possible way. One by one, demon spirits emerged from beneath the sand, each emitting a white fluorescent glow, their halos like the rings on a silver-ringed snake's body. Seeing the massive bodies emerge from the sand all around, each one resembling a snake, standing upright with single eyes fixed on him, Li Shu's first thought was to run. He almost instinctively summoned the Masked Emperor, calling back all his demon spirits, and rode the Masked Emperor, twisting the throttle to full. The Masked Emperor's engine roared, golden flames rose from the vehicle body, and light patterns flashed on the wheel rims. The exhaust pipe spewed a long trail of flame like a jet thruster. Vroom! The Masked Emperor's front end lifted, the front wheel leaving the ground, the rear wheel spinning wildly, flinging sand several meters high as it shot out with the engine roaring. Click! Li Shu was thrown off, landing on the ground. Fortunately, it was sand, or else he might have busted his butt if it had been cement. Damn it! Li Shu was disoriented, wishing he could kick the Masked Emperor into pieces. This thing truly was unreliable. The desert here didn't have much fluctuation, no visible dunes, quite flat actually, but it not only had the rear wheel skid, even lifted the front wheel and charged out. Even the unprepared Li Shu, or a professional rider in the same situation, would likely have fallen as well 9 times out of 10. The Masked Emperor realized Li Shu had fallen and circled back, stopping by his side. But Li Shu didn't get on, because now it was too late. Demon spirits had already surrounded him from all sides with their huge bodies, some shimmering and some glowing with halos, others radiating dazzling light, closing in like monstrous magical beings, encircling Li Shu in the middle. Dozens of S-class demon spirits were staring at him with single eyes. Li Shu almost sensed their inner voice. Such a tiny morsel, not even enough to fill the gap in my teeth. Should we braise or steam it? Indeed, one shouldn't be too reckless. Why did I insist on coming to the desert? If I were going to the desert, couldn't I just sunbathe? Why did I have to peek around? Even if I noticed something wrong with the shadows, I shouldn't have doomed myself breaking them. Li Shu regretted so much that his gut was turning blue. Now, even if the Jedi Knight's light energy immediately recovered, he couldn't possibly defeat so many S-class demon spirits. 3056. Chapter 3056, 150 Void Realm. Li Shu quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing there was no way out besides the path he had entered. He couldn't possibly take on so many S-class demon spirits alone, but if he could find a way out, he might have a chance to escape. Li Shu always believed that anything was possible. If it seemed impossible, it might be due to not having found the right method. The night sky stretched endlessly above him. Although he had fallen from there, returning the same way seemed unlikely. All around was desert, with no buildings in sight. This desert was even more monotonous than the one outside. The outside desert had the undulating dunes and cactus-like plants, but here there was nothing. It was a flat sea of sand stretching endlessly like a level plain. You need to solve the problem at its root. Since I fell from over there to find the way back, I'll probably have to figure something out over there, Li Shu thought as he looked in one direction. Others might find it difficult to orient themselves in this featureless sandy place, easily losing their sense of direction. But Li Shu wouldn't lose his way. He could accurately remember the spot he had fallen from, though a giant demon spirit blocked his view, making it impossible to see what was happening there. Gritting his teeth, Li Shu mounted the masked emperor once more. The Emperor's mask talent skill was activated, enveloping him in a golden knight's armor, with the helmet's visor lowering simultaneously. A golden light flame ignited. The instrument's needles bounced in rhythm with the engine's roar. Old buddy, let's do this again. Show me your true power. Li Shu took a deep breath, placing his gentleman's hat on the masked Emperor's dashboard, then looked steadfastly at the looming demon spirits and spoke slowly. As if responding to Li Shu, the masked Emperor's 6 exhaust pipes simultaneously spewed golden flames, seemingly saying, yes. Vroom. The demon spirit's single eyes began to glow with demonic light, shooting towards Li Shu's position. Twisting the throttle, the masked emperor roared to life, racing forward like a golden phantom. The golden motorcycle kicked up a rooster tail of sand behind it, like a golden lightning bolt in the limited space, weaving and circling to avoid the barrage of demonic light. Faster, even faster, faster still. The masked emperor constantly accelerated, causing the demon spirits to misjudge its position during their attacks, all their shots missing the mark. On the circular track, golden illusions were left trailing, with billows of sand lifted, engulfing the entire area. Suddenly, a streak of golden lightning shot out from within the dust and illusions, astonishingly landing on one of the giant demon spirits. The tire, glowing with a halo, raced up its snake-like coiled body. The massive demon spirit dared not shoot demonic light at its own body and could only twist, its round mouth coming down to bite. The demon spirit's body wobbled, but it couldn't affect the masked emperor, for its speed was even greater than that of the S-class demon spirit. On the verge of the S-class demon spirit's bite, the masked emperor leaped as if off its rails, soaring above and over the demon spirits' heads. Bang! The masked emperor landed in the sand, where friction from the wheels caused the sand grains to glow like sparks and smoke rose from the tires. Vroom, vroom, vroom! Vroom! In the rising black smoke, the masked emperor's tires forcibly climbed out of the sandpit, carrying Li Shu as it sprinted toward the spot where he had previously fallen. Demonic light exploded all around, and while the masked emperor swayed left and right, dodging one blast after another, its speed did not drop but only increased, moving faster than a plane. Bang! Outside, a sonic boom exploded as they broke through the sound barrier, speed increasing in a straight line, finally creating a gap from the S-class demon spirits. The S-class demon spirits screeched in pursuit, but found they could not close the gap with the masked emperor, instead gradually falling behind. With such incredible speed, he was about to reach the spot where he had fallen moments ago. But Li Shu decelerated and came to a stop with a skid, frowning as he looked at his falling position. There, surprisingly, was a small demon spirit, resembling the giant ones but vastly smaller, roughly the size of a large earthbound python. It lifted its body, its single eye fixed on Li Shu. Unlike the giant demon spirits, this small demon had a black pupil within its eye, not a pure white compound eye. Li Shu glanced at it, revved his throttle, and prepared to escape in another direction. Years of fighting demon spirits gave him an instinct. This small demon spirit was far more dangerous than the giant ones. Getting out was secondary, surviving was the priority. Human, shall we talk? A voice like that of a newborn girl echoed in Li Shu's mind. Li Shu was slightly taken aback. He noticed the giant demon spirits pursuing him had unexpectedly stopped and were retreating one by one. Releasing the throttle but keeping his fingers close, Li Shu looked at the small demon spirit and asked, "What do you want to talk about? I can smell demon spirit wine on you. Have you been to the Nether House?" The small demon spirit gazed intently at Li Shu as it asked. A thought crossed Li Shu's mind. "Do you want to go to the Nether House for demon spirit wine?" "Yes, so please tell me, is there a bartender currently at the Nether House?" the demon spirit inquired. 357 Chapter 357, 770 Void Realm 2, Li Shu stared at the demon spirit, unsure whether to answer yes or no. "You needn't worry, I guarantee under the name of the King of the Void Realm that as long as you answer my question honestly, I'll ensure you leave the Void Realm alive." The King of the Void Realm said, "No." Li Shu hesitated for a moment but spoke truthfully. "Ah, still no bartender?" The King of the Void Realm let out a long sigh, seeming quite disappointed. "King of the Void Realm, if there are no further questions, please step aside. I must return." Li Shu had already noticed a clue. Under the King of the Void Realm, grains of sand buried a stone slab. The grains of sand were moved aside by the King of the Void Realm's body, revealing traces of the stone slab, which Li Shu inferred was the way out. "Human, rest assured, since I promised to let you go, I will keep my word. But before that, you must stay with me for a while, telling me about the outside world," the King of the Void Realm cunningly said. "What if I want to leave now?" Li Shu stared at the King of the Void Realm and asked. Bam! The King of the Void Realm didn't answer his question. Instead, a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and a pit exploded in the sand in front of the vehicle. Li Shu saw clearly that the King of the Void Realm was demonstrating its demonic light speed. Even the speed of a masked emperor couldn't evade such a rapid attack. In the next moment, the surrounding sand quaked like an earthquake, and giant demon spirits emerged from below, once again encircling Li Shu and the little demon spirit. The King of the Void Realm was extraordinarily cunning, ostensibly letting those giant demon spirits retreat, but in reality, they were diving back under the sand, re-surrounding Li Shu. Li Shu was not surprised, as he had already anticipated this possibility, originally intending to say a few words and then make a getaway. But upon hearing the King of the Void Realm mention the Nether House, he dismissed the idea of leaving, deciding to stay here. Even if he could escape now, as long as his opponent guarded here, preventing his return, eventually he would fall into the trap. "Human, you're too naive. In the Void Realm, no living creature can defy my will." The King of the Void Realm said smugly. "Well, what Void? Never mind, I'll just call you Little Void." Li Shu casually addressed the King of the Void Realm. "Human, you are courting death. Although I promise not to kill you, I can make your life a fate worse than death, enduring endless torment in this Void Realm," the King of the Void Realm said coldly and angrily. "Do you want to drink demon spirit wine?" Li Shu asked casually. "I've already answered this question. Is a human's brain really that dim?" the King of the Void Realm mocked. "Do you want the refined demon spirit wine?" Li Shu continued asking without changing his expression. "Nonsense. Otherwise, why need a bartender?" the King of the Void Realm said coldly. "What I drink is refined demon spirit wine," Li Shu said. "What does it matter to me that you drank refined demon spirit wine? Wait, the Nether House has no bartender. How can you drink refined demon spirit wine?" The King of the Void Realm realized and stared at Li Shu inquiringly. "Of course, I mixed the drink myself." Li Shu laughed. "You were rather fortunate, randomly combining demon spirit wine without dying from it." The King of the Void Realm evidently doubted Li Shu's ability to mix drinks. "Since you can detect the scent of demon spirit wine on me, can't you sense that it's the scent of redemption?" Li Shu calmly replied, ignoring the King of the Void Realm's ridicule. "Redemption? You actually know redemption?" The King of the Void Realm was somewhat startled. "Little Void, your memory is lacking. If you don't even know redemption, how would I mix drinks?" Li Shu laughed. The King of the Void Realm surprisingly didn't get angry over Li Shu calling it Little Void, and stared at Li Shu for a while, then twisted its body closer to Li Shu, circling him, seemingly sniffing the scent on him. "It truly is redemption. You actually drank redemption and survived." The King of the Void Realm's face, despite only having one eye, perfectly exhibited an expression of shock. Li Shu had been drinking redemption for a while, and the wine scent on him had weakened. Earlier, the King of the Void Realm sensed a hint of demon spirit wine's aroma, but didn't differentiate which type of wine it was. Now, after closer inspection, it determined it was indeed the scent of redemption. "You really drank redemption?" The King of the Void Realm's voice was somewhat excited. "What do you think?" Li Shu smiled. "You actually know how to mix redemption? That's impossible. How could anyone other than a bartender mix drinks? And how could a bartender leave the Nether House?" The King of the Void Realm's thoughts were evidently somewhat chaotic. Could these demon spirits really be illiterate? Can't they read the Nether Chronicles? Li Shu wondered. However, this suited Li Shu's intention. Since the King of the Void Realm wants refined demon spirit wine, yet can't mix it itself, Li Shu felt relieved. "Little Void, what is there to be surprised about? Not only redemption, demon's temptation, silent forest, royal court, true illusion. I'm adept at all of these." Li Shu listed the names of the cocktail recipes he knew. You know how to mix true illusion." The King of the Void Realm widened its eye. "Want a drink?" Li Shu asked with a smile. 358, Chapter 358, 7D, Void Realm 3. The King of the Void Realm instinctively nodded and grunted in agreement. Then he realized it seemed a little beneath his status to do so, but if he refused to drink, he worried he wouldn't know how to bring it up later. Human, as long as you agree to brew the true illusion for me, I can let you leave the Void Realm. The King of the Void Realm's tone noticeably softened. I actually think this place is quite nice, planning to stay a while and take a good look around, Li Shu said. Once you finish making the drink for me, you can freely roam the Void Realm, the King of the Void Realm quickly added. Is that so? But I was just frightened, and my mind is a bit muddled. What if I make the wrong drink for you? Li Shu sighed. For a moment, the King of the Void Realm wanted to kill Li Shu, but could only swallow his pride, fearing that if Li Shu really made a mistake in the concoction, even just adding a drop of some other liquor, it would be fatal. He didn't know how to mix drinks and wasn't someone who could distinguish all the flavors by smell. He could smell salvation because when the Dark Knight King drank it back in the day, its supernal spirit aroma spread throughout Black Death City after becoming a super spirit. What will it take for you to agree to make the drink for me? The King of the Void Realm asked helplessly. Come on, you want someone to work, you must pay them, right? And I was just scared out of my wits, shouldn't I get some compensation? Li Shu, not planning to ever return to the Void Realm, thought he should get whatever he could. Next time he could come back as a king to completely sweep across the Void Realm. The King of the Void Realm already understood Li Shu's point. Although quite frustrated, he had no choice but to lower his head. Wait here a moment. The King of the Void Realm stood still for a while until a giant demon spirit approached from afar, holding something in its mouth. It stopped in front of Li Shu, placed the object by his side, then twisted its massive body and left. This is your payment and compensation for mixing the drink for me. The King of the Void Realm proclaimed. Li Shu looked closely. The object the demon spirit delivered was a green bone, more than a foot long, like carved emerald, only one segment visible, unknown how long the entire bone was. The bone had a slight curve, appearing similar to a rib, but it wasn't clear which demon spirit it came from. Just one bone? Li Shu was a little dissatisfied. This is a spirit bone from a super spirit, containing terrifying energy. If it weren't incompatible with my attributes, I wouldn't have given it to you. The King of the Void Realm snorted coldly. Upon hearing it was super spirit material, Li Shu quickly picked it up, thinking this might be useful for creating demon armor. Alright, since you're so poor that you only have this one bone, I'll reluctantly accept it. Seeing the King of the Void Realm's unpleasant expression, Li Shu added, Don't you want to drink the true illusion? Come on, I'll personally brew it for you. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying wandered around Black Death City and exited through the canyon gate, roamed around outside and saw no demon spirit, only decomposing demon spirit corpses everywhere, feeling greatly disappointed. The demon spirits in Black Death City are too weak. How come they've all been slaughtered? Bai Ying said speechlessly. That's reasonable. With the hero trial ground already open to the public, who knows how many trial takers have been here, long knowing everything about this place. Unlike other lands of trial, barely anyone's been there, with plenty of demon spirits left to kill, Li Qingyi explained. Why did you think to reveal the secrets of the trial takers? If every land of trial gets crowded, it'll be troublesome for us to hunt demon spirits. Bai Ying sighed. Li Qingyi remained silent, knowing such matters couldn't be clarified in just a few words, nor did Bai Ying necessarily want to hear more. The two decided not to proceed further and headed back into the city, preparing to leave Black Death City. But when they reached the crossroads, they saw Li Shu returning from outside the city gates, accompanied by a demon spirit resembling a large white snake. Why aren't you outside checking out Black Death City? Bai Ying asked with a smile. Finished looking, Li Shu replied. This demon spirit of yours looks a bit weird. How come it only has one eye? Bai Ying examined the King of the Void Realm. She assumed it was a demon spirit summoned by Li Shu, completely unaware it was wild. In the Void Realm, the King of the Void Realm was arrogant and domineering. How could he tolerate this? He lifted his head to look at Bai Ying, his eyes glinting with a strange light. Boom. Li Qingyi, without anyone knowing when, stood in front of Bai Ying, holding up a shield to block the gaze attack from the King of the Void Mirror. The shield now bore a fist-sized dent. Bai Ying's face turned pale, fully aware of the shield's strength in Li Qingyi's hands, something even regular S-class demon spirits struggled to scratch. Yet this bizarre-looking demon spirit, with just a glance, made such a large dent in the shield, if that gaze fell on her, despite her parasitic contract's protective clothing, she'd likely suffer severe injury. So suddenly resorting to murder over just a few words, Bai Ying was about to erupt in fury, but Li Qingyi restrained her. Li Qingyi cautiously scrutinized the King of the Void Realm before asking, Isn't that your demon spirit? No, sorry, I overlooked it just now. Luckily, you're all right. Li Shu glared at the King of the Void Realm. Little Void, if you randomly attack again, you might as well go back by yourself. The King of the Void Realm, too lazy to argue with Li Shu, stopped attacking Bai Ying and turned to focus on the direction of the Nether House. I'm really sorry, do you need compensation? Li Shu asked, gazing at the shield in Li Qingyi's hands. The shield clearly was Li Qingyi's symbiotic contract, managing to withstand Little Void's gaze, at least A-class, possibly even S-class. Being this young and already at such a high level implied an exceptional background, one not easily achieved at this age through solitary efforts. Of course, Li Shu's offer for compensation was due to the situation being his fault, not the opponent's background. It was he who brought back the King of the Void Realm, so how could he let it kill people indiscriminately here? Fortunately, nothing happened, so no need for compensation. Li Qingyi found Li Shu's attitude acceptable and, as it wasn't intentional on his part, didn't hold it against him. How about this? As an apology, let me buy you two a drink. Li Shu, acknowledging his mistake, planned to mix a demon spirit wine for them. During this time, Li Shu thoroughly researched those recipes, confident that if the other party was indeed an A-class or S-class trial taker, he could ensure they'd benefit rather than perish from drinking the demon spirit wine. A 3059. Chapter 359, 71 True Illusion. What, you still want to bite the hand that feeds you? We don't mind, and you still want to chat us up? And even want to buy us drinks? Your flirting method is too old-fashioned. Even 30 years ago, men stopped using such excuses. Bai Ying quipped. No need to apologize, but you should be more careful in the future. It wouldn't be good if someone actually got hurt. Li Qingyi glanced at the King of the Void Realm and said, I promise nothing like this will happen again. Li Shu said seriously, That's good. Bai Ying said as she walked over and blew out her longevity lamp, and the figures of the two immediately disappeared. That guy looks pretty good, just that his mind doesn't work well. Outside the trial gate, Bai Ying said to Li Qingyi, Why do you say that? Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. Look at the things he did, like a lunatic. Lying in the desert looking at the ancient city, bringing a wild demon spirit into the city, injured us, and then wants to woo us, thinking he can just buy us a drink. Quite the dreamer. Bai Ying pursed her lips and said, That person is not simple. You saw it too. That wild demon spirit could leave such deep marks on my shield. It must be an S-level demon spirit, and not just any ordinary S-level, at least of radiant quality, possibly even a radiant demon spirit. To make such a wild demon spirit obedient is no easy task. He is likely here to participate in the demon spirit contest too. It seems this demon spirit contest isn't as simple as we thought, just not sure if he's competing normally or here to cause trouble. Li Qingyi pondered. It's just a charm technique kind of ability. We've seen it before. Just because he can charm a wild demon spirit doesn't mean he has a powerful demon spirit ring. Wild demon spirits can't be taken out of the land of trial. What's there to worry about? Besides, I think the glow on that demon spirit isn't very strong, doesn't seem to be of high quality, probably just has a powerful skill. Bai Ying did not agree with Li Qingyi's assessment. Anyway, if you encounter him in the demon spirit contest, you must not be careless, Li Qingyi admonished. Got it. If I do run into him, I'll just tell him, Give up. If you give up, I'll give you my friend with big boobs and long legs contact. The way he was looking at you earlier, he'll surely surrender immediately, Bai Ying said with a wink. You're courting death. Li Qingyi laughed and scolded. After seeing them leave, Li Shu, along with the King of the Void Realm, arrived at the Nether House, patted the lion's head, and the door to the Nether House immediately opened. One person and one demon spirit walked in. Boss lady, a guest is here, Li Shu called out as he entered. So it's the new owner of the Void Realm. The boss lady's voice came from the second floor. She actually knew the King of the Void Realm. The King of the Void Realm seemed a bit apprehensive upon hearing the boss lady's voice, and said very seriously, Boss lady, I would like to drink a true illusion, if you would permit. Li Shu, make it a true illusion, the boss lady said casually. Thank you very much. The King of the Void Realm quickly expressed gratitude, seeming quite wary of the boss lady. Li Shu thought to himself, I wonder what background the boss lady has. Little Shu seems quite afraid of her. Maybe I can ask Little Shu when we leave. Li Shu moved behind the bar, took out the bartending tools, and began selecting the alcohol from the liquor cabinet. Eye of Truth, Mirage, Mask of Deceit are the three main liquors for true illusion, along with a few other auxiliary liquors. Eye of Truth requires only a single drop, resembling a luminescent tear. The radiance, though not intense, is captivating. Mirage is like smoke and fog. Its true appearance is impossible to discern when poured. The bottle of Mask of Deceit is marked with a mask, and when opened, the glow from the bottle mouth is as intense as turning on a high-beam flashlight. The amounts of the three drinks are minimal. After pouring them into the shaker and closing the lid, Li Shu began shaking it. The method for making a true illusion is peculiar, needing to first blend the three main liquors thoroughly, then quickly add the other auxiliary liquors, and it must be consumed immediately, without delay. Under the flick of Li Shu's wrist, only a few drops of liquor inside seemed like smoke and fog, filling up the entire shaker. Inside, the drink flowed like a misty haze, and as the three drinks fused, the mist-like liquor became more viscous, akin to foamy beer from being shaken. The King of the Void Realm eagerly watched without daring to make a sound, fearing it would disturb Li Shu. As Li Shu shook the shaker, he sensed the energy reverberation, and when he felt the three liquors had integrated, he opened the lid with one hand, opened 4 bottles simultaneously with the other, directly pouring them in without using a measure due to time constraints. Luckily, Li Shu had absolute precision, ensuring the right quantity was achieved without the measuring device. As soon as the lid was lifted, the misty drink inside began to surge outward, about to overflow, but once the 4 auxiliary liquors were added, the mist-like drink quickly dissolved as if melted away. I-360, Chapter 360, 71 True Illusion 2. After all 4 types of wine were poured into the jug, nearly half of the smoke and mist had vanished. Li Shu grabbed a wine glass with a flick of his wrist, almost flinging the wine inside out. The drops landed precisely in the cup. Time was running out, he must get the wine to Xiao Shu before it completely disappeared. Once the wine was in the cup, Li Shu pushed it toward Xiao Shu outside the bar. The wine cup slid a distance and stopped right in front of Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu gritted his teeth, directly shoved his head into the cup, and gulped down the rapidly disappearing smoke and mist wine. The cup was emptied in an instant. After draining a cup of wine, Xiao Shu seemed drunk, staggering as he crawled out, pushing the door open with his head. "Why are you leaving so soon? Wait for me." Li Shu wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by the proprietress. "Don't disturb it. This is the most critical moment for it," the proprietress said. "What is the most critical moment?" Li Shu asked, slightly taken aback. "Sigh, you don't know anything, just someone who understands drink recipes, yet you managed to accomplish redemption in True Illusion." The proprietress paused and then continued. "It's going to Super Spirit, live or die, do not disturb it." "Is Super Spirit that dangerous?" Li Shu frowned. "Surpassing one's own limits is extremely dangerous in itself, and the higher the limit of the magical being, the more dangerous the endeavor. Xiao Shu is the new master of the Void Realm. Its own upper limit is quite high, hence the risk of super-spiriting is also greater. Otherwise, why do you think it hasn't super-spirited until now, waiting for this one cup of True Illusion? Without this cup, its probability of death could reach 90%, the proprietress laughed. "If it weren't for you, who knows how much longer it would have had to wait. If it survives, it owes you a tremendous debt." "Exactly what kind of place is the Void Realm?" Li Shu inquired. "You brought it here and yet don't know what the Void Realm is?" The proprietress was surprised. "I really don't know much," Li Shu didn't explain further. "In those days, the king of the Void Realm once swept through the desert and countless magical beings bowed to its feet, honoring it as king. But today's Void Realm is no longer what it was back then. The dignified king of the Void Realm still has to rely on a cup of True Illusion to super spirit. Truly pathetic," the proprietress lamented. "What exactly happened to cause the Void Realm to fall to such a state?" Li Shu was quite intrigued by these matters. "Things you shouldn't know, don't ask. You've done well this time. Continue to seek out those magical beings. Let them come and drink the demon spirit wine. The more magical beings, like the king of the Void Realm, you find, the better," the proprietress advised. "I'd like to go search, but in this Black Death City, where am I supposed to find so many magical beings?" Li Shu asked. "You might try looking outside the South Gate. Maybe you'll make a discovery," the proprietress suggested. "Which is the South Gate?" Li Shu was completely confused about the directions in Black Death City, as he couldn't tell which direction was south. "This place is different from the outside. There's no sun or moon rising, no compass-like devices. Without references, there's no way to determine direction. Turn left when you go out." "Is that the gate where there's the sound of ghostly wails?" Li Shu frowned slightly. "Correct. What's outside the gate?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to return if I go out. Then there'll be no one to work for you, proprietress." Li Shu had long wanted to go out and see, but was unwilling to risk his life. The proprietress seemed to know what was out there, just the right opportunity to inquire. "Previously there was a graveyard outside that gate. What's there now, I don't know." The proprietress's answer was very irresponsible. "A graveyard? Right across from the city gate? Isn't that a bit outrageous?" Li Shu found it hard to believe. Who would build a city and dedicate the city gate area to a graveyard? 9 out of 10 households are dead, and the one left alive is near death. It's good enough that they can be buried. Does it matter where they're buried? The proprietress sneered. "You mean the former residents of Black Death City? Why did they die?" Li Shu's curiosity grew stronger. "I don't know," the proprietress replied coldly and fell silent. Li Shu asked a few more questions but received no response from the proprietress, so he had no choice but to leave the nether house. He could now freely enter and exit the nether house without needing to drink wine. Li Shu actually wanted a drink, but it was impossible unless other beings offered him their wine. His own quota had been used up. There was no trace of Xiao Shu outside. Presumably he had returned to the Void Realm. Who knows if he'll succeed in super-spiriting? If he does, will he be grateful to me, or will he want to kill me? Li Shu decided never to venture out to the desert area again unless he also attained super spirit. Looking toward the south gate, Li Shu still didn't go over there. Even if he planned to go, he'd have to wait until the Jedi Knight's light energy recovered and bring Chujun with him. This time's gains were quite good. A segment of Super Spirit Bone, an S-Class Radiant Demon Core, and an invincible body skill. Li Shu was quite satisfied. Extinguishing the light, he left Black Death City, feeding the S-Class Demon Core to the Jedi Knight. After consuming it, there was no sign of upgrading, not knowing how many more it would take to advance to S-Class. 36.1, Chapter 36.1, The Demon Spirit Tournament Controversy. If I could kill off some of those S-Class demon spirits in the Void Realm, it should be easy for the Jedi Knight to advance to S-Class. This thought flashed through Li Shu's mind, but unfortunately it wasn't very realistic. The super spirit bone was sent to Zeman Guan for research, which made Zeman Guan very happy, and he expressed that he would study this material thoroughly. Lightspeed number 2 is still under construction, but it definitely won't be completed before the Demon Spirit Tournament. Li Shu knew that constructing Lightspeed number 2 wasn't that easy, so he didn't push Zeman Guan further. Recently, Meng Xiaotian has been feeling a bit down. He's been searching for that magic armor master in ghost-faced magic armor for a long time, yet hasn't found anyone. Recently, he was assigned to the City of Light to investigate some Demon Spirit Tournament, which made him quite annoyed. Meng Xiaotian always believed that only magic armor masters and demon armor could save the world. Although he had heard about the trial takers and demon spirits, he never really cared. No matter how strong the trial taker is, they're still flesh and blood. How can they compare to the products of technology? What's so interesting about a demon spirit tournament held in some obscure little town? Haven't those guys ever read history books? When has any significant human progress not been led by technological advancements? When have a group of muscle-bound men with a bunch of pets ever changed the world? If muscles were useful, dinosaurs would still be the rulers of Earth. Didn't primitive humans have more developed muscles than modern people? Yet they still vanished into the long river of history, Meng Xiaotian grumbled as he walked into the City of Light. Such a small, lousy town, I really don't see what's worth seeing here. Meng Xiaotian wandered around once and felt more and more that his trip was completely unnecessary. This city is too small. Even in the Southern Cross Federation, with its many small towns, such a small place is rare to see. A city that can stand on its own should have at least a population of over 100,000. Even this small town might not even house 10,000 people. Excuse me, sir, but photos are currently prohibited here. A security guard-looking person came over to stop Meng Xiaotian from taking photos outside the newly constructed Demon Spirit Arena. I'm Meng Xiaotian, a broadcaster on the Hero platform, hoping to report on your Demon Spirit tournament. I hope you can make it convenient for me, Meng Xiaotian said with a smile. As a broadcaster specializing in demon armor, he has a certain reputation on the platform. Although this was just a smokescreen to hide his true identity, he has achieved some small successes. Sorry, sir, we do not accept interviews. The security guard did not recognize Meng Xiaotian at all and insisted on asking him to leave. You hold a demon spirit tournament, and you definitely need media coverage. I have millions of fans and can promote you perfectly, for free, with no charge at all. Meng Xiaotian boasted about his fanbase, which, although mostly comprised of fake followers, sounded quite impressive. Sorry, please leave. The security guard wasn't swayed by Meng Xiaotian's words and still had no intention of letting him through. I want to meet the person in charge here. Meng Xiaotian thought the security guard was just an uneducated fool, not worth wasting words on. If the person in charge knew that he, a major broadcaster with millions of fans, was willing to promote their Demon Spirit tournament for free, they'd be eager to cater, maybe even offering good food and drinks and asking him to say a few good words during his promotion. Hearing Meng Xiaotian's request to see the person in charge, the security guard said nothing more and spoke a few words into his radio. Soon, several security guards brought someone over. Seeing that the newcomer was a charismatic beauty in a red tight skirt and red leather boots, with long legs dangerous enough to kill, Meng Xiaotian's heart overflowed with joy. He thought, though this little lousy town isn't much, the women are quite hot. If this beauty speaks nicely, I might actually consider promoting them. As the beauty approached, Meng Xiaotian smiled, extended his hand, and said, Hello, beauty. I'm Meng Xiaotian, a broadcaster on the Hero platform. But the beauty walked right past him, without acknowledging him, only leaving behind a sentence, no interviews. Meng Xiaotian stood there dumbfounded. After all these years of traveling north and south, it was the first time he had been treated like this. The people from a small, lousy town, what's there to be so arrogant about? Meng Xiaotian fumed, but the person was already in the car and gone, leaving him without a vent for his anger. Please, sir. The security guard politely gestured for him to leave. Meng Xiaotian turned and left, deciding to give this little town some publicity. After returning, Meng Xiaotian immediately began drafting his script with fervor. However, his script wasn't about mocking or exposing, but rather praising to the extreme. He intended to exalt the City of Light and the Demon Spirit Tournament to the heavens. As a professional, Meng Xiaotian was all too aware that for a town without any foundation, the higher they're praised, the harder they'll fall later. Working day and night, Meng Xiaotian soon released a video titled, The Demon Spirit Capital That Made Magic Armor Masters Cry, City of Light, in his column. Meng Xiaotian watched the video once and was quite pleased with the script. With just one video, he managed to make the City of Light simultaneously offend both the Magic Armor Masters and Trial Takers. He could already foresee the city becoming the target of public criticism and its subsequent downfall. Soon, the comments section was filled with sarcasm and insults, but Meng Xiaotian remained unperturbed. That was exactly what he wanted. What Meng Xiaotian hadn't anticipated was that the video unexpectedly went viral. Though his actual fan base was only a few tens of thousands, the video's views continued to climb and even got featured on the platform's homepage. In just 2 days, it garnered millions of views and tens of thousands of real comments. However, the platform's category for the push was under the comedy section. Reading through each taunting and sarcastic comment in the section, Meng Xiaotian felt extremely satisfied. Once the Demon Spirit Tournament begins, I'll make another comedy video, doing a funny comparison between demon spirits and demon armor. Who knows, it might really blow up, and I'll become a true broadcaster with millions of fans, Meng Xiaotian mused about how to design subsequent videos after the Demon Spirit Tournament begins. 36.2, Chapter 36.2, 72, The Opening of the Demon Spirit Tournament. In order to prevent himself from being caught and beaten to death by the people from the City of Light, Meng Xiaotian did not dare reveal his identity, instead pretending to be a regular tourist, keeping a very low profile these days as he awaited the start of the Demon Spirit Contest. As the start of the Demon Spirit Contest was drawing nearer, quite a few people from nearby cities were arriving in the City of Light. Most of them were tourists coming for the excitement, with the most coming from Red Sand City. Even when combined, those from other cities couldn't outnumber those from Red Sand City. Tickets for the Demon Spirit Contest had already gone on sale, with the lowest price for the outermost seats starting at 88 space coins, and prices for the front row seats were even higher. Meng Xiaotian couldn't help but gripe inwardly. For such a crappy contest, they're actually selling tickets for 88? That's insane, right? Who in their right mind would spend 88 to watch this kind of contest? Despite the complaint, Meng Xiaotian still gritted his teeth and spent 688 on a front row ticket, so it would be convenient for him to shoot and gather material. Just as he was about to leave after buying the ticket, Meng Xiaotian's gaze swept across the faces of those lined up to buy tickets and suddenly paused. He noticed a person dressed in a trench coat, wearing a hat and sunglasses lining up to buy tickets. This person was wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. But who was Meng Xiaotian? Known as the Hound of the Magic Armor Master, he could sniff out the presence of a Magic Armor Master. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but Meng Xiaotian did indeed have a very detailed understanding of Magic Armor Masters. Even though he couldn't see the person's face, just from his build, the gold chain around his neck, and the big ring on his finger, he had already confirmed the person's identity. Jiabo, what is he doing here? Meng Xiaotian quietly observed for a while longer and quickly confirmed his eyes were not deceiving him. This person was indeed Jiabo, the controller of the Anger Celestial Venerable Demon Armor, a Magic Armor Master who consistently ranked within the top 100 worldwide. One reason it was so easy for Meng Xiaotian to recognize Jiabo was that Jiabo was among the few Magic Armor Masters whose real name was more famous than his Demon Armor code name. This guy was a flamboyant show-off. Whenever he fought, whether it was against a demon spirit or against another Magic Armor Master, he proclaimed his name and enjoyed accepting media interviews. Due to the mystery of the Magic Armor Master profession, most Magic Armor Masters would never accept interviews, making someone like Jiabo a natural darling of the news media. Even though Jiabo's Magic Armor Master ranking was just barely within the top 100, his fame was greater than many Magic Armor Masters who could rank within the top 20. He even called himself a free and independent Magic Armor Master, unconstrained by any organization or force, fighting solely to eliminate demon spirits and protect civilians, emerging from humble beginnings. But Meng Xiaotian knew very well that Jiabo's father was a mine owner, truly someone who had mines at home. How could he be any sort of grassroots Magic Armor Master? If he were really a grassroots Magic Armor Master and didn't join any organization or force, he'd never be able to afford a demon armor. Jiabo is coming here to watch the Demon Spirit Contest? With his personality, even if he came to watch, he should come openly. What's with all the secrecy? There's definitely something wrong here. Could he be here to cause trouble? Meng Xiaotian's heart began to pound at this thought, almost jumping up in excitement. This was simply a godsend opportunity. If Jiabo really caused trouble at the Demon Spirit Contest, Meng Xiaotian could make a huge gain this time. As long as he recorded the entire process, made it into a video, and released it, wouldn't the views soar? Meng Xiaotian had already thought of the video title, Demon Spirit Contest Turns into Exorcist Battle, Magic Armor Master Subdues All Demons and Ghosts. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. I have to observe carefully. Meng Xiaotian immediately rejoined the line, planning to buy another ticket, preferably one behind Jiabo, so he could record the entire process. Finding out where Jiabo was buying a seat wouldn't be too difficult. With Meng Xiaotian's experience, he just needed to look at the available seats and coax a couple of sentences out of the ticket seller to accomplish it. What frustrated Meng Xiaotian was that this lousy place didn't support ticket returns, so he had to buy another ticket for a seat behind, making the previously bought 688 seat a waste. These tickets were something nobody would buy, and even a scalper couldn't sell them. Additionally, Meng Xiaotian didn't want to attract attention, so he didn't dare sell the ticket at a low price. Everything was set up, and Meng Xiaotian just waited for the day the Demon Spirit Contest opened for a good show. In Li Shu's office, Shachu was reporting on work. Boss, recently a lot of weird people have come to the city, including quite a few Magic Armor Masters, probably not with the best intentions. Do you want to invite them over for a cup of tea? Shachu said. No need, as long as they aren't doing anything outrageous, let them do as they please, Li Shu replied with a smile. That's unlikely. They're magic armor masters, not terrorists. Even if they cause trouble, it would be by provoking at the demon spirit contest, not harming ordinary people, Shachu said. Then, it's no problem. Keep an eye on them and don't let them disturb the civilians. Other matters can be ignored. Just ensure the demon spirit contest is organized well. Li Shu didn't seem too concerned. Magic armor masters provoking on his turf? That would be asking for it. All right, the opening is the day after tomorrow. The participant list will be announced tomorrow, and everything else is already in place. If no one sabotages it, there shouldn't be any issues, Shachu nodded. It had already reached this point and there was no turning back, so they could only brace themselves and proceed with the demon spirit contest. 363, Chapter 363, 72, Opening of the Demon Spirit Tournament 2. You've been working hard lately. Once the magic spirit competition is over, I have a mysterious gift for you, Li Shu said. What mysterious gift? Shachu asked suspiciously. If I told you now, it wouldn't be a mysterious gift. You'll find out when the time comes, Li Shu laughed. Whether there's a gift or not is not important. After the magic spirit competition, I'll be heading to Longevity Heaven headquarters. You'll need to find someone to take over my work. A Fae is quite capable, she can handle most of it. However, she's not very good at communicating, so you'll need to find someone else for tasks requiring interactions, Shachu explained. Let's have Chu Jun take over those tasks for now. Li Shu had no other useful people on hand, so he could only arrange it this way. Actually, Qin Shi is a good candidate. Why not keep her? Shachu had unknowingly started thinking about the City of Light, not realizing she had developed a slight sense of belonging to it. After all, she's still working for Tyrone City. Poaching her now isn't appropriate, Li Shu laughed. What's inappropriate about it? Tyrone City is bound to collapse sooner or later, with or without Qin Shi. It makes no difference. Shachu smiled at Li Shu and said, Besides, I think Qin Shi is quite interested in you. If you ask her to stay, she probably wouldn't refuse. What? Do I, as the city lord, need to resort to using my charm to recruit a magic armor master? Li Shu glared at Shachu. You're a city lord without money or manpower. Besides your looks, what else do you have? Shachu said with a playful smile. I have my dignity, Li Shu said solemnly. Shachu sneered. How much is that old face of yours worth? Probably only someone like Qin Shi, who clearly lacked fatherly love growing up, would be interested in you. If it were me, what if it were you? Li Shu asked. 800 per night, no more, and it has to be in red sand coins, Shachu said, pursing her lips. Get out, Li Shu told Shachu flatly. Think about it, Shachu said as she got up. No need to think about it, Li Shu said depressingly, wondering what kind of subordinate this was, not taking him seriously as a city lord. I meant Qin Shi's case. She's capable, knowledgeable, with good emotional intelligence, and an S-class magic armor master. The City of Light really needs someone like her now, Shachu smiled. Got it, I will consider it, Li Shu nodded. Let me know once you've decided, Shachu said as she walked away. Notify you about what? Li Shu was a bit puzzled. Even if they were keeping Qin Shi, there was no need to specially inform her, right? I meant the $800. Give it a good thought, Shachu, who had reached the office door, looked back with a smile, then swung her hips as she walked out. Bosses with no money really have no dignity, Li Shu sighed. After the list of participants was published, Li Qingyi and Bai Ying immediately studied it. The list only contained the names of the magic spirits, not the names of the trial takers. This was to protect the trial takers, but if they wished to reveal their names, they could apply to do so themselves. There are 14 magic spirits in the speed race, including us. Apart from 2 or 3 unfamiliar names, the rest aren't anything special, Bai Ying said, looking at the list. There are 28 magic spirits in the competition, fewer than expected. I wonder if there will even be another edition of this contest. Hey, why is there a bone-shattering demon here? Bai Ying exclaimed in surprise when she saw one of the magic spirit names. Bone-shattering demon? I thought only Bedessa had one of those, so he's entered the magic spirit competition? Li Qingyi frowned slightly. There are only the names of the magic spirits, no other details. I don't know if it's Bedessa's. If it is him, he's probably here to cause trouble, since he's a staunch supporter of bloodlines. He always believes only nobles are worthy of becoming trial takers with magic spirits, and ordinary people shouldn't even have the qualification, Bai Ying said. It probably is him. I hope we face him in the first round, to prevent any trouble, Li Qingyi said. Bai Ying looked down the list and shook her head. The matches are randomly grouped. We won't face the bone-shattering demon in the first round. I'll meet him in the third round, and not even then yet for you. Who are his opponents in the first and second rounds? Li Qingyi asked, frowning. The bone-shattering demon's first-round opponent is the Black Death demon, obviously from Black Death City, probably not worth watching. His second-round opponent is a blazing firewolf. Although the quality and level aren't known, such magic spirits rarely have high quality. Even if it's S-class, it can't compete with the bone-shattering demon, Bai Ying said, looking at the data. Let's hope Bedessa doesn't go too far. If he acts radically, we'll have to step in to stop him, Li Qingyi said. There's no other option, Bai Ying nodded. On the day of the Magic Spirit competition's opening, Meng Xiaotian waited outside the gate and didn't go in early. Only after seeing Jiabo enter did he start his livestream. As he introduced the competition's circumstances, he walked into the arena. 364, Chapter 364, 72, Opening of the Demon Spirit Tournament 3. There were quite a few people watching Meng Xiaotian's live broadcast, and in a short while, thousands had tuned in, with numbers rapidly increasing. However, most of them watched just for a laugh, while a few were curious to find out what the Demon Spirit Tournament was all about. The TV stations of Red Sand City and Guya City were also broadcasting this Demon Spirit Tournament. Red Sand City's broadcast was official, while in Guya City it was the work of Boss Chu, who negotiated the broadcasting rights for his own TV station. As soon as Meng Xiaotian entered the arena, he regretted spending $688 to buy a front row seat. The stadium was so grand, appearing to hold at least 30,000 spectators, yet all those who entered hardly totaled 1,000, with most being locals with nothing else to do. Such a large arena, with so few people scattered around, leaving plenty of empty seats in the front. There was no need to pay extra, one could easily sit anywhere. The organizers of this Demon Spirit Tournament are really a scam. Xiao Shen spent $688 on a front row seat. What a sucker. Haha, this is killing me. They built such a big arena, and there are so few people coming live. There are almost more security personnel than spectators. Xiao Shen's intelligence was outdone by the organizers. What an intelligence tax he paid. They hyped it up as the first Demon Spirit Tournament in the City of Light, and it turns out to be this? Where are the demon spirits? I don't see any. Can humans really tame demon spirits to fight for them? There's an 80 to 90% chance it's just a scam, probably grabbing some demon spirits to fight each other, just like dog or chicken fights. The arena's construction is impressive. The comment section was bustling with discussions, most people believing that the so-called Demon Spirit Tournament was just about capturing demon spirits to fight for amusement. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Jun, the host of the Demon Spirit Tournament. At this moment, from the City of Light, I declare to the world that the first Demon Spirit Tournament of the City of Light is officially commencing. Now, please welcome the image ambassador of the Demon Spirit Tournament, the initiator of the first Demon Spirit Tournament, City Lord Li Shu, to light the first light of the Demon Spirit Tournament in the world, Chu Jun said passionately from the stage. At Chu Jun's invitation, Li Shu stepped onto the stage. As the creator of this historic moment, Li Shu was to personally inaugurate this new era. Whoa, there's even a lighting ceremony. How retro is that? Weren't there such ceremonies in some athletic games before? Such lack of creativity, it's blatant plagiarism. It's a Demon Spirit Tournament. Why are they lighting fires? Li Shu stood on stage and slowly raised his right hand in a gesture he learned from Chu Jun, who had made the same motion when introducing his demon spirit. Whoa, what's happening? Why does it feel strangely embarrassing? Is this pose more like a Sailor Moon transformation or an Ultraman transformation? Haha, this was worth it. I used to misjudge the City Lord of Light. Turns out this is a comedy competition. I can't hold it. Let me laugh first. This pose is truly something else. But the moment the demon spirit ring on Li Shu's finger began to glow, everyone widened their eyes, incredulous at the scene before them. The ring on Li Shu's finger emitted a dazzling light, then slowly floated upward, twisting into the form of a cloaked female archer radiating blue luminescence. As the female archer raised her brilliant sapphire-like bow, a light arrow formed at her fingertips. The female archer, surrounded by a sacred blue glow, gently drew the gem bow, shooting the light arrow skyward like a rising rocket. When the light arrow reached its peak, it exploded into a blue heart-shaped light ring. In the next moment, fireworks erupted around the stadium, like stars surrounding the moon, accentuating the heart-shaped light ring. What is that thing? Computer graphics? Holographic projection? It looks very advanced. Is that thing a demon spirit? What on earth is that? Is it really a demon spirit? A ring transforming into a demon spirit? This must be fake, right? Whoa, this scene is kind of dazzling. The comment area was filled with question marks, and even Meng Xiaotian was dazed, having to admit that the visual effect was indeed strong. The Trial Taker and demon spirits are finally making their way into the ordinary people's view. Li Qingyi looked at the City Lord of Light on stage, immediately recognizing him as the man they encountered in Black Death City. So, that guy is the City Lord of Light, huh? If I had known, I might have talked to him that day to cooperate and save us a lot of trouble. Bai Ying also recognized Li Shu. Just at this historic moment, the audience suddenly saw golden light patterns flashing, and a demon armor resembling a golden war god rose and slowly flew to the central platform of the stadium. That's Jia Bo, Anger Celestial Venerable. What's a magic armor master doing here? Several people immediately recognized Jia Bo and the Anger Celestial Venerable demon armor. The real show is finally starting. Meng Xiaotian was so excited he almost shouted out loud. Jia Bo, maneuvering the Anger Celestial Venerable like a divine golden figure, hovered above the arena, looking down as he said, "Demon spirits plague the world, almost annihilating human civilization. Why do you propagate such vicious, brutal, and vile beings?" Jia Bo came with the intent to disrupt the event. Such an opportunity to stand out righteously was not something he would let slip away. C365, Chapter 365, 73, 1/explosion. Meng Xiaotian and his livestream audience nearly reached a climax when Jia Bo appeared. In the arena of a magic spirit tournament, an S-class magic armor master emerged in an invincible manner, crushing all participating magical entities. This is practically the plot of a gratifying novel. Jiabo's appearance made them so excited they were about to moan. Haha, now we're in for a good show. The S-class magic armor master has appeared and can crush everything, right? Be bold, ditch the can. S-class magic armor master will definitely crush all magical entities. A top 100 ranked magic armor master in action, all magical entities are trash. Is there any suspense? What use is flashy stuff? Magic armor masters are invincible existences. The main event has finally started. Magic armor masters in battle, all demons retreat. Almost all ordinary spectators were waiting for Jiabo to flatten this so-called magic spirit tournament. They watched the tournament hoping for this moment. Generally, no one thinks that magical entities could contend with magic armor masters, especially an S-class magic armor master like Jiabo. Because, in their impression, an S-class magic armor master is an invincible existence that can crush magical entities. No magical entity can contend with an S-class magic armor master. In the era before powerful magical entities emerged from the land of trial, this was almost a human consensus. Qingyi, things are getting tricky. Should we intervene? Bai Ying asked Li Qingyi. Their education always emphasized keeping a low profile, not showcasing the trial taker's true power before ordinary people. Thus, faced with this situation, Bai Ying was hesitant. Let's wait and see. If the Lord of Light City can't resolve it, it's not too late for us to intervene. Li Qingyi's gaze turned to Li Shu on the stage. She believed Li Shu was not that simple. Someone who could make even S-class demon spirits flinch in the land of trial was someone she wanted to see the extent of. Inside the demon spirit arena, things were awkward. Everyone was watching Jiabo in the sky like a golden war god, the arena so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ye Xiwan, Qing Shan, and Qin Shi were ready to go, awaiting Li Shu's command to blast Jiabo to pieces. But Li Shu didn't have the intention to let them act. This was a magic spirit tournament. Even if they intervened and suppressed Jiabo, it would only leave people with the notion that only magic armor masters could defeat magic armor masters. So Li Shu wouldn't let Ye Xiwan and the others go forward. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. Li Shu silently summoned the Jedi Knight without any verbal retort to Jiabo and Anger Celestial Venerable in the sky. As the demon spirit ring on his finger shone, the Jedi Knight clad in armor glowing like fire appeared before Li Shu. The Jedi Knight, eyes blazing, stared at Anger Celestial Venerable in the sky, then suddenly leaped into the sky in the next second. Is that also a magical entity? Looks kind of cool? So what if it's cool? It's still just a magical entity. Seeking to battle an S-class magic armor master is suicide, right? Jiabo, take down that magical entity and show those guys from the City of Light that nothing stands up to a magic armor master. Is the Lord of Light City trying to throw an egg at a rock? Letting a magical entity battle a top 100 S-class magic armor master, it's practically serving dinner. It looks impressive, but flashy stuff is useless. However strong magical entities are, can they compare to humanity's pinnacle technology? Magic armor is the crystallization of human wisdom and talent, not something magical entities can match. Most people were relaxed. No one believed a magical entity could challenge a top-tier magic armor master like Jiabo. The Jedi Knight leaped into the air, nearing Jiabo and Anger Celestial Venerable, but fell short, starting to descend from a distance of nearly 10 meters. Haha, is the Lord of Light City here for comedy? That magical entity can't even fly, yet the Lord of Light City puts it out to battle Jiabo. That's too funny. The Magic Spirit Tournament is indeed a comedy show. Haha, this is too entertaining. I can't take it. Help me quick. I'll laugh to death. Hang in there, brother. Wait until I finish laughing. If I'm not dead from laughter, I'll save you. The comments were filled with satire, and Meng Xiaotian couldn't contain his joy, laughing. The Lord of Light City's magical entity is awe-inspiring, soaring skyward. He went up, he went down. Haha, Xiaotian, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Too funny, I acknowledge Xiaotian as the strongest comedy streamer. He went up, he came down, I'll die laughing. Xiao Shan, can you stop being so funny? The entire comments section buzzed with a joyful atmosphere. But the next second, the comments section suddenly fell silent, and Meng Xiaoshan's joking voice abruptly halted. After reaching the peak and descending, the Jedi Knight suddenly drew his blade, sending a massive blood-red crescent light blade soaring into the sky, unbelievably fast, slicing right in front of Jiabo. Jiabo, just reveling in triumph, saw the blood-red crescent blade defying the sky, hurriedly conjuring demonic light. Golden demonic light flared in his palms, entangling together like a roaring golden light dragon, meeting the blood-red crescent blade light. 366, Chapter 366, 73, 1/Explosion 2. The blood-colored crescent blade light collided with the golden light dragon, slicing the dragon in half with unstoppable force. Boom. The golden light dragon was split open, and the blood-colored crescent blade light continued its path, striking the Anger Celestial Venerable. Countless golden lights shattered across the sky, and the golden divine armor like demon armor on Jiabo was forcefully cleaved apart by the blade light. Witnessed by countless people, the demon armor on Jiabo was shattered, and he screamed while falling heavily to the ground inside the arena. Clutching his injured chest, he struggled out from the broken demon armor, but before he could get far, a golden energy explosion created a towering mushroom cloud of golden light flame behind him. The Anger Celestial Venerable was blasted by a single slash. The Jedi Knight landed on the ground, twirled the blade gracefully and sheathed it, ignoring the exploding demon armor and the rolling Jiabo behind him, and simply walked straight to Li Shu, transforming into a red light that returned to Li Shu's finger. Silence. Dead silence. Not only in the arena's stands, but even in the comment sections of various live streams, there wasn't a single comment for a long time. Meng Xiaotian's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared at the still-burning Anger Celestial Venerable's demon armor in the arena, unable to accept this outcome. Welcome to the City of Light. The first Magic Spirit Tournament officially begins. Li Shu stood on stage, calmly announcing the formal commencement of the Magic Spirit Tournament. It wasn't until Li Shu stepped down from the stage that the arena and comment section suddenly came alive. What was that just now? That magic spirit slashed apart the demon armor Anger Celestial Venerable, ranked among the world's top 100? My god, am I dreaming? Are magic spirits really this strong? Were all those magic spirits we saw being slaughtered by magic armor masters in videos fake? Damn, my worldview is about to collapse. The Trial Taker's magic spirit is so powerful. Magic spirits can even transform into rings worn on the body. This is too fantastical. The Jedi Knight's slash instantly refreshed the worldview of ordinary people. This slash not only blasted the Anger Celestial Venerable, but also left an indelible mark on the hearts of all ordinary people. Meng Xiaotian remained speechless for a long time as he couldn't accept everything happening now, which destroyed all the beliefs he built in the first half of his life. The other magic armor masters who arrived at the arena but were slower than Jiabo were now sweating profusely. They were fortunate not to have jumped in as quickly as Jiabo, otherwise it would be them being blasted by a single slash now. This slash from the Jedi Knight showed them the resolve of the City of Light and made them realize the terror of magic spirits. The Lord of Light City's magic spirit is quite strong. Even Bai Ying couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord of Light City?" Li Qingyi's gaze was directed at the disappearing Li Shu at the passage entrance. Compared to the terrifying slash of the Jedi Knight, she was more concerned with the Jedi Knight's master. Welcome to the City of Light. Welcome to the Magic Spirit Paradise. The first Magic Spirit Tournament in Light City officially starts. Please, Magic Spirits participating in the Extreme Speed Challenge step forward. Chu Jun passionately roared on stage. As spotlights illuminated the arena, the lower arena below the stands opened multiple gates simultaneously, from which magic spirits emerged one by one. They were all either mighty or dazzling, some glowed brilliantly, others had halo-like dreams. Each magic spirit came to the starting line, and the colorful and surreal sight stunned everyone's heart. With the sound of a gunshot, a dozen magic spirits roared with shocking voices, exploding with terrifying speed as they charged forward. Some magic spirits were giant like dinosaurs, shaking the ground as they ran, their bodies flashing with dazzling lights. Some magic spirits had light patterns moving like electricity, racing like the wind itself. Wolf-like magic spirits sprinted like lightning. Winged magic spirits flew as if controlling thunder, racing through the sky. The trial takers commanded their magic spirits to sprint within their individual rooms in the arena, with hardly any willing to show themselves. Among these incredible magic spirits, a gold motorcycle sprayed with light flame raced like a golden phantom in front of the bizarre creatures, speeding up even more until all participating magic spirits were left far behind, charging towards the finish line with an invincible stance. No magic spirit could match its speed. Even flying magic spirits were left behind by it. It was like a golden phantom lightning streaking across the land. As it crossed the finish line, the leaderboard's first place showed the name Masked Emperor, engraving this name deeply in the hearts of all who watched the race. Ordinary people who never touched magic spirits were already speechless from the shock, even forgetting to leave comments. Is this a magic spirit? Why does it seem a bit different from those magic spirits we've seen before in videos? Are these the same magic spirits that were slaughtered by magic armor masters that seemed almost powerless to resist? Such doubts arose in people's hearts. They were puzzled, baffled, even unable to accept it. Magic spirits seemed far stronger than imagined. Magic armor masters didn't appear as invincible as imagined. After Chu Jun announced the results of the race and that the day's competition was over, people were unwilling to leave. 367, Chapter 367, 73, 1/explodes 3. Even though the tournament has ended, the number of people in the livestream room is increasing instead of decreasing. Today is destined to be a sleepless night for many who can't fall asleep, and no matter if others manage to sleep, Meng Xiaotian certainly won't be able to tonight. How can this be possible? Meng Xiaotian stood on the stand, looking at the now empty arena with a complex expression, still unable to accept everything that happened today. He wrote the script, The Demon Spirit Capital, that makes Magic Armor Master cry, City of Light. Yet he never imagined that all this would become reality. The fall of the magic armor masters and the meteoric rise of demon spirits all came so suddenly, so unreal. Almost overnight, the City of Light Demon Spirit Tournament, the Love God Shooter's dreamy shot, Jedi Knight's single strike that vanquished Anger Celestial Venerable, Masked Emperor's lightning fast win, all went viral on the internet. Are you kidding me? Are demon spirits this strong? Was that golden motorcycle really a demon spirit? That's just too cool. Unbelievable, demon spirits can even slash through an S-class magic armor with one stroke, which is being controlled by one of the top 100 magic armor masters. Is this the true power of demon spirits? The Trial Taker can actually control such a powerful demon spirit. This is in no way inferior to a magic armor master. It's even more powerful. Does this mean that our previous understanding of Trial Takers was all wrong? The demon spirit that launched the opening arrow was like a spirit bathed in holy light, so beautiful and stunning. Oh my god, please tell me all this is fake. My worldview has completely collapsed. An S-class magic armor master is so utterly defeated by demon spirits. Does it mean that Trial Takers are the real saviors of humanity? I don't have the talent to be a magic armor master, but I have a chance to become a Trial Taker. Does this mean that someday I can obtain such demon spirits? Times have changed. Overnight, people's understanding of Trial Takers and demon spirits was completely overturned. Almost everyone is inquiring about Trial Takers and demon spirits. Magic armor masters need talent, but Trial Takers do not. If they dare to risk their lives, they might possess those incredibly powerful demon spirits, even capable of easily slashing through magic armor masters who previously seemed unreachable. This provided the ordinary folks who had long been repressed with an outlet for their emotions, releasing all enthusiasm. Suddenly, topics related to demon spirits, Trial Takers, the Demon Spirit Contest, the City of Light, and the Lord of Light City reached zenith popularity. The top 10 trends on the internet were mostly linked to the Demon Spirit Tournament and the City of Light. The Love God Shooter, Jedi Knight, and Masked Emperor firmly occupied the top 3 trending topics. Originally, the Demon Spirit Tournament wasn't expected to be so explosive, but with Meng Xiaotian's fanfare and the arrival of Jia Bo, the Demon Spirit Tournament was completely pushed to the forefront, sweeping across the internet with unstoppable momentum. Magic armor masters are unreachable. Without talent, one absolutely cannot become one, but Trial Takers don't face so many restrictions. Who doesn't have a hero dream in their heart? The talent requirement for magic armor masters shattered countless passionate youths' hero dreams. Yet, just one opening ceremony of the Demon Spirit Tournament and a single match reignited those extinguished dreams. Li Shu and Chu Jun never imagined the Demon Spirit Tournament would become popular overnight. Tickets that couldn't be sold before were cleared within a few hours. Not only for tomorrow's official first round, but tickets for the coming days were all booked as well. Li Shu and Chu Jun were speechless, tears streaming down their faces. If they had known this, they should have set the ticket prices even higher. Sha Chu looked at the sold-out notice, feeling speechless for a moment. Tickets are sold. What are your plans for the upcoming matches? Sha Chu looked at the two crying with excitement and asked in a deep voice, What do you mean, what to do? Of course, we'll continue as planned. We're already making tons of money just from ticket sales. If we hold a Demon Spirit Tournament every month, we can lie down while counting money, Chu Jun said excitedly. Jia Bo may not be a truly powerful magic armor master, but being defeated like that in the Demon Spirit Tournament is akin to slapping the faces of the entire magic armor master industry. Do you think those who hold themselves in high regard will tolerate the continuation of the Demon Spirit Tournament? Sha Chu calmly analyzed. Let them come. Let's see whose magic armor is harder, or whose Jedi Knight sword is sharper. Chu Jun said with a pout. Jedi Knight could slash through Anger Celestial Venerable, indeed very strong, but Jia Bo is hardly top tier, and if the S-class magic armor masters aren't just 1 or 2, but 10 or more, how many could Jedi Knight defeat? Sha Chu sighed. To Sha Chu, Chu Jun's ideas seemed too naive. With Anger Celestial Venerable being slashed publicly, this provoked the whole magic armor master industry, and almost all of them wouldn't want the Demon Spirit Tournament to continue as it's seriously impacting their status and reputation. Chu Jun finally realized the seriousness of the situation and instinctively looked towards Li Shu. Li Shu chuckled and said, If they want to come, let them come. Not just a few magic armor masters. Even if the king himself shows up, he can't stop the Demon Spirit Tournament from proceeding normally. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu speechlessly. She really didn't know where Li Shu got the courage to say such a thing. Right now, they're essentially going against the world's magic armor masters, no matter how strong Li Shu is. Can he single-handedly fight against all the magic armor masters worldwide? Speaking more seriously, factions like Space City and White Knight City, which grew with magic armors, can't possibly allow the Demon Spirit Tournament to continue like this. By then, they won't just be facing an individual S-class magic armor master, it's likely to be an army of magic armor masters. Given the circumstances, Sha Chu knew that saying anything more wouldn't help. Even if they stopped the Demon Spirit Tournament now, those magic armor masters would still hold grudges and sooner or later come for trouble. I hope my predictions are all wrong. Shachu said with a bitter smile. Go prepare for tomorrow's match. Li Shu wasn't concerned about Shachu's worries, so what if an army of magic armor masters came? As long as he's here, however many magic armor masters come doesn't matter. Within the realm of magic armor masters, he's like the living god. 36.8, Chapter 36.8, 74, viral across the internet. On the day the first round of the competition began, the Demon Spirit Arena was packed with people, in stark contrast to the cold and quiet atmosphere of the previous day. No one knew how these people appeared overnight. Not just the arena, but the entire City of Light seemed to be bustling with more people. Shachu knew this was just the beginning. The people coming now were basically those rushing in overnight from nearby cities, and surely included spies from many cities. In the following few days, more people would arrive one after another, making the event even more explosive. The goal of attracting attention was achieved, but Shachu was more worried about the storm that the City of Light was going to face next. Under the passionate hosting of Chu Jun, the first round of the competition officially started, with the first battle being Bone-Shattering Demon vs Black Death Demon. Appearing like a giant, over 4 meters tall, covered in bone armor with gray light patterns swirling on its body, wielding a gleaming bone hammer, the moment Bone-Shattering Demon appeared, it caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, the trial taker controlling Bone-Shattering Demon was inside a private room in the arena, and no one could see his appearance. Bone-Shattering Demon smashed the ground with its hammer, creating cracks in the surface infused with demon ash material, causing the entire arena to tremble, which heightened the emotions of the crowd. As expected, it's Badessa's Bone-Shattering Demon, with an S-level Radiant dual talent skill. If yesterday's Jedi Knight were to compete, there might have been a chance. Knowing Badessa's character, he definitely won't hold back, probably killing his opponent outright. Hopefully, the trial taker on the opposite side can recognize the disparity in strength and choose to forfeit. Otherwise, the demon spirit may not survive, said Bai Ying, sharing the same resting room as Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi nodded slightly. Now, she was not worried about Badessa. At most, Badessa might cause some damage during the demon spirit tournament. At most, some demon spirits might be sacrificed. Yet the City of Light faced a greater crisis, one that might lead to the city's destruction if not handled well. Yesterday, the Jedi Knight Slash took down the Anger Celestial Venerable, seemingly glorious, but Li Qingyi knew very clearly. The Jedi Knight Slash took more than just the Anger Celestial Venerable. It also took down decades of Magic Armor Master's dignity and an extensive chain of interests. In another resting room, the robust Badessa sat on a sofa, coldly watching the Bone-Shattering Demon in the arena. He didn't even consider today's opponent. He already knew about the Black Death Demon and was certain that even an S-level would not defeat his Bone-Shattering Demon. Ever since seeing the Jedi Knight yesterday, his aim was to smash the Jedi Knight, ignoring the opponents in between. But when the opposing Black Death Demon appeared, Badessa couldn't help but pause slightly. Not just Badessa, Bai Ying and Li Qingyi were also somewhat taken aback. They knew the Black Death Demon, but the Black Death Demon that stepped forward looked like black crystal armor. Even the shackles on its hands and feet were carved from black gemstones, radiating an eerie black light, like a ghost from hell. Radiant Demon Spirit. The Black Death Demon participating is a Radiant Demon Spirit. Don't know what level it is. If it's S level, it should be able to defeat the Bone-Shattering Demon, Bai Ying said in surprise. Li Qingyi put on a pair of uniquely styled glasses, then looked at the Black Death Demon in the arena and said, Black Death Demon King, A level, only A level, huh? Even though it benefits from higher quality, its level is a step lower. It's hard to say who'll win. Bai Ying thought and continued, moreover, the strength of a demon spirit in battle also depends on the master's control. If poorly commanded, leveraging its battle strength well is also uncertain. Although that guy Badessa is obnoxious, his skill in commanding demon spirits in battle is top-notch. If such a radiant demon spirit gets hammered, it would be a shame. Bai Ying clearly did not have high hopes for the Black Death Demon King and the trial taker behind it, and then said, since having a radiant demon spirit, it should be well nurtured, revealing it publicly before reaching S level seems too impatient. Badessa, although unaware that it was an A-level Black Death Demon, showed a cruel smile. No matter for a Radiant Demon Spirit's quality, even if it's slightly stronger than his Bone-Shattering Demon, he was confident he could make up for this gap through his commanding skills in real battle, especially since the other side might not be S-level. Without any hesitation, Badessa directly ordered the Bone-Shattering Demon to launch an attack. Looking bulky and clumsy, resembling a powerful type of demon spirit under Badessa's command, the Bone-Shattering Demon had an almost ghostly feel. The enormous bone hammer in the Bone-Shattering Demon's hand seemed like a light toy, and the whistling, vigorous chi carried the radiant light pattern, striking at the Black Death Demon King from a stealthy angle. The Black Death Demon King didn't move, but beneath its feet, mysterious black halos appeared. Such black halos continuously emerged around. Arms radiating black light extended from within, grabbing Bone-Shattering Demon's legs, immediately limiting its movement, preventing it from reaching the Black Death Demon King. 369, Chapter 369, 74, Trending Online 2. Badessa had never seen such a thing before. A demon spirit capable of summoning other demon spirits caught him completely off guard. After the bone-shattering demon's legs were seized, he watched in disbelief as Black Death demons, shrouded in black light, crawled out from the black halo. What is that thing? Badessa's pupils contracted as he stared incredulously at the Black Death demons emerging from the ground. Those Black Death demons were of radiant grade as well, each enveloped in black flames, their bodies translucent, resembling ghostly specters. How is this possible? A radiant demon spirit summoning hordes of radiant demon spirits. Badessa was stunned, forgetting to command the bone-shattering demon to fight, because around the bone-shattering demon, one by one, radiant Black Death demons emerged, completely surrounding the bone-shattering demon. The bone-shattering demon desperately swung its hammer, but swarms of radiant Black Death demons charged, overwhelming the demon in almost an instant. Just yesterday, the Black Death Demon King finally advanced to A-grade, and as Li Shu had guessed, he could summon 50 A-grade Radiant Black Death Demon minions, simultaneously awakening a new talent skill, Demon Flame Death Chi. Bai Ying watched wide-eyed as the bone-shattering demon, covered in Black Death demons, roared and swung its hammer madly to no avail. Its hammer knocked back one Black Death demon, only for more to jump on it, and the Black Death demons injured by its hammer quickly regenerated and rejoined the attack. Each Black Death demon clawed at its bones, biting into its body as the Black Demon Flame Death Chi gradually stained its shattered bones black, continuously spreading as if black flames were burning and spreading across the bone-shattering demon's body. Badessa's face was exceedingly grim. He was furious enough to swear, how could such a demon spirit exist, leaving no room at all for command? Can a demon spirit actually summon minions? I just hate having no culture, with just one badass to conquer the world. Can a demon spirit be played like this? Not even needing to take action, the minions do all the work of defeating the opponent. Demon spirits truly possess limitless possibilities. The Black Death Demon King once again redefined the ordinary perception of demon spirits, propelling the magical tournament to a new climax. Badessa directly recalled the bone-shattering demon, which amounted to conceding, granting the Black Death Demon King a direct victory and advancement. Black Death Demon wins. To all the spectators on site and watching the live broadcast, I feel the need to introduce the Black Death Demon to you all. It is a unique demon spirit from our City of Light's Heroes Trial Gate, which is now open to the world. Anyone can enter by purchasing a ticket to participate in the trials. A complete trial guide comes with every ticket purchase, guaranteed to ensure your safety in the trial ground, provide the optimal reward selection strategy, and detailed explanations on slaying demon spirits to obtain the Demon Spirit Ring, Talent Gemstone, and Skill Ring, ensuring the trial taker's journey. Now, for just $98, you can bring home a full guide and ticket. The immigration program for the City of Light is also officially launched. All citizens of the City of Light enjoy free tickets and guide services. If you don't wish to venture out, rare Black Death Demon Rings, Talent Gemstones, and Skill Rings are available for sale in town shops, allowing you to easily become a powerful trial taker. During the magical tournament, these items are at a discounted price. Do you want to become a true trial taker? Do you want a rare Black Death Demon as a pet? What are you still waiting for? Chujun's passionate advertisement left Li Qingyi and Bai Ying stunned, perplexed by how it felt like the status of trial takers had suddenly dropped significantly. They didn't mind, but ordinary people were greatly tempted after hearing it. They also knew that entering the trial ground could enhance their bodies, but due to the high danger of the trial ground, most ordinary people were unwilling to risk their lives. But now, the City of Light was offering a complete guide, and with Demon Spirit Rings and Talent Gemstones, Skill Rings available for direct purchase, it was undoubtedly a huge temptation, especially given the powerful display of the Black Death Demon King, who wouldn't want such a demon spirit. Imagining a group of demon spirit minions following them around, which would be more impressive than having bodyguards. Some people couldn't wait any longer and left the scene, not even watching the upcoming matches, rushing to stores to inquire about the prices of demon spirit rings and other items. Of course, most people remained very rational. It's not that they didn't want demon spirit rings, but they knew they simply couldn't afford them. The following matches continued, with Li Qingyi's Snow Empress Demon Spirit easily securing victory as its emitted chill froze the opponent's D-grade Demon Spirit solid, prompting the opponent to smartly withdraw their Demon Spirit. Match after match of Demon Spirit duels made the spectators exclaim in excitement, realizing these weren't the Demon Spirits known to them before. When it was Bai Ying's Silverlight Lion's turn to appear, she was surprised to find that her opponent was actually a Jedi Knight. Although she had seen the name Jedi Knight before, she didn't know that the demon spirit that had previously slain Jia Bo was called Jedi Knight. Bai Ying was instantly frustrated, originally believing that the Silverlight Lion could secure victory, making the Lord of Light City regret not wanting the Silverlight Lion, so she hadn't signed up her strongest demon spirit. 3070, Chapter 370, 74, goes viral online 3. But now knowing that the Jedi warrior across from her is the spirit of the Lord of Light City, she had no choice but to forfeit directly and retrieve the Silverlight Lion. The ability to slash apart the S-class magic armor, anger Celestial Venerable with a single strike, just this terrifying attack power alone, is not something the Silverlight Lion can withstand. Baizai felt extremely stifled. She never expected such a result. Only one round in the magic spirit competition, and it ended with the opponent she wanted to defeat, without even the courage to fight. Li Qingyi laughed and said, "No wonder the Lord of Light City doesn't want the Silverlight Lion. With a spirit like the Jedi Warrior, the Silverlight Lion is indeed useless to him. If it were me, I'd definitely invest all my resources in the Jedi Warrior." He's lucky. If my own spirit were competing, his Jedi Warrior would be out of luck as well, Bai Ying said, looking unconvinced. Alright, we're here to help, so why does winning or losing matter? Li Qingyi consoled. Losing doesn't matter, but I don't know why. It feels uncomfortable losing to him. If I ever get the chance in the future, I must have my spirit battle his Jedi Warrior, Bai Ying said. The first round of the Magic Spirit competition was quite successful, and afterwards people were discussing various spirits. Aside from the Jedi Warrior and the Black Death Demon King, there were several other winning spirits that garnered significant attention. Like Li Qingyi's Snow Princess, there was also a Thunder Magic Wolf and a Rockman, all of which received a lot of attention. Now, the internet is filled with videos and discussion posts about the Magic Spirit competition, and many have started predicting which spirit will win this year's championship. Li Shu and the others didn't have the leisure to care about these things, as many people were flocking to their shop in the city, wanting to buy demon spirit rings and other items. Many people were also inquiring about the trial ground and trial takers, with some impatiently buying a full set outright. Ye Yuzhen and Afei have already led several teams into the dark maze for experience. In just half a day, the income was already considerable, and coupled with the ticket sales for the Magic Spirit competition and other expenses such as food and lodging, this time they truly made a fortune. The entire day passed without any unexpected events, appearing very calm. Yet it was merely the calm before the storm, troubles already on the way. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Space City, Guan Jinghao sat on a sofa watching Li Shu's speech at the opening ceremony. From Li Shu taking the stage, summoning the Love God Shooter, then summoning the Jedi Warrior to kill Jia Bo, and finally announcing the official start of the Magic Spirit competition, this short video is something Guan Jinghao has watched countless times. "Sir, is this person very special?" the Rakshasa Lu Qihong asked lazily, leaning on the sofa, her beautiful figure forming an S-shaped curve. In this beautiful scene, Guan Jinghao didn't glance even once, holding the remote to rewind the video for another view. "Finally met you," Guan Jinghao murmured to himself. In the 3 years Li Shu worked for Space City, he has always taken care to protect his privacy and safety, and apart from being at his residence, he is generally always wearing magic armor. Aside from Bai Chuyi, even Guan Jinghao has never seen his appearance. Bai Chuyi holds quite a status in Space City, seemingly second only to Guan Jinghao. The fact Li Shu could enjoy such treatment was the result of Bai Chuyi's scheming for him. Although never having seen Li Shu's appearance, Guan Jinghao can be certain that Li Shu is definitely the one codenamed Red Blossom Man. He was certain the first time he laid eyes on him. The Red Blossom Man codename was initially not used for magic armor, but rather by Li Shu himself. "Sir, do you know him?" Lu Qihong asked charmingly. "Know him, known for a long time," Guan Jinghao said meaningfully, staring at the video of Li Shu. "This person does indeed have some skill. Daring to defy the world's disapproval by organizing such a magic spirit competition can be considered a figure. However, if things continue this way, it will greatly affect our magic armor business in Space City. Should I make a move?" Lu Qihong shifted position, sitting up straight, her front appearing exceptionally alluring. "You're not his match," Guan Jinghao replied dismissively. "Just a magic spirit at that. The latest Rakshasa princess is finished, and it's perfect for testing its performance. Killing an S-class demon spirit isn't that hard," Lu Qihong said. "Tell Asura and the others, without my orders, no one is allowed to go to the City of Light. You're all not qualified to take action against him." Guan Jinghao turned off the screen, set down the remote, and walked to the balcony, staring at the night sky, eyes showing complexity. Could he be someone from the eternal sky? Lu Qihong asked in surprise. Even when facing someone from the eternal sky, she hadn't seen Guan Jinghao exhibit such an expression, making her more curious about Li Shu. Guan Jinghao didn't answer her, just gazed at the night sky, murmuring quietly to himself, "Number 4, is this truly what you wish for?" Many are speculating, thinking Space City and White Knight City will definitely take action, not allowing the Magic Spirit competition to continue shining so brightly. Yet, contrary to expectations, neither Space City nor White Knight City has made any moves, but another magic armor master can't sit still, rushing toward the City of Light. A stream of light traverses the sky, resembling a red comet. If someone familiar sees it, they'll easily guess that it's not a comet, but a magic armor master. Currently ranked 4th in the world is Magic Armor Master Tianlu. Tianlu is now hastily making his way toward the City of Light. Magic Armor 9 classes, Tianlu first. This is what people say about Tianlu, this Magic Armor Master. Tianliu might not be the strongest among magic armor masters, but his magic armor ranks as the best among rated pieces. The Tianliu magic armor is also the masterpiece of Space City's #1 laboratory. When manufacturing the Tianli magic armor, 2 exceptionally special S-class demon cores were used as dual cores, an advantage not possessed by other magic armor. Typically, magic armor can only have 1 core. If a multi-core setup is used, the energy output of 2 cores is unstable, and attribute discrepancies arise, causing various issues, making it challenging to achieve true balance. Tianliu's magic armor is among the few capable of using a dual-core design, with its power and demonic light strength nearly twice as high as a single-core magic armor of the same level, hence the saying, Magic Armor 9 classes, Tianliu first. Tianliu has such capabilities yet is ranked 4th, not due to Tianliu's limited prowess, but because after losing to the Hand of God, he has seldom acted, focusing on researching how to overcome the Hand of God's techniques, thus his ranking remains at 4th. Tianliu doesn't know Jiabo and has no grievances with the City of Light. However, as a top magic armor master, he must defend the dignity of magic armor masters. Magic armor masters can be defeated by other magic armor masters, but not by spirits. Otherwise, as beings existing as nemesis to spirits, wouldn't magic armor masters be a joke? 3071, Chapter 3071, 75 Tianliu. The second round of the competition hasn't even started yet, but the venue is already packed, with people everywhere in the stands, even in the aisles. Even standing-only tickets were sold out to make money, yet tickets are still hard to get. People watching the Magic Spirit tournament in all the major livestream rooms, but if you want to see a truly professional broadcast from all angles, currently only the official TV station of Red Sand City and Ibo TV station of Guye City are available. The 2 TV stations, which originally didn't have a high viewership, are now seeing their ratings climb again and again. The competition hasn't even started yet, and the ratings of these 2 stations have already reached the highest levels in history and are still climbing. Previously, the most popular TV stations were all in places like Space City and White Knight City, areas where the demon armor industry is more developed. People like to watch programs about demon armor. The magic armor level of the Southern Cross Federation has always been low, and this is the first time in history it's received such attention. Poor City of Light still doesn't have its TV station, and the retransmission fees aren't very high, so it hasn't made much money in this area. This is a 14-7 competition where 7 spots will be decided. The Jedi Knight was the first to appear, and just walking out of the tunnel, it was greeted with enthusiastic cheers, showing the high popularity of the Jedi Knight now. That one slash that slew and exploded Fury Celestial Venerable has almost cemented the Jedi Knight's status in this Magic Spirit tournament, which other magical creatures cannot shake. The Jedi Knight's opponent is also a Black Death Demon, which is the Black Death Demon of that guy Chu Jun. He didn't face any strong opponents in the first round and easily advanced. Sitting side by side in the lounge, Chu Jun said with a bitter face, "This schedule arrangement is really unscientific. How could we meet so early? The next Magic Spirit tournament must be better arranged." "Stop talking nonsense. Let me see how much your command skill has improved," Li Shu said. Hearing this, Chu Jun puffed out his chest. "Although my magical creature isn't as good as yours, my command level is definitely not inferior to yours. Do you dare to let the Jedi Knight fight my Black Death Demon without using its talent skills?" "Bring it on," Li Shu smiled. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" Chu Jun took a deep breath and controlled his Black Death Demon to enter the arena. His Radiant Black Death Demon has already been promoted to Grade A, not far from Grade S, and 2 talent skills have awakened. This is the better one among the 2 Radiant Black Death Demons Li Shu gave him. The other Radiant Black Death Demon awakened its talent skill first, and Chu Jun prioritized its cultivation, but even when it reached Grade A, only 1 talent skill awakened. Instead, this Black Death Demon, which initially didn't awaken any talent skills, later continuously awakened 2 talent skills and was given focused cultivation by Chu Jun. If he hadn't taken a detour at the start, with Chu Jun's financial resources, this Black Death Demon should have been promoted to Grade S long ago. The Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon moved at the same time, offering the spectators a competition style completely different from before. Previously, Magic Spirit battles were essentially contests of power and skills. This time, the artistry of Magic Spirit combat was displayed to the fullest. The Jedi Knight seemed to turn into a swordsman with exquisite saber skills, while the Black Death Demon wielded 2 light whips, with saber and whip exchanging blows in a variety of acrobatic maneuvers dazzling to the eyes. My god, can magic creatures fight like this? If I didn't know they were magic creatures, I'd think it was 2 weapon masters dueling. Look at the Black Death Demon's body technique. Isn't that the famous 8 directions step? That saber technique looks familiar too. Isn't it the 5 tiger soul-breaking saber technique? Can magic creatures even learn human saber techniques? Viewers exclaimed variously. In essence, laymen enjoying the spectacle, while those truly knowledgeable became even more astounded upon seeing it. Obviously, magic creatures couldn't learn human skills. Their ability to use such techniques only indicated the commander's command. Ability and innate combat capability were powerful enough. Didn't expect the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon to be so well commanded, Bai Ying, although a fan of Li Shu, still fairly said a conscientious word. Indeed, very good, Li Qingyi smiled. This level of command skill, although strong, still fell short compared to Li Qingyi, so she wasn't too surprised. But compared to you, there's a long way. Make sure to let him have it when you meet him, and help me get revenge, Bai Ying said. I'll do my best, nodded Li Qingyi. Even though it's only the second round, the effect of the Magic Spirit Tournament has already come out. You could say the effects have already exceeded Li Qingyi's expectations, making her much more relaxed. Li Shu lay on the couch resting without watching the competition. He also didn't command the Jedi Knight, only instructing it not to use skills or harm Chu Jun's Black Death Demon. The Jedi Knight was actually fighting autonomously, having nothing to do with Li Shu. Chu Jun exhausted himself directing the battle, but the Black Death Demon still retreated step by step. If Li Shu hadn't already ordered the Jedi Knight not to harm the Black Death Demon, it might have already lost. Not playing anymore, really infuriating. How come your Jedi Knight now seems to have a much higher IQ? Chu Jun gave up, directly called back the Black Death Demon, and conceded. After all, with the martial soul talent skill, as long as it doesn't die, it only grows stronger with each battle, Li Shu laughed. Li Seer 72, Chapter 372, 175, Tianlu 2. Sometimes I really wish I could kill you and take all your demon spirits, Chu Jun said angrily. Li Shu ignored him, and the Jedi Knight exited the arena to a wave of cheers. Currently on the internet, the Jedi Knight's support for winning the championship is getting stronger, firmly occupying the first place among all the demon spirits. The second match was between Snowstorm Princess and a Violent Bear. As expected, the A-level Violent Bear was utterly crushed by the Snowstorm Princess, receiving the same full applause. Snowstorm Princess and Jedi Knight are somewhat similar, with the Jedi Knight appearing as a warrior in red armor. The Snowstorm Princess appears as a female swordsman clad in frost snow armor with silver hair and wielding a rapier. Apart from the Jedi Knight, Snowstorm Princess is currently the most popular, even more so than the Black Death Demon King. It's understandable since, although the Black Death Demon King is powerful, its appearance is at a disadvantage, resembling a malevolent demon from the shadows, unlike the beautiful Snowstorm Princess. The third match featured the Thunder Magic Wolf, also S-level, but the quality was not high, only of shining quality. However, the opponent was too weak, a B-level minor demon spirit which was knocked out by one Thunderclaw from the Thunder Magic Wolf. The fourth match was the Rockman, also S-level, but of even lesser quality than the Thunder Magic Wolf, only of radiant quality. The Rockman's opponent was even weaker. It stood there allowing the opponent to attack for several minutes. The ancient soldier demon spirit wielded its iron spear and stabbed for ages without even breaking the Rockman's skin. Finally, it was punched out of the match. This is not surprising, as in the first Demon Spirit tournament, the level of participating demon spirits is really not impressive. Having S-level demon spirits, aside from those of Li Shu and team, is already a lucky surprise. In the fifth match, the Black Death Demon King took to the stage, and the opponent forfeited directly without appearing. It was just a C-level minor demon spirit, and being able to advance to the second round was already due to luck, not daring to face the Black Death Demon King. This result was expected, and no one accused of foul play. Instead, there were praises for the Black Death Demon King, and disappointment for not witnessing the Black Death Demon King summon its minions again. The sixth match saw Ye Yuzhen's Mechanical Skeleton win, followed by Afei's Black Death Demon triumphing in the seventh, showing both had good luck. The A-level Mechanical Skeleton didn't encounter a decent opponent for 2 rounds, successfully advancing to the top 7. Afei's Radiant Black Death Demon, only B-level and lower in rank than Chu Jun's Black Death Demon, surprisingly sailed smoothly into the third round. We can only say the first Demon Spirit tournament is really diluted, as even a B-level Black Death Demon can advance to the top 7. The current top 7 are Jedi Knight, Snowstorm Princess, Thunder Magic Wolf, Rockman, Black Death Demon King, Mechanical Skeleton, and Black Death Demon. When the matches concluded, Chu Jun took the stage to announce advertisements, but suddenly noticed someone dressed as a magic armor master entering the arena from the audience. That's Tianlu. Tianlu actually came. Meng Xiaochen, who had been silent for these days, instantly recognized that fiery red Tianlu armor. A normally wilted Meng Xiaochen nearly jumped up. Despite his livestream's traffic soaring in recent days, he wasn't happy at all. Meng Xiaotian is someone with his own perseverance and faith, believing that magic armor masters are the true saviors of this era, not those demon spirits. Tianlu is a genuine strong magic armor master, not like Jiabo, who barely ranks within the top 100. If not for narrowly losing to the Hand of God, Tianlu could have challenged for the second place in the world, a truly top-tier magic armor master. In the era of God's coming, being second in the world was the highest honor for any other magic armor master. No one thought losing to God was shameful, it seemed to have become a given. I was wondering why there hasn't been any movement from the Magic Armor Masters these past 2 days. Even in Space City and our White Knight City, turns out Tianlu is here. Meng Xiaotian was overjoyed. With Tianlu taking action, he was relieved. How strong can the Jedi Knight be compared to Tianlu? At this point, others also recognized Tianlu, although he hadn't appeared in the public eye for a long time. But the dual-core magic armor Tianlu was too distinctive. Many magic armor enthusiasts could recognize it at a glance. Damn, Tianlu is here to smash the competition. City of Light is in trouble. Who would have thought Tianlu would come? It shows how impactful the Demon Spirit Tournament has been on Magic Armor Masters. It was bound to happen. The existence of the Demon Spirit Tournament itself is the biggest challenge to Magic Armor Masters. Even if Tianlu didn't come, other top-tier Magic Armor Masters would, perhaps even God might come. I wonder how the City of Light plans to handle this. Can the Jedi Knight compete against Tianlu? Probably very difficult. Of the 9 schools of magic armor, Tianlu ranks first. The destructive power of dual-core magic armor is considered peerless. Even God used the Hand of God to defeat Tianlu. No matter how powerful the Jedi Knight is, it can't compare to God. Amidst the discussions, Tianlu walked to the center of the arena and addressed Chujun on the stage. Magic Armor Master Tianlu wishes to challenge your city's Lord's Demon Spirit. I wonder if the Lord of Light City dares to accept. Chujun looked towards the direction of Li Shu's room. This kind of decision he could not make on behalf of Li Shu. 3073, Chapter 373, 75 Tianlu 3 Li Shu glanced at Tianlu in the arena through the one-way glass, and then said to Ye Shiwan beside him, "You've practiced the Hand of God for so long, it's time to try it in actual combat. Go ahead." Yes. Although Ye Shiwan felt a bit nervous, she resolutely donned the ghost-faced magic armor and walked towards the passageway. Everyone's eyes focused on the figure walking out from the passageway, including Tianlu. But when they saw it was a magic armor master stepping out, they were all slightly taken aback. What's going on? Isn't Tianlu supposed to challenge the Lord of Light City? Isn't the Lord of Light City a trial taker? So why is a magic armor master stepping out? Could it be that the Lord of Light City is chickening out? Letting a magic armor master fight? Truly, magic armor masters are stronger than magic spirits. Haha, definitely chickening out. But having a magic armor master fight, wouldn't the defeat be even more disgraceful? Besides the Hand of God, who else can defeat Tianlu? Having a magic armor master face Tianlu is no different from delivering food to him. Tianlu scrutinized the magic armor master in front of him, unable to recognize the modified ghost-faced magic armor, so he frowned and asked, "Are you the Lord of Light City?" "No." Ye Shiwan's answer immediately caused a stir. Everyone could hear it was a very pleasant woman's voice, clearly not the Lord of Light City, and it sounded like this female magic armor master was quite young. "I don't fight with women. Go back and ask the Lord of Light City to come out. If he dares not to fight, it's no matter. I'll just leave now," Tianlu said indifferently. If the Lord of Light City dares not to face the challenge, Tianlu felt he had regained enough face for the magic armor master and did not insist on killing the Jedi Knight. His purpose here was simply to let everyone know that magic armor masters will always be stronger than magic spirits. That is all. After putting on the armor, Ye Shiwan seemed like a different person, dramatically different from her usual introverted and shy character, becoming very calm and confident. "The City Lord asked me to come here just to tell you that although the City of Light hosts the Magic Spirit Tournament to cultivate trial takers, it equally respects magic armor masters. There are many magic armor masters like me in the City of Light. Over the years, magic armor masters have always been the guardians of the world and humanity. They were before, they are now, and they will be in the future. However, apart from magic armor masters, ordinary people are also part of this world and also hope to have the ability to protect their homes and loved ones. The reason the City of Light hosts the Magic Spirit Tournament is to tell everyone that as long as they are willing to try, they too can have the power to protect their homes and loved ones. The world is not only for magic armor masters, and those who can sacrifice for the world are not only magic armor masters, everyone has the duty and right to defend their homes," Ye Shiwan said forcefully. Her words made many people's blood boil, striking them in their hearts and raising goosebumps. Yes, they were people too, and they wanted to be able to protect their families and friends, to guard their small homes well, but facing the terrifying magic spirits, they simply had no way to contend with them. How many people once dreamed of being a magic armor master, but that dream was shattered due to talent limitations. Now, finally, someone has stepped forward to tell them there is another path they can take, opening a new door of hope for their world. Absolutely right. This is the magnanimity that a magic armor master should have. That female magic armor master is absolutely correct. Ye Shiwan's words resonated strongly among the ordinary people. Ye Shiwan, wearing the armor, is flawless. Even Li Shu didn't expect Ye Shiwan to say such things, and couldn't help but see her in a new light. Ye Yuzhen was moved to tears, knowing that much of what Ye Shiwan said was voicing out on his behalf. Sha Chu and Qin Shi were also a bit surprised, as they had never seen this side of Ye Shiwan. Whenever they saw Ye Shiwan, usually she was just a shy girl, but they didn't expect her to be so bold and valiant after donning the armor. Well said. This is the true purpose why Li Shu and I established the City of Light and host the Magic Spirit Tournament, Chujun said, feeling as if meeting a kindred spirit. Tianlu didn't expect the female magic armor master to say such words and, after pondering for a moment, said, "I will remember what you said. I hope the City of Light can keep its word and truly do this for the sake of ordinary people, not for selfish interests. If I find the City of Light to be inconsistent in the future, I will definitely return." After saying so, Tianlu turned to leave. "Please wait." Ye Shiwan called out to Tianlu. "What else?" Tianlu looked at Ye Shiwan and asked, "I am here on the order of the City Lord to accept the challenge and dare not disobey. I implore your guidance." Ye Shiwan said calmly. Even Sha Chu couldn't help cheering for Ye Shiwan. Her previous words erected a glorious image of the City of Light in people's minds, making Tianlu have to give up the idea of challenging Li Shu. Otherwise, people would think he lacked magnanimity, wanting to cut off the path of ordinary people's advancement. If he insisted on challenging Li Shu, it would mean making enemies with ordinary people worldwide. It seemed like showing weakness to the enemy, but in fact, it had already put them in an invincible position. And the words that followed told everyone that the City of Light wasn't a place where you could come and go as you please. Such methods and mind, it was really hard to imagine that it came from the usually introverted and shy girl's mouth. In that case, I'll make an exception to teach you a thing or two. What is your code name? Tianlu had no choice but to fight, realizing if he didn't, Ye Shiwan wouldn't let him go. City of Light Shuang Ye. Ye Shiwan blurted out, having already thought of her code name. Shuang Ye, representing both her and Ye Yuzhen, she wanted to fight not only for herself, but also for Ye Yuzhen. Frost leaves? Be careful then, my magic armor might be a bit strong. Tianlu nodded, mistakenly understanding Ye Shiyuan's code name as frost leaves filling the sky. Please guide me. Ye Shiyuan also activated the ghost-faced magic armor, as streaks of light pattern illuminated on the ghost-faced magic armor. 3074, Chapter 3074, 176 Frost Leaves. I didn't expect to watch the Magic Spirits tournament and also get a magic armor master battle. Totally worth the ticket price. Though I hope Frost Leaves wins, her opponent is Tianlu. I just hope she doesn't lose too badly. Regardless of the outcome, I'll be a fan of Frost Leaves from now on. Those words just touched my heart. People were talking endlessly, with many hoping Ye Shiwan could win. Buzz. Tianlu moved forward, the demon patterns on his back bursting with light like thrusters, instantly propelling his body to Ye Shiwan's front. The dual core power is indeed domineering, granting Tianlu a speed far surpassing ordinary S-class magic armor masters, even though he was holding back and not fully unleashing Tianlu's power. Tianlu wasn't keen on locking horns with Ye Shiwan. He didn't like battling women and only sought a quick victory. At the very moment he arrived in front of Ye Shiwan, the light patterns on Tianlu's back emitted sideways, propelling him into a mysterious arc, blinking to Ye Shiwan's side, delivering a punch to her waist. This technique is called Celestial River Crossflow, a magic armor manipulation technique created by Tianlu, seemingly a headlong rush but actually disrupting the opponent's judgment. Countless magic armor masters have been defeated by him using Celestial River Crossflow with just a single move. But as this punch was thrown, Tianlu immediately sensed something off. That female magic armor master, Frost Leaves, surprisingly reacted, moving like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Not only did she dodge his punch, but she also counterattacked, with her hand gathered with purple light forming a light blade, slashing at his arm. Clang! Tianlu's hand gathered with a red light blade, clashing with Ye Shiwan's purple light blade, instantly bursting with light and sparks flying everywhere. Tianlu and Ye Shiwan fought swiftly, amidst fast movements, the light blades continually flashing and clashing, momentarily matched evenly. Ah, Frost Leaf seems quite strong, able to battle Tianlu without falling behind. No way, she's this strong? Didn't she say earlier that she was just one of many magic armor masters from City of Light? Are there so many magic armor masters of this level in City of Light? Tianlu isn't exerting his full power, right? The spectators were somewhat surprised. Frost Leaves was far stronger than they anticipated. Tianlu was even more astonished. This female magic armor master's level was far beyond his expectation, making victory elusive for the moment. Even more shocking to Tianlu was that Frost Leaves' body technique bore resemblance to God's angel wings. Originally, Tianlu didn't take Ye Shiwan as a rival, but now he began taking things seriously. Buzz. Another light blade appeared in Tianlu's other hand, dual-wielding blades, launching a torrential storm-like assault on Ye Shiwan. Clang! 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 Ye Shiwan manipulated the ghost-faced magic armor to move swiftly while swinging the light blade in hand continuously, barely fending off Tianlu's onslaught. Though the ghost-faced magic armor could also gather dual blades, Ye Shiwan couldn't do the same. Tianlu, powered by dual cores, wielded strongly energized dual blades. If Ye Shiwan formed dual blades too, her energy would weaken, and she'd be unable to hold off Tianlu's demon light blade. Under Tianlu's fierce attack, Ye Shiyuan could only retreat step by step, continually dodging and blocking, seemingly lacking any ability to counter. Zhiyuan will be all right, right? Ye Yuzhen's palm was sweating, asking Li Shu worriedly. Don't worry, this isn't her limit yet, Li Shu said with a smile. Having personally trained Ye Shiyuan, naturally he knew her limits well. Upon hearing Li Shu's reassurance, Ye Yuzhen slightly relaxed but still kept his eyes fixed on the arena, fearing anything might happen to Ye Shiyuan. Initially, the audience, like Ye Yuzhen, held their breath for Ye Shiyuan. But after some time, Tianlu's relentless storm-like assault continued, yet he couldn't even harm Ye Shiyuan in the slightest. Gradually, people started to understand. There was something about Ye Shiyuan's body technique. That's God's angel wings. Frost leaves can actually use God's angel wings. Wow, it does resemble angel's wings quite a bit. Not just a bit, it clearly is angel's wings. This battle style undeniably mirrors God's combat style, letting the enemy expend their strength before finally defeating them. Frost Leaves trying to imitate God is somewhat overboard, considering her opponent is Tianlu. A true goddess indeed, with a good character, right values, and possessing top-tier magic armor master techniques, simply impeccable. Tianlu had already figured out the issue, seeing that Frost Leaves' battle style was identical to God's, even giving him a mistaken feeling of battling God. Frost Leaves even imposed more pressure on him than when he last battled God. Of course, this wasn't because Frost Leaves' ability surpassed Li Shu's at that time, but because Li Shu had already reached a realm of emptiness, making Tianlu unable to sense that he had fallen into Li Shu's rhythm in battle and thus felt no pressure. The pressure Tianlu felt now simply indicated Ye Shiyuan's skills weren't mature enough yet. In the heat of battle, Tianlu didn't dwell on it. The fight didn't allow for such musings. Fully immersed, serious, and vigilant, Tianlu felt like he had returned to fighting God, his mind solely focused on the thought of winning. 3075, Chapter 3075, 76 Frost Leaves 2. Suddenly, Tianlu took 2 swift steps back, bringing his hands together, and the Celestial Flow dual blades instantly merged into one, condensing terrifying sharpness atop Tianlu's hands. Dual Flow, unite. As the space shook violently, Tianlu's hands suddenly blasted out, the terrifying light transforming into a sky-shattering beam that tore through the air and struck in front of Ye Shiyuan. The demonic light unleashed at full power activation from dual cores, in terms of destructive power and speed, was unmatched by ordinary S-class magic armor. Even among the world's top 10 magic armor masters, aside from the god of course, almost no one would withstand the dual flow unite face-on. Ye Yuzhen felt his heart about to leap out. Though not a magic armor master himself, he had heard of the world-famous dual flow unite. Ye Shiyuan hadn't taken a step back. In fact, she didn't have time. The dual flow unite was too fast. Seeing Ye Shiyuan not dodge, Tianlu felt a bit of regret inside. He had mistaken Ye Shiyuan for the god, and therefore used the full force of Dual Flow Unite without holding back, but the opponent wasn't the god after all. With this strike, she would likely be dead or maimed, and it was too late for Tianlu to withdraw. Suddenly, Tianlu's pupils contracted, his face showing disbelief. In fact, not only Tianlu, all those watching this magic armor master battle had their eyes wide open. The terrifying demonic light Tianlu blasted out was actually caught by Ye Shiyuan with just one hand. That hand seemed to possess the ability to cover the sky. The terrifying demonic light crashed into her palm yet did not explode. Instead, it continued to be compressed and condensed, ultimately forming a light ball that flickered and quivered incessantly. Oh my God, God's hand. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape, blankly staring at Ye Shiyuan and the light ball in her hand. Buzz! Ye Shiyuan swung her arm and tossed the light ball from her palm back. Looking at the light ball flying towards him, Tianlu didn't panic. Instead, he started to laugh. He had painstakingly researched his skills for 2 years, waiting for this day, although he never expected this day to come so quickly and so unexpectedly. But none of it mattered anymore. Last time he was defeated by the hand of God, and this time he intended to vindicate himself. What of the hand of God? Even if the god himself came, he would still lose. Tianlu roared, his hands overlapping with terrifying demonic light bursting between his palms. Celestial Flow Vortex. With Tianlu's roar, the demonic light within his palms transformed into a vortex, which, when pushed out suddenly, spun like a horizontal tornado towards the flying compressed demon light ball. The demon light ball, upon entering the vortex, was influenced by it, starting to spin following the direction of the vortex. With the vortex's power affecting it, the demon light ball was ultimately redirected, rushing back towards Ye Shiyuan with the vortex. Tianlu was so excited he almost wanted to howl at the sky, having spent 2 years buried in research, finally developing the Celestial Flow Vortex, magic armor skill to counter the hand of God. At this moment, it proved that his 2 years of effort were not in vain. His Celestial Flow Vortex, truly capable of countering the hand of God, all his labor and dedication were rewarded. But the next instant, Tianlu was stunned. The Celestial Flow Vortex carrying the demon light ball reached Ye Shiyuan, only to be caught again by Ye Shiyuan with one hand. Not only was the demon light ball grasped in Ye Shiyuan's palm once more, but even the energy of the celestial flow vortex was compressed into the demon light ball, making its energy even more terrifying. Ye Shiyuan stared at Tianlu, and after a long pause, suddenly raised her hand and tossed the demon light ball towards the sky. The demon light ball swiftly shot into the high sky, explosively bursting at a height of 1,000 meters, resembling an enormously vast sun, rivaling the real sun into obscurity. A powerful shockwave descended from the sky, like a gale, knocking the spectators in the stands in all directions. Luckily, the demon light ball did not explode within the field, or the defenses of the arena might not withstand such violent ruin. Tianlu, looking complexly at Ye Shiyuan, knew if she tossed the demon light ball towards him again, even using the celestial flow vortex once more, it would be hard to stop. He had been focused solely on breaking the hand of God's compressed demon light ball, never considering that the hand of God could compress his celestial flow vortex as well. Are you the god? Tianlu asked, looking complexly at Ye Shiyuan. I'm not the god, I'm Shuang Ye, a city of light magic armor master, the weakest under the city lord, Ye Shiyuan replied. The reason Ye Shiyuan claimed she was the weakest wasn't due to modesty, it was because both Qing Shan and Qin Shi had taught her, so Ye Shiyuan always regarded them as teachers. However, the main reason Ye Shiyuan felt weak was because she was learning under Li Shu, feeling increasingly that the path of the magic armor master was like an endless ocean, realizing she knew too little, feeling herself more inadequate, finding too many defects, thus thinking herself weak. City of Light, weakest, magic armor master, Tianlu stared blankly at Ye Shiyuan, momentarily unable to react. If that's the weakest, how strong are the City of Light's magic armor masters? What am I then? Tianlu finally regained his senses, unable to resist a sour curse in his heart. 376. Chapter 376, 76, Frost Leaves 3, I Lost, Do As You Please. Tianlu seemed to have aged considerably in an instant. Despite being under 30, his voice sounded like that of an old man nearing the end of his life. You speak too highly. It was merely a friendly encounter. There's no need to take it to heart. The City of Light does not welcome people with ulterior motives like Jiabo, but it warmly welcomes upright magic armor masters like yourself. If you wish, you're always welcome to visit the City of Light, said Ye Shiyuan. It's gone mad. The whole internet has gone mad. Countless video clips were spreading online, and the attention drawn by the battle between Ye Shiyuan and Tianlu overshadowed the Magic Spirit Championships itself. The City of Light that made magic armor masters cry, Demon Spirit Capital, the female deity of the City of Light, the angel of the City of Light fighting for ordinary people, the weakest magic armor master of the City of Light, the most beautiful magic armor master, Frost Leaves. God is a girl. After 3 years, Hand of God perfectly recreated. Various videos dominated the trending lists, with the top ones mostly related to Ye Shiyuan, and the rest largely to the Magic Spirit Championships. After this battle, the City of Light has become incredibly popular worldwide, and now no one is unaware of the city and the Magic Spirit Championships. The City of Light is unbelievable. I initially thought it was just a small town for laughs who knew the saying was absolutely right. It's a place where magic armor masters cry. Their magic spirits are strong, and they can even overpower the world's 4th-ranked Tianlu, yet their magic armor master is supposedly the weakest. It's outrageous. Do you think Frost Leaves could be God? After all, besides God, no one can use the Hand of God. If she is indeed God, wouldn't that mean the world's #1 magic armor master is a girl? It's mind-blowing. On this day, it seemed everyone was discussing the female magic armor master code named Frost Leaves and the City of Light, although they had mistaken the code for Shuangye. Online public opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of the City of Light and Frost Leaves. The words spoken by Ye Shiyuan spread widely across networks, inspiring many to consider becoming trial takers. But wanting to become a trial taker means unavoidable risks, and as such, the City of Light has become the top choice for many. Going to other trial grounds might cost you your life, as ordinary people simply can't access information about them. But in the City of Light, not only do they provide comprehensive guides, they also teach and ensure you learn, and even sell treasures like the Demon Spirit Ring. It's too enticing, and some are even considering immigrating to the City of Light. Shiyuan, you were amazing. Ye Yuzhen hugged Ye Shiyuan, who was extremely excited. Ye Shiyuan had defeated Tianlu, the world's 4th-ranked, who had only ever lost to God, and she managed to defeat him. In the past, such a thing would have been unimaginable. Brother, Ye Shiyuan blushed, reverting to her shy, girlish demeanor after removing the demon armor. Well done. Li Xiu also encouraged, acknowledging how Ye Shiyuan had just mastered the Hand of God and could even amplify it the second time. She did exceptionally well. Chu Jun and others also cheered for Ye Shiyuan, except for Sha Chu, who watched coldly. She thought there was something very wrong with Ye Shiyuan. How could one have two completely different faces? Ye Shiyuan with the demon armor and without seemed like two entirely different people. Which one is her true self? Keep an eye on that girl. She may become a ticking time bomb. The better her innate talent, the more catastrophic the consequences if she ever goes wrong. After everyone had left and only Li Shu remained, Sha Chu said to Li Shu, I understand, but after all, the future is yet to come, and we can't negate someone because of future uncertainties, Li Shu replied. What she said earlier was well done. She helped us out of quite a bind. In the short term, no magic armor master should cause us trouble openly again. After a pause, Sha Chu added, In 3 days, the Magic Spirit Championships will end. I'll hand my current tasks to Afei and Chu Jun, and I won't bother saying goodbye when I leave. I'll wait for your return, Li Shu said with a smile. All right, wash up and wait for me at home, Sha Chu replied with a smile and walked away. This woman. Li Shu shook his head. It's surprising that the City of Light has a magic armor master capable of using the Hand of God, Bai Ying said, blinking in her room. Do you think she's the god from Space City? I don't know. I'm not a magic armor master, so I don't understand their stuff. Li Qingyi shook her head. Of course, you don't mind. Even if she were God, she wouldn't be your match. No matter how powerful God is, she still relies on magic armor. With the current level of magic armor, there's still no set capable of battling a super spirit tester, so you naturally have nothing to worry about. Bai Ying sighed. You're also almost at the super spirit level, Li Qingyi said with a smile. My talent is nothing compared to yours, reaching super spirit with just 1 super spirit gemstone. My family prepared a super spirit gemstone for me, but they don't dare let me use it because they're afraid I'll die due to my congenital defects and genetic disorder, Bai Ying said, growing more frustrated. There must be a way, no need to rush, Li Qingyi comforted. There is a way, but it's very hard to achieve. Unless there's a demon core containing wind, fire, and thunder energy simultaneously to compensate for my triple yin extinct vein's congenital insufficiency, using the super spirit gemstone would be certain death. Where could I find such an item? I've already given up. Bai Ying said with a forced smile. Rest assured, as long as there's a method, I'll definitely help you achieve the super spirit level. Li Qingyi said, gently stroking Bai Ying's hair like one would caress a cat. Let's not waste time. Dual attribute magic spirits can still be seen, but I've never heard of tri-attribute ones. Besides, even if one existed, it might not be of wind, fire, and thunder attributes. The probability is just too low. Bai Ying shook her head. Everything is possible, there's always a way. 3077, Chapter 3077, 77 Starlight Ruby. In the third round, which is the 7 advancing to 4, 1 magic spirit will get a bye. Through the draw, Chuyuki Princess qualified for the bye, directly advancing to the semifinals. The Jedi Knight and the Black Death Demon King met in advance, while the Mechanical Skeleton faced off against Afei's Black Death Demon, which was considered lucky. If it weren't for the two of them drawing together, it's estimated that neither would have advanced to the semifinals. The Thunder Magic Wolf and Rockman were grouped together, and this battle should be considered the truest, most genuine fight in the 7 advancing to 4. Sure enough, when the Thunder Magic Wolf and Rockman began their first match, it was unusually intense. Thunder Magic Wolf was fast and strong in attack, while Rockman had thick skin and invincible defense, completely a battle of spear versus shield. By the end of the battle, it nearly ended in mutual destruction. Rockman surprisingly used inferior quality to restrain Thunder Magic Wolf, advancing first to the semifinals. Before the Mechanical Skeleton and Black Death Demon started fighting, Ye Yuzhen came to find Li Shu, hoping to ensure Black Death Demon's advancement to the semifinals. As Black Death Demon is the signature of the City of Light, the better Black Death Demon performs, the more beneficial it is for the City of Light. Li Shu patted Ye Yuzhen's shoulder and said, "Fight with all your strength. The City of Light doesn't need anyone to sacrifice. Those with ability should reap rewards." Ye Yuzhen nodded heavily, feeling more that the choice he and his sister made was absolutely correct. The battle between Mechanical Skeleton and Black Death Demon was also quite intense. Ye Yuzhen, having recently often teamed with Afei to fight cooperatively in Black Death City, knew both sides well, making the battle exceptionally brilliant. Ultimately, the A-class Mechanical Skeleton was still no match for Afei's B-class Black Death Demon, mainly due to the quality gap. Ye Yuzhen's Mechanical Skeleton was just Flowing Colors quality, 2 grades lower than the Radiant Black Death Demon. The final match was between the Jedi Knight and the Black Death Demon King, which was the most watched battle in the 7 advancing to 4. Was the individual combat strength of the Jedi Knight stronger, or was the summoning type Black Death Demon King stronger? Both sides had supporters, and before the battle started, the debate was already in full swing. Of course, the Jedi Knight is stronger, 1/ can destroy S-class magic armor. Can the Black Death Demon King and his minions withstand 1/? Do you know what it means for ants to bite an elephant to death? Besides, the ones summoned by the Black Death Demon King are all radiant demon spirits, much fiercer than tigers. No matter how strong the Jedi Knight is, he can't fight against many opponents. Blow up the Jedi Knight, absolutely number 1. The Black Death Demon King is so cool, a group of radiant demon spirits is simply insane. As the Magic Spirit Tournament progresses, knowledge about magic spirits is being continually popularized, and common people already know the differences in quality between magic spirits. With the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King entering the arena at the same time, the noisy stands became much quieter, and everyone was waiting for the battle to begin. However, the battle everyone was waiting for didn't begin. Instead, the host, Chujun, walked to the center of the arena, bowed deeply to the audience on the stands, and then said, "I'm truly sorry. I know everyone was looking forward to this battle, but I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. The Jedi Knight will choose to forfeit." Why would the Jedi Knight forfeit? Oh my, is there some backstage operation in this match? Protest. Why make the Jedi Knight forfeit? He is the strongest magic spirit. Did the Lord of Light City come under external pressure and had to forfeit? I came today just to watch the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King fight. You're telling me it's cancelled. Refund. Suddenly, boos erupted from the stands, and someone took the lead in chanting a refund. The refund chant quickly spread, and in no time, a unified, deafening refund chant resounded through the entire arena. Online, there was also all sorts of discussion and speculation, with everyone analyzing why the Jedi Knight would forfeit. After all, it was the City Lord of Light's magic spirit, and there shouldn't be talk of backstage operations. The greatest possibility is that the City Lord of Light felt the Jedi Knight wasn't a match for the Black Death Demon King and didn't want to lose too embarrassingly on the stage, so chose to forfeit the match. This made Black Death Demon King supporters all excited, each arrogantly posting comments. "I told you, Black Death Demon King is invincible, you see. Even the Jedi Knight doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Black Death Demon King really is invincible. That group of radiant demon spirit minions who can block them? Directly advised the Jedi Knight against fighting. My great Black Death Demon King is eternal." When the chanting at the scene almost subsided, Chujun chose a timing and continued, "Please quiet down, everyone. I will explain the reason for the Jedi Knight's withdrawal, and there's another announcement to make." Once it was somewhat quiet, Chujun continued, "To speak the truth, I also wanted to know who is stronger between the Jedi Knight and the Black Death Demon King and was eagerly anticipating this match. But unfortunately, it really isn't possible. This match is destined to be unfair, and it cannot be a fair fight, because the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King belong to the same contestant. If we let them battle, it's like left hand fighting right hand. Do you think their true abilities can genuinely be showcased?" This statement caused a commotion both inside and outside the venue. Oh my, turns out Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King both belong to the Lord of Light City. Ah, I should have realized it earlier. The Black Death Demon is a magic spirit produced by the City of Light. Such a powerful Black Death Demon King could only belong to the City Lord of Light. Two such strong magic spirits both belong to the same person. The strength of the City Lord of Light is unfathomable. With two major magic spirits in possession, plus such a strong magic armor master overseeing, no wonder the City of Light has the boldness to host the Magic Spirit Tournament despite everything. 37.8, Chapter 37.8, 77 Starlight Ruby 2. Haha, this is killing me. The Lord of Light City is trying to double secure the championship, but his own demon spirits met prematurely. What a tragedy. Fighting oneself is fine too. We enjoy watching it. There's no need for a person's two demon spirits to fight each other. It's the same person commanding them. There's no point in continuing the fight. One should definitely withdraw. No, why make the Jedi Knight withdraw? I want to see the showdown between the Jedi Knight and the Snowblower Princess. Can't the Black Death Demon King withdraw instead? Chujun held the microphone and continued, "Because it's the first time we're hosting the Demon Spirit Tournament, and due to lack of experience, this happened. We sincerely apologize. To express our apology, we from the City of Light have prepared 3 talent gemstones, 3 skill rings, 3 demon spirit rings, and 30 demon cores as prizes, which will be randomly given to lucky audience members." The announcement from Chujun caused the crowd to erupt in cheers. Chujun then began to introduce the features and uses of the talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings. Talent naturally refers to the Night Pupil, skills to the Dark Curse, and demon spirits to the Black Death Demon, while the demon cores are the lowest level, E-grade ordinary demon cores. This acted as a wave of advertisement, letting people know that with the Night Pupil talent and Dark Curse skill, passing through the Dark Maze is safer, attracting more wealthy yet cautious individuals to the City of Light. The scene was filled with excitement. Initially, only 30 demon cores were promised, but they ended up distributing over 100 by the end, repeatedly increasing the number. After Li Shu retrieved the Jedi Knight and Dark Demon King, he left the arena early. The Demon Spirit Tournament wasn't a significant event for Li Shu. Over the past few days, he had been preparing for his promotion to D-level, and he was almost ready. He had just left the arena and hadn't walked far when he saw Li Qingyi coming out from another door. She had also left the arena early and wasn't with Bai Ying, who was usually by her side. The Demon Spirit Tournament hasn't ended yet. Where is the City Lord heading to? Li Qingyi saw Li Shu and hesitated for a moment before asking, "I have some matters to attend to." "Where are you going, Trial Taker Qingyi? If you need, I can arrange for someone to guide you," Li Shu replied. "I appreciate your offer, but I'm just taking a random stroll, so there's no need to trouble you." Li Qingyi had also wanted to see the match between the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King, which was why she came to the arena alone. Unexpectedly, both the Jedi Knight and Black Death Demon King were Li Shu's demon spirits, so she couldn't watch the competition. She wasn't interested in the prizes and just left. Trial Taker Qingyi, are you from the Heavenly Immortality? Li Shu asked. Does this have anything to do with the City Lord? Li Qingyi countered. If you have the time, I have something related to the Trial Takers I'd like you to take a look at, Li Shu said. What sort of thing? Li Qingyi was a bit puzzled, unsure of what Li Shu wanted her to examine. A demon spirit gemstone. Li Shu didn't hesitate and said directly, why do you want me to look at it? Hearing it was a demon spirit gemstone, Li Qingyi once again scrutinized Li Shu. It's not surprising for a trial taker to know that killing demon spirits yields demon spirit rings, but those who know that gemstones may contain demon spirits are few, other than those from the Heavenly Immortality. Li Shu took out a black invitation card from his pocket, showed it to Li Qingyi, and said, I'm unsure about that gemstone and wanted someone to help me take a look. Li Qingyi studied the black card carefully and seemed a bit surprised. After a while, she said, no one can be sure about a demon spirit gemstone exactly. I can take a look, but it's challenging to uncover much. Then I'll trouble you with it, Li Shu gestured invitingly. Li Qingyi didn't say anything further and went with Li Shu to the City Lord's mansion. Li Shu brought Li Qingyi to the conference hall, had her wait for a moment, and went to get the demon spirit gemstone. During this period, he had been trying to find demon spirit gemstones, but such items often relied on chance. He had looked at many gemstones and found no demon spirit gemstones until yesterday when he stumbled upon one in his home storage. This demon spirit gemstone was used by someone as payment for buying talent gemstones and skill rings at his store. It was a 13-carat starlight ruby. The moment Li Shu saw it, he immediately felt a sense of hunger, a truly serendipitous find. The egg-shaped red gemstone looked beautiful. It wasn't as transparent as a pigeon blood ruby, but the starlight ruby had its distinct characteristics. The smooth, hemispherical surface of the red gemstone featured crisscrossing light beams like starlight. This is the unique star effect of the starlight ruby. Li Qingyi donned a pair of white gloves, carefully picked up the starlight ruby, and used a small flashlight to illuminate it. The light beams became even more radiant under the flashlight, exuding a beauty akin to brilliant starlight. Starlight gemstones exhibit this effect because of rutile impurities within the gemstone. Generally, they aren't as transparent as ordinary gemstones, sometimes lacking visible transparency. Although this starlight ruby isn't as pristine as the top rubies, it's still exceptionally bright, with very clear star lines, no breaks or distortions. Truly a top-quality starlight ruby. Li Qingyi gently placed the starlight ruby back into its box and continued, has this starlight ruby been contracted? How can you be sure it's a demon spirit gemstone? 379, Chapter 379, 77 Starlight Ruby 3. After this starlight ruby came into my possession, it hasn't been contracted. As for whether it was contracted before, that's not something I can know. Li Shu paused and said with a smile, as for how I can be sure it's a demon spirit gemstone, to be honest, I can't say for certain yet. I just feel it's very likely to be a demon spirit gemstone, which is why I wanted to ask you to take a look. Feelings? How do you feel? Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. She had never heard of anyone being able to determine whether a gemstone contained a demon spirit just by intuition. Even in the immortal realm where demon spirit gemstones have been studied for thousands of years, such a thing had never occurred. To be frank, I once mistakenly swallowed a demon spirit ruby, and since then, I've had some subtle sensations towards rubies. Li Shu said half-truthfully, trying to uncover useful information from Li Qingyi by throwing a few hints. You swallowed a demon spirit gemstone? Li Qingyi was taken aback. Swallowing a demon spirit gemstone is not good. Experiments had long been conducted in the immortal realm to test whether swallowing a demon spirit gemstone could speed up the contracting process. But the results were terrifying. Li Qingyi knew from the experiment data that those who underwent the experiment later became very frightening. Do you know what the consequences of ingesting a demon spirit gemstone are? Li Qingyi asked Li Shu with a serious expression. If I knew, I wouldn't have swallowed it. Li Shu sighed. Since you've received an invitation card, you're considered part of the immortal realm, so I won't hide it from you. Those who swallow a demon spirit gemstone are likely to suffer spiritual chaos and become mad. If I were you, I would immediately find a way to remove it. If you can't naturally expel it, I suggest you have surgery to remove it as soon as possible. Li Qingyi said solemnly, I want to remove it, but I can't find it. Li Shu smiled bitterly. What do you mean by you can't find it? Li Qingyi was slightly taken aback. Li Shu handed over several X-ray films to Li Qingyi. After Li Qingyi finished inspecting them, she looked at him with some suspicion and asked, Are you sure you swallowed the demon spirit gemstone? Or maybe it was expelled from your body without you noticing? I'm certain I swallowed it, and it hasn't been expelled. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this feeling towards this starlight ruby. Li Shu pointed to the starlight ruby in the box and asked, Is there any way to quickly confirm whether this starlight ruby is indeed a demon spirit gemstone? I want to know if my feeling is right. Actually, Li Shu wanted to know whether the demon spirit inside this starlight ruby was strong enough to help him achieve the promotion plan to D-level. This idea was inspired by the unparalleled king, given that he confirmed the reason for his inability to advance to D-level was due to the young demon spirit and ruby. Although he didn't know which one was the cause, or perhaps both were involved, it certainly was the issue with these two. Based on the current situation, the young demon spirit couldn't handle the ruby. Otherwise, the ruby would have already transformed into a demon spirit ring. However, it was certain that the young demon spirit should have the upper hand. Otherwise, the demon spirit within the ruby would have influenced Li Shu, but fortunately, no such influence appeared. Therefore, Li Shu planned to disrupt the situation by adding another demon spirit gemstone, provided this demon spirit gemstone wouldn't be swiftly transformed into a demon spirit ring by the young demon spirit. Hence, it demanded the demon spirit inside the gemstone be strong enough. This method was extremely risky, but Li Shu didn't have many options left. He couldn't just forever stay at E level. Li Shu had already considered the possible situations that might arise from adding another demon spirit gemstone. The best result would be a three-way struggle, with him benefiting from it. The worst result would see all three drawing his blood, making it harder for him to advance. Another possibility was that any two parties might form an alliance to eliminate the third. No matter the possibility, a period of chaos was inevitable at the beginning, and Li Shu wanted to seize this opportunity to advance to D level. Li Shu dared to play this dangerous game because he was certain he wasn't afraid of being seized by a demon spirit, otherwise he wouldn't risk it. The normal way to verify if it's a demon spirit gemstone is cultivating through blood, though it takes some time. Li Qingyi said, I know about the blood nourishing technique too, but is there a faster method? Preferably one that can determine whether it's a demon spirit gemstone in a short time, Li Shu asked. If you want to test a batch of gemstones to see if any are demon spirit gemstones, I really can't check in a short time. However, if you just want to confirm if this one is a demon spirit gemstone, there is a method, though it's risky and not worth it. Li Qingyi pondered. What method? Li Shu quickly pressed. Have you heard of goo cultivation, where various poisonous insects are placed in a sealed environment? Without food or water, they fight each other until the last one standing becomes the goo insect king. Li Qingyi explained. Although demon spirit gemstones aren't goo insects, if you place them in a completely sealed environment where they can't absorb external energy, they absorb energy from each other instead. If you place two demon spirit gemstones together, and after a while, one of the gemstones becomes cloudy and darkens, it indicates both gemstones are demon spirit gemstones. If neither gemstone changes, it suggests one is just a normal gemstone, as demon spirit gemstones won't absorb energy from a regular gemstone. If both are demon spirit gemstones, one will surely be damaged. At best, it will lower the primordial embryo quality, or diminish quality. At worst, it could break the demon spirit gemstone, causing the demon spirit inside to disappear entirely. 3080, Chapter 3080, 78 Super Spirit Limit. Li Shu initially approached it with a let's give it a try attitude, but he didn't expect Li Qingyi to actually surprise him. The method Li Qingyi mentioned, if one genuinely wishes to test the demon spirit gemstone, surely no one would use it. However, this method is quite helpful for Li Shu's current situation. It can be said this is exactly what Li Shu wanted. Thank you so much, Li Shu said sincerely. Are you really planning to use this method? Li Qingyi was a bit stunned. She was just suggesting it casually, not expecting Li Shu to actually consider it. Li Shu smiled and said, if you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. There's no need for help, but I do have a request. I hope you can agree. Li Qingyi looked at Li Chu with beautiful eyes. Go ahead. As long as it's within my capability and doesn't violate my principles, I will do my best, Li Chu said. I wonder if letting your Jedi Knight and my Snow Maiden spar would violate your principles? Li Qingyi smiled. Li Shu didn't expect her to propose such a condition, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, that's no big deal at all. In that case, no time is better than the present. Let's have your Jedi Knight and my Snow Maiden duel right now, Li Qingyi said. I have no problem with that, but the arena is currently in use. I'm afraid there's no suitable venue, Li Shu pondered aloud. No need to go to the arena, we can go to Black Death City, Li Qingyi suggested. I would love to, but getting a ticket depends on luck, Li Shu said, looking at Li Qingyi. He didn't think Li Qingyi wouldn't know about this. In fact, she should know it better than he does. Since Li Qingyi proposed going to Black Death City, she should have a way to get in, but Li Shu couldn't figure out what her method would be, and he was very curious. Just follow me, Li Qingyi said with a smile, not offering further explanation as she turned to walk away. Li Shu had no choice but to follow her to the trial gate. Li Shu took out the Black Appetite, intending to open the hero's trial gate, but was stopped by Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi took out a trial badge and embedded it onto the door, then watched as a light pattern appeared on the door, slowly opening it. The rich surely are willful. Clearly, you can open the door with gemstones, yet you insist on using a trial badge, Li Shu remarked as the door opened, preparing to walk inside, only to be stopped by Li Qingyi. Uncertain of Li Qingyi's intentions, Li Shu paused and watched her. Li Qingyi looked at the door, and shortly after, the door closed again. She took out another trial badge and embedded it on the door once more. The door opened, yet Li Qingyi still showed no intention of entering. After repeating this 6 times, when the door opened on the 6th attempt, Li Qingyi finally began to walk inside. Li Qiu felt a surge of excitement because he had figured out what Li Qingyi was doing and had a guess. His memory and observational skills were strong. While the average person might not notice anything, Li Qiu discovered that the light pattern on the door each of the first 5 times Li Qingyi embedded the trial badge was slightly different than the 6th time. The dense light patterns resembled maze maps with slight variations that most people couldn't notice. If not for Li Qingyi performing this action, Li Qiu would not have noticed. However, now he saw the key. If my guess is correct, when such different light patterns appear, the reward should include a ticket, Li Qiu speculated to himself. Indeed, after passing through the dark maze, among the rewards, a ticket appeared. Let's go in. Li Qingyi selected the ticket from the rewards and turned to Li Qiu to suggest they proceed. I don't have a trial badge, Li Qiu said, spreading his hands. Seriously? You, a city lord, don't even have a trial badge? Li Qingyi looked at Li Qiu in surprise. That's right, said Li Qiu, finding nothing embarrassing about it. He had invested what limited resources he had into the demon spirits, not having the surplus to buy trial badges. Li Qingyi had no choice but to provide another trial badge for Li Qiu. After graciously accepting it, the two entered the vortex formed by the ticket. It was the first time Li Qingyi arrived at the stone table, where a contract appeared, another dark mirror. Li Qingyi casually picked up the dark mirror, and after establishing a contract, the two entered Black Death City with the longevity lamp. You know this place better than I do. Where do you think is more suitable for their duel? Li Qingyi asked. In the canyon outside, Li Qiu pondered before responding. Though they could also fight within the city, too many mysterious elements existed there, and their battle might trigger something unfavorable. After clearing the Black Death City from within, the two opened the city gates and arrived at the canyon. Wait a moment, Li Qiu summoned his Jedi Knight to clear the canyon of mechanical skeletons. These mechanical skeletons are quite peculiar. The liquid in their metal injectors is something particular, Li Qingyi remarked. That liquid can convert other beings into metal. Once completely transformed, they really become dead objects, Li Qiu explained. E381, Chapter 381, 78, Super Spirit Limit 2. Before, he had a Black Death demon spirit which was injected with liquid. Eventually, it turned completely into metal, and the demon spirit ring turned into metal as well, making it impossible to summon again. This is quite interesting. After being injected with liquid, do all creatures turn into the same type of metal, or do they turn into different metals? What are the parameters of these metals? Li Qingyi asked. This hasn't been tested. Li Qiu really hadn't thought about this question. You can test it in the future. Maybe those metals will be useful, Li Qingyi said. Okay, if they really do have a use, I'll give you a big red envelope later, Li Qiu said. No need for the envelope. Just let the Jedi Knight do their best to have a duel with my Frost Snow Princess. Li Qingyi summoned the Frost Snow Princess. In the valley, a red and a white figure were fighting fiercely, one with blade light fiery as fire, the other with sword light icy as frost, both sides evenly matched. The Jedi Knight automatically activated the Desperate Realm at the sight of the Frost Snow Princess, yet despite that, it only ended up in a draw with the Frost Snow Princess. The Frost Snow Princess was evidently a radiant demon spirit, and an S-class radiant demon spirit at that, one level above the Jedi Knight. For the Jedi Knight to end up in a draw with the Frost Snow Princess despite activating the Desperate Realm was already quite impressive. Li Qingyi always thought the Jedi Knight was S-class, so she wasn't surprised to see the Jedi Knight and Frost Snow Princess evenly matched for a time. But when she put on a special pair of glasses and glanced at the Jedi Knight, she couldn't help but ask in confusion, the Jedi Knight is only A-class? And what's going on with it? How come it has no grade? The Jedi Knight indeed has no grade, but it was once parasitized by an evil parasite. Li Qiu did not hide. Li Qiu learned about the evil from Zeman Guan, who learned it from the Longevity Heavenly, so Li Qingyi is naturally aware of the evil's existence. It's quite odd for the evil to parasitize on a demon spirit with no grade. If it's a low-grade evil, then even with the evil's enhancement, an A-class Jedi Knight shouldn't be able to fight the Frost Snow Princess to this extent. Only the parasitism of radiant evil could potentially allow a demon spirit with no grade to reach this level. But if it's radiant evil, why would it be willing to parasitize on a demon spirit with no grade? Li Qingyi looked towards Li Qiu with a face full of confusion. Little did she know, Li Qiu had forcefully stuffed that evil into the Jedi Knight's mouth. This, I'm not really sure either. Li Qiu didn't want others to know he had given a radiant evil to an ordinary demon spirit. Truth be told, Li Qiu only recently confirmed that the evil he caught was radiant evil. He had suspected it before but couldn't be certain. Demon spirits all have grade levels, so evil being demon spirits should also have grade levels. But back then, there was no way to confirm the evil's grade. Now, with Li Qingyi's analysis, Li Qiu also felt it should be the radiant grade evil. Li Qingyi, being extremely insightful, deciphered a bit from Li Qiu's expression and said amusedly, "Did you forcefully give that radiant evil to the Jedi Knight?" "Well, it's just an evil. Who cares who uses it?" Li Qiu said stubbornly. He did consider that if the evil parasitized a higher grade demon spirit, the effect might be better. but there was no need to regret something that had already happened. You're really extravagant, Li Qingyi laughed. Evil such as this demon spirit is extraordinarily rare, not to mention the radiant evil. Even a flowing color evil is hard to encounter. Longevity Heavenly captured only 14 evil in all these years, and only one radiant evil among them. It's a rare find. You're incredibly lucky to obtain a radiant evil, yet you used it to parasitize an ordinary demon spirit. Such extravagance even your master might not dare. Life is never perfect. It can parasitize the Jedi Knight, and that's fate. I think it's quite nice this way, Li Shu said nonchalantly. True, with the radiant evil parasitizing an ordinary demon spirit, that ordinary demon spirit can also be considered a radiant demon spirit, so it's not a loss, Li Qingyi said, summoning the Frost Snow Princess back. Your Jedi Knight remains A-class, so there's no need to continue this battle. Wait until it ascends to S-class, and then duel with my Frost Snow Princess again. Sure, Li Shu didn't mind. Even being A-class, the Jedi Knight might not lose to the Frost Snow Princess. But since Li Qingyi cared, waiting for the future wasn't a bad idea. Would you like to leave a contact? I'll owe you this battle, and once the Jedi Knight ascends to S-class, I'll reach out, Li Shu said earnestly. Liking Li Shu's earnest demeanor, Li Qingyi didn't think much and gave him her phone number, then added, This battle can be deferred, but when are you planning to return the trial badge from earlier? I don't have a trial badge now. Once I leave, I'll buy one and return it, Li Shu said. No need for such trouble. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a drink last time? Take the drink as repayment. Li Qingyi didn't care about a trial badge and just wanted to avoid too many entanglements with Li Shu. Okay then, but if you want my drink, you should at least be an A-class trial taker, Li Shu probed. 38-2, Chapter 38-2, 78 Super Spirit Limit 3. Having a drink from you and still needing to tell you my level as a trial taker, you really don't want to miss out on anything, do you? Li Qingyi misunderstood Li Shu, rolled her eyes, and said, Fortunately, I'm a bit higher than an A-level trial taker. Otherwise, I'd really feel embarrassed to drink your wine. You're an S-level trial taker? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. Being so young and already an S-level trial taker, her background must be quite powerful. Magic spirits levels can be raised with resources, but increasing a trial taker's level is relatively more difficult. Judging by Li Qingyi's appearance, she was estimated to be no more than around 20 years old, yet she was already an S-level trial taker. That was indeed a bit frightening. A little higher. Li Qingyi looked at Li Chu with a playful smile. Super spirit? Li Chu was genuinely surprised this time. Seeing Li Chu's expression, Li Qingyi felt quite comfortable in her heart. She didn't know why, but she really liked watching Li Shu's surprised look. Maybe it was because Li Shu had done quite a few things that surprised her. A modest super spirit should be enough to drink your wine, right? Li Qingyi deliberately asked. Of course, Li Shu laughed. Then let's head back. Li Qingyi was about to extinguish the lamp when Li Shu stopped her. No need to go back. Let's drink right here, Li Shu said. Here? Li Qingyi looked at Li Shu, her face full of doubt. Yes, right here. Follow me, Li Shu said as he walked towards the nether house. Opening the door to the nether house, Li Shu went in and made a gesture of invitation at the door. Welcome to my little wine house. Li Qingyi walked over with some doubts and was surprised to see the walls filled with wine and books on the shelves, exclaiming, There are actually books and wine from the Demon Kingdom era left in Black Death City? Li Qingyi had followed her elders to many lands of trial and seen many ruins from the Demon Kingdom era, but such well-preserved ruins like Black Death City were not common. Even in complete ruins, finding books of any kind was extremely rare, let alone wine. An occasional find of an artifact from the Demon Kingdom era, even if it's just a few words, is already incredibly precious. Exploring the Demon Kingdom ruins in lands of trial is quite similar to archaeology. Texts and artifacts are of immense value. The fact that there were so many books and wines here meant a lot for understanding the Demon Kingdom era. Li Shu didn't speak, he merely moved behind the bar and began selecting wine from the shelves. Li Qingyi, being a super spirit, had a physical constitution far superior to ordinary trial takers, perhaps even stronger than the previous king of the Void Realm, so drinking wines like Blood Rose wasn't an issue at all. However, Li Shu didn't intend to choose such a wine for her to drink. Instead, he selected a few bottles from above and began to mix them together. Although the Nether Chronicles didn't provide details on the characteristics of each demon spirit wine or the precise principles of mixing the drinks, Li Shu could infer some patterns from the mixing methods and the few types of wine he had already seen. This time, the wine Li Shu wanted to mix was called Moonlight, with White Moonlight as the main wine, complemented by Gentle Lover and Fingertip Silk as auxiliary wines. As the shaker swung, it seemed as though a nebula was moving inside. Li Shu shook it for a while, opened the lid, and poured the moonlight like flowing liquid into a crystal glass. The wine was bright and clear, with a layer of starlight grains at the bottom that was softly glowing, reminiscent of moonlight scattered on a clear lake surface. Have a taste. Li Shu pushed the wine glass in front of Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi didn't look at the wine. Instead, she stared intently at Li Shu. When Li Shu was mixing the drink, she had already sensed the strange energy contained in the wine, so even if she didn't look at it, she knew it was extraordinary. She was just considering whether to drink this glass and whether Li Shu's intention in mixing it was good or bad. Each person has only one opportunity in their lifetime to taste the wine of this house. If you don't want to drink it, I can do it for you, Li Shu said with a smile. Li Shu was very willing to oblige. If Li Qingyi was okay with it, it would mean she would give her one chance to Li Shu, and he wouldn't be constrained by the Netherhouse's power, thus able to drink the wine. With the energy from this glass of wine, he might be able to directly advance to D level without having to deal with the trouble of handling the magic spirit embryo and the demon spirit ruby within his body. Li Qingyi looked straight into Li Shu's eyes and, after a moment, suddenly smiled with pursed lips. She picked up the wine glass and began to taste it carefully. She didn't sense any malice from Li Shu, but that wasn't the main reason she decided to drink the wine. The main reason she dared to drink it lay in her own strength. Even if it were a cup of poison, Li Qingyi had the confidence to control any toxins. Upon tasting the moonlight, Li Qingyi was surprised. She felt a gentle energy like a flowing stream entering her body, making her whole body feel submerged in a gentle stream. No, that gentleness was lighter and softer than water, resembling moonlight gaining a touch, flowing within her body and cleansing her of impurities. Unknowingly, Li Qingyi drank the entire glass of moonlight, and all the pores on her body seemed to open up, with a slight sweat oozing out. The sweat was somewhat yellow and seemed to carry a peculiar smell, which made Li Qingyi a bit embarrassed, but she didn't have time for embarrassment because she was more shocked at this moment. Her super spirit limit was actually rising. Even among super spirits, there were still differences in strength, with the main distinction being the super spirit limit. The higher the limit, the stronger one becomes after reaching super spirit. The super spirit limit is related to the primordial embryo quality of the symbiotic contract, its quality, as well as the trial taker's own primordial embryo quality and talent, with the standard for assessing the super spirit limit being a percentage. Generally, if a super spirit can't reach even 60% of the limit, it is considered substandard. If it barely reaches 60%, it is a normal super spirit. If it reaches or exceeds 80%, it is considered top-notch among super spirits. Currently, there aren't many trial takers in Chongsheng Tian whose super spirit limit can reach 90%, and Li Qingyi is one of them. After her super spirit limit reached 95%, Li Qingyi continued using large amounts of resources, but the limit never improved further. Li Qingyi always thought 95% was her maximum. Unexpectedly, after drinking this glass of moonlight, her long-dormant super spirit limit began to rise again. 38.3, Chapter 38.3, 79 Ruby Demon Spirit, 96%, 97%. It actually increased the limit by 2 points. Li Qingyi's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Before this, Li Qingyi had already used 3 Super Spirit Gemstones. The first Super Spirit Gemstone allowed her to undergo Super Spirit smoothly, with a Super Spirit limit of 1%. The second Super Spirit Gemstone was used when her Super Spirit limit reached 90% and could no longer be raised. The third Super Spirit Gemstone was applied when her Super Spirit limit reached 95% and growth stalled once more. Yet, the third Super Spirit Gemstone had no effect, leaving her limit at 95% without any increase since then. And now, just from drinking a glass of wine, her Super Spirit limit increased by 2 points, which she found hard to believe. Moreover, Li Qingyi could feel that the glass of wine contained mixed energies of multiple attributes. Such strong multi-attribute energy did not conflict, but instead fortified her super spirit limit, which was unimaginable. What kind of wine is this? Li Qingyi asked Li Shu, her expression complicated. Moonlight, Li Shu replied as he cleaned up the bar tools. This isn't ordinary wine? Li Qingyi wanted to know not the name, but why this wine had such potent effects. Of course, it's not ordinary wine. This is a wine I specially mixed for you, Li Shu laughed. Li Qingyi paused and, after a while, smiled wryly. Can't you speak plainly? How am I not speaking plainly? In my view, this wine is quite ordinary. Apart from being specially mixed for you, there's nothing remarkable about it, Li Shu replied with a smile. Li Qingyi was speechless. Fine, if you say it's ordinary, then it's ordinary. Can you mix a wine of wind, fire, and thunder attributes from such ordinary wine? Li Qingyi asked. That might be a bit difficult, Li Shu mused. From the wine he opened so far, no demon spirit wine with wind, fire, and thunder attributes had been found, and without it, it obviously couldn't be mixed. I'll remember this favor for the wine, and I'll repay it someday, Li Qingyi said. You've already helped me before. Mixing wine for you is reasonable. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. Li Shu shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Could you help me mix a wine with wind, fire, and thunder attributes? Name your terms, Li Qingyi hurriedly asked. Li Shu said it was a bit difficult, but not impossible, which in her understanding meant it could be mixed, just with difficulty. I'm really sorry, it's not possible to mix now, Li Shu shook his head. Why not? If there's any difficulty, I may be able to help solve it. Li Qingyi urgently pressed, as this related to Bai Ying's ability to achieve super spirit. You can't help me, and even if I mix it, it won't matter. Here, each person can only drink 1 glass of wine. You've already had yours, you can't drink a second glass, Li Chu stated. It's not for me. Li Qingyi pondered. If possible, please mix a wind, fire, and thunder attribute wine for my friend. I'm willing to pay any price. If required, I can use super spirit gemstones to pay for the wine. Any terms will do? Li Qiu eyed Li Qingyi's athletic figure, contemplating. You, what do you want? Li Qingyi blushed, slightly angry, but still asked to avoid any misunderstanding. I want you, Li Qiu said. Unsavory, Li Qingyi turned away to leave, unwilling to engage with Li Qiu any further. To sign a contract with me, becoming the spokesperson for the Demon Spirit Tournament, what's unsavory about that? Li Qiu asked with a smile. Li Qingyi stopped in her tracks upon hearing this, realizing she might have misunderstood. Sorry, I thought you— Li Qingyi was momentarily unsure of how to respond. You thought I had intentions toward your body, right? Li Qiu smiled. I'm sorry, Li Qingyi felt somewhat ashamed. No need to apologize. What man doesn't like a beautiful woman? It's abnormal not to have thoughts, but a gentleman cherishes beauty in a proper way. I'm not interested in what's bought with money, Li Qiu shrugged. Li Qingyi was a bit dumbfounded. No one had ever spoken to her so openly, leaving her at a loss for words. Think it over. If you are willing to become the spokesperson for the Demon Spirit Tournament, we will need to sign a 3-year contract. The contract covers you and Blowing Snow Princess. Within these 3 years, you can't participate in any other Demon Spirit competitions except for the City of Light tournament, and you'll need to cooperate with us on promotional ads and so on. I'll have someone prepare a contract with all the details for you to review, Li Qiu said. I'll think about it. Li Qingyi cast a complicated glance at Li Qiu and then left the Nether House. After leaving Black Death City and returning to her residence, Bai Ying asked curiously, Why are you back so late? Li Qingyi recounted what had happened with Li Qiu today, as it was related to whether Bai Ying could achieve super spirit. She didn't hold anything back. Is that wine really so magical? Could he be a fraud? Bai Ying couldn't believe it and asked. I've already verified it myself. A single glass increased my super spirit limit by 2 points. You should know what those 2 points mean to me. There's no faking this, Li Qingyi explained. 38.4, Chapter 38.4, 79 Ruby Demon Spirit 2. Last time he said he'd treat us to a drink. Surely it wasn't this kind of wine, right? Bai Ying felt a bit regretful. Had she known, she might have resolved her own problems by agreeing to Li Qiu's offer last time. Probably was. Li Qingyi nodded. Something's off, Bai Ying suddenly said. What's off? There's nothing wrong with his wine. I've already tried it. Li Qingyi responded. I'm not talking about the wine. I'm talking about you. There's something odd about you. Why do I feel like you're acting strange? Bai Ying scrutinized Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi was startled and quickly said, What's wrong with me? You're the one acting weird. There's definitely something wrong. You're not as calm as usual. Your demeanor is quite different from your usual self. Be honest. Besides the conditions you mentioned earlier, did the Lord of Light City propose any other terms? Bai Ying pressed. No, there really isn't. Li Qingyi shook her head hurriedly. There's definitely an issue. Did he have any ulterior motives? Any designs on you? All men are the same. Make sure you don't agree to any shameless conditions for my sake? Bai Ying grew more suspicious. There really wasn't, he said. A gentleman cherishes beauty lawfully and has no interest in what's bought with money. Bai Ying knew her too well. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Li Qingyi had no choice but to repeat what Li Qiu had said. That bastard, talking about freeloading so self-righteously. Bai Ying gritted her teeth as she listened. What freeloading? You've lost your mind, talking nonsense. Li Qingyi's face flushed bright red. Bai Ying realized her words were problematic and laughed. I didn't mean you're that. I meant, in any case, that scoundrel Lord of Light City is not a good person. Don't bother with him. I don't think he can produce a drink with 3 attributes. He just wants something for nothing. But what if he actually can? Li Qingyi questioned. No matter what, don't agree to his conditions. The daughter of the president of the Longevity Guild selling herself as a spokesperson for 3 years, imagine how that would look, Bai Ying advised. It's not selling oneself, just taking some promotional photos and videos, which can get you a chance at super spirit. That's nothing, Li Qingyi said. You're naive. The Lord of Light City is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who knows where he'll take those photos? You're a tempting little lamb. Every man wants a piece. Don't let the wolf catch you. Bai Ying quickly added. Li Qingyi laughed softly. Who's the lamb and who's the wolf isn't certain yet. Li Qingyi initially thought Li Qiu would contact her today, but even by evening, Li Qiu had neither called nor sent any messages. Li Qiu had no time to contact Li Qingyi as he was preparing for his advancement to D-level. In the room, the Starlight Ruby was pinched between Li Qiu's fingers. His eyes turned eerily white, and a faint white light glowed from his brow. The Demon Spirit Gemstone is essentially a result of humans with extremely strong spiritual senses who, in specific environments, completed the Seed Spirit technique at the moment of death, merging their spiritual sense with the gemstone to form a new life form, the Gem Demon Spirit. If Li Qiu hadn't learned the Seed Spirit technique from the Unparalleled King, he wouldn't have understood it at all. But now that he understood its principles, things were much easier. Since the Demon Spirit Gemstone can devour each other's energy, Li Qiu just needed to strengthen the Gem Spirit within the Starlight Ruby and then swallow the Starlight Ruby into his body, turning himself into a goo insect jar where they could mutually devour each other's energy, solving the issue. Li Qiu pressed the Starlight Ruby against his forehead, allowing his nearly tangible spiritual sense to flow into the Starlight Ruby strand by strand. This was the result of Li Shu's flexible application of the seed spirit technique, directly planting his spiritual power into the starlight ruby to consume, assimilate, and enhance the gem spirit within. Only Li Shu could use this method, as there was currently no other being in the world whose spiritual sense could cross that threshold to such a degree. Not to mention an ordinary person's spiritual sense, even a magic armor master's spiritual sense couldn't be strong enough to extend beyond the body and permeate objects. Li Shu stood there expressionlessly, sensing his spiritual sense penetrating the starlight ruby and being absorbed by the gem spirit inside. After his spiritual sense invaded the starlight ruby, Li Shu could clearly sense the presence of the internal gem spirit. Though he could only sense its existence and not discern what kind of gem spirit it was, judging from its will's strength, it was likely a very powerful gem spirit. Li Shu continuously sent his spiritual sense into the gem spirit, allowing it to absorb and strengthen itself. What Li Shu was doing was akin to diluting stock ownership. The gem spirit was originally 100% in control, but after assimilating an amount of spiritual sense comparable to itself, its ownership was diluted to 50%. Given the immense strength of Li Shu's spiritual force, he could infuse it with double, triple, or even 10 times the amount, and gradually the gem spirit became his puppet, with Li Shu becoming the actual controller of the gem spirit. Not having fully controlled the demon spirit gemstone, Li Shu set the starlight ruby aside and stopped crossing the line to return to normal. 38.5, Chapter 38.5, 79 Ruby Demon Spirit 3. Looking at the starlight ruby, Li Shu smiled wryly and murmured to himself, I originally thought of using my spiritual sense and seed spirit technique to transform ordinary gemstones into demon spirit gemstones, but now it seems impossible. It turns out that seed spirit technique requires not only spiritual sense but something else. If my spiritual sense completely occupied and assimilated the ruby demon spirit, the ruby demon spirit would be useless. Li Shu sensed this issue, so he stopped midway, not letting his spiritual sense fully replace the ruby demon spirit. Otherwise, this starlight ruby would crack. Although unable to fully control the demon spirit within the starlight ruby, it absorbed some of Li Shu's spiritual sense, creating a special bond with him, allowing Li Shu to influence it through his spiritual sense, which was sufficient. This was somewhat similar to the advice given by the unparalleled king. However, Li Shu didn't need to sacrifice others' lives, only some spiritual sense. Glancing at the starlight ruby in his hand, Li Shu swallowed it directly. Inside the starlight ruby, with Li Shu's spiritual sense, he could sense something immediately surrounded it from all sides when the starlight ruby entered his body. That thing was like a super powerful vacuum, frantically extracting something from the starlight ruby. Strangely, the extracted thing was neither the energy nor the soul of the ruby demon spirit. Li Shu couldn't figure out what was being extracted, but he could roughly judge that it might be the demon spirit embryo doing this. As the substance was extracted, the starlight ruby gradually melted into a liquid form. Once that substance was completely drawn out, the now liquid starlight ruby began to solidify again, permeating Li Shu's body, drifting towards his fingers. Li Shu knew this should be the process of transforming the demon spirit gemstone into the demon spirit ring. Oddly, the previous ruby demon spirit had not appeared. The situation was different from Li Shu's expectations. It seemed the demon spirit embryo did not clash with that ruby demon spirit. Just as Li Shu was puzzled, he suddenly felt something entangling the liquid starlight ruby. Li Shu sensed a fiercely ruthless consciousness frantically entangling and devouring the starlight ruby. He immediately realized this must be the previous demon spirit ruby, which had long been drained by the demon spirit embryo, becoming liquid. For some unknown reason, it didn't continue to transform into a demon spirit ring after liquefying but hid dispersedly in his body, so it couldn't be found. Now, tempted by the starlight ruby, it couldn't hold back any longer, emerging to devour the starlight ruby and the demon spirit within. Fortunately, the starlight ruby demon spirit had Li Shu's spiritual sense support. The demon spirit within wasn't helpless. The two ruby demon spirits frantically entangled and devoured each other within Li Shu's body, soon surprising him as the starlight ruby demon spirit couldn't resist the ruby demon spirit, such a formidable demon spirit. Li Shu couldn't afford to observe anymore and immediately summoned the evil spirit token and forbidden spear. On the table were two small piles of gemstones, one pure sapphires, one half rubies, half sapphires. Li Shu placed the forbidden spear on the sapphire pile and the evil spirit token on the half ruby, half sapphire pile. The forbidden spear and evil spirit token immediately emitted light, and the energy in the gemstones rapidly flowed into the two symbiotic contracts. The red masked figure on the front and the blue masked figure on the back of the evil spirit token both lit up. After absorbing the sapphire's energy, the blood pattern on the forbidden spear changed from red to blue, strengthening the glow on the two symbiotic contracts. Hurry up! Li Shu felt the starlight ruby demon spirit within his body was increasingly overwhelmed, almost completely consumed, feeling urgent inside. Now, he had no other method. The starlight ruby couldn't withstand much spiritual sense. If more was added, perhaps it could eliminate the ruby demon spirit, but now it could only barely hold on, unable to endure for long. Crack, crack. The energy-absorbed rubies and sapphires shattered one by one, while the glow on the symbiotic contracts grew stronger, making the forbidden spear and evil spirit token tremble. Li Shu could feel they were about to break through. Boom. The gemstones below the two symbiotic contracts suddenly exploded, and the forbidden spear and evil spirit token transformed into streaks of light, returning to Li Shu's body. Li Shu was overjoyed. The forbidden spear and evil spirit token released energy within his body, fortifying it, signaling a promotion. However, soon after, Li Shu suddenly felt the energy released by the symbiotic contracts was sucked away. Damn it! Li Shu's expression slightly changed. The Starlight Ruby Demon Spirit could no longer be sensed, likely completely devoured by the Ruby Demon Spirit. Now, the Ruby Demon Spirit was absorbing the energy released by the symbiotic contracts, clearly the culprit preventing him from advancing to D level. Although Li Shu knew what was happening, he was powerless to stop it, only watching as the energy was depleted without any means to intervene. With the energy absorbed, Li Shu also lost the chance to advance to D level. As he lamented, he unexpectedly felt something surging towards his finger. Crystalline blood-red liquid seeped from the skin, coalescing on the finger, gradually forming into a ring shape. Just different from previous demon spirit rings, which were pure circles without protrusions or indentations, nor any decoration. But this demon spirit ring resembled a gem set ring, the protruding gem on the band not being set but integrated with the band, like a blood-red crystal sculpture. On the gemstone, there was a star-shaped pattern like the Starlight Ruby, but the star lines were blood-red. 38.6. Chapter 38.6, 180, The Bride to Be Under, The Starry Sky. Li Shu hadn't had the chance to sense the demon spirit ring's spirit information when he suddenly felt an earth-shattering change within his body. A thread of light began to ignite within his body, as if every cell was set ablaze, emitting transparent light. I've ascended. Li Shu felt the ups and downs of life intensely. Moments ago, he feared his efforts were wasted, yet the ruby turned into a demon spirit ring, allowing him to successfully ascend to D level. The energies from the two symbiotic contracts were continuously erupting, resonating with Li Shu's own energy, propelling him and the two symbiotic contracts through a transformation. After the transformation process for his body and the symbiotic contracts was completed, both Li Shu and the symbiotic contracts ascended to D level. Li Shu, Trial Taker, Quality, Aurora. Primordial Embryo Quality, 2-1, Level, D symbiotic contracts, Evil Spirit Token, Forbidden Spear. Talent Skills, Ultimate Light 20%, Twin Souls, Dual Change. The Seventh Great Taboo. No Killing, the Seventh Great Taboo Immortality, Evil Spirit Token, Symbiotic Contract. Quality, Radiant. Primordial Embryo Quality, 2-1, Level, D, Talent Skill, Twin Souls, Dual Change, N, Forbidden Spear, Symbiotic Contract, Quality, Radiant. Primordial Embryo Quality, 2-1, Level, D, Talent Skills, the Seventh Great Taboo, No Killing, the Seventh Great Taboo No Killing, the Seventh Great Taboo Immortality. Li Shu studied for a while, noticing that only the Forbidden Spear appeared normal, gaining a new talent skill with the level Ascension. His own Ultimate Light did not gain new talent skills upon Ascension, only a percentage was added behind it. Post-Ascension, the Evil Spirit Token also did not gain any new talent skills. The original Twin Souls talent skill had a dual change annotation added behind it. Li Shu was unclear about what the Ultimate Light percentage meant, as the information did not provide any explanation. However, the Twin Souls annotation Dual Change for the Evil Spirit Token surprised Li Shu. With a thought, Li Shu summoned the Forbidden Spear into his right hand, perceiving no significant difference except for blood-red patterns spreading across its jade-white bone-like shaft. With the motion of his left hand, another Forbidden Spear appeared, eerily similar to the one in his right hand, though its patterns were blue. This dual change ability of the Evil Spirit Token allows it to transform into the likeness of another symbiotic contract, not just in appearance, but possessing all abilities of the Forbidden Spear. The Forbidden Spear had a new Undying Bullet ability beside the No-Killing Bullet, which made for interesting reading. The Seventh Great Taboo Immortality. The Undying Bullet can convert energy to repair damaged matter. Convert energy to repair damaged matter, so basically heal wounds? Li Shu felt the trajectory of this symbiotic contract was off. He did not intend to become a healer like Chu Jun. Can't you give me a skill with some destructive power? Li Shu exclaimed, feeling speechless. Without testing the Undying Bullet's ability, Li Shu proceeded to investigate the newly acquired spirit further. Bride to Be Under the Starry Sky, Spirit. Level, E-Level. Quality, Aurora. Primordial Embryo. Quality, 1. Talent Skill, Wedding Dress. Aurora, Li Shu, was dumbfounded. Besides himself, this was the first creature he saw with Aurora quality. Despite the attributes seeming excellent, the E-Level creature bearing talent skills, only the Black Death Demon King possessed such a trait. Yet the talent skill, Wedding Dress, puzzled Li Shu as to its purpose. The Bride to Be Under the Starry Sky was summoned forth. The demon spirit ring in his hand flashed red before disappearing. Huss, band, a eerie feminine voice, seemingly originating from the nether realm, echoed ethereally. Li Shu's eyes widened in horror, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. In front of him floated a red-robed ghostly bride, her hair unkempt, suspended in midair with her arms and legs eerily drooping, her head lowered with long black hair cascading like a waterfall shrouding her face, much like Sadako. Oh, come on, that's not a bride-to-be, that's Sadako ready for marriage. Li Shu felt his scalp tingle, having such a thing float before him, calling to him as a husband. It gave Li Shu an illusion that a ghostly bride intended to drag him into hell to be a ghostly couple. Though her appearance leaves much to be desired, maybe her combat strength is impressive. Spirits may have imposing battle abilities despite their appearance. This is an extraordinary Aurora spirit. Its battle capabilities must be overwhelming. Li Shu comforted himself. Li Shu resolved to test her prowess by combating spirits, deciding to recall the bride-to-be and heading to the trial gate afterwards. Where are you heading? Chujun was just returning home when he ran into Li Shu about to leave. Seeing Chujun, Li Shu suddenly brightened, smiling as he said, I'm off to Black Death City to hunt spirits. Care to join? Sure, but it depends on your luck in randomly receiving an entry ticket. Chujun chuckled. Do you have a trial badge? Li Shu inquired. I do, but without randomly obtaining the entry ticket, a trial badge is useless, Chujun replied. As long as you're willing to use the trial badge, I'll ensure the entry ticket is taken care of. A brighter smile blossomed on Li Shu's face. 38-7, Chapter 38-7, 80 The Bride, to be under the starry sky. 2. The trial badge is definitely not a problem, but how are you going to get the entrance ticket? Chujun asked with some confusion. Just follow me. Li Shu took Chujun to the trial gate and then mimicked Li Qingyi's actions, having Chujun insert the trial badge. If it doesn't work once, try again. His luck was quite different, and by the fourth trial badge, the light pattern on the door displayed that special form. All right, let's go in, Li Shu said as he walked in first. Chujun followed him in, still half doubting. After passing through the dark maze, the reward indeed included an entrance ticket. No way, that works too? How did you manage that? Is there some trick to it? Teach me quickly. Chujun's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Shu didn't keep it a secret and told Chujun how to identify the entrance ticket. So that's how it's done. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time grinding for entrance tickets, Chujun said. Li Shu thought to himself, this trick is only for you rich guys. Who else would be willing to play like that? The two arrived at Black Death City, seeing no one else inside. It seemed that even if ordinary trial takers randomly got an entrance ticket, they wouldn't choose to use it. Even if someone chose it, it's no good if they can't afford the contract. But as more trial takers come along, surely more and more people will enter Black Death City, and by then, it will be bustling. After the Black Death demon appeared, Chujun was about to summon his demon spirit to fight, but Li Shu stopped him. Don't rush. I recently got a new demon spirit. Let me try out its abilities first. Another new demon spirit? How'd you get so lucky? Where did you get so many demon spirits? Chujun was full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Li Shu ignored him and summoned the bride-to-be. Husband. As soon as the bride-to-be appeared, she let out a chilling call. This startled Chujun. Whoa, what is this thing? How'd you get a Sadako, and why doesn't this thing have any light? Is it an ordinary demon spirit? Ordinary demon spirit? What are you looking at? Don't be fooled by her looks. Her fighting power is definitely beyond your imagination, Li Shu said with a smirk. That strong? I don't see it. Chujun looked left and right, unable to see anything impressive about the bride-to-be. Without a flowing light pattern, she just seemed like a Sadako in red, floating and looking a bit formidable, but nothing else stood out. Do you know what it means to play the pig to eat the tiger? Do you know what it means to hide one's light under a bushel? I'm telling you, read more books. You can't judge a demon spirit by its appearance. You have to appreciate its depth, Li Shu said with a smile. As the Black Death demon approached, Li Shu immediately ordered the bride-to-be to engage. Li Shu was quite expectant of the bride-to-be. Although she looked a bit scary, as long as her fighting power was sufficient, nothing else mattered. Being the only Aurora demon spirit, Li Shu planned to prioritize her training when resources became available. As the Black Death demon charged forward, the bride-to-be, having received the battle command, didn't seem to react. But seeing her calm and unmoving demeanor, she must be waiting for the Black Death demon to get close and then defeat the enemy in one strike. How is she going to attack? Will she grab the Black Death demon's neck with one hand and twist it, or open her mouth wide, impossibly wide, revealing sharp teeth and biting off the Black Death demon's head? Li Shu was calculating in his mind when he suddenly saw the bride-to-be move. The bride-to-be's figure flickered and vanished immediately. Chujun and Li Shu were both startled by her speed. Their eyes widened, looking at the Black Death demon, eager to see how she would take it down. But they didn't see any trace of the bride-to-be near the Black Death demon, finding it strange how she suddenly disappeared. The bride-to-be has invisibility ability? That's a nice skill. It's practically a cheat, Li Shu thought with joy. Suddenly, a spooky woman's voice came from behind Li Shu. This humble one is a bride-to-be, dares not let others touch her besides her husband. Please, husband, decide. What the hell? You're a demon spirit, aren't you supposed to? Make me fight the demon spirit. What good are you then? Li Shu was so frustrated he could almost spit blood but swallowed it back down, almost choking on the spot. Chujun was laughing so hard to the side. Between laughs, he gave a thumbs up and said, so strong, so profound, so cultured, truly hidden under a bushel. Li Shu was helpless. He recalled the bride-to-be and summoned the Jedi Knight, who went on a rampage, dealing with all the Black Death demons that appeared. Haha, Li Shu, your demon spirit sure is something. Not only can it speak, but it also uses classical Chinese. It's indeed powerful, but you shouldn't test it in the Black Death City, you ought to test it at home. But I have a word of advice for you, my brother. Be mindful of the differences between humans and demons. Take care of yourself, Chujun said with a smile, patting Li Shu on the shoulder. Li Shu snorted coldly and replied nonchalantly, you can handle those mechanical skeletons outside the city later. No problem, you take good care of your bride-to-be. Leave this small matter to me. Chujun laughed. 38.8, Chapter 38.8, 18, The Bride, to be under the starry sky. 3, you're too slow, let me help you. After cleaning up the Black Death demon, the two of them reached outside the city. Chujun was leading his spirit to kill the mechanical skeletons when Li Shu suddenly pulled out the Fire Lotus sword behind him and unintentionally slashed Chujun's buttocks. Ah! Chujun screamed miserably, turned around and saw Li Shu holding the blood-stained Fire Lotus sword in his hand, angrily saying, what are you doing? Sorry, I wanted to draw my sword to help, but didn't expect you to be too close to me, causing the Fire Lotus sword to accidentally hit you. It's okay, I'll heal you. Li Shu quickly summoned the forbidden spear. Oh come on, you're really ruthless. Just because I mocked you a little. You used the sword to cut my flesh, and now you want to shoot me with a gun? Are you even human, beast? Seeing Li Shu aiming a gun at him, Chujun was startled and turned to run. Bang! His speed was nowhere near bullet speed. Li Shu pulled the trigger, and a bullet immediately entered the wound on his buttocks. Ah, Li Shu, you bastard! Chujun screamed and turned back to fight with Li Shu. Don't rush, I'm healing you. Li Shu said while running, heal your ass, who the hell heals a wound with a bullet? Chujun chased from behind. Feel your wound, see if it's still there. Li Shu ran and explained, feel your ass. That long wound got shot, how could it not be? Chujun instinctively felt his wound. First, cautiously, then more strongly, astonished there wasn't a wound. The tight clothing split, revealing tender skin where there was no trace of a wound. Hey, how is the wound gone? Chujun asked in surprise, stopping. I've upgraded to D rank and acquired a new talent skill that can heal wounds. How do you like the effect? Li Shu quickly asked. Your ass. You tested skills on me. Why don't you test them on yourself? Chujun gritted his teeth. I fear pain, Li Shu replied earnestly. You fear pain? Do I not fear pain? Chujun wished he could slap Li Shu to death. You have the White Lotus. Even if my skill had no effect, your White Lotus can heal timely, and I wasn't too harsh. Just surface wounds. Li Shu smiled. Not too harsh, huh? Chujun's eye twitched, pulled out a black umbrella, and stabbed towards Li Shu. I didn't see the skill effect clearly earlier. My hand is also light. Let's try again. The 4-2 match had no standing tickets available on the day. The crowd was still as large as yesterday. The online viewers numbered over 10 million, terrifyingly, and some watched through TV. The first match today was Black Death Demon King versus Rockman. The second was Snow Maiden versus Ah-Fei's Black Death Demon. Black Death Demon King and Rockman entered, immediately drawing cheers. As the match began, Rockman suddenly accelerated, crazily running towards the Black Death Demon King. His speed was astonishing, and when he was only a dozen meters away from Black Death Demon King, he leapt like a meteor striking Black Death Demon King. The crash was quick and vicious, arriving face to face with Black Death Demon King in an instant, leaving no room for Black Death Demon King to react. Everyone immediately understood. Rockman's tactic was clear to deny Black Death Demon King the chance to summon allies before finishing the fight. No doubt a great strategy. As a summoner-type spirit, fighting skill is certainly inferior to Rockman. If you can't summon little allies, your combat power would greatly diminish, becoming easy to handle. It's indeed capturing the thief by capturing the king first. Rockman's master is apparently very lucid. Facing Rockman's meteor-like dive, Black Death Demon King did not dodge but roared to the sky. A halo appeared beneath and punched Rockman's head unflinchingly. Bang! A loud bang. Rockman was forced back several steps by Black Death Demon's punch, still dazed and unsteady. Although Rockman was S-rank, the quality differs too much. Primordial Embryo quality hadn't maxed, and his skill was singular, unlike the max-skilled A-rank Black Death Demon King. Black Death Demon King didn't summon allies, and directly unleashed a series of relentless punches. Black flaming heavy fists crashed upon, smashing into Rockman's head and chest, forcing Rockman back repeatedly, unable to counter. Bang! The final face-targeting punch sent Rockman sliding several meters sitting down. No suspense, Rockman's master recalled him directly, and Black Death Demon King cleanly clinched this match. I thought Black Death Demon King's skill was summoning allies. Didn't expect himself to be so fierce, truly mighty. Haha, Rockman, hit a block of iron. Imagination is beautiful, the reality is harsh. Rockman's tactics were sound, but the opponent is too strong. I'm looking forward to Black Death Demon King versus Snow Maiden now. Oh, I still want to see Jedi Knight and Snow Maiden duel. Restore Jedi Knight for me. Amid spectators' discussions, the second match began. Snow Maiden defeated Black Death Demon without suspense and secured a spot in the finals. After today's match ended, anticipation for tomorrow's ultimate battle began. Many felt some unfinished business. Numerous debates spark about whether Black Death Demon King or Snow Maiden is stronger. Some even organized underground betting. Some actually think Black Death Demon King can win, truly visionless. Black Death Demon King is only A rank. How could he beat the S rank Snow Maiden? Bai Ying noticed online opinions supporting Black Death Demon King and muttered, pouting. 38.9, Chapter 38.9, AT1, Snowstorm Princess Li Qingyi's phone suddenly rang. When she picked it up, she saw an unfamiliar number. She immediately realized that it might be Li Qiu calling. There are only a few people who know her phone number, and she has already noted them down. Other than recently telling Li Qiu her number, there shouldn't be anyone else calling this number. Hello, who is this? Li Qingyi answered the call, pretending not to know. It's Li Qiu. How's the consideration about signing the endorsement contract? I hope you can give me an answer tonight. Li Qiu said directly. Why tonight? Li Qingyi frowned slightly. Tomorrow is the finals, and I want to know your decision before that. Li Qiu spoke very frankly. Li Qingyi immediately understood Li Qiu's meaning. You're saying that if I agree to be the spokesperson for the Demon Spirit Championship, then Jingshu Princess will win tomorrow. If I don't agree, she'll lose tomorrow, right? As a friend, I really want Jingshu Princess to win, Li Qiu replied. So, if we are not friends, Jingshu Princess can't win, right? Li Qingyi said somewhat disappointedly. Originally, she thought that Li Qiu, who could take such a big risk to push the demon spirits and trial takers onto the world stage, must be a person with ideals, ambitions, and principles. But she didn't expect Li Qiu to be no different from those she had met before. Everything was just for his own gain. As a city lord, I have to be responsible for the City of Light. Since you're so confident in Black Death Demon King, how about we make a bet? Li Qingyi said quietly. What do you want to bet on? Li Qiu asked. If Black Death Demon King can beat my Xingshui Princess, I can be the spokesperson for the Demon Spirit Championship for 3 years for free. If my Xingshui Princess wins, I won't do the endorsement. You need to prepare a drink with the 3 attributes of wind, fire, and thunder for my friend. Li Qingyi said. Okay, it's a deal. I'll have someone bring you the contract. Li Qiu directly hung up the call. Li Qingyi put down her phone, feeling inexplicably down. What's wrong? Bai Ying, wrapped in a towel after taking a bath, came out and asked puzzled when she saw Li Qingyi's unhappy expression. Li Qingyi recounted her agreement with Li Qiu, and Bai Ying laughed after hearing it. This is good news. That Li Qiu is overly arrogant, thinking summoning a demon spirit makes him unbeatable. Let Xingshui Princess teach him a lesson tomorrow. Li Qingyi nodded, although she also thought it was good news, but for some reason she just couldn't feel happy about it. Li Qiu was happy, indeed. Making a drink with the attributes of wind, fire, and thunder is quite troublesome. Not having to mix drinks and also not needing Li Qingyi and Xingshui Princess as his spokesperson is great. Having beautiful women and stunning demon spirits as spokespeople greatly helps in promoting the Demon Spirit Championship. The only downside is, if Xingshui Princess can win the championship and then become the spokesperson, that would be even better. With Xingshui Princess's strength, she indeed has the qualification to win the championship. She is an S-level Radiant Demon Spirit, while Black Death Demon King is A-level, which is a slight disadvantage. For this kind of entertainment-based competition, Li Qiu doesn't care at all about winning or losing. If Li Qingyi agrees to be the spokesperson, he'll let Black Death Demon King fight normally against her. If Xingshui Princess can win, then she wins. If she still can't win like that, then it's her own lack of capability. Now, even though the competition is still fair, Li Qiu plans to let Black Death Demon King wear a gentleman's hat when he enters. When the competition started the next day, many people had already arrived early, and all major live streaming channels were exceptionally crowded. Originally, some not-so-famous small streamers recently crazily gained followers because of streaming the Demon Spirit Championship. Right now, Meng Xiaotian is experiencing pain and happiness. He really hopes the Demon Spirit Championship isn't so successful, but he is now a truly millions-follower streamer, all thanks to the Demon Spirit Championship. His feelings towards it are particularly complicated. Today is the last day of the Demon Spirit Championship matches, where the champions and runners-up will be decided. Meng Xiaotian explained weakly. Because of the conflicting feelings, his commentary turns out so weak, making him seem a bit gloomy. This gloominess has unexpectedly become his unique style, attracting plenty of followers distinct from the passionate streamers. Xiaotian, make a prediction. Who will win, Xingshui Princess or Black Death Demon King? It has to be Xingshui Princess, definitely. Black Death Demon King is unbeatable. From a professional standpoint, a king will have many princesses. Of course, the king is the stronger one. What sort of professional standpoint is that? While watching the comments, Meng Xiaotian said, there's probably no suspense. Xingshui Princess is clearly a higher level. Did you hear that? Xiaotian says Xingshui Princess is bound to win. Haha, you must be new here, right? If Xiaotian says Xingshui Princess is bound to win, then it's definitely Black Death Demon King that will win. You don't know Xiaotian is 24K pure black from the City of Light, huh? Various comments flew everywhere, saying all sorts of things. When the match time arrived, under the gaze of thousands, Jingshui Princess and Black Death Demon King simultaneously emerged from the entrance portals on either side of the arena. In the beginning, there was a thunderous cheer, but once people saw Black Death Demon King's appearance clearly, many started exclaiming strangely. 3090, Chapter 390, 81, Blizzard Princess 2. Whoa, what's happening here? Why is the Black Death Demon King wearing a green hat in the arena? Buddy, you don't get it, do you? The green hat holds the field. Enemies die while I suffer. The Lord of Light City is a tough one, even pulling out this ancient curse technique that kills 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of its own. This battle is a sure win. Haha, don't say that. The hat design is quite unique. You guys know nothing. That green hat is obviously a divine artifact, with 100% berserk bonus. I'm dying laughing. City of Light sure knows how to cause trouble. Whether the Black Death Demon King wins or not, this hat is definitely going down in history. Look at that, the green halo around the hat, doesn't it look like an angel's halo, a proper green-hatted angel? The stands erupted in laughter, but Bai Ying and Li Qingyi exchanged a glance. They could clearly see that the gentleman's hat was a contract, and it seemed to be of quite high quality. Judging by the brightness of the halo on the hat, it must at least be of radiant quality. As expected, there's a trick here. They actually used the contract on the demon spirit. Wonder what that hat's purpose is. Bai Ying pouted and said, but even with a contract, so what? The difference between a full-skilled, max-attribute Snow Princess and an A-class Black Death Demon King can't be bridged by a contract. Qingyi, show him the true power of Snow Princess. Li Qingyi nodded and fixed her gaze on the Black Death Demon King. Despite the gentleman's hat being a bit off color-wise, its design and color were indeed quite handsome, adding a touch of cool magnificence to the Black Death Demon's wicked terror. With Chu Jun's enthusiastic opening speech, the match officially began. The Black Death Demon King, without hesitation, summoned a group of his minions as halos engulfed in black flames appeared on the ground. One by one, Black Death demons emerged from the halos, seeming like evil spirits, their bodies shimmering with black light, exactly 50 of them. This was the first time since the competition started that the Black Death Demon King had summoned all his minions. So the Black Death Demon King can summon so many minions. Look at that fearsome aura. The Black Death Demon King is sure to win. The summoning skill of the Black Death Demon King is really insane, practically invincible at the same level. Amid people's chatter, the Black Death Demon King roared to the sky, activating the King's roar and death aura simultaneously. Double halos emerged beneath each Black Death Demon, making the Black Death Legion's aura even more fierce. It even adds double buffs. This is truly insane. Before people had time to comment, the Snow Princess, who had stood still for a while, finally moved. She slowly drew the rapier from its sheath. The rapier seemed sculpted from ice crystals, emitting cold breath, and its sharp light made everyone feel that their eyes were somewhat stung. In the next second, the Snow Princess burst into action. Wrapped in frost snow armor, her elegant figure exploded with unparalleled speed, charging into the Black Death Legion like a white phantom. The sword aura like frost, the sword glow like ice, streaks of sword light flashed, so fast that everyone's eyes could barely track its speed. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering constantly echoed as the sword glow struck the Black Death demons. The parts that were hit froze instantly, then shattered by the blade, sending fragmented ice flying along with severed limbs. The Snow Princess, like an invincible ice war goddess, charged back and forth through the Black Death Legion. Not a single Black Death demon could withstand even one blow from her sword. Beautiful, mysterious, cool, and violent, the Snow Princess was truly the perfect fusion of strength and beauty, the ultimate creation of violent aesthetics. People were dumbfounded. No one could resist wanting to own such a perfect demon spirit. Even Li Shu couldn't help but exclaim, the Snow Princess is truly the epitome of a perfect demon spirit compared to my own. One's a goddess, the other's a ghost, can't really compare. To have one Snow Princess in one's lifetime, one could wish for nothing more. She's simply on a whole different level. Those Black Death demons are like chives before the Snow Princess. She cuts them down at will. No suspense here, the gap is too wide. I've been hyping up the Black Death Demon King for so long, can't be just this? Come on, rise up, it's over, I've lost big this time, should have bet on Snow Princess to win. Now it seemed the Snow Princess was truly unbeatable, the Black Death Legion completely capitulating, merely sheep for slaughter. But after a while, people were amazed to discover that those Black Death demons whose limbs were severed soon had their limbs completely restored. Even those whose heads had been severed, their helmet-like heads restored amidst a cloud of black smoke. The Black Death Legion seemed like an immortal army, charging at the Snow Princess, dying and reviving over and over. No matter how the Snow Princess charged and killed, she always couldn't break free from the encirclement of the Black Death Legion. The Black Death Demon King stood alone at the back, watching coldly with no intention to join the fray. Ha ha ha, you like killing, don't you? Go ahead, my Black Death Legion doesn't mind. Doesn't the Black Death Demon King look quite cool wearing that hat? What were you panicking about earlier? I always knew. How could my great Black Death Demon King ever lose? Let her kill. Suddenly, several people who had previously been praising the Snow Princess switched sides. Such strong recovery ability, it really is troublesome. Bai Ying frowned and said, 39-1, Chapter 39-1, 81 Snow, Blowing Princess 3. Li Qingyi laughed. This makes it interesting. As soon as Li Qingyi finished speaking, the Snow Maiden in the arena suddenly leaped up, soaring to a height of over 10 meters, flipping upside down in the air. In the next second, the rapier in Snow Maiden's hand struck out wildly, sword lights descending like a torrential rain of blades. Bang, 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 bang. The sword lights pinned the Black Death demons to the ground, each one frozen into ice sculptures. In an instant, the entire Black Death army turned into an ice sculpture army, frozen in various poses in the arena, like an ice sculpture display. This Snow Maiden is really strong. Shachu was so stunned he almost drooled, looking as if he had polio. With such a demon spirit, that Qingyi's background must be extraordinary, Shachu reminded Li Shu. Li Shu nodded. He knew well that Qingyi's background was no simple matter. The person had already reached super spirit. How many trial takers in this world could achieve that? Even in the eternal heaven, there couldn't be too many super spirit trial takers. Probably only at the level of the 6 commanders could one achieve super spirit. Among regular and super members, it's rare to find even a few super spirits. Snow Maiden gracefully landed in the arena, walking directly through the ice sculpture like Black Death army, facing the Black Death Demon King. Seeing the powerful Snow Maiden, everyone thought the Black Death Demon King was doomed. However, the Black Death Demon King clearly didn't think so. His eyes flashed with black light, and black energy rose from him. This time, he did not roar to the sky, just coldly staring at the Snow Maiden with an increasingly chilling black glow. Crack. The shackles on the Black Death Demon King's hands and feet suddenly opened, with chains like black crystals falling to the ground. Crack, crack. The black ice on the frozen Black Death demons also began to crack, with ice chunks falling off along with the broken chains. Each Black Death demon, its glow rising like a devil climbing out of hell, turned to face the Snow Maiden. The Black Death demons, relieved of their seals by the king's pardon, had changed their auras. In the next second, each Black Death demon charged at the Snow Maiden with fury, while she raised her rapier again and her sword lights thrust out. Clang. One Black Death demon swung a chain at the sword light, which could not cut through the chain directly, causing the sword light aimed at the Black Death demon to deviate and fly past it. With the King's Roar, King's Pardon, Death Aura, and Demon Flame Death Chi skills combined, plus the enhancement of the Gentleman Hat, the combat power of an A-level Radiant Black Death Demon was not inferior to the skill-less state of Snow Maiden. 5 skills, Radiant Demon Spirit, how is that possible? Bai Ying was astonished. Even if Radiant Demon Spirits had a higher chance of awakening all their skills, not all could actually do so. Even if all skills awakened, how could an A-level Demon Spirit have 5 talent skills? Could it be that the Black Death Demon King used a Demon Spirit talent skill gem? Bai Ying speculated, seeing it as the only possibility. Yet, the appearance rate of a Demon Spirit talent skill gem was much rarer than a Demon Spirit ring. Getting one was akin to winning the lottery. Even Bai Ying had only seen them a few times on others, never owning one personally. Indeed, a strong demon spirit, but Snow Maiden will surely win this fight. Li Qingyi was full of confidence in Snow Maiden. In fact, until now, Snow Maiden had only used 2 skills. The S-level Snow Maiden had more than 2 skills, also possessing 5. Snow Maiden, surrounded by the Black Death army once again, illuminated with light patterns, her rapier emanating intense icy light. As the cold surged, moisture in the air condensed into snowflakes, drifting gently upwards. Snowflakes began to fall in the entire Demon Spirit arena. It's snowing. Those in the stands watching the drifting snowflakes felt chills and shivered involuntarily. The temperature, originally over 20 degrees, suddenly dropped, with people shivering slightly in their single-layer clothing. But no one was willing to leave the venue because of this battle. Looks like the arena's defense facilities are not perfect enough. The next construction phase needs more defensive measures. I'll have to talk with Lao Guan later to see if he has any good ideas, Li Shu mused. Inside the arena, the ground near Snow Maiden started freezing under the icy glow. Frost appeared on the Black Death demons, although they were not frozen as before. Their movements were much slower, and on the icy surface, it was easy for them to lose balance and slip. Snow Maiden held the rapier before her, exhaling a breath of cold air, which solidified onto the rapier, forming snowflake patterns within the ice crystal-like blade. The sword light blazed anew, and the Black Death demon blocking Snow Maiden was sliced in two by her rapier, as if cutting through tofu. Sword light like snow, winter is coming. The Snow Maiden advanced, killing 10 with each step, her sword light ravaging everything in its path, cutting down the Black Death demons in front of her effortlessly. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, none could withstand even one blow. What a powerful demon spirit! I wonder if my demigod Shauna will be this strong when it ascends to S level. Li Shu knew it was time for him to act. Otherwise, the Black Death Demon King alone might not be a match for the Snow Maiden. Li Shu, having let the Black Death Demon King fight on its own, finally took over command. The Snow Maiden's strength was beyond imagination. If only the gentleman level were higher, perhaps the Black Death Demon King could contend with Snow Maiden, but alas, the gentleman hat was only E level, providing limited enhancement. Or if the Black Death Demon King ascended to S level, it too could fight the Snow Maiden to the end. At the moment, it still fell short. Battles aren't only about strong demon spirits, Li Shu thought, and the Black Death Demon King roared skyward, activating talent skills once more. 39-2, Chapter 39-2, 82, 4 minutes controlled by the Death God. Under the final gentleman's enhancement, the effect of the Death Aura was greatly strengthened. One by one, the severed Black Death Demons stood up again, with dual halos appearing at their feet and demon flame death chi rising from their bodies as they walked out from the ice fragments. It's already too late. Li Qingyi smiled at the corner of her mouth, commanding Chiyuki to launch the final attack. Amidst the sky full of snowflakes, the Chiyuki sword swept across space like a white lightning bolt, piercing through the sky, stabbing into the chest of the Black Death Demon King. Frost immediately spread along the wound, as if about to freeze the Black Death Demon King's body within the ice. Chiyuki retracted the sword and gracefully twirled it, returning it to its sheath. Everyone thought the outcome was decided, and many in the stands started spontaneously chanting Chiyuki's name. But clearly, they celebrated too early. The Black Death Demon King shuddered, and the frost on its body shattered instantly, with broken ice falling all over the ground. Although Chiyuki's swordlight was strong, the death aura of the Black Death Demon King worked better on itself than on the Black Death Demons, so it wasn't easily harmed. As the Black Death Demon King reappeared, the Black Death Demon Legion once again launched a fierce attack, surrounding Chiyuki. This is practically an undying body. How long are we going to fight? The Black Death Demon King's ability is really monstrous. It's practically invincible. What are we afraid of? If it stands again, we'll kill it again. The Black Death Demon King's ability must have weaknesses. We just haven't found them yet. So what if the self-healing ability is strong? If they can't beat us, they can't beat us. In the end, Chiyuki will still slaughter them. But none of them noticed that this time the Black Death Demon Legion rushing forward was completely different from before. Their strength and speed didn't change, but their momentum and rhythm were different. If the earlier Black Death Demon Legion were just beasts fighting by instinct, the current Black Death Demon Legion truly resembled a well-trained elite army. 50 Black Death Demons formed up like soldiers, surrounding Chiyuki from 4 directions, then launched a very organized attack. Each Black Death Demon held a shackle in both hands, with black light flickering on the shackles, resembling black light chains. Each light chain swung like a whip from different directions toward Chiyuki. Chiyuki had to draw her sword once again, and the all-powerful Chiyuki sword slashed through the incoming light chains from different directions with lightning speed. However, no matter how fast her sword was, it couldn't cut through all of the light chains from every direction simultaneously, forcing her to quickly change positions to dodge those she couldn't cut in time. The waves of light chains rolled in incessantly and systematically, overwhelming Chiyuki, leaving her no choice but to slash and dodge. Li Qingyi frowned slightly, feeling the pressure and knowing this couldn't last. She commanded Chiyuki to break through, wanting to slay the Black Death Demons instead of getting tangled with the light chains. But the Black Death Demons were unexpectedly slick. Wherever Chiyuki charged, the Black Death Demons there would retreat and dodge, moving swiftly and nimbly, completely different from their previous fearless charges, like seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, the Black Death Demons in other directions took the opportunity to frantically whip the light chains from different angles towards Chiyuki, forcing her to either block or evade. Do they think they can trap Chiyuki like this? Li Qingyi had Chiyuki activate the Frost Domain again. Under the ice light's illumination, the ground quickly iced over, with frost and snow appearing on the Black Death Demons. The frozen power slowed the Black Death Demons' movements, and the icy ground made it difficult for them to stabilize their balance, causing them to even slip. Li Qingyi originally thought that in such an environment, Chiyuki could quickly smash the Black Death Demon Legion. But soon she was shocked to find that each Black Death Demon could perfectly control their balance and steps, even utilizing the characteristics of the ice, sliding and moving on the ice like skating experts. Even more terrifying, although the Black Death Demons' actions became slightly slower, they still coordinated perfectly. The 50 Black Death Demons acted as a single entity, utilizing the ice to even increase some movement speed. When the enemy advanced, they retreated. When the enemy retreated, they advanced. The crisscrossing light chains danced wildly, firmly trapping Chiyuki within. Chiyuki was like a powerful beast, but unfortunately trapped in an invisible net. No matter how much strength she had, it was useless, leaving both Chiyuki and Li Qingyi feeling extremely restrained. Clearly possessing overwhelming power, yet unable to unleash it, all the sword lights struck were dodged. The Black Death Demons seemed blessed by the god of dodging, evading Chiyuki's sword light again and again. Now, Chiyuki was like a trapped beast, brave but with her morale quickly waning. Li Shu, simultaneously commanding the Black Death Demon King and 50 Black Death Demons, could precisely direct each Black Death Demon. It was almost as if 50 Li Shus were fighting Chiyuki. Only someone with a spiritual sense as strong as Li Shu could achieve this. Otherwise, how could someone multitask to control so many Black Death demons at once? The more Li Qingyi fought, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes reddening. No matter how she commanded Chiyuki to unleash her power, she felt the strength had nowhere to go, tightly constrained by the surrounding Black Death demons. 39.3. Chapter 39.3 8T2 4 minutes controlled by the Death God 2. This feeling made Li Qingyi so depressed that she almost felt like vomiting blood, and even had the impulse to go all out, a fight to the death. But Li Qingyi knew very well in her heart that if she acted impulsively, Blowing Snow Princess would definitely die, but the net would certainly not be broken. Anger and impulsiveness solve nothing and only lead to unforgivable mistakes, so she could only endure and wait for the Black Death Demon Legion to make a mistake. She didn't believe that 50 Black Death Demons wouldn't have a single flaw. As long as she found one, she would have a chance to use Blowing Snow Princess's powerful abilities to break the deadlock. However, no matter how much Li Qingyi endured, those 50 Black Death Demons were like robots, showing not a trace of flaw, as if they were a precisely crafted machine composed of 50 Black Death Demons, each link seamlessly connected, never making a mistake. Qingyi, what are you doing? Quickly have Blowing Snow Princess use her skills to take down those Black Death Demons. Bai Ying obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and thought that if Blowing Snow Princess unleashed her powerful skills, they could resolve the current problem. Li Qingyi shook her head helplessly, saying nothing, because she didn't have the time or energy to explain to Bai Ying. She had to concentrate fully on dealing with the Black Death Army's attacks. Any slight mistake, and Blowing Snow Princess could fall into an unrecoverable abyss. The average spectators watched for entertainment, but those who truly understood found themselves on the verge of exploding. So strong, just too strong. A young trial taker stood up excitedly in the stands, staring intently at the battle in the arena. Young man, what are you excited about? Blowing Snow Princess hasn't even shown her power yet, it's just a stalemate at the moment. A nearby older gentleman said with a calm demeanor, thinking the young man had never seen anything remarkable before and questioning why he was getting excited over nothing. No, I'm not talking about Blowing Snow Princess, but the Black Death Demon King. No, not the Black Death Demon King, but the commander behind the Black Death Demon King, Lord of Light City. Really too strong, the young man said somewhat incoherently. Young man, what are you talking about? Isn't it the Black Death Demon King fighting? What's it got to do with Lord of Light City? And I don't see where the Black Death Demon King is so strong, it's just a stalemate. Blowing Snow Princess hasn't even unleashed her skills, the old man said in confusion. Power display? She no longer has a chance. Under the command of that Lord of Light City, the Black Death Demon Legion is like a carefully woven net, layer by layer tightens around Blowing Snow Princess. She's already defeated. The young man's eyes seemed to sparkle with light. Such command, no, this can't even be called command, it's pure manipulation. That person, he has already controlled everything. Like God manipulating fate, controlling everything, such a trial taker is practically a godlike existence. Is it like that? The old man took another look at the situation in the arena, but didn't think it was as extraordinary as the young man said. How could such a powerful person exist in the world? The young man no longer paid attention to him, just staring fixedly at the battle in the arena, utterly shocked. The fact was just as the young man said. Blowing Snow Princess had completely lost the chance of victory, continuously ensnared by that meticulously woven net. When the first light chain wrapped around Blowing Snow Princess's leg, she completely collapsed. Blowing Snow Princess had to cut the light chain from her foot, but this flaw triggered more chain reactions. Light chains continuously wrapped around Blowing Snow Princess's body. While she struggled to fend them off, more openings appeared. In the end, chains of light wrapped around her arms, legs, and body, pulling her limbs apart and suspending her in the air. Li Qingyi sighed deeply, knowing that continuing would only be self-humiliation, and simply recalled Blowing Snow Princess. Let's congratulate the Black Death Demon King for winning the first City of Light Demon Spirit competition. Chu Jun roared with passion. What's going on? Why does it feel like in the later part of the battle, Blowing Snow Princess didn't even put in any effort? Corruption. It must be corruption. Obviously, Blowing Snow Princess is so strong, but she barely struggled towards the end. Surely, Blowing Snow Princess's master was threatened by Lord of Light City. The Demon Spirit competition held in City of Light. Lord of Light City's Demon Spirit winning the championship. Who would believe that there's no corruption? The internet was awash with skepticism, and topics of conspiracy theories and corruption surged to trending. Until a Death God 4 Minutes video went viral, scattering all those prior conspiracy theories and corruption claims to pieces. Within the Death God 4 Minutes, multiple split-screen shots in detail explained the Black Death Demons' actions during the last 4 minutes of battle. After watching this video, the general public suddenly discovered the issue. The 50 Black Death Demons were all arranged so meticulously that even each step or turn seemed expertly coordinated. The video, step by step, deduced everything, leaving everyone dumbfounded. In such meticulous planning, Blowing Snow Princess had no other choice but to walk step by step towards defeat. Some people watched the video several times, trying to find another solution, but the result was the same. Blowing Snow Princess could only lose, with no other possibilities. Many even teamed up with one side as the Black Death Demon Legion and the other as Blowing Snow Princess to deduce, but even cross-confirming, they couldn't find any way for Blowing Snow Princess to achieve victory. 39.4 Chapter 39.4.82 The 4 Minutes Controlled by the Death God 3. This was simply like a chess endgame where one side was destined to win. No matter how the moves develop, as long as the normal procedure is followed, the one losing would definitely be Blowing Snow Princess. This sparked a craze of analysis over the battle, yet the more they studied, the more terrifying the manipulation of the Black Death Army appeared. The entire event was already clear. In the beginning, the Black Death Army was commanded by the Black Death Demon King, and when they were about to lose, the master of the Black Death Demon King officially intervened and began controlling the Black Death Army, leading to that 4 minutes of death godlike harvesting. This last 4-minute battle was gradually known as the 4 minutes controlled by the Death God, and many trial takers studying Demon Spirit Command would treat this video as a textbook for research. The Lord of Light City, Li Shu, and the Black Death Demon King thus gained widespread fame, almost becoming the synonymous figures of new era trial takers and demon spirits. Unexpectedly, Blowing Snow Princess's popularity was still higher than that of the Black Death Demon King. Some survey data showed that people generally believed Blowing Snow Princess was the strongest demon spirit. Although the Black Death Demon King was also quite powerful, compared to Blowing Snow Princess, he was still a notch inferior. He was able to win only because his master was stronger than the master of Blowing Snow Princess. Regardless, the first Demon Spirit competition in the City of Light became a historical milestone, akin to launching an unstoppable wave that swept across the world in a short time, providing a completely different perception of trial takers and demon spirits. Some ordinary people started planning how to become trial takers, rather than simply fearing the trial gate as before and dreading entering the trial ground. Of course, not fearing or being afraid doesn't mean seeking death. No one is foolish. Most would choose trials they have a chance to pass. The City of Light was evidently a very good choice, and many with some economic means hoped to head to the City of Light to become trial takers, as the trials there were considered the safest, and if they paid enough, there were specialized trial takers to guide newcomers, directly signing contracts guaranteeing safe passage through the trials. Moreover, one could spend money to buy talent gemstones and skill rings, even demon spirit rings, greatly enhancing safety, allowing even inexperienced ordinary people to safely pass the trials. Even ordinary people without financial power could spend a little to buy strategies, and with some intelligence and physical training, they could successfully pass. If unwilling to spend even this small amount, one could still find uploaded strategies and detailed explanations online, making it exceedingly simple. In this battle alone, the City of Light completely exploded in popularity. With the sudden rise of the City of Light and the Demon Spirit competitions, various forces saw the business opportunity, and since Eternal Heaven hadn't expressed opposition, it seemed there was no intent to stop it, so they began opening portions of the trial gates, and some started hosting various Demon Spirit competitions. In a very short span, what was originally quite unfamiliar to ordinary people, trial takers and demon spirits, seemed to become normal things around them. We successfully changed the world. Chujun didn't mind those imitating their demon spirit competitions, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, we changed the world, while simultaneously increasing our competitors. Li Shu chuckled. No matter, compared to the era we created, they are nothing. Chujun expressed indifferently. While Chujun could be indifferent, Li Shu couldn't ignore it. The City of Light needed to survive, and he needed substantial resources. Among the various demon spirit competitions sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, the City of Light didn't hold much advantage. With only one, they were the first. It would be nice if this place had a few more trial gates. Li Shu thought helplessly, but the nearby trial gates belonged mostly to Red Sand City and Guya City, giving them no chance to intervene. The only consolation was buying the Golden Gate before the Demon Spirit competition, as buying now would not be at the previous price. Nonetheless, Boss Chu didn't suffer losses. His investment had already recouped costs, especially his Aibo TV station, which saw ratings surpass Guye City's official TV station due to the Demon Spirit competition. Additionally, leveraging the broadcast of the Demon Spirit competition and running adverts had made several of his products local bestsellers, earning unknown profits with continuous future revenue. Sha Chu's departure exacerbated the manpower shortage in the City of Light, relying entirely on Archie and Chujun, even forcing Li Shu to begin working. Only now did Li Shu realize how much Sha Chu had done previously, feeling quite uneasy without Sha Chu. Sigh, wonder when Sha Chu will return. I can't be handling these matters every day. How will I find time to visit the trial grounds to enhance my primordial embryo quality? Li Shu was frustrated when the security reported that 2 lovely girls wished to see him. Li Shu knew it should be Qing Yi and Bai Ying, feeling cheerful. Leveraging Blowing Snow Princess's popularity, if another round of promotion could be done, the City of Light could again reap benefits. Sure enough, upon entering the reception room, Li Shu saw Bai Ying and Li Qingyi. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Li Qingyi, sharing your surname. Qing means teal, and Yi is the Yi from the beauty on the other side of the water. Li Qingyi smiled, extending her hand to Li Shu, seemingly unconcerned about blowing Snow Princess's recent defeat. Li Shu. Li Shu shook hands with Li Qingyi, her smooth skin and soft flesh without the roughness expected of a trial taker, making one reluctant to let go. Yet after a brief shake, Li Shu released his hand. City Lord, I've come to fulfill our agreement, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Li Qingyi hesitated to say. Go ahead. Li Shu could roughly guess what Li Qingyi wished to discuss. As a member of Eternal Heaven, Li Qingyi's identity was surely complex. Likely she didn't want to appear prominently before people. Additionally, there's the matter of the 3-attribute demon spirit wine, which Li Qingyi likely wouldn't easily give up. Li Shu listened quietly, waiting to see what Li Qingyi would say. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyi said nothing, directly placing an item onto the table in front of Li Shu. 39.5. Chapter 39.5, Unundered 83, Cullinan Diamond. This is, Li Shu looked at the box on the table, momentarily unable to understand what Li Qingyi meant. Li Qingyi opened the box, revealing a pear-shaped diamond appearing to be 4 or 5 carats in size. The color leaned towards transparency, with a faint hint of blue, looking extremely clear. Just at first glance of this diamond, Li Shu immediately felt a sense of hunger. This was clearly a demon spirit gemstone. This diamond is? Li Shu examined the diamond and asked. Have you heard of the Cullinan diamond? Li Qingyi slowly said. You mean the Star of Africa? Li Shu was somewhat surprised and examined the diamond again. While some might not have heard of the Cullinan diamond, mentioning the Star of Africa, few would not have heard of it. On the scepter of a certain ancient country, it is embedded with the so-called King of Diamonds, the world's second-largest diamond, the Star of Africa, weighing over 500 carats, an extremely rare giant diamond. Actually, the Star of Africa is one of the diamonds split from the Cullinan diamond. The Cullinan original weighed over 3,000 carats, cut into 9 large diamonds and 96 smaller ones, with a total weight of over 1,000 carats. The final product is about 1/3 of the original stone, consumed quite a lot. The Star of Africa is also known as Cullinan May, the largest and most famous of the 9 large diamonds set into the scepter. The smallest of the 9 large diamonds is over 4 carats, precisely pear-shaped, which matches perfectly with the diamond Li Qingyi brought. Correct, this is the smallest of the 9 large diamonds cut from the Cullinan. Li Qingyi nodded and said. Even if it's a Cullinan diamond, there's no difference between it and ordinary diamonds weighing over 4 carats not worth much, Li Shu tentatively said. What if it's a radiant demon spirit gemstone? Li Qingyi said. Are you sure it's a radiant demon spirit gemstone? Li Shu was somewhat astonished, although I can't be 100% sure, it's close enough. I've seen Cullinan W and WV. They all nurture radiant demon spirits. This smallest Cullinan WX hasn't been contracted yet, but being a Cullinan, the chance of nurturing radiant demon spirits is very high. You can choose to take a gamble. Of course, you can choose not to gamble and pretend I never brought it out. Li Qingyi smiled and said, Sounds quite tempting. Where did you get this diamond from? How do I know it's the real Cullinan X? Li Shu pondered. It's a birthday gift from my mother. She probably wouldn't deceive me, Li Qingyi said. Li Shu clicked his tongue inwardly, giving such a thing as a birthday gift. Li Qingyi's family must be extremely wealthy, likely not inferior to Chu Jun. What do you want? Li Shu was inclined to take a gamble, knowing at least that it's definitely a demon spirit gemstone. Even if not a Cullinan or without a radiant demon spirit, it wouldn't be a loss. Exchange it for a drink with wind, fire, and thunder attributes and redeem my 3-year bet, Li Qingyi said. I can't mix the drink right now. It'll take some time, Li Shu pondered. How long? Li Qingyi stared at Li Shu and asked. At most a year's time, Li Shu said with some confidence, because one of the drink formulations seems to have attributes like wind, fire, and thunder, but needs verification first, so Li Shu doesn't dare to directly promise. A year is too long. Can it be done in half a year? Li Qingyi frowned and asked. Okay, but your endorsement betting contract needs to continue, Li Shu said with a smile. Seeing Li Qingyi wanted to say more, Li Shu spoke immediately before she could. You won't have to show your face, this is my bottom line, otherwise take the diamond back. All right, deal. Li Qingyi's bottom line was to help Bai Ying get the drink with 3 attributes. If it really doesn't work, she'll have to accept the endorsement role. Since Li Shu compromised a bit, allowing her not to show her face, Li Qingyi was quite satisfied with this outcome. I'll keep the diamond. I'll notify you when the drink can be mixed. Since you're already here, you should take a promotional photo first. Li Shu smilingly picked up the box containing Cullinan Minex, directly storing it in the drawer. You've taken all the benefits without giving anything. Isn't this a bit unfair? We should exchange goods hand to hand, Bai Ying said discontentedly. If you don't trust me, the transaction can be cancelled. Li Shu took out the box and pushed it back towards them. I trust you, but according to the agreement, within 3 years I only need to take 3 sets of promotional photos and 3 sets of videos. Timing needs to be discussed separately. Li Qingyi pushed the box back to Li Shu. All right, is it convenient to take the first promotional photo today? Li Shu smiled as he took the box. It's convenient. Remember your promise, don't show my face. If you violate the agreement, you'll bear the consequences, Li Qingyi said. Rest assured, I'll have someone design a look that covers your face. Li Shu picked up the phone, called Chu Jun over, and asked him to take Li Qingyi for the promotional photo. Chu Jun was already experienced in this matter. The previous promotional work for the Demon Spirit competition had always been done by him, including taking promotional photos. 39.6, Chapter 39.6, 83 Cullinan Diamond. Su seeing Li Shu actually signed Li Qingyi as a spokesperson, Chu Jun was very pleased. He had no particular thoughts about Li Qingyi, just felt that with Yuki as the spokesperson, the Demon Spirit Tournament and the City of Light would gain even greater fame. After Chu Jun and Li Qingyi left, Li Shu took out that Cullinan 9 and held it in his hand for careful observation. This diamond indeed looks a lot like Cullinan 9, although Li Shu had never seen the real thing, he had seen photos. Additionally, he had also seen Cullinan 2, which is embedded in the crown of that ancient country, and that crown should now be in Space City. When Li Shu had been in Space City, he had seen the crown and the Cullinan 2 on it. This diamond's color and other aspects seem very close to that Cullinan 2 on the crown. Li Qingyi said that Cullinan 1, 3, and 4 all nurture radiant demon spirits, now 9 also nurtures a demon spirit. All the Cullinan diamonds should all nurture demon spirits, but where are the other Cullinan diamonds? If there's a chance to find them, maybe we can retrieve them for some experiments, see if there's any connection between these Cullinan diamonds' demon spirits. Li Shu contemplated Cullinan 9 thoughtfully. Theoretically, a gemstone able to nurture a demon spirit must be due to the implantation of a spirit, not necessarily related to coming from the same rough stone. Unless the spirit was implanted before they're cut, then possibly all Cullinan diamonds have demon spirits. But if the demon spirit gemstone is cut, does the demon spirit also get cut? If it doesn't get cut, then only one Cullinan could have the demon spirit, but now so many Cullinan diamonds have demon spirits, this is somewhat problematic. Has the demon spirit been fragmented, or is it that during the original implantation, more than one spirit was planted in the Cullinan diamonds? Li Shu couldn't speculate unless he obtained other Cullinan diamonds to possibly unravel this mystery. Li Shu broke his finger and let the blood drip onto Cullinan 9. Fortunately, Cullinan 9 didn't reject Li Shu's blood like that ruby did. The brilliant diamond absorbed his blood, then immediately radiated light, finally transforming into a stream and flew to Li Shu's finger. Moments later, a diamond demon spirit ring appeared on Li Shu's finger, and looking at his handful of gemstone rings, he felt a burst of nouveau riche delight. Too many demon spirits are also a kind of trouble. They're nearly impossible to wear. Li Shu wondered what would happen to these demon spirit rings if he really couldn't wear them anymore. Sealed demon can evolve demon spirit. Rank E level. Quality radiant damaged S. What does damaged mean? Are the 9 Cullinan diamonds indeed connected? Li Shu was a bit surprised as he summoned the sealed demon. What is this? Seeing the appearance of the demon spirit, Li Shu was somewhat stunned. The demon spirit he summoned still looked like Cullinan 9, only now Cullinan 9 could float on its own in the air, and there was a flickering red glow inside the diamond, like a blood-red devil's eye opening and closing within. After testing it for a while, he realized it seemed to be of no use. Besides flying and flashing, it didn't have any real combat capability nor any talent skills. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to ask Li Qingyi about what the demon spirits of Cullinan 1, 3, and 4 are. Li Shu had to summon the sealed demon back. The next morning, Chu Jun brought over the promotional photos for Li Shu to see. The results were surprisingly good. Li Qingyi wore a cyan gauzy dress, resembling a fairy from ancient Eastern mythology, with a veil over her face. Behind her stood Yuki, proud and aloof like an Ice Queen warrior. This set of photos was basically in this style, just with varying backgrounds and poses. People have charm, and the demon spirits are beautiful. Each one is a masterpiece. Choose one as the main picture. Chu Jun laughed. This one, then. Li Shu chose a photo with a full moon and starry sky background. He just went with his gut, pointing casually, since the entire photo set was pretty good, every picture lovely. Li Qingyi herself is also most satisfied with this one. Your aesthetics really match, saving a lot of communication hassle. Chu Jun chuckled. She also asked me to remind you not to forget your agreement between you two. Honestly, what agreement do you have? Have you already betrayed our singleness community? Li Shu replied irritably, I do want to break free, but with so many things going on in the city, where's the time or opportunity to betray? Besides, when did I join any singleness community? True enough, when Shachu was here, it didn't seem like much. Now she's gone, and we're all busy like crazy, no time to improve ourselves. This isn't a sustainable way of living. When exactly is Shachu coming back? Chu Jun sighed. It's only been 2 days since she left. How could she come back so soon, unless... Li Shu suddenly paused. Yes, Li Qingyi's status in the Longevity Association must be quite high. Can we ask her to do us a favor and bring Shachu back? 397, Chapter 397, 83 Cullinan Diamond, 3 Li Shu regretted not having thought of this issue yesterday when negotiating the terms. Otherwise, he could have brought it up as a condition. But on second thought, if he went to Li Qingyi to ask for someone, it would be like telling the Longevity Association that the relationship between Xiaochu and him was special, which had both advantages and disadvantages. After careful consideration, Li Shu decided not to mention Xiaochu and wait for her to come back on her own. As soon as the promotional photos of Li Qingyi and Snow Princess were released, it wasn't long before they hit the trending list. Topics like the most beautiful trial taker and the world's #1 demon spirit occupied the trending list continuously. Originally, several cities hosting demon spirit tournaments and buying trending topics saw their efforts overshadowed, leaving those who had spent a fortune on promotion quite frustrated. Chu Jun wanted to strike while the iron was hot and hold another demon spirit tournament next month, but Li Shu vetoed it. Our City of Light's demon spirit tournament is only held once a year, Li Shu said. Isn't once a year too little? At this rate, we'll be quickly replaced by other cities. It should be at least twice a year, or we could start a Demon Spirit League to maintain the hype. Chu Jun didn't understand why they weren't taking advantage of the current popularity to host more Demon Spirit tournaments and consolidate the City of Light's tournament status. Given our current environment and strength, a league is unrealistic. There aren't enough high-level demon spirits who will participate in our league. If we were to fill it with subpar participants and compare it to those big powers tournaments, our hard-won image as the demon spirit capital might collapse quickly. Instead of fighting with them to the death, it's better to step up and make money over them, Li Shu said with a smile. What do you mean? Chu Jun didn't quite grasp Li Shu's meaning. Didn't we have a demon spirit ranking before? Just get that up and running again. Make it as authoritative as possible. We don't need to include only our own demon spirits. Include those from other tournaments as well. Try to keep the rankings fair and just. But there's one thing to remember. The top few must be our own demon spirits, especially the top 3, Li Shu said. I understand now. As long as we get this up, no matter how powerful the other tournament's demon spirits are, they'll never be acknowledged as the world's top unless they defeat ours. Chu Jun immediately understood Li Shu's intent. Remember to put Snow Princess in the first position. If need be, we can give way in rankings for our other demon spirits. But Snow Princess must be on top, Li Shu thought and added. Understood, you're using Snow Princess as a target. Won't that be unfair to the little girl? Can she handle it? Chu Jun asked, feeling a bit sorry. If she can't handle it, are you going to? I certainly won't, Li Shu said, spreading his hands. Then let her handle it. I certainly can't, Chu Jun said quickly. Then go take care of it. Whether we can successfully host next year's Demon Spirit Tournament depends on this ranking, so put some effort into it. After sending Chu Jun away, Li Shu planned to find time to go to the Golden Gate to collect more demon cores, both to enhance his primordial embryo's quality and to level up Jedi Knight and Demigod Shauna. The next Demon Spirit Tournament won't be at the current level. At least an S-Class Demon Spirit will be needed to hold the fort. This is one of the reasons why Li Shu didn't want to rush into holding the second Demon Spirit Tournament. He needed time for his demon spirits to grow. Li Shu was about to head out when he suddenly felt a chill, instantly summoning Jedi Knight to stand before him. The moment Jedi Knight appeared, his entire body ignited with crimson light flame, grasping the sword with both hands as he slashed towards the door direction, the light flame gathering into the samurai sword. He had activated the Desperate Realm and unrivaled national hero skills the instant he appeared. Crack. A golden arrow whistled through the air, striking Jedi Knight's samurai sword and breaking the blade, yet the golden arrow did not stop, piercing through Jedi Knight's shoulder and armor, still shooting towards Li Shu like golden lightning. Li Shu had already moved back with all his might, yet the golden arrow seemed to have eyes, stopping in front of his chest at an incredible speed. Li Shu broke into a cold sweat. If the other party hadn't meant to kill him, this arrow might have already pierced his heart. Li Shu stood motionless, ignoring the golden arrow at his chest, his eyes gazing outside the door. He watched as a figure walked towards him from the sky, enveloped in golden radiance, like a deity walking on air, appearing to move slowly but arriving at the doorway within a few steps. Super Spirit Tester, who are you? Li Shu stared at the man, but the golden light on him was so dazzling that it obscured his features, only hinting at a tall and strong build holding a longbow that also radiated golden divine light. You have no right to know who I am. You only need to know that all your reliance is nothing but trash in front of me. Killing you as simple as crushing an ant is enough. The man said contemptuously. From now on, whatever Qingyi tells you to do, you do it. If you ever dare to defy again, next time, the arrow will pierce your chest. You can try and see if it can pierce my chest. Li Shu raised a hand to stop Ye Xuan and Qin Shi, who rushed outside in demon armor, signaling them not to come in. This was a super spirit tester. They were not opponents. The man glanced at Li Shu, and the golden arrow suddenly moved another inch, piercing through Li Shu's coat, but it ultimately stopped, not piercing his chest. Li Shu merely looked at him coldly, without moving an inch. The man reached out, catching the golden arrow, which flew back into his hand, casually putting it back into the quiver on his back. Remember my words. If it happens again, not even God will save your life. Saying this, the man turned and left, vanishing like a streak of golden lightning. City Lord, are you all right? The Yi siblings, Qin Shi, Chu Jun, and Ah Fei rushed in. I'm fine. Go back to your work and don't spread this matter around. After sending them away, Li Shu used the Undying Bullet to heal the injured Jedi Knight, discovering that the bullet could even repair the broken samurai sword. After finishing all this, he put Jedi Knight away, then took off his damaged coat, only to find that the Godslayer shrine had stuck to his chest, unsure of how it got in. 39.8. Chapter 39.8, 84 Wan Kaoxin, what are you doing here? As the light scattered, Li Qingyi's figure appeared atop a mountain peak and spoke to the stout man dressed in a golden robe. There's been signs of a super spirit gemstone near Red Sand City. I came to investigate the situation, and also to see you, Wan Kaoxin said with a smile. Why target the Lord of Light City? Didn't the council already come to a decision? Li Qingyi asked, frowning. I want to kill a lowlife. I don't need to know what he's done, Wan Shaoxin said coolly. And you actually lost to a lowlife. Don't you think that's an insult to us, Li Qingyan? That's my own business, nothing to do with Li Qingyi said coldly. The Lord of Light City already received a black invitation card. He's one of us, so don't act recklessly. Did I not make myself clear earlier? I, Wan Kaoxin, want to kill a lowlife. It doesn't matter who he is or what he's done. If I want him dead, he must die. For your sake, I'll spare him this time, but you'd better hope I don't discover him insulting Li Qingyan again, or next time no one will save him, Wan Shaoxin said, and then turned to leave, still muttering, as the future heir of Li Qingyan, you should do better. Li Qingyi watched as Wan Shaoxin turned into a light and disappeared into the distance, then turned to head towards the City of Light. Li Shu placed the Godslayer shrine on the table and asked somewhat surprised, You actually want to save me? Am I mistaken? He didn't dodge last time because he felt the presence of the Godslayer shrine appear in front of his chest. Your life is mine. Only I can kill you. That little punk is nothing and isn't worthy of killing whoever I want dead. The Godslayer shrine was inscribed with some arrogant words. Anyway, I still appreciate you trying to block the arrow for me, Li Shu said. The Godslayer shrine simply arrogantly wrote him fa and said no more. Li Shu stood up and looked toward the direction of the laboratory, muttering to himself, Looks like the research on demon armor really needs to speed up. There's no way to face these super spirit testers without it at this stage. Li Shu didn't go to the lab to find old Guan Air, because he knew that rushing him wouldn't work. Making such high-end demon armor takes time, and there are many things that need to be researched. Suddenly, his phone rang, and when Li Shu picked it up, he saw a call from Li Qingyi. That person earlier was called Wan Chaoxin. He's from Li Qingyan, but has nothing to do with me, Li Qingyi said directly. I thought he was your suitor coming to avenge because I beat you, Li Shu laughed. You're thinking too much, Li Qingyi said irritably. You've already received the invitation card and will enter Li Qingyan sooner or later. Let me tell you something in advance. Honestly, this time hosting the Super Spirit Tournament, you've been quite lucky. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just Wan Shaoxin who came. What do you mean? Li Shu asked. There are many factions within Lycangian. Simply put, one faction supports revealing the truth about the trial takers to the world, while another faction opposes doing so. Back when you first advertised the Super Spirit Tournament, there was a vote in the council. Ultimately, it was decided by a single vote not to intervene in you hosting the tournament, Li Qingyi explained. Why are some people so against revealing the truth about the trial takers? Li Shu pondered. Besides wanting to maintain their advantage, the main reason is the issue of gemstone reserves. Earth's gemstone deposits are huge, but no matter how huge, there will come a day when they're mined out. Right now, it's only us, a small group of trial takers, using them, and these gemstones can last many years. In our lifetime, we don't have to worry about running out of gemstones. But if billions of people on Earth become trial takers, the daily gemstone consumption would be astronomical. How long Earth's gemstone mines can last, no one can guarantee, Li Qingyi said. That is indeed a problem. If so, why does anyone within Lycangian still want to reveal the truth? Li Shu looked at Li Qingyi, and of course, he could see that Li Qingyi seemed to be one of those supporting the revelation. Li Qingyi sighed. Precisely because gemstone resource exhaustion is inevitable, it's necessary, before the gemstones run out, to have as many humans as possible become real trial takers. This way, they have the ability to face the constant invasion of magic spirits, have the chance to hunt magic spirits, and use demon cores to replace gemstones to continue leveling up. If ordinary people have never been to the trial ground, never received physical enhancement or contracts, they'll only face a dead end when magic spirits invade, with no chance of survival. Becoming a trial taker gives them a chance to survive. Are you saying that magic spirits might invade on a large scale in the future? Li Shu understood Li Qingyi's message. In fact, if not for Li Qingyan's guardianship, the magic spirits bursting from the trial gate would be far more than these few, Li Qingyi stated. This statement Li Shu agreed with entirely. After meeting Old Dao, Li Shu's understanding of Li Qingyan was no longer as superficial as before. Wan Chaoxin belongs to the faction that doesn't support revealing the truth about trial takers. By hosting the Super Spirit Tournament, you've pretty much offended that faction completely, and who knows how many people want to kill you quickly. But due to some internal council rules, nobody openly troubles you. However, that doesn't mean they can't kill you. You should avoid provoking those people in the future. Someone like Wan Shaoxin can kill you with just any excuse. Luckily, you at least have some identity as a super member now, so they'd have to find an excuse to kill you. 39.9, Chapter 39.9, 18.4 Wan Kaoxin 2. Then I'm really honored that he came all the way to kill me, Li Shu said with a smile. Since he dared to organize the magic tournament, he naturally had some mental preparation. If it weren't for the unexpected destruction of Lightspeed number 1 and the failure to create Lightspeed number 2, Wang Kaoshen wouldn't be able to come and go so arrogantly. He probably didn't come specifically to kill you, otherwise he wouldn't have retreated. The traces of Super Spirit Gemstone have appeared near Red Sand City, and he's mainly here for the gemstones, Li Qingyi said. Is it in that small town attacked by the magic spirits? Li Shu asked. Yes, I'll also be heading there in a few days to search for the Super Spirit Gemstone. Li Qingyi paused and then said to Li Shu, during this period, try to keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble, lest you attract attention again. People all over the world are starting to organize magic tournaments, so as long as you keep a low profile, you won't stand out too much. You and Wan Xiaoshen are already Super Spirit users. Why do you need the Super Spirit Gemstone? Hearing Li Qingyi's intention to hang up the phone, Li Shu hurriedly asked, apart from being super spirits, Super Spirit Gemstones have many other uses, such as improving the primordial embryo quality, enhancing the level of magic spirits or contracts, as well as making them super spirits, Li Qingyi patiently explained. If you're going to find the Super Spirit Gemstone, can you bring me along? Li Shu thought for a moment and asked, are you afraid your troubles aren't enough? If Wan Xiaoshen sees you there, he'll kill you without hesitation. Even I may not be able to stop him. Among the younger generation of Tianlu, Wan Xiaoshen's strength is definitely top-notch. You'd better stay in the city and keep a low profile, or go somewhere else to avoid trouble. After Li Qingyi finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Li Shu thought for a moment and went to Zeman Guan's laboratory. He wanted to know how long it would take for Lightspeed number 2 to complete, and if he could make it in time for the birth of the Super Spirit Gemstone. Zeman Guan saw Li Shu and immediately called out, you came just in time, I was just about to find you. Is there a problem with the demon armor? Li Shu frowned and asked. There's no real problem with the demon armor. I want to know, who is the female magic armor master wearing the ghost mask? Zeman Guan asked Li Shu, showing a video on his phone. The video was of Ye Shiyuan and Tianlu's battle. Zeman Guan was obviously impressed by Ye Shiyuan's magic armor control ability. She's one of my subordinate magic armor masters. I gave her the ghost-faced magic armor to use, Li Shu said with a smile. Lend her to me for a bit. Since you don't want to use my set of armor, let her control it then, Zeman Guan said urgently. Your demon armor isn't fully constructed yet. There's no rush, Li Shu said. How could it not be a rush? I need testing. It's very troublesome without a magic armor master. Get her here now, Zeman Guan insisted. All right. Li Shu didn't say more, directly dialed Ye Shiyuan's number, and asked her to come to the laboratory immediately. She can help you test it, but you must ensure her personal safety and don't let her attempt anything dangerous, Li Shu said. Such magic armor masters are hard to come by. I value her even more than you do, Zeman Guan said with a roll of his eyes. Before long, Ye Shiyuan arrived at the lab. Li Shu explained the situation roughly and consulted her willingness. If she didn't want to participate in Zeman Guan's experiments, Li Shu wouldn't force her. I will, Ye Shiyuan replied eagerly, seemingly quite excited. Zeman Guan was very pleased and immediately requested Ye Shiyuan to help him test the armor. His armor's main body was already manufactured, though due to some issues, it couldn't be officially activated yet. Testing the main body functions wouldn't be a problem, and testing was the only way to discover the issues. That was why Zeman Guan was urgent to find a magic armor master for testing. Seeing the armor, Ye Shiyuan looked incredulous. She had never seen such armor before, or rather couldn't believe that this garment-like thing could actually be armor. Activate it, Zeman Guan said excitedly and nervously to Ye Shiyuan. Ye Shiyuan moved in front of the garment-like armor and reached out to grasp a crystal embedded in the chest of the armor, which was the activation device left by Zeman Guan. As soon as Ye Shiyuan grasped the crystal, it began to glow. A thread of light extended from the crystal, stretching along the armor, lighting up patterns on the armor. But these patterns had barely extended before they rapidly contracted back, and the crystal dimmed down to nothing, like a power outage. Ye Shiyuan's face looked strained, and she clutched the crystal once again, closing her eyes and reactivating her spiritual sense. The crystal lit up again, but the result wasn't much better. The light patterns extended only a short distance before dimming again. Ye Shiyuan attempted to try again, but Zeman Guan, somewhat disappointed, stopped her. No need to try again. Your spiritual sense strength isn't enough to fully activate it. I'm sorry, Ye Shiyuan said apologetically, her head down. It's not your fault. It's the issue with this armor. Once it's modified, you can test again. For now, take a rest. Li Shu calmed her with a few words, letting Ye Shiyuan return home. 400, Chapter 400, 18-4, Wan Kaoxin, 3. You're right, the problem is indeed with the demon armor. The requirements for spiritual sense are too high. Even top-tier magic armor masters can't activate it. Even if we make it, no one can use it. Zeman Guan was utterly disappointed. Can't you lower the requirement for spiritual sense? Li Shu frowned and asked. This is already the lowest requirement we can achieve currently. If we lower the standards further, some functionalities can't be used, so even if it can be activated, it would be meaningless. Zimen Guan said somewhat dejectedly. Then let's continue making it as it is, Li Shu said calmly. What's the point of making it if no one can use it? Zimen Guan said gloomily. Li Shu slowly walked up to the demon armor and placed a finger on the crystal. No need to try. That girl's spiritual sense should be no weaker than yours. She can't activate it, and neither will you activate, Zimen Guan spoke, but his eyes slowly widened. As they watched, the crystal emitted a dazzling light. Threads of light patterns spread across the demon armor, and before long, the entire armor lit up, as if worn by an invisible person, floating in the air. Your spiritual sense, can activate it. Zimen Guan jumped up, pointing at Li Shu with a trembling finger full of excitement. Li Shu withdrew his finger, and the light on the demon armor immediately dissipated, the armor dropping back onto the stage. What are you doing? Why won't you put it on? Zimen Guan asked urgently. You made me swear not to wear it casually. Besides, this demon armor isn't completed yet. Even the basic demonic light system isn't perfected, so it can't be used for combat. Why should I wear it? Li Shu explained. You're honestly trying to piss me off? Zimen Guan glared at Li Shu fiercely and then said helplessly, You're right, there is indeed an issue with the demonic light system. It can't operate normally. I've been researching this problem and cannot find a good solution. Using traditional methods would cause the demon armor to lose its unity, making it difficult to pass the trial gate's rule check. With my new design, there's a segment that cannot be solved. I'm still researching it. Let's set this matter aside for now. When will the Lightspeed number 2 be ready? Li Shu asked. It's useless to rush. It will take at least another month. Zimen Guan replied irritably. I'm not rushing. Trouble has found its way to us. Li Shu recounted to Zimen Guan the situation of Wan Shaoxin coming to the City of Light. Some people inside Eternal Heaven are like that, always feeling superior, acting as if they're far nobler than others, not treating normal people as humans. Since he's already here, we can't be unprepared. Zimen Guan listened, his face sour, and said through clenched teeth, Give me another half-month. Even if I have to skip meals and sleep, I'll get the Lightspeed number 2 ready for you, so you'll at least have the means to protect yourself. We can't allow those Eternal Heaven guys to remain arrogant. Suddenly changing the subject, Zimen Guan continued. I've also been researching that Super Spirit gemstone and have achieved some results. I'll install it on Lightspeed number 2 as an auxiliary energy source. By then, Lightspeed number 2's demonic light intensity definitely won't be weaker than that of the Super Spirit. But for real combat power, it ultimately depends on how much your spiritual sense can activate it and your ability to control and fight with the demon armor. With the strength of your spiritual sense, it shouldn't be much of an issue. Zimen Guan squinted at Li Shu and said, How about we discuss it? Treat everything I said before as nonsense, and once I've made the demon armor, you'll be the one to control it. We'll see when you've made it. Your demon armor has too many issues, Li Shu said with a laugh. Zimen Guan sighed dejectedly. To ensure it passes the trial gate's rules, many of the original designs and materials cannot be used. I have to redesign and research new materials and solutions, which means there are many problems to solve. Currently, our equipment and materials are insufficient, and progress is too slow. I recently earned some money. I'll try to allocate some to you. The conditions are indeed limited, so just manage with what you have for now. Li Shu had no better solution. The City of Light was just a small place, and the profits he could obtain were limited. He truly couldn't provide more funds. Zimen Guan understood Li Shu's struggles. You should go back now and try to keep a low profile. Wait until I've finished Lightspeed number 2. Those Eternal Heaven people really think the Super Spirit is invincible. I, Zimen Guan, will show them that Super Spirit is worthless. After leaving the lab, Li Shu set off for the Golden Gate. The demon armor needs to be made, and the trial taker's level needs to be raised. Otherwise, facing a Super Spirit tester will always be problematic. My level up pace is really slow. If I could make a magical spirit a super spirit, there might be some room to maneuver. Li Shu contemplated how he could make his magical spirit a super spirit. The easiest magical spirits to cultivate are naturally the Jedi Knights and demigod Shauna, who consume everything and almost require no time to digest, making cultivation most convenient. This time at the Golden Gate, I'll try to collect more demon cores and first train the Jedi Knight to S level, then find a way to make him a super spirit. If time allows, perhaps that soon-to-be-born super spirit gemstone is a good choice. Li Shu resolved to fully nurture the Jedi Knight into a super spirit. The Godslayer Shrine was also carried by Li Shu, a piece that could be used as a shield. Better to be safe than sorry. Li Shu was riding the Pink Nightmare along the road when he suddenly felt an itch in his ear, as if a cold breath was blowing onto it. Turning his head to look, Li Shu was startled, almost falling off the Pink Nightmare. In a red dress, a bride-to-be appeared behind him without him knowing, seated sideways on the Pink Nightmare's back. Her face, covered by long hair, was almost touching Li Shu's back of the head. Li Shu remembered he hadn't summoned her out, so how did she come out on her own? Husband, I'm hungry, the bride-to-be said softly.